On the island of fire dragons, flames surged around me, enveloping my entire being, yet my heart was filled with perplexity. Had I truly traversed dimensions? The fate of my former self left an indelible bitterness within me. Once an outstanding youth, I had just received my university acceptance letter when a tragic accident claimed my life. Now I found myself in a primordial world, serving as a humble worker for the. I understood that the calamity of the investiture of the gods was imminent, and I must endeavor to make my mark. I have a profound passion for the genre of Honghuang novels, and I am particularly well-versed in the events surrounding the investiture of the gods. The calamity of the investiture presents an immense catastrophe for the Jie sect, resulting in countless disciples either perishing, scattering, or being subdued. Even the Saint Tontian, the master of the Jie sect, was compelled to ingest the Saint Descent pill and was imprisoned within the Zixiao palace, unable to emerge freely into the world. To my dismay, I, the original entity known as Luo Xian, found myself inscribed on the investiture list, bestowed the title of the Fire Virtue Star Lord, and thus relegated to the status of a mere laborer in the heavenly court. Alas, this lamentable existence fills my heart with an overwhelming bitterness. In a fit of rage, I struck the ground with a powerful palm, causing the surrounding flames to sense my fury, surging violently as if they sought to consume the very heavens and earth. Yet, what could anger achieve? The calamity of the investiture is a decree of the heavenly Tao. Even if I were to seclude myself, I would inevitably be swept into its vortex by various fateful connections, unable to escape the predetermined destiny. Just as despair threatened to consume me. Contemplating the end of my own life, a chilling voice suddenly resonated within my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the divine level check-in system. A system? My heart leaped with joy. This was the very expectation I had harbored for my journey across realms. Regaining my composure, I eagerly inquired, "Is it you, system?" "Indeed, host." The frigid voice responded once more, echoing in my ears like a celestial melody, bringing a glimmer of hope amidst my dire predicament. "What functionalities do you possess, system?" I asked with anticipation. From my recollections of this world, I understood that the Honghuang era is currently engulfed in the cataclysm known as the Longhan Calamity. Following the strife between the Tao and the demons, where the witch and demon clans have begun to rise prominently, Hongjun has ascended to sainthood, having concluded his 3 lectures, and is now preparing to merge with the heavenly Tao. Recently, a cataclysmic battle of unprecedented scale erupted, rending the heavens and earth asunder, with rivers of blood flowing and mountains of corpses accumulating. The calamity above the 9 heavens surged violently, severely impeding the cultivation of practitioners, until the Tao ancestor Hongjun intervened, assigning dominion of the heavens to the demon clan and the earth to the witch clan. I am acutely aware that I can no longer afford to wait. I must strengthen myself immediately and lay the groundwork ahead of time, or else I will be unable to alter the tragic fate that awaits the Jie sect during the investiture of the gods. At this moment, my cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, rendering me painfully weak in this world teeming with formidable beings. The cultivation hierarchy is divided into Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Xian Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and Saint, Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is said that in the Honghuang realm, Quasi-Saints are abundant while Great Luo Golden Immortals are as common as dogs. My situation is fraught with peril. Host, there is no need to call out loudly. Simply contemplate the system in your heart, and it will manifest. The system reminded me within my mind. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, thinking to myself, is this not excitement? This is not my first journey across realms. Host, this system possesses but a single function. By checking in at renowned Taoist sites, you will receive rewards. The rewards are diverse, encompassing magical artifacts, formations, elixirs, and rare natural treasures. The system continued its exposition. A stir of excitement coursed through me. System, does Fire Dragon Island qualify as a renowned dojo? For it is, indeed, my current sanctuary. Affirmative, the system replied succinctly. Without hesitation, I initiated my check-in at Fire Dragon Island. In that moment, the system's voice rang out, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Fire Dragon Island and received the essence of Solar True Fire." A sharp intake of breath escaped my lips. Solar True Fire is the foremost among the four great flames of the primordial era. The four revered flames are Solar True Fire, Samadhi True Fire, Six Ding Divine Fire, and Southern Brightly Fire, with Solar True Fire being the progenitor of all flames. Possessing unparalleled might. In my previous life, I had often fantasized about the strength I would wield if I could obtain Solar True Fire, and now, astonishingly, it has come to fruition within me. System, commence fusion immediately. No sooner had I spoken than the temperature within the cave soared dramatically, and the heat enveloping Fire Dragon Island surged exponentially. Countless trees ignited instantaneously, and the seawater evaporated rapidly as the entire island was engulfed in fierce flames. I found myself enveloped in a searing wave of heat, raising my voice to the heavens. Wanyan Pot. The surge of my mystical energy summoned forth my cherished artifact, the Wanyan Pot. This vessel, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, harbors 3,000 fiery crows. In an instant, a multitude of creatures, ablaze with flames, surged forth, swirling around me in a frenzied dance, emitting sharp cries that stirred a tempest of fire, causing the very ground of Fire Dragon Island to tremble violently. As the true fire of the sun met my mystical power, it erupted in even more intense brilliance, with golden flames raging as if to incinerate everything in their vicinity. Within the inferno, the faint silhouette of a three-legged golden crow flickered in and out of view. Concentrate. I gritted my teeth, enduring the searing agony inflicted by the true fire of the sun. Every inch of my skin felt as if it were being pierced by countless steel needles, while the meridians within me resonated with a crisp sound under the extreme heat. Teetering on the brink of destruction. 9 heavens burning heaven technique. I channeled my innate method, striving to harmonize my mystical energy with the true fire of the sun. As the flames infused my being, my strength grew increasingly tempestuous, beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down my forehead. With great difficulty, I guided this blaze through my body, and, after an indeterminate period, I sensed my internal power reaching a critical threshold. In that fleeting moment, a deafening explosion resounded as my body erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, illuminating the entire space with the boundless might of the true fire of the sun. Akin to the brilliance of daylight, my breath began to ascend wildly, and within my eyes burned golden flames, seemingly capable of piercing through the essence of all things in existence. I succeeded. Overwhelmed with joy, I opened my eyes and gradually retracted the Wanya Pot. I possess a total of 5 magical treasures: the Wanya Pot, the Fian Sword, the Wulong Wheel, the Zhaodian Seal, and the Wanli Chiyun Smoke, all of which are inferior innate spiritual treasures. Additionally, I have a steed named the Chiyun Colt. At this moment, the power of the 3,000 fire crows within the Wanya Pot has escalated to an astonishing level, many times stronger than before, and concurrently, my realm has successfully advanced to the late stage of the Golden Immortal. With unwavering confidence, I dare to assert that within this realm, I am undeniably invincible. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the formidable essence of the Solar True Fire. I cannot help but ponder the expressions that would grace the faces of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi upon witnessing that I too possess the Solar True Fire. Is it permissible to check in daily? I inquired of the system, or is each location restricted to a single check-in? Each location permits only one check-in, the system responded. Upon hearing this, a twinge of disappointment washed over me. If I could check in each day, my strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The number of renowned Taoist sites in the primordial world is limited, such as Fire Dragon Island, Bio Palace, Kunlun Mountain, Buzhou Mountain, Lingshu Palace, Shouyang Mountain, Baying Palace, Shumi Mountain, Zhixiao Palace, Amei Mountain, Luofu Cave, and Sanxian Island. Each check-in diminishes the available options. I silently wished for the rewards from each check-in to be bountiful. Is it sufficient for me to arrive at the location to check in? I cautiously probed again, wary of receiving a disdainful retort from a system. After all, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. The check-in locations will refresh, the system explained, and notifications will be issued. Moreover, there's a time limit for check-ins, requiring arrival within a specified time frame. Beyond that, the host is prohibited from checking in. The system concluded, falling silent once more. Rising slowly, I stepped out of the cave, casting my gaze across the entirety of Fire Dragon Island. A surge of ancient ambition welled up within me, since fate has guided me to this place. I shall not falter again. Chapter 2. A Visit to Bo Palace. Trouble from the immortal of Dingguang Fire Dragon Island, as one of the numerous islands surrounding Golden Tortoise Island, holds a position of little significance within the framework of the Jia sect. After all, not every disciple of the Jia sect is qualified to seek out a place of cultivation in the vicinity of Golden Tortoise Island, let alone reside upon it. Only the 4 chief disciples are permitted to dwell on Golden Tortoise Island for extended periods, seldom venturing out. Among the outer disciples, only the outer sect's eldest brother, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 daughters of sky possess the privilege to enter and exit Golden Tortoise Island at will. Disciples like Luo Xian, who are merely ordinary outer sect members, are countless within the Jia sect. Without a summons from the saint of Upper Qing, they cannot set foot on Golden Tortoise Island at all. Though Fire Dragon Island may not be renowned in the world of the primordial chaos, it is here that Luo Xian has acquired the essence of the true fire of the sun. Therefore, if he could clock in at Bo Palace, the rewards would undoubtedly be even more substantial. Regrettably, clocking in is not an everyday occurrence. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Luo Xian pondered this, a sudden ripple surged through the void of Fire Dragon Island, followed by 3 melodious chimes that echoed like rolling thunder, resonating throughout the entire island. This sound seemed to possess a mysterious power, startling countless cultivators along the eastern coast. The source of this sound was none other than the golden bell of Bo Palace. This bell, crafted with great care by the master of the celestial sect from the divine gold of Tai, embodies profound significance with each toll. Each chime often heralds a momentous event concerning the rise and fall of the Jia sect. For instance, 1,000 years ago, when the 3 pure ones separated, this golden bell rang out distinctly. 2 chimes signify that the master of the celestial sect is about to receive a personal disciple, a status that is far beyond that of the outer disciples. Currently, there are already 4 chief disciples under the master of the celestial sect, the eldest brother Duo Bao, along with Jin Ling, Gui Ling, and Wu Dang. As for the 3 chimes, they signal that the master is about to impart teachings. It is worth noting that a saint's discourse is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, immensely valuable. In a vast world of primordial chaos, where countless beings exist, there are but 6 saints. Upon hearing the 3 chimes, Luo Xian immediately understood the urgency and wasted no time in summoning his Crimson Flame steed. Mounting his steed, he sped towards Golden Tortoise Island like a blazing fireball. He was well aware that the saints are typically broad-minded. Even if he arrived late, they might not hold it against him. However, certain disciples within the sect, eager to make an impression before the saint, might not hesitate to admonish those who arrive late. As he journeyed forth, Luo Xian observed numerous disciples hastening towards Golden Tortoise Island. Their modes of travel were diverse and varied. Some soared through the skies on swords that gleamed with a cold light, slicing through the air. Others rode on clouds, their forms appearing and disappearing amidst the mist. Some transformed into their true forms, exuding a majestic aura, while others rode steeds of various shapes, racing with the swiftness of the wind. Before long, Golden Tortoise Island came into view. From a distance, it resembled a slumbering golden tortoise, tranquil yet imposing. The island exudes an ethereal aura, thick and palpable, manifesting as wisps of mist that entwine among the mountains and rivers. The vegetation flourishes abundantly, lush and green, with various rare spiritual plants vying for attention in a dazzling display. The terrain rises and falls, the rivers meander gracefully, while birds and beasts traverse the land, imbued with a vibrant vitality. Enchanting melodies of celestial sounds waft through the air, akin to divine harmonies that resonate throughout the island. The sacred grounds of the sage are indeed extraordinary. A surge of lofty ambition welled up within Luo Xian as the magnificent spectacle of myriad celestial beings stirred his blood. Before long, Luo Xian arrived at the Azure Palace. There, he beheld the celestial master, clad in azure robes, exuding an air of grandeur as he sat regally upon his chair. His countenance was imposing, and his posture upright, though he appeared youthful. An aura of subtle yet profound, sage-like authority enveloped him, compelling every disciple who entered the Azure Palace to fall silent in reverence. Luo Xian raised his gaze, swiftly surveying the assembly, noting the distribution of the disciples. In the front row, four cushions were arranged, upon which sat the four esteemed disciples, Duobao, Guiling, Jinling, and Wudong. Each of them possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint, emanating a powerful yet restrained energy akin to four steadfast mountains that inspired awe. The second row closely followed, populated by the elite from the outer sect, such as Zhao Gongming, the three heavens, and the seven celestial attendants. Among them, the formidable Zhao Gongming and the three heavens had already attained the realm of great Luo, golden immortal, exuding a powerful presence, while those slightly lesser in strength still boasted the prowess of the supreme golden immortal. Behind them were numerous ordinary disciples, akin to Luo Xian. However, at that moment, Luo Xian's attention was captivated by several senior sisters. They were breathtakingly beautiful, their grace transcending the mundane, resembling celestial maidens descended to the mortal realm. Luo Xian silently admired their elegance, yet dared not reveal his thoughts, fearful of being perceived as a lecher. Subsequently, he found a random spot, sat cross-legged, and patiently awaited the celestial master's discourse. Seeing that all disciples had gathered, the celestial master instructed the wind and fire boy to close the gates. This wind and fire boy, a manifestation of the primordial essences of wind and fire, had accompanied the celestial master for countless millennia and had now attained the realm of supreme golden immortal. Once all preparations were complete, the celestial master began to speak slowly. The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. The sage's teachings were imbued with boundless profundities. As the celestial master spoke, golden lotuses blossomed forth from the ground, vibrant and resplendent. Flowers rained down from the heavens, dreamlike and ethereal. Auspicious energies permeated the surroundings, and the entire Azure Palace seemed to be enveloped in a realm of immortality. In the void, dragons and phoenixes came to pay their respects, creating an extraordinarily magnificent scene. Countless disciples closed their eyes, attuned to the extraordinary rhythm of the Tao, experiencing the soul-stirring wisdom that illuminated their minds. The Tao ancestor Hongjun had once lectured the 3,000 great powers in the Purple Cloud Palace, and the celestial master emulated his revered teacher, imparting teachings to the sentient beings of the primordial wilderness. At this moment, all disciples were wholly engrossed. Even if someone experienced a moment of enlightenment, they would immediately dive back into this profound well of knowledge. The expressions of the disciples varied greatly. Some were enraptured, seemingly merging with the Tao itself. Others shook their heads and muttered incantations, savoring its profound meanings, while a few, upon grasping the subtleties, could not help but slap their thighs in a moment of enlightenment. Naturally, most outer disciples like Luo Xian remained bewildered, shaking their heads in confusion. Suddenly, while intently listening to the teachings, Luo Xian heard a notification sound in his mind. He opened his eyes wide, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. System, check in at Bo Palace. He was currently situated in Bo Palace, and thus proceeded to check in without hesitation. After all, a sage's teachings occurred but once in 10,000 years, and each session lasted an eternity. Failing to check in within the designated time could mean missing a rare opportunity and losing all prior efforts. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Bo Palace and received the innate treasure, the God-slaying spear. The mention of the God-slaying spear left Luo Xian astounded. It was a formidable artifact belonging to the demon race, renowned for its might. He suppressed his excitement and promptly accepted the spear. However, at that very moment, the Celestial Master abruptly ceased his discourse. His gaze turned cold as it fell upon Luo Xian, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. It was disheartening to witness a disciple lose focus during such an important lecture. Upon realizing that the distracted individual was Luo Xian, his dissatisfaction deepened. Luo Xian, being a manifestation of primordial fire, was exceptionally gifted among the outer disciples of the sect of the Intercept. His cultivation had reached the golden immortal realm, and he possessed profound expertise in fire-based techniques, distinguishing himself prominently among his peers, thereby garnering the Celestial Master's attention. Luo Xian, why did you lose focus during my teachings? The Celestial Master, displaying his displeasure, aimed to use this opportunity to admonish Luo Xian, hoping to spur him to devote himself more diligently to his cultivation. As the Celestial Master halted his discourse, the enchanting aroma that had permeated the surroundings vanished abruptly, awakening numerous disciples from their reverie. Following the Celestial Master's gaze, they turned their eyes toward Luo Xian, filled with reproach. The opportunity to hear the sage's teachings was exceedingly rare and precious. How could someone be inattentive during such a moment, hindering their ability to continue absorbing the Tao? In an instant, the gazes of many disciples directed at Luo Xian were tinged with resentment. Some had already begun to roll up their sleeves, eager to seize the moment to reprimand him. Oh no, I forgot the teacher was lecturing. Luo Xian thought in dismay, his brow furrowing tightly. He quickly stood up, respectfully cupping his hands in front of the Celestial Master. Before he could offer an explanation, a voice filled with displeasure rang out. Master, it seems Luo Xian was distracted during your teachings, perhaps indicating a profound understanding of the Tao. Why not test him? Luo Xian furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. There stood a figure, gaunt and emaciated, with cunning little eyes glimmering mischievously and an exceptionally prominent nose that rendered his appearance exceedingly grotesque. This individual was none other than the long-eared Jingguang sage, one of the 7 attendants. Luo Xian was acutely aware that it was this very long-eared Jingguang sage who had betrayed the Tongtian sect leader within the myriad of celestial formations, resulting in the collapse of the array and the eventual downfall of the GSX teachings, an outright traitor. In an instant, the pieces fell into place for Luo Xian. Surely, this duplicitous sage had secretly colluded with the 2 saints of the West, scheming to create turmoil for the Jia sect. You, traitor, have crossed paths with me. Consider this a grievous misstep. Luo Xian silently scoffed, disregarding the long-eared Jingguang sage entirely. Instead, he bowed once more with utmost respect to the Tongtian sect leader, his demeanor profoundly sincere. Master, I was momentarily distracted while listening to the teachings, and thus found myself lost in thought. The long-eared Jingguang sage, noticing Luo Xian's blatant disregard, could not help but let out a derisive laugh. The other disciples shook their heads in unison, believing Luo Xian was merely concocting excuses. With his mere late-stage, golden immortal cultivation, how could he possibly grasp the profound mysteries imparted by the saint? Luo Xian, being distracted is simply being distracted. Do not seek to justify yourself. Chapter 3. What is the Great Way? With the assistance of Zhao Gongming, bold Luo Xian dared to deceive his master. And to have such a person among the same sect is indeed a disgrace. Chang Dingguang, with a grim expression akin to a wolf poised to strike, continued to press Luo Xian, his sharp voice piercing like a needle to the eardrums. Hurry and apologize to the master. He advanced relentlessly, determined to leave Luo Xian in utter despair. Zhao Gongming, the outer sect's senior disciple, furrowed his brows, his displeasure evident as he admonished. How can our outer sect harbor such a disciple? A mistake is a mistake. How have I instructed you all in the past? Seeing Zhao Gongming's anger, Chang Dingguang felt a surge of joy within. He thought to himself, if Zhao Gongming joined in the attack on Luo Xian, then Luo Xian would undoubtedly find himself in a dire predicament, utterly trapped. However, Luo Xian remained unfazed by Chang Dingguang's provocation. His demeanor was calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant, as he quietly awaited the words of Tontian, cult master. "Oh, then I shall test you. What is the Tao?" The Tontian cult master observed Luo Xian with keen interest. In such a tense situation, Luo Xian's tranquility genuinely surprised him. Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. And three gives birth to all things, Luo Xian spoke with poise, artfully incorporating the teachings he had gleaned from the Tao Te Ching in his past life, infused with his unique understanding of the Tao. The Tontian cult master gazed intently at Luo Xian, nodding slightly, seemingly in agreement with his words. The great Tao encompasses 50. The heavens evolve into 49. Remove one. And thus our sect's teachings exist to seize a sliver of life for the beings of the primordial wilderness. Luo Xian continued, his voice resolute and powerful. Seize a sliver of life. The Tontian cult master murmured softly, his gaze deepening as if he could penetrate Luo Xian's very essence, discerning his innermost thoughts. The other disciples, too, began to murmur softly, savoring Luo Xian's words, as if within this simple expression lay boundless mysteries of the great Tao. At that moment, Zhao Gongming's earlier anger dissipated, and he muttered to himself, "Seize a sliver of life." After a prolonged silence, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, a bright glimmer illuminating his gaze, as if he had grasped the profound intricacies of the great Tao in that instant. Duobao quietly remarked, "This Luo Xian possesses a unique perspective. As a treasure-seeking mouse, is it not precisely this sliver of life that guides my endeavors?" Yin Xiao, Qiang Xiao, and Bi Xiao, the three sisters, were taken aback, their beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment, their hearts racing like startled deer. "Ha!" The Tontian cult master laughed heartily, generously praising Luo Xian. "Luo Xian, it seems I indeed misjudged you earlier. Your ability to intertwine your understanding of the great Tao with our sect's teachings is a testament to your diligent efforts. All of you should earnestly learn from Luo Xian," the Tontian cult master declared, casting his gaze over each disciple present. The meaning in his eyes unmistakable. He urged them all to practice diligently, leaving no room for complacency. Upon hearing the words, the disciples' attitudes swiftly transformed from resentment to reverence. After all, receiving praise from a sage undoubtedly foretold boundless achievements in the future. Luo Xian hastily bowed respectfully to the Tontian once more, humbly stating, "I am but an unworthy disciple. All credit belongs to my esteemed teacher's guidance." The Tontian felt immense joy within, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Yet he chose not to elaborate further. Only the long-eared Dingguang immortal wore a countenance, as dark as the clouds that herald a tempest, standing to the side, gritting his teeth in frustration. He had intended to use this opportunity to target Luo Xian, but instead, it was Luo Xian who stole the limelight. Truly a case of misfortune befalling the schemer. Seething with indignation, long-eared Dingguang immortal sat upon his mat, while the Lingya immortal, also one of the 7 attendants, observed and gently spoke to console him. "Junior brother, why harbor such anger? Is it not a sign of our GS sect's flourishing that junior brother Luo Xian possesses such profound insights into the Tao?" The Lingya immortal, having reached the early stages of the Tai golden immortal realm, stood by. The Tontian glanced at long-eared Dingguang immortal, but refrained from speaking, subsequently resuming his teachings. In an instant, the Bayou Palace was once again enveloped in the sacred sound. The disciples immersed themselves, entering a state of transcendence anew. This time, the sage's discourse artfully intertwined the upper clear celestial method, a creation of the Tontian himself, imbued with boundless profundity. As the teachings washed over him, Luo Xian's long-held doubts regarding the upper clear celestial technique and the 9 heavens burning sky technique gradually dissipated. In the primordial world, the passage of time lacked concrete chronology. 10,000 years flew by like a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. Finally, the Tontian ceased his discourse, yet the disciples remained entranced, as if still enraptured by the exquisite cadence of the Tao, reluctant to depart. wishing the Tongtian could continue for another million years. However, they understood the wisdom of moderation. It is time to depart. This session of teachings has concluded. I hope you all take the time to deeply contemplate. The Tongtian spoke gently. We are immensely grateful. Teacher. The disciples responded in unison, bowing respectfully before rising to leave. Luo Xian also stood up, but suddenly he sensed a piercing gaze, sharp as a venomous needle, directed at him from behind. Slowly turning, he discovered it was Long-Ear Dingguang Immortal. Traitor, you dare to look at me. You shall pay dearly for this. Luo Xian scoffed inwardly, for he could not abide betrayal among their ranks. Long-Ear Dingguang Immortal locked eyes with Luo Xian, remaining silent. Yet his face bore a fierce expression, as if to intimidate Luo Xian. Junior brother Luo, I am curious to know when you developed such profound comprehension of the Tao. I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to learn from you. Long-Ear Dingguang Immortal remarked, stepping closer to Luo Xian, the pressure of his tight, golden immortal status slowly emanating. A torrent of overwhelming tight, golden immortal pressure cascaded down upon Luo Xian like a galactic waterfall. Luo Xian's brow furrowed, his mind sharpening instantly as he swiftly summoned all his power to resist with all his might. However, he was merely at the late stage of the golden immortal realm, and under the immense pressure, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his back. Long-Ear, what are you doing? At this critical moment, a commanding voice resonated from behind. Luo Xian looked up to see that the speaker was none other than Zhao Gongming, clad in a flowing black Taoist robe. Zhao Gongming exuded an air of martial prowess. Each step he took was steady and powerful, advancing towards Luo Xian with a formidable presence. As the elder brother of the outer sect of the GS sect, Zhao Gongming possessed an awe-inspiring cultivation at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, earning him immense respect among the disciples. Brother, Long-Ear Dingguang Xian trembled under Zhao Gongming's imposing aura, stumbling over his words. Zhao Gongming's expression was as cold as frost. With each step, it felt as if 1,000,000 pounds of force crashed on the ground, causing the very air around to quiver. This overwhelming presence compelled Long-Ear Dingguang Xian to retract his oppressive aura forthwith. Zhao Gongming had always instructed his disciples to unite in harmony, to coexist peacefully, and to refrain from vying for fame and fortune, especially among fellow sect members. Now, with Long-Ear Dingguang Xian exhibiting murderous intent towards Luo Xian, Zhao Gongming was deeply displeased. Luo Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling gratefully as he turned his heart toward Zhao Gongming with appreciation. Long-Ear, if you wish to spar, you may approach me. Zhao Gongming approached Long-Ear Dingguang Xian, casting a cold, sidelong glance his way, and lightly patted his shoulder, speaking in a calm manner. That seemingly casual gesture bore a weight of endless pressure upon Long-Ear Dingguang Xian. I dare not. I was merely jesting with junior brother Luo. Long-Ear Dingguang Xian, visibly flustered, quickly retreated, acutely aware that should Zhao Gongming choose to strike, he would show no mercy. As he hastily departed, he passed by Luo Xian, casting a cold sneer, a veiled threat lingering in his demeanor. Thank you, senior brother. Luo Xian promptly stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands in salute to Zhao Gongming. Junior brother Luo, there is no need for such formalities. As fellow disciples, we ought to support one another. Zhao Gongming responded with a hearty laugh, exuding generosity and warmth. Zhao Gongming was known for his forthright and straightforward nature, relishing in the company of friends and valuing loyalty. During the War of the Gods, it was upon receiving an invitation from Wenzhong, learning of his junior disciple's tragic demise, that he descended the mountain in a fury. Ultimately, he met a tragic end, yet found his name inscribed on the list of deities, ultimately being enshrined as the true lord of the dragon and tiger, widely recognized as the god of wealth. Brother, junior brother Luo, what are you discussing? At that moment, a melodious voice chimed from behind them. Luo Xian turned to see Yunxiao gracefully approaching with a light step. Yunxiao, born of primordial color clouds, donned a flowing purple celestial dress, her figure exquisitely captivating, akin to a willow swaying in a breeze. Her hair danced with the wind. adding to her ethereal charm. Her features were delicately sculpted like fine jade carvings, petite and exquisite, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Following closely behind were Bixiao and Xiongxiao. Bixiao exudes an air of grace and poise, her every gesture radiating elegance, while Xiongxiao possesses a whimsical charm, her large, sparkling eyes twinkling with curiosity as they gaze upon Luo Xian. The three sisters exchanged a few words with their junior brother before Zhao Gongming declared, "Fear not. I shall accompany you forthwith." A fond smile graced his face as he looked at the trio, reflecting their deep bond forged long before their transformation. Junior brother Luo Xian. The three sisters chorused, simultaneously clasping their fists in a respectful salutation. "Greetings, esteemed sisters." Luo Xian promptly returned the gesture. "Dear brother, do come visit my abode when time permits. I shall not delay you further." Zhao Gongming exclaimed with a hearty laugh, and in an instant, the four transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from Luo Xian's sight. Chapter 4. The refinement of the god-slaying spear amidst the turmoil by the eastern sea upon his return to Fire Dragon Island. Luo Xian promptly established a protective barrier before entering his cave abode to sit cross-legged in meditation. He retrieved the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, which he had acquired at the Bayou Palace, and immediately commenced its refinement. In the primordial realm, spiritual treasures are categorized into innate and acquired types. Both categories further subdivide into inferior, middle, superior, extraordinary, and ultimate grades. Innate treasures are birthed by the natural order of heaven and earth, while acquired treasures are crafted through human ingenuity. For instance, the Turning Heaven Seal, created by the Yuanshu Tianzuan from fragment of the Buzhou Mountain, is an example of an acquired ultimate treasure. Innate treasures are imbued with restrictive seals. Inferior innate treasures typically possess between 1 and 12 seals, while middle-grade treasures hold 12 to 24 seals. Superior innate treasures contain 25 to 36 seals, and extraordinary innate treasures boast 37 to 48 seals. As the ancient adage states, the great Tao encompasses 50, heaven's transformation is 49, remove 1, and the innate ultimate treasure is the pinnacle of spiritual artifacts, embodying 49 seals. The number of seals directly influences the potency of the treasure. The god-slaying spear, being an innate ultimate treasure, naturally harbors 49 seals. Each seal, unraveled, exponentially amplifies its power. Take, for instance, Luo Xian's Wanyahu. Prior to the infusion of the solar true fire, it possessed but a single seal. Following the fusion, it attained 12 seals, elevating it to the apex of inferior spiritual treasures, its might multiplied manifold. Each fire crow could effortlessly incinerate cultivators within the true immortal realm. However, the efficacy of spiritual treasures varies significantly depending on their wielder. In Luo Xian's hands, the Wanya, who could only exhibit the capabilities of an inferior innate treasure, sufficient to contend with adversaries at the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal levels. Yet, in the hands of a saint, a single fire crow would suffice to incinerate formidable beings within the quasi-saint realm. With eyes closed and spirit-focused, Luo Xian suspended the god-slaying spear before his chest, whereupon a torrent of ominous black energy surged forth. He gradually penetrated this energy with his consciousness. Time flowed, and after 5 years, Luo Xian finally discerned the location of the first seal's refinement, promptly dedicating himself to the arduous process. In the blink of an eye, 80 years had elapsed, and tranquility enveloped Fire Dragon Island. At that moment, a sharp cry of the spear cleaved the air, followed by the emergence of a fierce black dragon, its visage menacing. Claws outstretched. "Return." With a subtle movement of his finger, Luo Xian commanded, and the black dragon vanished instantaneously, retreating into the god-slaying spear. The surface of the spear shimmered with tendrils of black mist, slowly saturating its form. Seizing the spear, Luo Xian felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his right arm. In the span of 80 years, he had managed to refine only 18 seals, barely enabling him to unleash 1% of the god-slaying spear's potential. Nevertheless, even this modest fraction endowed him with the capability to confront a Tai golden immortal. Should the reckless ne'er-do-well dare to provoke him again, they would surely face dire consequences. Yet, such a pace of refinement was indeed remarkably swift. Had it not been for his fusion with the true fire of the sun, it would have been impossible for him to conduct the alchemy so smoothly. Given his cultivation at the late stage of the golden immortal, Luo Xian rose, retracted the barrier, and proceeded towards the cave's exit, inhaling the fresh air deeply. At that moment, a figure approached swiftly from the distance. "Brother Luo Xian, you have emerged from your seclusion?" The newcomer was a robust man with hair standing on end like a hedgehog. Luo Xian recognized him as Zhu Wu, a Qi practitioner from Nine Dragons Island, with whom he had little interaction. Despite the bewilderment swirling within him, Luo Xian maintained his composure. After all, with so many disciples it was commonplace for them to visit one another and discuss the Tao. "Junior brother Zhu Wu, what brings you here?" Luo Xian clasped his fists in greeting. Zhu Wu, known in later times as one of the 28 constellations of the Heavenly Court, the Tail Fire Tiger, and also a deity of the fire department, declared, "Brother, there are demonic beasts wreaking havoc along the shores of the East Sea, slaughtering the human race indiscriminately. I have come in hopes that you will assist me in repelling these beasts." His expression was one of righteous indignation, striking a pose of selfless heroism. Were it not for Luo Xian's knowledge of the events surrounding the investiture of the gods, he might have been deceived. What nonsense is this? Demonic beasts causing chaos along the East Sea? That is a far-fetched jest. Golden Turtle Island lies on the shores of the East Sea, a sacred ground of the saints. Which foolhardy beast would dare disturb the vicinity of a saint's domain? Moreover, who could rival the unparalleled great demons of aside from the current heavenly court? From any perspective, it was utterly implausible for beasts to dare to create turmoil along the East Sea, unless there was someone orchestrating it. Luo Xian's mind raced as he recalled Zhu Wu's close ties with that schemer. This made sense. Surely that scoundrel, fearing his previous plot had failed and apprehensive of being discovered, had deliberately sent Zhu Wu to ensnare him, with the pieces falling into place. A chill swept through Luo Xian. "Zhu Wu, the true ally you seek is right before your eyes, yet you choose to be a pawn for another." This was Luo Xian's greatest indignation. Feigning a righteous fury, Luo Xian replied, "Very well. I shall accompany you to confront these beasts." "Thank you, brother," Zhu Wu exclaimed joyfully, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, and a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes, swiftly vanishing, yet not unnoticed by Luo Xian. Thus, the two transformed into a streak of spiritual light, racing towards the shores of the East Sea. The tranquility of the East Sea had been utterly shattered. Countless humans fled in panic, while towering waves surged upon the sea, crashing down like furious behemoths. "Help us! Who can come to our aid?" The desperate cries of countless humans echoed, yet no one answered, leaving them feeling like the most insignificant and helpless beings in the world. The human race, created by the goddess Niwa, stood as the most vulnerable beings in the current primordial world, nearly susceptible to indiscriminate slaughter. Had it not been for their formidable reproductive abilities, they might have long been extinguished as a race. Among the human race, the most formidable beings are none other than the three ancestral figures, who, according to Luo Xian's recollections, merely possess the cultivation of golden immortals. Beyond them, the other tribes of humanity are bereft of even a single practitioner, mostly consisting of ordinary mortals. Upon Luo Xian and Zhu Wu's arrival at the shores of the East Sea, they were met with a lamentable sight, igniting a surge of indignation within Luo Xian. Life is of inestimable value. Furthermore, Luo Xian hails from the 21st century, raised as an exceptional youth. Seeking death, with a cold snort, Luo Xian stepped upon the fiery clouds, standing proudly upon the surface of the sea as a torrent of flames erupted behind him. His eyes ignited with a crimson glow, coldly surveying the monstrous beasts beneath the tsunami. The raging fire clouds swiftly ascended, forming a colossal red barrier that thwarted the ferocious onslaught of the waves. Those humans, once steeped in despair and awaiting their demise, were astonished to discover they were still alive, slowly opening their eyes to behold a blinding light illuminating their faces. At that moment, Luo Xian's figure loomed in their hearts like a towering mountain. I am Luo Xian, disciple of the celestial sect, here to rescue you. Depart swiftly. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the shores of the East Sea. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you, celestial being. Countless humans expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply in appreciation. It is essential to recognize that humanity is destined to be the principal protagonist of the future. With the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors yet to take their rightful places, fostering goodwill with humanity now will undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits in the days to come. Roar! Beneath the surface of the sea lurked a black serpent. Enraged by Luo Xian's interference, it opened its cavernous maw and lunged ferociously towards him. 10,000 crow pot. Luo Xian scoffed, grasping the 10,000 crow pot, swiftly lifting its lid as a torrential wave of heat erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Caw! Caw! In an instant, 3,000 fire crows surged forth like a tidal wave, bearing the essence of true solar flames, fiercely soaring towards the black serpent. With his current cultivation level as a golden immortal, he could only summon 3,000 fire crows. Should he ascend to the realm of the supreme golden immortal, he would be able to command 6,000. The black serpent, merely at the mid-level of the golden immortal stage, quivered at the sight of the 3,000 fire crows. A profound dread swelling within its heart. Wherever the fire crows passed, the surface of the sea boiled, countless fish and shrimp meeting a swift demise, while the waters surrounding the black serpent transformed into billowing steam. Roar! Following this, the 3,000 fire crows encircled the black serpent, causing it to shriek in agony. Go! With a flick of his finger, Luo Xian issued a command. The 3,000 fire crows seemed to heed his call, frantically tearing at the serpent's entire body. Roar! 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 Chapter 5. The Conspiracy of the Long-Eared Celestial Being and the Life and Death Struggle on the Shores of the East Sea. Upon an obscure isle stood a gaunt and rather unsightly figure, the long-eared celestial being. Luo Xian, today marks your demise. I have meticulously arranged a deadly trap, eagerly awaiting your unwitting descent into it. This was the intricate scheme devised by the long-eared celestial being. At this moment, his demeanor was icy, his gaze flickering with a hint of vengeful ire. How dare a mere outer disciple bring such humiliation upon him before his peers? In his eyes, outer disciples like Luo Xian were as plentiful as cattle in a field. And what could the assistance of Zhao Gongming possibly change? Once Luo Xian met his end, attributing his demise to a beast, who could ever trace it back to him? Once more, Luo Xian lightly flicked his finger, unleashing 3,000 fire crows that plummeted toward the black dragon with the force of meteorites. He then advanced steadily, reaching the center of the sea. Suddenly, the surface of the water surged, and the air trembled violently as a blinding sphere of light erupted before him. Luo Xian's heart raced, his focus sharpening. Before his eyes, the luminous orb swiftly morphed into 3 interconnected beams, instantly forming a formation. A frown creased Luo Xian's brow as he found himself enveloped by the formation, acutely aware of an invisible force constraining his body. Success. The hidden long-eared celestial being reveled in his triumph as he witnessed Luo Xian ensnared within the trap. He understood that without this formation, even with the black dragon's assistance, defeating Luo Xian would have been a formidable challenge. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the black dragon seized its opportunity. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it sent forth towering waves, creating an impenetrable wall of water to thwart the oncoming fire crows. Caw! Caw! The fire crows, sensing Luo Xian's plight, screeched in alarm and hastily returned to his side. So it's the 3-kill formation. Luo Xian scoffed inwardly. Contemplating the lengths the long-eared celestial being was willing to go to eliminate him. This formation, though not as formidable as the 9 Curves Yellow River formation or the extermination of a mortal sword formation, was certainly capable of momentarily restraining cultivators below the Tai Golden Immortal realm, a threat not to be underestimated. Triumph. The long-eared celestial being, concealed in the shadows, could not suppress his elation. He immediately transformed into a beam of light, soaring skyward, swiftly arriving beside Zhu Wu. Attack! Without hesitation, the long-eared celestial being urged, fearing any unforeseen complications. The tail fire tiger, Zhu Wu, upon hearing this command, charged forth like an arrow loose from its bow, rolling up his sleeves and swinging his right fist, imbued with a colossal force, toward Luo Xian's head. Just as the fist was about to connect, a deep crimson flame materialized behind Luo Xian, surging forth like a tidal wave. It was the unparalleled solar true fire. This sudden turn of events startled Zhu Wu, who quickly retracted his fist and retreated hastily. Did he truly believe such a tactic could ensnare me? Luo Xian's expression was frigid, his eyes brimming with mockery. Luo Xian, is far from a benevolent saint. Those who dare to provoke him will undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Let us go. His gaze sinister, exuding an aura of death as his power surged dramatically. The surrounding sea, devoid of wind, began to churn, creating towering waves, while the very fabric of space trembled violently. Above, the sky suddenly split open, and a colossal sword, comprised of 7 hues, descended slowly. Zhu Wu also snorted coldly, brandishing his low-grade spiritual treasure steel fork with ferocity, stomping the ground with his hind legs, his figure launching forth like a cannonball. He perceived himself merely as a humble outer disciple. Yet if he could align himself with the 7 celestial attendants, he would surely secure his footing within the sect. The 7 celestial attendants, having served the heavenly master for millennia, were nominally outer disciples, but had long been indistinguishable from inner disciples, enjoying the master's favor. Roar! The black flood dragon hesitated no longer, fully aware that it had irrevocably offended Luo Xian. Should it fail to slay him today, its entire clan might bear the repercussions. Conversely, if it succeeded in vanquishing Luo Xian, it might forge a connection with the disciples of the sage. Initially, it had desired peaceful coexistence, yet it was met with incessant provocation and mockery. Luo Xian's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, and 3,000 fire crows surged forth like ferocious predators escaping their nests. Zhu Wu found himself encircled by the fire crows, swinging his steel fork desperately, yet he could not break free from their relentless assault. Luo Xian, how can you still wield a spiritual treasure? Zhu Wu exclaimed in alarm. It should be noted that the 3-kill formation not only restricts movement, but also confines spiritual treasures, rendering them unusable for a brief period. He had just witnessed the might of the 10,000 crows pot firsthand. Luo Xian remained silent as the fire crows effortlessly breached Zhu Wu's defenses, prompting him to frantically wield his fork in futile resistance, unable to escape the overwhelming onslaught of the fire crows. Luo Xian, prepare to meet your end. The 7-colored celestial sword, growing in size with the wind, transformed into a towering blade, descending from the heavens as if the weight of Mount Tai was upon him. This 7-colored celestial sword was forged from the soul of the ancient demon rabbit, which, upon its demise, had fused with the 7-colored divine gold, evolving into a spiritual treasure through the ages. Simultaneously, the black flood dragon, resembling a moving black mountain, approached Luo Xian, opening its fearsome jaws in an attempt to swallow him whole. True Sunfire. Luo Xian exhibited no fear. Instead, his spirit soared. Flames rapidly coalesced around him, and the surrounding air crackled ominously, as if unable to withstand the terrifying heat. What kind of flame is this? Once the true Sunfire was unleashed, a dreadful heat wave enveloped the black flood dragon, causing it to emit piercing cries of agony. Moments later, the scales fell from its massive body, which plummeted into the sea like a kite severed from its string. The air became thick with the aroma of roasted meat, enticing countless fish and shrimp to vie for the feast. God-slaying spear. Luo Xian snorted coldly, and a pitch-black spear materialized instantaneously before him. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its hue, and the sun and moon dimmed to a mere shadow of their former selves. A fierce gale howled and wreaked havoc. sweeping up dust and stones that filled the air. A monumental force, akin to a surging tide of wrath, swept through the void. Luo Xian hastily summoned his celestial powers, exerting all his strength to wield the god-slaying spear. After all, the might of a congenital treasure was overwhelmingly potent, and with his golden, immortal cultivation, even a moment's carelessness could lead to the depletion of his magical energy. Buzz! The spear surged with dark energy, rolling like thunder and instantly saturating half the sky. The black mist coalesced into a dragon, as thick as a barrel, roaring as it lunged directly toward the colorful celestial sword. Boom! The clang of metal reverberated through the heavens, stirring up colossal waves that transformed into countless droplets, cascading down like a waterfall. As the spray gradually settled, the god-slaying spear shone brilliantly, the dark energy once again boiling and churning, with the black dragon roaring and galloping within. Meanwhile, the colorful celestial sword fell helplessly to the ground. How could this be? Why are you so formidable? The long-eared celestial's lips bled slightly. His face contorted into a grotesque mask of disbelief, his voice hoarse as he shouted in desperation. His eyes, already as small as green beans, now narrowed to mere slits. Break! Luo Xian snorted coldly, offering no reply, his gaze filled with disdain, as if he were observing an utterly foolish being. Why? Because in his heart, he knew he was destined to be the protagonist who would rise. He took a step forward, and beneath his feet, half a cloud of crimson erupted, flames swirling within. In an instant, the seemingly impenetrable three-kill formation was shattered with a thunderous roar. Fear often stems from the chasm of power, akin to the chilling dread of insufficient firepower. The Thousand Crows Cauldron. Luo Xian sheathed the god-slaying spear, having expended a significant amount of his magical energy with just one use. Had it not been for the sustenance of the true fire of the sun, he might have already drained his powers completely. Caw! Caw! 3,000 fiery crows surged forth like meteors, hurtling toward the long-eared celestial. Damn it! Luo Xian. The long-eared celestial cursed loudly, hurriedly gathering his powers to resist. Yet it was all too late. The surrounding space twisted and contorted under the scorching blaze of the true fire of the sun, flames rushing from all directions toward the long-eared celestial. Puff! The moment the flames made contact with his body, the long-eared celestial's vital energy surged and his chest tightened, causing a mouthful of blood to spill forth uncontrollably. His eyes darkened, and with swift hand gestures, he chanted incantations, a faint glow materializing around him. Soon, the spirit pivot lamp appeared above his head, its light forming a barrier that temporarily shielded him from the onslaught of the fiery crows. Seizing this fleeting moment, the long-eared celestial grasped the Zhu Wu, transforming it into a beam of spiritual light, fleeing in a panic, leaving behind a voice of resentment echoing in the air. Luo Xian, you shall pay for this. Chapter 6. Aiding humanity and spreading the teachings. Did you think I would let you escape so easily? Luo Xian did not pursue them. Instead, a faint, cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and a flicker of crimson light danced in the depths of his gaze. He slowly raised his right hand, and amidst the flickering flames, a bow and arrow materialized in his grasp. This bow, known as 10,000 miles of rising smoke, though merely a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure with a single restriction, was more than sufficient to pierce the flesh of the long-eared celestial. With a seamless motion, Luo Xian knocked the arrow and aimed it precisely at the direction in which the long-eared celestial was fleeing. In the next instant, a dazzling, fire-red arrow shot forth from thin air. Whoosh! 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 The fierce arrow energy sliced through the void, creating ripples in its wake, while the space resonated with a cacophony of crackling sounds. Oh no! The long-eared celestial, desperately trying to escape, felt a sudden tightening in his chest as he sensed an overwhelmingly fierce aura rapidly approaching from behind. In terror, he glanced back, only to find a fire-red arrow looming before him. He hurriedly summoned his magical power in an attempt to defend himself, but it was all too late. ZZZ, brother, be careful. The arrow pierced directly between the two of them, its scorching flames instantly scorching the surrounding air. Before Zhu Wu could finish his warning, the arrow forcefully embedded itself into the long-eared celestial's right shoulder. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the long-eared celestial, echoing his agony. "It hurts, Luo Xian." The arrow had penetrated deeply into the long-eared celestial's shoulder, and in an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, draining the color from his face to a ghastly white, and his breath weakened considerably. Seeing this, Zhu Wu rushed forward, channeling his magical power in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding from a wound. "Today, this is merely a lesson for you." Observing the long-eared celestial in such disarray, a faint smile played upon Luo Xian's lips. In truth, he possessed the capability to eliminate this traitorous long-eared celestial. But the teachings of the Jia sect strictly forbade infighting among its members. As one of the 7 celestials in attendance, the long-eared celestial was favored by the master of Tongtian and held considerable prestige among the outer disciples. Although Luo Xian was well aware that the long-eared celestial would betray the Jia sect in the future, it was crucial to unveil his true nature to the master and the disciples, lest he himself be branded as a traitor to his fellow sect members. Should that occur, he would face expulsion from the sect at best, or the complete ruin of his cultivation at worst. Luo Xian sheathed the 10,000 miles of rising smoke and turned to the 7-colored celestial sword. The sword shimmered with a brilliant interplay of 7 colors, emanating a mysterious and enchanting light. Buzz! As Luo Xian picked up the 7-colored celestial sword, the blade emitted a resonant hum. In that moment, an expansive scene of fierce battles among the myriad races unfolded in his mind like a grand tapestry. Was that the great catastrophe of beasts? Returning to his senses, Luo Xian swallowed hard, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks like pearls. It is important to recognize that the calamity of fierce beasts represents the second major catastrophe following the creation of the heavens, even predating the Dragon Han calamity. As Luo Xian glanced once more at the 7-colored immortal sword, it had already returned to a state of tranquility. He promptly stowed the sword away into the confines of the system space. At that moment, a trickle of heavenly merit surged into Luo Xian's body like a gentle stream. Luo Xian furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring softly, "Is this heavenly merit?" It is known that merit can not only be utilized to enhance one's cultivation, but also to forge treasures of merit. However, Luo Xian chose not to employ this merit for personal advancement. After all, the Tao emphasizes impartiality, while the heavenly path harbors its own selfish inclinations. To rely on the power of heavenly merit for self-improvement would be akin to becoming a slave to the heavenly order, shackling oneself with invisible chains. Much like the 365 deities sealed within the list of gods, who, despite enjoying offerings of incense and merit, have ultimately become vassals of the heavenly order. Luo Xian turned around, preparing to return to Fire Dragon Island. At this moment, the previously fleeing human clans emerged from their hiding places, approaching Luo Xian with gratitude. "Immortal, we thank you. Immortal, we are indebted to your rescue. Immortal, please allow us to pay our respects." Countless individuals from the human race bowed in reverence, humbly prostrating themselves on the ground, their expressions filled with profound sincerity. Were it not for Luo Xian's timely intervention, many of their kin would have likely met a gruesome fate. In this primordial world, teeming with myriad races, quasi-saint powerhouses abound like fish crossing a river, and great Luo golden immortals are commonplace. Among the weak human race, cultivators are exceedingly rare, rendering them unable to withstand the rampant slaughter by the beast tribes. I am Luo Xian, a disciple of the Upper Clear Saint of the. There is no need for such formality. Luo Xian hastened to assist the others to their feet. They were overwhelmed with gratitude and emotion. Despite the current fragility of the human race, once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors ascend to their rightful places, humanity shall undoubtedly rise and take its place as the foremost race in the primordial realm. Immortal, would you honor us by visiting our tribe for further discourse? The elder leading the group extended a sincere invitation, which Luo Xian graciously accepted. Cultivating amicable relations with the humans in advance would pave the way for the acquisition of heavenly merit when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerge. With careful planning, perhaps even the outcome of the sealing of the gods could be altered. Accompanied by the throng of admirers, Luo Xian made his way toward the tribe. 3 days later, he had grown quite familiar with his community, known as the Windsea tribe. While there were cultivators within the tribe, most remained at the initial stage of refining essence into qi. This stage, known as the refining essence into qi, is the first realm of the mortal realm and marks the beginning of the path to immortality. The human race is exceedingly weak. Even a mere encounter with a moderately powerful beast could lead to the slaughter of many within their ranks. Within the chieftain's cave, the leader of the Windsea tribe sat alongside Luo Xian, both enjoying a spread of dried fruits and meat. Over the past few days, the members of the tribe had shown immense warmth towards Luo Xian, offering him the finest provisions available to entertain him. Though these fruits were dry and difficult to swallow, and the meat was only half-cooked, they represented the finest offerings available to them. The plight of the human race was truly dire. Luo Xian gazed at the chieftain of the Wind and Sea tribe, observing that despite being in his early 50s, his hair was already white and his frame hunched, bearing the weight of time. After a considerable pause, the chieftain turned to Luo Xian, his eyes flickering with a resolute glimmer, as if he had made a profound decision. Suddenly, the chieftain knelt to the ground. Thud! The sound of his knees striking the earth resonated clearly. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xian hurriedly rose to assist the chieftain. Please, rise, my chieftain. However, the chieftain remained unwilling to stand, his expression troubled, yet sincere as he implored, I beseech you, immortal Luo Xian, to save our human race. Our current predicament is unbearably harsh. With that, he bowed deeply before Luo Xian 3 times. The human race had only recently been established, feeble and vulnerable. Struggling to survive in this brutal primordial world seemed akin to scaling a mountain. Luo Xian could not help but let out a deep sigh. No race is born powerful and capable of dominating the primordial realm. All must endure trials, tribulations, and despair. This is the path the human race must traverse. Chieftain, please rise. I shall assist the human race. Thank you, immortal. The chieftain slowly rose, his eyes brimming with fervor and anticipation as he looked at Luo Xian. The human race was founded by the goddess Nuwa, who they believed would provide them with protection, allowing them to live in peace. Yet, the harsh reality delivered a stinging blow. It seemed Nuwa was indifferent to the plight of the human race, never extending a hand to aid them even as they sank into dire straits. As for the Taiji sage, although he established the teachings for humanity, he merely left behind an esoteric method of cultivation, which had long been neglected by the human race. Luo Xian had already formed a plan in his heart. He clasped his hands in respect to the chieftain and declared, Chieftain, grant me 3 days. The chieftain provided Luo Xian with a tranquil cave dwelling. Luo Xian possessed 2 forms of cultivation techniques, the Shangqing Immortal Method and the Jiuxiao Burning Heaven Technique. The Shangqing Immortal Method was created by the Shangqing sage and could not be shared without the sage's consent. Furthermore, it required certain foundational attributes and cultivation levels from practitioners. Otherwise, comprehending its mysteries would be exceedingly difficult. Clearly, the Shangqing Immortal Method was unsuitable for the human race. On the other hand, the Jiuxiao Burning Heaven Technique was Luo Xian's innate cultivation method, encompassing techniques from the earth immortal realm to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. But it was only suitable for beings of the innate fire element. Luo Xian resolved to use the Jiuxiao Burning Heaven Technique as a foundation to evolve a method suitable for the human race's cultivation. 3 years later, boom. The tranquil cave was shattered by an overwhelming force as Luo Xian slowly opened his eyes, the crimson light emanating from them illuminating the entire void. Before him floated a jade slip, and a smile of satisfaction graced Luo Xian's lips. It is complete. Chapter 7. The transmission of the Dharma in the Sea of Wind and the refinement of the Spirit Pearl within the abode of the Wind Sea Clan Chief. A remarkable transformation occurred. Although the elder's eyes had become clouded with age, they suddenly ignited with a brilliant clarity as he intently gazed at the jade slip in Luo Xian's hand. Despite lacking any cultivation, being merely immortal, his decades of experience sharpened his senses, leading him to discern that this jade slip was no ordinary object. He had an inkling that it might contain a form of cultivation technique reminiscent of the golden elixir path passed down by the great sage of Taiji. Luo Xian, not in haste to respond, merely smiled and gestured for the Wind Sea clan chief to accept the jade slip. He then inquired, "Does your tribe possess any methods of cultivation?" The human race, crafted by Nuwa, are postnatal beings, even though the spiritual essence of the primordial world is abundant, allowing humans to live for a century and possess immense strength. They ultimately remain bound by their mortal nature. Cultivation methods? The clan chief's expression turned to one of confusion, quickly followed by a deep reflection. In the ancestral lands of humanity, there are indeed a few texts of cultivation. However, tribes like ours possess none. The Wind Sea tribe, situated by the Eastern Sea, boasted a mere population of 500,000. Does the Wind Sea tribe aspire to possess its own cultivation method? Luo Xian pressed further. Upon hearing this, the clan chief felt a tremor of excitement course through him, and he asked with trepidation, Can the Wind Sea tribe really do that? Why not? The human race is part of the myriad beings of the primordial world. If all tribes can cultivate, why should humans be an exception? Luo Xian's voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in the heart of the clan chief. Could it be that this jade slip contained a cultivation technique? The clan chief's eyes widened, his hands tightly clutching the jade slip as he gazed fervently at Luo Xian. Luo Xian nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, the clan chief eagerly opened the jade slip to peruse its contents, and then let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. May the heavens bless our human race. With this technique, our people shall surely grow strong. Overcome with emotion, the clan chief laughed uproariously, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing such fervor, Luo Xian felt a pang in his heart and gently spoke, "In the days to come, I shall impart the teachings each morning. The foundation of a day is laid at dawn. The morning, at the break of day, is most beneficial for the practice of cultivation. Master, will teach?" The clan chief was once again profoundly astonished, his breath quickening. It must be noted that the teachings of the Dharma are not to be imparted lightly. This is precisely why cultivation techniques have remained so scarce among humans. Even the great sage of Taiji, who established the human teachings, did not offer his insights readily. Such a situation could not help but leave him in utter disbelief. First, distribute the cultivation techniques, and then I shall begin my teachings at dawn tomorrow. With that, Luo Xian turned and departed, returning to the secluded chamber prepared for him by the clan chief. Seated cross-legged, Luo Xian gazed into the distance, his eyes profoundly deep, with fiery orbs of light flickering within. The innate talents of the human race have never been inferior to those of other tribes. Rather, they often surpass them. Provided with methods of cultivation and attentive guidance, the human race is destined to carve out a vast domain within the primordial world. The potential of humanity is boundless, far surpassing that of myriad races. Their current frailty is merely a result of lacking cultivation methods. Should a means of training be acquired, they could undoubtedly catch up to the other races in a brief span of time. The technique conveyed by Luo Xian, the Crimson Flame Technique, is a simplified version of the Heavenly Burning Technique. With this technique, advancing from refining essence to transforming into the great Luo Golden Immortal is not a formidable challenge. During this period, Luo Xian had ample time to seek out additional cultivation methods for humanity. The following morning, Luo Xian arrived at the square where the chief of the Wind Sea clan awaited him. The chief had been there for some time, and the square was already filled with tens of thousands of robust young men and middle-aged individuals. Standing beside Luo Xian, the chief radiated excitement, his face slightly flushed. He proclaimed in a voice as resounding as a bell, "This is Luo Xian, a disciple of the Upper Clear Saint of the, here today to elucidate the celestial arts for us. Everyone must pay close attention and not squander the efforts of the esteemed immortal." Yes, the response from the multitude was a unified chorus, echoing to the heavens. Each individual was filled with fervor and ambition, their gazes fixed intently on Luo Xian. Subsequently, he began to explain the Crimson Flame technique. In the primal chaos, there exist 4 great flames, namely, Luo Xian spoke slowly, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. The Crimson Flame technique was straightforward and comprehensible, perfectly suited for human cultivation. For 3 consecutive months, Luo Xian delivered his teachings in the square. On the morning of the 3rd day, he visited the cave dwelling of the Wind Sea clan chief to bid farewell. "Esteemed immortal, please accept this." As Luo Xian stepped into the cave, the chief presented a wooden box to him. Upon opening it, a fiery red orb lay quietly within, imbued with boundless fire elemental power. It was none other than the innate mid-grade spiritual treasure, the Fire Spirit Pearl. Renowned throughout the primal chaos, such fire-based treasures are exceedingly rare, and Luo Xian recognized it at once. "Esteemed immortal, this treasure was birthed in our Wind Sea tribe. We are unaware of its precise function, but we know it to be extraordinary. This is the most precious item in our tribe, a gift for you, esteemed immortal. I hope you do not find it lacking." The chief's expression was sincere and earnest. Luo Xian accepted the Fire Spirit Pearl, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, chief. I have imparted the technique. I hope the people of humanity will cultivate diligently. Should you encounter danger in the future, you may find me on Fire Dragon Island." With that, Luo Xian mounted his crimson steed and departed. On the very first day of his absence, the Wind Sea tribe witnessed the emergence of its first practitioner who had refined qi in his spirit. With the first came the second and third. Practitioners of qi transformation blossomed like bamboo shoots after rain. A month later, the tribe celebrated its first practitioner who had returned to the void. 3 months hence, the first cultivator who had merged with the void appeared. 6 months later, the first earth immortal of the Wind Sea tribe emerged, and the entire community was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere, rejoicing in collective elation. Countless individuals hold deep gratitude for Luo Xian. After deliberating with the clan leader, they erected a statue in his honor, prominently positioned at the center of the Fenghai tribe square, where it receives the reverence of hundreds of thousands. A year later, the Fenghai tribe underwent a profound transformation, starkly contrasting their former state. Within this single year, the tribe welcomed a celestial being, 3 practitioners of the Void Refinement Realm, 10 cultivators of the Spirit Refinement Realm, 25 adept in the Qi Transformation Realm, and 60 skilled in the Essence Refinement Realm. In just one brief year, the Fenghai tribe evolved from a feeble entity, powerless and vulnerable, to one possessing its own formidable strength. Though this power remains nascent, it undeniably marks an extraordinary beginning. It is believed that it will not be long before humanity rises triumphantly, earning its resounding accolades throughout the vast wilderness. Upon his return to Fire Dragon Island, Luo Xian swiftly established a barrier and immediately settled into a meditative posture, commencing the refinement of the innate mid-grade spiritual treasure, the Fire Spirit Pearl. As an innate mid-grade treasure, it encompasses 24 prohibitions, placing it among the elite within its category. With closed eyes and focused mind, he raised his right hand, channeling his transcendent powers to begin the alchemical process of the Fire Spirit Pearl. Instantly, the temperature within the cavern soared, flames dancing wildly. In the endless passage of the primordial era, time is but a fleeting whisper. A century flits by like a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. Buzz. Luo Xian gradually opened his eyes, observing that the once fiery flames beside him had transformed into a deep crimson, their hue intensifying. The richer the color of the flames, the mightier their power becomes. The Fire Spirit Pearl now floated in his palm, establishing a wondrous and profound connection between them. Through this refinement, his mastery of fire-related divine abilities ascended to new heights. When it comes to his prowess in fire magic, he now ranks among the top 3 in the primordial expanse. Luo Xian stowed the Fire Spirit Pearl away, but chose not to rise. Instead, he opted to continue his cultivation. Only a few hundred years had elapsed since the last sermon at the Bo Palace. The palace delivers its teachings once every 10,000 years, each sermon lasting a millennium. Thus, he still possesses over 9,000 years to delve deeper into his practice. Subsequently, Luo Xian closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in the contemplation of the true fire of the sun. Chapter 8. The Golden Bird's Transformation into a Rainbow. The sermon commenced amidst the timeless expanse of the primordial wilderness. Luo Xian secluded himself on Fire Dragon Island, seemingly detached from the relentless flow of time. Millennia passed as fleeting moments, vanishing in the blink of an eye. On this day, a subtle furrow appeared on Luo Xian's previously serene countenance. His eyes gradually opened, revealing an expression brimming with astonishment. Was this the Golden Crow's transformation into a rainbow? The initial look of surprise, tinged with uncertainty, evaporated like mist, swiftly replaced by a glimmer of joy. The Golden Crow's transformation into a rainbow was a unique divine ability of the Golden Crow clan, renowned as one of the swiftest techniques in the primordial realm. When invoked, it allowed for a sudden retreat spanning 12 myriad miles, even capable of tearing through the void, traversing a distance of 240,000 miles in an instant. Its applications were boundless. It could facilitate rapid travel across the heavens and earth, or grant unexpected advantages in combat, leaving adversaries utterly unprepared. In times of peril, its astonishing speed could also serve as a means of escape from dire situations. Recalling the fierce battle against the witch ancestor, the 10 small golden crows had adeptly evaded the formidable Quafu, darting around like phantoms, playing within his grasp. Without such prowess, how could the 10 golden crows have narrowly escaped the clutches of the great witch? With this divine ability, the vastness of the primordial wilderness would be mine to traverse freely. Luo Xian's eyes fully opened, a flash of golden light illuminating his gaze, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. It was worth noting that the famed Sun Wukong's somersault cloud could only traverse a mere 108,000 miles, while the Kunping's wings could cover a mere 90,000 miles. In light of this, who in the entire primordial realm could rival him in speed? With a buoyant spirit, Luo Xian stepped out of his cave dwelling. He raised his gaze towards Fire Dragon Island, where a myriad of fiery flora thrived in lush abundance, resembling a vast sea of flames from afar. As Luo Xian's sanctuary, Fire Dragon Island was intrinsically linked to him. The more powerful his fire-based divine abilities became, the hotter the island grew, fostering even more vibrant plant life. Since Luo Xian refined the true fire of the sun, the island seemed to have experienced a surge of vitality, with vegetation growing wildly, reaching unprecedented heights. Moreover, the fire attribute energies contained within these spiritual plants had intensified, rendering them invaluable alchemical materials. Reflecting on the passage of time, it had nearly been 10,000 years since his last sermon, and the time for the next gathering was fast approaching. Luo Xian pondered that if he were to retreat into seclusion again at this moment, it would undoubtedly be a counterproductive endeavor. Over the last 9 millennia, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, standing merely a step away from the Tai golden immortal stage. Yet, Luo Xian remained unhurried, fully aware that the path of cultivation required a steady and deliberate approach. At that moment, a distant voice echoed through the air. "Senior brother Luo Xian, you have finally emerged from your retreat." Luo Xian looked up to see a young man clad in a tattered purple robe, soaring towards him on a cloud. The youth's hair appeared somewhat sparse, his brows dusted with faint particles, and his robe bore numerous patches, reflecting a life of hardship. As he opened his mouth, a glimpse of his incomplete teeth was revealed. The visitor was none other than the fire-receiving heavenly monarch, Lu Huan. Lu Huan, a practitioner from Nine Dragons Island, shared a deep camaraderie with Luo Xian. During the investiture of the gods, he and Luo Xian jointly set fire to Shichi, demonstrating exceptional mastery over fire-related divine powers. After his demise, he was granted the title of fire-receiving heavenly monarch, becoming one of the 5 righteous deities of the fire department, under the command of Luo Xian. Senior brother, how has the innate fire spirit formation on Fire Dragon Island grown so formidable that it has ensnared my junior for a century? Lu Huan lamented as he approached Luo Xian, unable to contain his grievances. At that moment, his purple Taoist robe was tattered and worn, lacking any semblance of celestial grace. This innate fire spirit formation was birthed by the Fire Dragon Island itself. Since Luo Xian took residence there, he had refined it, allowing the formation to move at will. Each time he entered seclusion, Luo Xian would activate the fire spirit formation. This array not only defended against natural calamities like tsunamis and hurricanes, but also barred unwelcome intruders. Without Luo Xian's permission, any unauthorized entry would trigger the fire spirit formation. Before Luo Xian harmonized with the true fire of the sun, Lu Huan could navigate the barriers with some difficulty, but ultimately managed to enter safely. However, after millennia, when Lu Huan attempted to enter once more, he found himself ensnared for 100 years. Had Luo Xian not emerged from seclusion and promptly deactivated the formation, Lu Huan might have perished within its confines. The current fire spirit formation had evolved dramatically, transforming from a simple entrapment array into a formidable killing formation. Unauthorized intrusion would instantaneously activate it, unleashing a horde of flame-formed beasts that would pounce upon the intruder like famished tigers. With Luo Xian's integration of the true fire of the sun and the fire spirit pearl, the formation's potency had reached extraordinary heights. Lu Huan's survival after a century of entrapment was attributed to both luck and strength, a mere stroke of fortune. "Junior brother, what brings you here this time?" Luo Xian inquired with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Lu Huan dusted off his clothes and tousled his disheveled hair, revealing his incomplete teeth once again as he grinned and replied, "Senior brother, a discourse is about to commence, and during my travels through the vast wilderness these past years, I have made some new acquaintances whom I wish to introduce to you." Lu Huan was known for his magnanimous and righteous nature, valuing loyalty and friendship. His previous journey had caused him to miss the teachings at Bo Palace. As the saying goes, great individuals advocate for gathering many allies while minimizing enemies. Cultivating friendships is undoubtedly beneficial along the path of cultivation. "Excellent." Luo Xian nodded with delight. Just then, 3 resounding chimes of golden bells echoed across the vast wilderness, reverberating like thunder. Zong, zong, zong. The discourse was set to commence. The two exchanged glances, and Lu Huan was the first to take flight, transforming into a streak of fire, soaring through the void like a meteor. The red smoke steed, with a commanding call, Luo Xian leaped gracefully onto the back of the crimson steed, transforming into a vibrant red cloud that soared alongside Lu Huan. As they journeyed, they beheld the multitude of disciples from the surging towards Jinao Island like a tidal wave, their various spiritual lights intertwining in a dazzling display. From a distance, Jinao Island and the Bo Palace came into view, revealing a landscape of serene mountains and clear waters, lush vegetation, and a thriving array of wildlife. Each visit to this enchanting isle filled Luo Xian with awe. "Greetings, brother Luo Xian. Greetings, brother Lu Huan." As Luo Xian stepped onto Jinao Island and approached the Bo Palace, numerous outer disciples who had arrived early greeted him with respectful bows. Following his commendation from the sage during the last sermon, many disciples harbored admiration and a yearning to befriend him. "Greetings to all my junior brothers." Luo Xian responded with a warm smile, acknowledging each greeting with grace. He then stood before the Bo Palace, patiently awaiting the grand opening of its doors. "Brother, the 4 saints of Jiulong Island have arrived." Lu Huan suddenly pointed towards the distance. Following Lu Huan's gesture, Luo Xian observed 4 radiant figures swiftly approaching. The name of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island resonated like thunder in the primordial realm, familiar to Luo Xian, a devoted admirer of the ancient tales. "Greetings, brother Luo Xian." Just as Luo Xian pondered, the 4 luminous figures descended beside him. Each bore a distinct appearance, and their personalities seemed equally varied. They all bowed respectfully to Luo Xian, demonstrating their etiquette. "Dear junior brothers, there is no need for such formality." Luo Xian promptly returned their salutation, taking a moment to appraise the 4 saints of Jiulong Island. They were Wang Mo, Yang Sun, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba. As disciples of the 4 saints dedicated their years to profound cultivation on Jiulong Island in the West Sea.
during the conflict between the Shang dynasty and Shiqi. They were summoned by Grandmaster Wenzhong to assist General Zhang Guifeng at Qinglong Pass. Leveraging their formidable powers, they once achieved a resounding victory against Jiangxia on the battlefield. However, their fates were tragic. Wang Mo fell to the blades of the heavenly master Wen Shu in Jinjia. Gao Yuqian was struck down by Jiangxia's divine whip. Li Xingba was slain by Mu Jia with a Wu hook sword, and Yang Sun perished amidst the fierce combat. After their deaths, all four were inscribed upon the Fengshan Bang and honored as the Grand Marshals of the Lingxiao Palace, tasked with guarding its sanctum. Suddenly, the doors of the Bo Palace creaked open, and the Wind and Fire Boy emerged with light steps, softly announcing, "The Master's sermon is about to commence. Brothers and sisters, please enter. Junior brothers, please." Luo Xian was the first to speak, wearing a gentle smile. He understood that the four saints of Jiulong Island were far from the traitorous Long Ear and Dingguang Xian. Their loyalty to the was unwavering. "Brother, please." The four were filled with excitement, their hands trembling slightly as they returned the gesture. With their cultivation at merely the initial stage of Golden Immortal, and their modest talents and backgrounds, they naturally could not be compared to Luo Xian, who was shaped by the primordial fire. In this moment, witnessing Luo Xian's humble demeanor, how could one not feel an exhilarating thrill within? Should one forge a friendship with Luo Xian, it would undoubtedly provide a formidable assurance when traversing the vast wilderness in the future. The disciples, in an orderly manner, made their way towards the Azure Palace. The once boisterous crowd fell into an immediate silence upon entering the sacred space. In the front row, the esteemed core disciples remained unchanged. The second row was occupied by Zhao Gongming, the three heavens, and the attending seven fairies. This time, due to Lu Huan and the four saints of Nine Dragon Island accompanying Luo Xian, they found themselves fortuitously seated in the third row, a notable advantage, as they typically occupied a more distant position. The five of them silently expressed their gratitude towards Luo Xian, each vowing to cultivate a close relationship with him in the days to come. Chapter 9. The Preaching Once More. The contest of the three teachings at the revered site of Bo Palace. A multitude of celestial beings gathered, creating an awe-inspiring scene that naturally captivated the attention of countless primordial entities. The term myriad immortals merely serves as an approximation. Among the disciples of there are tens of thousands, not to mention the numerous registered disciples. These categorized into inner disciples, outer disciples, and registered disciples. The inner disciples, who are direct successors, all possess the cultivation level of early quasi-saints, having already established formidable reputations across the vast expanse of the primordial world. Among the outer disciples, figures such as Zhao Gongming and the three heavens have reached the realm of great Luo Jingxian, while the seven immortals who accompany them stand at the level of Tai Jingxian. Individuals like Luo Xian, Lu Huan, and the four saints of Jiulong Island currently reside at the Golden Immortal stage. As for the registered disciples, their cultivation varies greatly. Some have attained the Golden Immortal level, while others have only just transformed into Earth Immortals. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the air is suffused with ethereal energy, and the sounds of celestial melodies linger endlessly. The landscape is picturesque, with lush vegetation and a plethora of birds and beasts joyfully traversing the woods, resembling a heavenly realm on earth. Within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign sits upon a mat, his eyes slightly narrowed, visibly displeased. He casts a fleeting glance towards Golden Ao Island and coldly remarks, "A bunch of armored creatures, merely hatched from wet eggs, are truly unworthy of attaining the great Tao." Below him, the 12 golden immortals, including Yin Zhongzi, Nanji Xianwang, and Ran Deng, bow their heads in silence. Guang Chengzi, however, is lost in thought. He raises his gaze to the primordial heavenly sovereign and echoes his sentiments, saying, "The disciples possess neither fortune nor profound roots. They are but a herd of beasts. Focus on your cultivation and do not tarnish the name of our." The primordial heavenly sovereign speaks once more, his attention shifting to Guang Chengzi, his demeanor softening slightly, revealing a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Each time he observes his 12 golden immortals and compares them to the disciples of, a swell of pride inevitably rises within him. After all, each of the 12 golden immortals of carries immense fortune and deep roots, being innate beings that cannot be compared to the disciples of. In his view, the disciples of are merely a collection of inconsequential creatures. At Shuyang Mountain, within the 8 Scenery Palace, the Taiji sage remains as tranquil as a still well, unperturbed by the grand assembly of. He observes the scene with an expressionless face, casting a faint glance before retracting it, murmuring to himself, I wonder if my third brother's actions are right or wrong. Kneeling below, Xuandu, though at the early quasi-saint level, bears a look of perplexity as he gazes up at the Taiji sage, asking, Master, what is right and what is wrong? Focus on your cultivation. The Taiji sage does not answer Xuandu's question. Within the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa, adorned in a flowing white celestial gown, stands tall and graceful, her form both voluptuous and light. Her enchanting eyes shimmer with depth, and her melodious voice resonates throughout the Nuwa Palace. Brother, your actions truly shape the primordial world. In the western wilderness, at the Shumi Mountain where the Western Church resides, the 2 saints of the West sit upon lotus thrones, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Zhuan Ti sat upon the lotus pedestal, a glimmer of greed evident at the corners of his mouth as he sighed. The disciples of the are indeed destined to have a connection with our Western realm. I wonder when I shall be able to take this group of disciples under my wing. With that, he couldn't help but sigh again, his face shadowed with worry. Jiayin furrowed his brow slightly. Though his demeanor was relatively composed, he too spoke, lamenting, Alas, our Western realm suffers immensely. Ever since the great battle against the demons, the spiritual veins of the West have been shattered, the spiritual energy has withered, and the rivers and mountains have dried up. Even the crows flying overhead disdain to leave a trace. On Golden Ao Island at the Palace of Bio, the Tongtian Patriarch donned a robe of azure. Appearing youthful with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, standing tall like a pine, truly a strikingly handsome figure. The 3 pure ones each manifested distinct forms. The Taiji sage appeared as an elder, the I Ching sage as a middle-aged man, while the Tongtian Patriarch embodied the essence of youth. Seated upon a chair, the Tongtian Patriarch surveyed the gathered disciples, slowly beginning his discourse. The great Tao encompasses 50. Heaven evolves into 49, and one must evade its grasp. Since Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, enduring the calamities of fierce beasts, the calamities of the dragon and Han, and the conflict between Tao and demons, the Hongjun Tao ancestor delivered teachings thrice at the Purple Cloud's palace, drawing countless mighty figures from the wilderness to listen, resulting in the emergence of 6 sages. Each word from the Tongtian Patriarch resonated with an ethereal quality, yet echoed like a mighty bell, clearly reaching the ears of all present. This time, he explicated the history of the evolution of the wilderness, a narrative familiar to many disciples who listened with rapt attention, their faces betraying a hint of obsession. Within the palace of Bio, the sacred sounds permeated the air. Golden lotuses surged from the ground, and myriad auspicious lights shone brightly, with the majority of the Tao rhythm being absorbed by the first 2 rows of disciples. This was precisely why, during each of the sages' teachings, everyone vied fervently for a favorable position. The eons of the wilderness flowed endlessly, time slipping away like a fleeting shadow. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, the Tongtian Patriarch showed no signs of halting his discourse, much to the delight of the disciples, who found great benefit in the sage's teachings. He continued to expound for a full decade. One day, the Tongtian Patriarch finally paused his teachings. The disciples awakened from their reverie, still savoring the profound insights they had received. The Tongtian Patriarch scanned the room once more and inquired of Duobao. Duobao, do you know what date is today? Duobao, the elder brother of the who attained enlightenment through the innate Duobao Maos, was clad in a red robe, his features sharply defined. He clasped his hands respectfully and replied, Master, today marks the day for the discussion among the 3 teachings. The 3 pure ones share a common origin. The discussion among the three teachings was a convention established during their time at Kunlun Mountain. Now, having moved from Kunlun for 50,000 years, it was stipulated that every 50,000 years, a discussion would be held at Kunlun Mountain. Upon hearing of the discussion among the three teachings, the expressions of the disciples varied. Zhao Gongming, filled with fervor, rubbed his fists together and exclaimed, "It has been far too long since I experienced a thrilling battle. This time, I shall fight with all my might." Yunxiao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, yet she remained silent. Bai Xiao too was quiet, while Qiong Xiao, filled with righteous indignation, huffed, "Humph." The disciples of the Chan sect, accustomed to their lofty status, often regard us with disdain. This time, during the competition, we shall teach them a lesson they won't soon forget. The discourse of the three teachings? Luo Xian furrowed his brow slightly, yet soon found solace in the thought. The Tongtian master spoke once more. "Though you two esteemed uncles and I have branched apart, we ultimately share a common origin." The discourse of the three teachings was established with the intent of inspiring the younger generation within our sect. The crowd nodded in agreement. No wonder the Tongtian master had prolonged his teachings by a decade. It was to allow the disciples a moment of respite, preparing them for the imminent discourse of the three teachings. Luo Xian's brow furrowed once more, an ominous premonition rising within him. Perhaps the initial intention behind establishing the discourse was noble, but it had now soured. The three pure ones had indeed separated, and the Chan sect constantly boasted of its valiant disciples, likely ensuring that no goodwill would be extended towards the Jie sect. The Jie disciples, each possessing formidable martial prowess, would certainly not tolerate such behavior from the Chan disciples. Consequently, the upcoming competition would only exacerbate the rift between the Chan and Jie sections. Deep down, Luo Xian was reluctant to partake in this three-teaching contest. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host! A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please proceed to Kunlun Mountain to check in. Limited to 3 days." With this, Luo Xian found it impossible to decline participation. He secretly grumbled, "System, you truly are leading me into a predicament." By participating in the three-teaching competition, he would undoubtedly incur the enmity of the 12 Golden Immortals. Given their nature, should he later traverse the vast wilderness and cross paths with them, they would surely ambush him rather than engage in a fair duel. Observing the reactions of the crowd, the Tongtian master felt a tumult of emotions within. It seemed his relationship with his two elder brothers was becoming increasingly distant. Yet, he hesitated to believe that this discourse would incite significant discord. After all, the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf were once part of the same family. So, who among you is willing to participate in this discourse? Chapter 10. Journey to Kunlun, the commencement of the discourse. The disciples of the are numerous, and should they all accompany us, the scene may devolve into utter chaos. Merely the throng of individuals would likely struggle to find a place to sit. Moreover, the three pure ones originate from a common source. Although has since relocated from Kunlun Mountain, the Master of Heaven remains mindful of the dignity of the primordial supreme being and would naturally refrain from bringing all his disciples along. "Master, I wish to embark on this journey to elevate the esteemed name of our." The speaker was none other than Zhao Gongming, his gaze resolute, exuding a sense of determination. Zhao Gongming was indeed a martial enthusiast, fervently passionate about combat. Apart from accompanying the three little fairies on their excursions, he immersed himself in cultivation and frequently sought others to engage in sparring. "Master, we too wish to join." Another voice resonated, drawing the attention of the crowd towards the outer disciple, Yui Xian. Clad in a yellow Taoist robe, faint traces of hair were discernible on his face, and a massive sword was slung across his back, exuding an extraordinary aura. Luo Xian's memories surged forth, swiftly recognizing him. Yui Xian, originally a great Pong with golden wings, had been incited by the cunning SHNGBO to challenge Jiang Zia at Shichi. He engaged in fierce combat with the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, including Neza, Yang Jian, Huang Tianhua, Lei Zhenzi, and Tu Xing Sunday. Despite his remarkable valor, he was ultimately outnumbered and fell to numerous stratagems, forced to retreat. Yet, even in defeat, Yue Xian harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, resolutely determining to inundate Shiqi with the waters of the Northern Sea. Although Jiangxia had prepared defenses by relocating the Northern Sea waters to shield Shiqi, Yue Xian's formidable powers were such that, had it not been for the timely intervention of the Primordial Supreme Being with the three light divine water, the consequences would have been dire. Later, the enlightened lamp traced Yue Xian's whereabouts, employing 108 prayer beads transformed into delicacies, enticing the famished Yue Xian to partake, leading to unbearable abdominal pain, ultimately resulting in his submission. With no other choice, Yue Xian became a disciple of the enlightened lamp and journeyed to Lingjiu Mountain for cultivation. During the reign of King Wu against the tyrant Zhou, Kong Xian's forces obstructed the Golden Rooster Ridge. Following the orders of the enlightened lamp, Yue Xian re-emerged to engage in a 2-hour aerial battle with Kong Xian, ultimately being struck down by Kong Xian's 5-color divine light. However, he discerned that Kong Xian's true form appeared to possess wings, providing a crucial clue for the future capture of Kong Xian by the Taoist Master of Purity. "Master, we naturally wish to accompany you," Duo Bao declared with a smile, respectfully clasping his hands in salute. As the eldest disciple of his presence in such an occasion was indispensable. Despite his ever-present, spring-like smile, it was his exceptional prowess and profound cultivation that secured his steadfast position as the eldest disciple of, a testament to his enduring stature over several million years. "Master, we too wish to join." Luo Xian rose, bowing to Tong Tian. After all, the system had refreshed the check-in location, and he could not afford to miss this rare opportunity. After a lengthy pause, the Master of Heaven pondered for a moment before slowly declaring, "Duo Bao, Jinling, Gailing, Wudong, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Bixiao, Qiongxiao, Luo Xian. The 7 immortals in attendance, Yue Xian, Shiji, and others shall accompany me." With a single breath, he named over 100 disciples, most of whom he was familiar with and trusted. After speaking, the Master of Heaven waved his sleeve. In an instant, the space seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, undergoing a peculiar transformation as a dazzling light enveloped the scene. The disciples were instantly wrapped in the luminous orb and vanished into the void. On Kunlun Mountain, a makeshift venue had already been prepared in an open space. The Primordial Supreme Being sat solemnly upon a mat, his gaze sweeping over the 12 golden immortals. As he spoke with a grave expression, "This discourse is of utmost importance to the face of the teaching of clarity. Do not let me down." "Yes." The 12 golden immortals responded in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had long harbored disdain for the disciples of the intercepting teaching, and now, seizing this opportunity, they were eager to teach them a stern lesson, an opportunity they would not let slip away. Calculating the time, the eldest brother should be arriving soon. The Primordial Supreme Being gestured with his fingers, murmuring a phrase. At that moment, a streak of azure light descended from the heavens like a shooting star. As the azure light flickered, the supreme sage of the Taiji sat steadily upon the azure ox, his expression unwavering. With each step the azure ox took, golden lotuses sprung forth beneath its hooves, causing even the void to tremble slightly. Beside him followed the Xiandu greetings, eldest brother. The Primordial Supreme Being quickly stood up, respectfully cupping his hands in salute. The supreme sage of the Taiji's countenance was as still as a dry well, unperturbed, merely nodding slightly. He surveyed the surroundings, but noticed the absence of the Master of Heaven, and could not help but inquire, "Why has the third brother not yet arrived?" The Primordial Supreme Being's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he replied, "He is always the last to arrive. Does he even regard us, his 2 elder brothers? He perpetually keeps us waiting, and this Master of Heaven grows bolder, increasingly disregarding hierarchy, mingling daily with a horde of beasts." The mere mention of the Master of Heaven ignited the Primordial Supreme Being's ire. A flicker of helplessness briefly crossed the calm depths of the Supreme Sage's eyes. Perhaps the third brother was delayed on the road. At that moment, a rainbow light descended from the heavens like a flowing ribbon. The Primordial Supreme Being had intended to continue his grievances, but abruptly closed his mouth. There sat the Master of Heaven upon the Cheongyou. With hundreds of disciples following behind him,
a magnificent sight that exuded an extraordinary presence. "Greetings, eldest brother, second brother." The Master of Heaven clasped his hands in salute, a smile gracing his face. Since their separation on Kunlun Mountain, they had not seen each other for 50,000 years. The Supreme Sage of the Taiji nodded in acknowledgement. The Primordial Supreme being scrutinized the throng of disciples behind the Master of Heaven, noticing that most were transformed beasts, and his heart sank with discontent. He coldly admonished, "Master of Heaven, I have long advised you against accepting so many of these armored creatures. You simply refuse to listen, utterly tarnishing the reputation of the three pure ones." Upon hearing this, the Master of Heaven felt a chill in his heart and immediately retorted, "The beings of the primordial era are born equal. I advocate for inclusivity in teaching. Anyone with the opportunity may come to my door. Second brother, your words are misguided. The doctrine of the is fundamentally to seize a glimmer of hope for the beings of the primordial chaos. And the Tontian Patriarch has consistently upheld the principle of inclusivity in teaching. However, the Yuanshi Tianzuan dismissively scoffed, prompting the 12 golden immortals of the Chan, teaching behind him, to erupt in laughter. How could these mere armored pretenders ever qualify as disciples of my Xianmen? In response to Yuanshi Tianzuan's humiliating remarks towards his disciples, the Tongtian Patriarch remained resolute. What of their armor? As long as they possess a sincere heart for the great way and exhibit virtuous conduct, they are worthy to join my Xianmen. Upon their confrontation, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, charged with hostility. The touching saint, furrowing his brows, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, successfully diffusing the situation. Alas, Luo Xian, positioned behind the Tongtian Patriarch, could not help but let out a resigned sigh. Once, the three pure ones were akin to red flowers and white lotus, emerging from the same source. Yet now, the relationship between the Tongtian Patriarch and Yuanshi Tianzuan had become increasingly strained. In Luo Xian's perspective, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not genuinely look down upon the Tongtian Patriarch. Rather, he harbored a deep concern for him. After all, they were born together, took form together, and traversed the vast primordial expanse for countless epochs. It was merely that Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, though intended with goodwill, came across as rather harsh. If this deadlock continued, it might indeed lead to a bitter enmity. Once the three saints took their seats, their disciples followed suit. The touching saints slowly proclaimed, "Let the contest commence." Instantly, a radiant aura enveloped the martial platform. With the three saints presiding, any potential danger during the contest could be swiftly quelled. Moreover, Kunlun Mountain, being the sacred ground of the saints, would deter any foolhardy intruders. From the Chan teaching, 12 golden immortals, along with Yun Zongzi and Nanji Xianwang, prepared for battle. As the vice patriarch of the Chan teaching and a figure of the same era as the three pure ones, Randeng naturally refrained from participating in this contest. Guang Qingzi, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, having reached the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm, exuded confidence as he leaped gracefully onto the martial platform. "I am Guang Qingzi. Who dares to challenge me?" His voice resonated powerfully, echoing across the arena. Chapter 11. Clocking in at Kunlun Mountain, victorious consecutively system. I hereby clock in at Kunlun Mountain. Amidst the throng, Luo Xian sat cross-legged, quietly murmuring to himself. Kunlun Mountain, revered as the ancestral vein of heaven and earth, stands as the sovereign of all mountains. This realm is a premier celestial paradise of the primordial world, imbued with an exceptionally dense spiritual essence. A coveted destination for countless cultivators. Towering into the clouds, it reaches heights of several million zhong, undeniably deserving the title of the foremost mountain in the primordial expanse. Within its 10,000 zhong radius, rare and extraordinary flora thrives, with a mere glance revealing that these spiritual herbs are no less than 10,000 years old. The vegetation is remarkably lofty, some reaching hundreds of zhong, their lush branches resembling a massive sword suspended upside down. Countless wood spirits and various exotic beasts abound in this enchanted place. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the Jade Void Palace rests on the summit of Chelan Cliff.
The rewards for signing in at Kunlun Mountain are undoubtedly extraordinary, and Luo Xian felt a sense of anticipation stirring within him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully clocking in at Kunlun Mountain, receiving 100 drops of 3 light divine water. 3 light divine water? 100 drops, indeed? A wave of joy surged within Luo Xian, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The 3 light divine water is renowned as the premier healing elixir in the primordial world. It boasts formidable defensive capabilities and remarkable healing effects. Capable of neutralizing all toxins and curing every wound and illness, it even possesses miraculous properties of restoring flesh to bone and reviving the deceased. During the Fengshen era, the primordial lord had invoked the 3 light divine water twice to protect the city of Shichi from the assaults of the 4 generals of the demon clan and the winged immortal. The 3 light divine water is a fusion of sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and starlight divine water. Individually, any of these divine waters is a rare poison in the world. However, when combined, they transform into the foremost healing elixir of the primordial realm. Even a single drop can incite fierce competition among countless quasi-saint level powers. Luo Xian carefully stored the 3 light divine water. With this, he gained an additional layer of assurance for his journey through the primordial world, as the 3 light divine water can mend all injuries below the pinnacle of quasi-saint. At this moment, Guang Qingzi wore an exceedingly arrogant expression, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked towards the members of the Jie sect, bellowing, "Who dares to step forward and engage in combat?" Favored by the primordial lord, he often spoke of donning armor and wielding a spear. Having just witnessed a dispute between his master and the Tongtian patriarch, he sought to teach the Jie sect a lesson and avenge his master. Upon seeing this, Duo Bao stepped forward onto the stage. As the foremost among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, it was only fitting for Duo Bao to confront Guang Qingzi. With the cultivation of early quasi-saint, Duo Bao stood against Guang Qingzi, who was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Guang Qingzi smirked disdainfully at the sight of Duo Bao on stage, viewing him merely as a shape-shifted rodent, an inconsequential beast unworthy of the arena. Duo Bao's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure evident. Observing Guang Qingzi's demeanor ignited a surge of anger within him, yet he restrained his temper and spoke, "Please, today, let us demonstrate our prowess." With a thunderous shout, Guang Qingzi transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring skyward. Unbeknownst to him, a silver-white sword had materialized in his hand. This sword, known as the Dual Swords, was a rare spiritual treasure of the highest caliber. The blade emanated a chilling aura of lethal intent, aggressively aimed at Dao Bao. Merely a great Luo golden immortal, Dao Bao scoffed derisively, as he had always harbored disdain for the disciples of the Chan sect. Seizing this opportunity during the competition, he was determined to teach them a lesson. The formidable aura of a nascent saint enveloped the arena, instantly shrouding Guang Qingzi. His expression darkened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. How had Dao Bao become so powerful? 50,000 years ago, Dao Bao, like him, had been at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet now he could clearly sense that Dao Bao had ascended to the nascent saint stage. Though the 3 saints on the platform remained silent, a storm of thoughts brewed within them. The Tongtian felt a surge of pride, as his disciple had outstripped the Chan sect's disciples in reaching the nascent saint realm, subtly overshadowing the Yuanshi Tianzun. Yuanshi Tianzun, however, frowned slightly, his expression betraying dissatisfaction, as if he were secretly anxious for Guang Qingzi. Boom! Holding the dual swords, Guang Qingzi clashed violently with Dao Bao, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the very void to tremble. The Taijing saint casually waved his hand, halting the scattering waves, which quickly vanished from sight. There stood Dao Bao, clad in a crimson robe, firmly positioned at the center of the arena, while Guang Qingzi was sent flying, tumbling off the platform. Guang Qingzi could not suppress a muffled groan as blood spewed from his mouth. Disbelief etched across his face, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. "You have indeed entered the nascent saint realm," Guang Qingzi exclaimed in shock, but Dao Bao offered no response. Hastily, Guang Chengzi channeled the Jade Purity Immortal method to steady himself. Senior brother is formidable. Senior brother is incredible. Those 12 golden immortals are nothing but hollow titles. The disciples of the Jia sect shouted, glaring fiercely at the Chan sect's disciples. Master, I apologize. Guang Chengzi hung his head, his face ashen and voice low, tinged with a threat of anger. As the senior brother of the Chan sect, losing to Dao Bao, the senior brother of the Jia sect, implied that Yuanshi Tianzuan was inferior to Tang Tian. Stand down. Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice was frigid, as if emanating from the depths of the netherworld, causing the temperature around him to plummet sharply. Tang Tian, in a teasing manner, remarked, second brother, look at my disciple. He is rather impressive, isn't he? Oomph. They are merely armored pretenders. What does winning a single match prove? Lacking fortune and profound roots. They are destined to never attain the great Tao. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly, deeply concerned for his reputation, feeling humiliated by the defeat of his proud disciple. His stubborn temperament refused to acknowledge the loss. My two junior brothers, this competition is merely to inspire the younger generation to strive for cultivation. Let us not allow this to disrupt our harmony. The sage of Ta Ching spoke, offering counsel. The Supreme Venerable One and the Master of Tang Tian perpetually perplexed him. One was irascible, while the other was obstinate, as if something were amiss. The Red Essence, a disciple of the Chan sect, came forth to pay respects to his fellow practitioners of the Jia sect. Stepping forward with great vigor, his gaze swept over the assembly of the Jia sect. Red Essence ranked second among the 12 golden immortals, possessing the cultivation of a late-stage Deluo golden immortal. I have arrived. Zhao Gongming advanced with unwavering determination, his spirit aflame as he ascended the martial platform. Zhao Gongming also stood at the pinnacle of Deluo golden immortal cultivation. Yin and Yang realm. Without hesitation, Red Essence summoned the Yin-Yang Mirror, not waiting for a response from the crowd. The Yin-Yang Mirror, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, contained the dual lights of Yin and Yang, capable of reflecting life and death. In an instant, it emitted the dual lights. Merely a trifling skill. Zhao Gongming scoffed disdainfully, waving his sleeve to unveil the 24 sea-controlling pearls, casting a shimmering silver light in his wake. Buzz. The attack from the Yin-Yang Mirror was effortlessly absorbed by the sea-controlling pearls, within which a world unfolded, tumultuous waves surging forth to engulf the dual energies. The sea-controlling pearls. Also a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, number 24, originally bestowed by the primordial ancestor during the division of treasures, and later granted to Zhao Gongming by the master of Tang Tian. During the War of Sealing the Gods, Zhao Gongming had fallen victim to the inept Shaosheng, who used the falling treasure money to strip him of his spiritual treasure, only to be subsequently ambushed and killed by the Elder of the South Pole. Ultimately, these 24 sea-controlling pearls came into the possession of Randang. After the conclusion of the sealing, Randang aligned himself with the Western sect, utilizing these pearls to manifest 24 Buddhist realms. At that moment, Randang stood beside the Supreme Venerable One, his small eyes darting with interest as he beheld the 24 sea-controlling pearls in Zhao Gongming's hands. A flicker of avarice crossing his gaze. Boom! The 24 sea-controlling pearls effortlessly absorbed the attack of the Yin-Yang Mirror. Red Essence sought to launch another assault, but Zhao Gongming would not grant him such an opportunity. With a swift motion, Zhao Gongming swung his right fist and, in an instant, appeared before Red Essence, delivering a thunderous punch that resonated through the air with a crackling sound. This punch contained an immense force, weighing billions of pounds. Red Essence felt his body grow heavy, completely beyond his control, and he was sent hurtling backward. Brother Zhao is formidable. Gongming brother is impressive. Our Jia sect has triumphed once more. Chapter 12. The arrival of Yun Zhongzi. The celestial light, immortal, spews blood and anger with a sudden cough. Qi Jingzi spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing in a disheveled manner beside the primordial heavenly master, who promptly assisted him to his feet. The Lord of Heaven, radiating with smug satisfaction, wore an unabashed grin. In stark contrast, the primordial heavenly master's expression was clouded with discontent, his demeanor cold and unyielding, with displeasure plainly etched upon his visage. Witnessing his cherished disciples fall one after another to the so-called armored disciples of the Jie sect filled him with an indescribable bitterness. First it was Guang Qingzi, and now Qi Jingzi. Had they engaged in a balanced contest, he might have found solace, at least proving his disciples possessed some merit. Yet, the reality was a swift defeat in a single move, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, he forced himself to feign disdain for the Jie sect disciples. The sage of the highest clarity maintained a serene countenance, as tranquil as a still well, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Xian Du internally pondered. How has the power of the Jie sect disciples surged to such formidable heights? 5,000 years ago, when the three Pure Ones established their separate domains, he stood alone among the three teachings with the early stage quasi-saint cultivation, thus exempting him from participation in the martial contest. Yet now, all four direct disciples of the Jie sect had attained the same level of quasi-saint cultivation, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of disparity. Standing nearby, Ran Dang's thoughts churned. Once a prominent figure among the 3,000 great beings of the Purple Sky Palace, his contemporaries had either achieved sainthood or entered the quasi-saint realm. However, after countless eons, he remained ensnared at the pinnacle of the great Luo Jingxian. In pursuit of a breakthrough, he had aspired to become a disciple of the primordial heavenly master to learn the ways of the saints. Yet, the primordial heavenly master would not accept him as a disciple, instead appointing him as the deputy master of the teaching. Naively, Ran Dang believed he was favored and that a breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm was imminent. But upon joining the Chan sect, he discovered it was a mere trap. After over 100,000 years, his progress had stagnated, and now even some younger disciples surpassed him. He could not help but reflect. Had he chosen to join the Jie sect instead, would he have already transcended into the quasi-saint realm? Alas! A bitter smile filled his heart as he lamented the whims of fate. Well done, senior brother. Zhao Gongming returned to the midst of his fellow disciples, immediately greeted by numerous outer disciples offering their compliments, with the three Shaos also smiling in approval. Their bond was profound, akin to that of siblings. In witnessing Zhao Gongming's decisive victory over the Chan sect, disciple brought them immense joy. However, the primordial heavenly master scoffed. It is merely 2 victories. Hardly a cause for pride. The sage of the highest clarity, concerned that the two might soon quarrel, swiftly interjected. The purpose of the martial contest among the 3 teachings is to foster camaraderie among the disciples. Now that there are 4 disciples under the 3rd brother who have reached the quasi-saint level, like Xian Du, there is no need for further participation in the contest. Agreed, replied the Lord of Heaven confidently, filled with conviction. Even without the participation of the 4 from the treasure sect, with the 3 Shaos and the accompanying 7 immortals, they would still effortlessly triumph over the disciples of the Chan sect. As the master of the Tongtian sect, I surpass the teachings of the Chan sect in every aspect, be it spiritual treasures, cultivation, or fortune. The primordial supreme being let out a cold snort, his face flushed with anger. Throughout the vast expanse of the Honghuang realm, it is widely known that the master of Tongtian acquired the most treasures at the cliff of distribution. In the days of yore, when the venerable Hongjun attained sainthood, after delivering 3 sermons in the Zixiao Palace, he proceeded to the cliff of distribution, where the master of Tongtian amassed treasures in quantities far exceeding those of others. The Qingping sword, the 4 swords of extermination, the pearl of stabilizing the sea, the golden gourd of chaos, the golden dragon scissors, the purple lightning hammer, the chaos whisk, the 6-hole banner, the heart-piercing lock, the reincarnation mirror, the jade gourd, and the supreme pearl. Which of these is not a primordial spiritual treasure? Now, let us consider the primordial supreme being and how many worthy primordial treasures he can present. This time, there are 14 participants from the Chan sect in the contest, including the 12 golden immortals, Yunzizong, and the elder of the southern pole. Lantern, being of the same generation as the 3 pure ones and the vice master of the Chan sect, does not participate. Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi have already been defeated. At this moment, Yunzizong stroked his beard, leaped onto the high platform, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, I am Yunzizong of the Chan sect, honored to meet all fellow Taoists, and I humbly seek your guidance. Yunzizong, having transformed from a primordial pine tree, donned a Taoist robe, with a treasured sword upon his back. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Ishal Komifort. From the crowd, the long-eared Jingguang Immortal slowly stepped out, his eyes squinting slightly, exuding an unsettling aura. Overestimating oneself, Luo Xian let out a cold snort. Fully aware of the schemes in the mind of the long-eared Jingguang Immortal, he merely sought to make a name for himself before the crowd. Alas, he had likely chosen the wrong opponent. It was not that Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi were lacking in strength, but rather that the powers of Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming were exceedingly formidable. As for the long-eared Jingguang Immortal, his capabilities were indeed unimpressive. Please, Yunzizong, adorned in his Taoist robe, radiated an ethereal grace and elegance. Without further ado, the long-eared Jingguang Immortal launched his attack, swiftly forming hand seals as a massive rabbit shadow materialized behind him. The withered pine giant sword, Yunzizong murmured, as the wooden sword behind him quivered slightly before being drawn from its sheath. The withered pine giant sword, forged from pine branches, appeared rather ordinary and could only be deemed a postnatal spiritual treasure. However, its might was not to be underestimated, as it contained Yunzizong's unique comprehension of the sword path. With a swift strike, the rabbit shadow was dispersed, and the withered pine giant sword returned to its sheath. How is this possible? The long-eared Jingguang Immortal's face contorted in disbelief, his eyes wide with embarrassment. In stark contrast, Yunzizong remained calm and composed, standing resolutely like a pine tree. Huh! What a farce these accompanying 7 immortals are. Huh! How shameful. These fellows dare to show their faces. After the Chan sect finally secured a victory, its disciples seized the moment, launching verbal assaults against the long-eared Jingguang Immortal. Long-ear, do you not look in the mirror and see your own repulsive visage? How dare you challenge senior brother Yunzizong? You, a wretched individual, taint even the grass and trees of Kunlun Mountain. The true One Tai, with his ample belly, scolded with fervor. Ha ha, Tontian, your 7 immortal attendants are not as impressive as their name suggests. The title may resound, yet their prowess is rather lacking. The expression on the face of Yuan Shi Tianzuan relaxed, revealing a rare smile. The disciples of the Jie sect were utterly astonished. Why was it that their elder brothers, Duo Bao and Zhao, triumphed with ease, yet when it came to the long-eared and radiant light immortal, an unexpected turn of events unfolded? Surely, it must be that the long-eared radiant light immortal was not exerting his full strength. Brother, cease your concealment, unleash your true power, and teach them a lesson. Indeed, since elder brothers Duo Bao and Gongming have emerged victorious, you absolutely cannot afford to lose. Many disciples from the outer sect of Jie urged the long-eared radiant light immortal to take action once more. Yet only he understood in his heart that he was no match for them. Tai Zhenren, while supporting Qi Jingzi, took turns berating the long-eared radiant light immortal with Guang Chengzi. If I were you, with such an unsightly appearance, I would rather embrace death. Being unattractive is not your fault, but scaring people is indeed your misdeed. I have never encountered such shameless individuals. The disciples of the Chan sect were increasingly venomous with their words. After several exchanges, the long-eared radiant light immortal felt a wave of irritation surge in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This is utterly hilarious. To think he was so enraged that he bled. Tai Zhenren laughed heartily. His corpulent figure, concealed beneath a loose Taoist robe, appeared even more dapper than that of the long-eared radiant light immortal. Subsequently, under the jeers of the Chan sect disciples and the disappointed gazes of the Jie sect disciples, the long-eared radiant light immortal withdrew from the stage in a disheartened manner. Chapter 13. The entrance of Luo Xian, the conclusion of the contest. Master Tai, I seek your guidance. The figure of Tai Zhenren appeared on stage, his rotund form swaying as he walked, the ample Taoist robe billowing gracefully in the gentle breeze. As one of the 12 Golden Immortals, he possessed the cultivation of an early Tai Golden Immortal. "Allow me." Luo Xian stepped forward with poise, his voice steady. His fiery red hair danced wildly in the wind, a testament to his untamed spirit and confidence. Observing Luo Xian's ascent to challenge him, Tong Tianjiao Zhu felt no trepidation. Despite Luo Xian being merely at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. After all, his disciples possessed the ability to transcend their realms in battle, and he held unwavering confidence in Luo Xian. "Please," Luo Xian spoke courteously. As soon as his words fell, Tai Junren raised his right hand, summoning the nine-dragon flame cover, which materialized in his grasp. This exquisite treasure, composed of 9 entwined fire dragons, was a postnatal supreme spiritual artifact. The origins of these 9 fire dragons were quite convoluted. Following the catastrophic Dragon Han calamity, the Dragon Clan had significantly diminished, leaving only a scant few. In search of protection from the sages, the Dragon Clan offered up 9 fire dragons and the 9-dragon Agarwood Palanquin, even sending the Yellow Dragon to serve under the sage of the Chanjiao. "Go!" Tai Jinren swiftly executed a spell, chanting incantations. In an instant, the 9 fire dragons roared forth, their visages terrifying, as torrents of scorching heat surged toward Luo Xian like an overwhelming tide. Merely a trifling skill. Luo Xian scoffed softly, his tone laced with disdain. Having already refined the true sun fire, he regarded these minuscule fire dragons with contempt. In his eyes, Tai Jinren's actions were but a display of ineptitude. 10,000 crow pot. Luo Xian raised his right hand high, and the 10,000 crow pot emitted a resonant hum, followed by a surge of 3,000 fire crows erupting forth like a black deluge. Ga! Ga! Each fire crow carried an intensely searing heat, their might seemingly capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Boom! The moment of collision resonated with a thunderous roar, reverberating through the forest, as countless sparks erupted and ignited the surrounding woods. Fortunately, the sage of Taiqing intervened just in time, effortlessly extinguishing the rampant forest fire with a gentle flick of his finger. The 3,000 fire crows, akin to famished tigers pouncing on their prey, ensnared the 9 fire dragons, launching a relentless assault. The dragons writhed in agony, struggling to escape the fierce onslaught of the fire crows, yet found themselves unable to break free. It is important to note that the true sun fire, as the progenitor of all flames, is the source from which all other fires originate. How could these mere 9 fire dragons stand a chance against the true sun fire? Hiss! Although the 9 fire dragons were fearsome, under the relentless attack of the fire crows, they ultimately exerted all their strength to momentarily evade the assault, retreating in a panic back into the protective embrace of the 9-dragon flame cover. In battles among cultivators, the means employed are primarily spiritual treasures, techniques, and divine powers. Observing Luo Xian gaining the upper hand, Tong Tianjiao Zhu could not help but turn to Yuanshi Tianzuan, pride evident in his voice as he remarked, "Brother, my disciple Luo Xian is indeed a promising talent. Wouldn't you agree?" "Umph." The Primordial Supreme being let out a cold snort, offering no response. Meanwhile, the eyes of the Taoist of supreme clarity sparkled with keen insight. He perceptively sensed that the 3,000 flaming crows bore a faintly familiar aura, somewhat reminiscent of the heavenly courts Dijun and Tai Yi. Observing that the 9 dragons' divine fire shield was being restrained by Luo Xian, the celestial master swiftly channeled the jade clarity spells, and a dazzling orb of light materialized in his palm, hurtling towards Luo Xian with great force. The jade clarity celestial art, alongside the upper clarity and supreme clarity arts, all stem from the same source, each embodying profound mysteries. True sunfire, Luo Xian scoffed, a derisive smile crossing his lips as a fiery crimson glow erupted beneath his feet, enveloping him completely. In that instant, as the orb of light surged towards him, the flames surrounding Luo Xian suddenly swelled, vaporizing the incoming light into nothingness. "What kind of flame is this?" The celestial master, initially taken aback, shouted in astonishment.
his eyes betraying a glimmer of avarice. Again, he bellowed. Realizing that the spell had proven ineffective, he decided to unleash divine powers instead. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens above, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day. This was one of the Celestial Master's divine abilities, thunder summoning art. He could indeed summon thunder from the 9 heavens, a display of formidable might. Yet Luo Xian merely smiled lightly, sweeping his right hand with force, conjuring myriad swords forged from flames that surged forth like a torrential downpour. With a sizzling sound, the thunder summoning art was effortlessly dispelled by the fiery swords. Following this, countless flame swords descended from the sky like shooting stars, hurtling directly towards the Celestial Master. The sudden onslaught startled him into hastily invoking a spell for defense. It was ultimately too late to evade. With a sharp hiss, his robe was torn by the flaming swords, leaving him in a state of disarray. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Xian gradually retracted his spells. At this moment, the Celestial Master appeared disheveled, his robe tattered and riddled with numerous rents, through which the flesh beneath was visible. His hair hung loosely, and his gaze was filled with resentment. The outcome of this contest was already evident, rendering further continuation unnecessary. Dejectedly, the Celestial Master descended from the martial stage. Subsequently, the competition continued, with the remaining Golden Immortals, including the Southern Pole Celestial Elder, taking the stage. From aside, the 3 heavens and the 7 fairies prepared for battle. After the contest concluded and results were tallied, the Chan School emerged victorious in 2 matches, Yin Zhongzi against Chang Erdingguang and the Southern Pole Celestial Elder against Wu Yunxian. Although the disciples of did not dominate the competition, they returned to Golden Tortoise Island in high spirits. On Golden Tortoise Island, within the Bo Palace, all disciples sat cross-legged, their expressions brimming with anticipation. After each triad competition, the master would bestow accolades. This time was expected to be no different. After all, the reward from the saints were sure to be rare treasures. In this triad competition, everyone performed commendably, and those who excelled would surely be rewarded, while those who faltered would face consequences. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the Tongtian master began to speak slowly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. In contemporary times, the sect of the intercepting teachings flourishes splendidly, with countless celestial beings flocking to it. The disciples possess formidable skills, and the leader is filled with immense satisfaction. What could possibly be amiss? Duo Bao, as the esteemed elder brother of the sect, diligently assists in managing the affairs of the school. This time, your remarkable performance in the martial competition has earned you first place. I bestow upon you a drop of the 3 light divine water. The Master of Heaven, brimming with vitality, conjured a droplet of milky white liquid that gracefully floated before Duo Bao. Hastily, Duo Bao received it with reverence, bowing deeply and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Gong Ming, as the elder brother of the outer disciples, you have devoted yourself to guiding them in their cultivation, a truly arduous task. I grant you a 6-fold golden elixir. As he spoke, a pill, the size of a fingernail, flew forth. Zhao Gongming promptly bowed before it, proclaiming, "It is merely my duty as a disciple." This golden elixir, crafted by the Supreme Purity Saint, is categorized into 9 tiers, the first tier being the weakest and the 9th the strongest. A first-tier elixir can elevate a mortal to immortality. The 9th tier can directly forge a great Luo golden immortal. In the primordial realm, is indeed a rare and miraculous medicine. Subsequently, the Master of Heaven rewarded the 3 heavens and the 7 celestial attendants, including the winged immortal and Shurji, according to their respective performances. After all rewards were distributed, the collective gaze of the disciples turned toward Luo Xian. His performance in the competition was equally outstanding. Luo Xian, what reward do you desire? The Master of Heaven inquired gently. At this, all disciples inhaled sharply, and silence enveloped the Bayou Palace. Surely, the Master favors Luo Xian excessively. To be accepted into the intercepting teachings is the greatest aspiration of my life. Bringing glory to the sect is the duty of a disciple. I shall defer to the Master's wishes. Luo Xian bowed deeply to the Master of Heaven.
his expression one of utmost reverence. Zhao Gongming, upon hearing Luo Xian's words, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and murmured to himself, "If all outer disciples possessed the awareness of Brother Luo Xian, our sect would undoubtedly thrive eternally." Yin Xiao, upon hearing this, felt her heart flutter, her beautiful eyes glimmering with an unusual light. The astonishment Luo Xian brought her grew, as if an invisible charm was drawing her in. Meanwhile, the long-eared celestial, with a sullen expression, felt the sting of defeat. Having lost face in the competition without receiving any reward, overshadowed entirely by Luo Xian, I possess a technique known as the pure Yang sword art, which I obtained from the Eastern King. The Master of Heaven stated, as a stream of spiritual light penetrated Luo Xian's mind. Instantly, the profound essence of the pure Yang sword art surged within him like a tidal wave. "Thank you, Master." Luo Xian once again bowed respectfully. The Eastern King, an embodiment of the Yang spirit, shares a kindred origin with Luo Xian. This technique is perfectly suited for Luo Xian's cultivation, addressing the long-standing lack of offensive power in his repertoire. Moments later, the disciples dispersed. As Luo Xian passed by the long-eared celestial, he noticed the latter casting a cold, piercing glare at him, an almost palpable intent to kill emanating from his eyes. However, Luo Xian, in his current state, held no fear of him. Luo Xian's lips curled into a subtle, chilling smirk, rising with a hint of provocation as he gazed unflinchingly at the long-eared enlightened one. Subsequently, he strode out of the Azure Pool Palace with his head held high. Chapter 14. Cultivating the Sword Technique, Calamity at the Wind and Sea Tribe. Outside the Bayou Palace, Zhao Gongming, accompanied by the three heavens, jovially called out to Luo Xian, "Congratulations, junior brother Luo Xian, for receiving such esteem from our master. Just now at Bayou Palace, it was evident to all how much Tongtian Patriarch favors you. Your words are overly kind, senior brother." Luo Xian humbly replied, not daring to harbor the slightest arrogance. At that moment, Yin Xiao, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her silky hair cascading gently over her shoulders, gazed quietly at Luo Xian with her crystal-clear eyes, exuding a subtle yet enchanting fragrance that was soothing to the senses. Her voice was sweet, reminiscent of celestial melodies. "Junior brother, should you find the time, do come visit us at Sanxian Island. Sanxian Island is indeed the sanctum of the three heavens." "Thank you, senior sister. I shall certainly visit when time permits." Luo Xian responded with reverence, his gaze discreetly appraising Yin Xiao. He noted her tall stature, her alluring curves, and the graceful sway of her ebony locks in the wind, the purple gown enhancing her charm. Truly a picturesque sight. A line from Su Song's lyrics flickered through Luo Xian's mind. "Purple is the most enchanting hue. Then, let us converse another day." Yin Xiao smiled while clasping her hands in salute, with Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao joining in the gesture. In unison, the four transformed into streaks of light. Soaring into the void, Luo Xian summoned his Qian steed, mounting it as it blazed like a comet, swiftly returning to Fire Dragon Island. Upon his arrival, Luo Xian activated the innate fire spirit formation and proceeded into his cave dwelling to commence his practice of the pure Yang sword technique. This technique was conceived by the Eastern King, once esteemed as the foremost male immortal of the realm, though his current whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery. In the recesses of Luo Xian's past life memories, he recalled tensions between the Eastern King and Tongtian Patriarch during their contest for spiritual treasures. Perhaps he has perished, or perhaps he has hidden away, fearful of being pursued by a Tongtian Patriarch. Luo Xian seated himself cross-legged, enveloped by a fiery red blaze, his fingers deftly forming seals as he recited incantations, wholly focused on mastering the pure Yang sword technique. This technique comprises 9 forms, each imbued with boundless profundities and formidable power. As time slipped by, a century passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Xian gradually opened his eyes, his aura deepening and becoming more restrained, naturally emanating a sharp and formidable presence. The pure Yang sword technique has reached minor success. Any cultivation method typically unfolds through several stages: initiation, minor success,
major success, and perfection. Rising to his feet, he grasped the Fian sword, a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. He exited his cave, channeling the pure Yang sword technique. The sword strikes were vigorous, the sword energy exceedingly fierce, each swing capable of causing mountains to crumble. The Eastern King manifested from the essence of supreme Yang, and within the pure Yang sword technique lies the principles of utmost Yang and rigidity, embodying pure, vast power. As Luo Xian was born from the essence of innate fire, he shared a fundamental connection with this force, as if it were inscribed in his very bloodline, allowing him to practice this technique with remarkable efficiency. Not bad at all, Luo Xian murmured softly, feeling that his century of cultivation was far from wasted. He dispelled the fire spirit formation and gazed towards the shores of the Eastern Sea. Before me lies an expanse of boundless ocean, where verdant waves rise and fall in a rhythmic dance. The sea's surges akin to phantoms, at times emerging and at others retreating into the depths. At that moment, a figure, no larger than a Hmong being, appeared in the distance, hastily approaching this way. Luo Xian's mind sharpened, and his gaze, like a bolt of lightning, swept across the scene. Behind the figure trailed a monstrous beast, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, relentlessly spewing fireballs in an attempt to strike down the fleeing silhouette. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the figure was a cultivator of the human race, exuding a faint aura of fire-based divine power. This individual was a practitioner from the Wind Sea tribe, possessing the cultivation of the earth immortal realm. In an instant, Luo Xian transformed into a blaze of light, appearing beside the human cultivator. The onrushing beast, taken aback by Luo Xian's sudden emergence, abruptly halted, glaring at him with malice. The human cultivator, upon recognizing Luo Xian, was momentarily overtaken by surprise. "Immortal Luo Xian, I beseech you, save us," he implored, bowing deeply and striking his forehead against the ground in reverence. Luo Xian hurriedly assisted the cultivator to his feet, his gaze sweeping over him. The cultivator's robe was tattered, and traces of blood marred his form. Considering the dire chase he had endured, it became evident that the demon race had launched an assault on the Wind Sea tribe. "Humans, flee at once. I am engaged in a mission for the celestial demons of the heavens. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." The beast, though yet to take on a form, spoke in human tongue. Luo Xian chuckled coldly, pondering the audacity of this creature, unknowing of its impending doom for daring to threaten him in his own domain. It is well known that Fire Dragon Island is one of the many islands surrounding Golden Turtle Island. Should I fall to this beast here, the heavenly lord, Tong Tian, would surely unleash a bloody vendetta upon the heavens. Even the goddess Niwa would find it arduous to quell such a conflict. A mere mid-level earth immortal beast, incapable of transformation, dares to be insolent before me. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Luo Xian. He raised his right hand, channeling the pure Yang sword technique, conjuring a towering flame that surged forth with a deafening roar. With a single strike, the beast was obliterated, its body charred and plummeting into the Eastern Sea. "Thank you, immortal," exclaimed the human earth immortal cultivator, his eyes filled with awe and reverence. Truly, he is a master of extraordinary prowess. At that moment, the human cultivator appeared weary, his complexion pale as parchment, his spiritual power entirely depleted. Had Luo Xian delayed his emergence any longer, the cultivator would have surely perished. Luo Xian produced a drop of Sanguang divine water and offered it to the earth immortal cultivator. Upon consumption, the cultivator's complexion swiftly regained its vitality, his breath stabilizing, and his cultivation even breaking through to a new minor realm, reaching the mid-level of earth immortal. Pray tell, what has transpired in the Wind Sea tribe? Since Luo Xian last imparted teachings and departed from the Wind Sea tribe, a millennium has elapsed. Over this protracted span, the human race has continuously flourished, enduring through countless generations. Immortal, since your departure, we of the Wind Sea tribe have devoted ourselves to relentless training, striving to attain the means of self-preservation amidst the chaos of this primordial world. In the vast expanse of time, as generations ebb and flow,
A practitioner of the Earth Immortal realm spoke with a heavy heart. A decade ago, a demon king relentlessly besieged our Fenghai tribe, demanding an annual tribute of 10 young boys and girls. As he recounted the tribulations endured by humanity over the millennia, tears mingled with his words, reflecting the profound suffering of the human race. In this primordial world, humanity is inherently frail, and the path to strength is fraught with innumerable trials and tribulations. Yet, the actions of that demon king are utterly unforgivable. Had Luo Xian been unaware of this plight, it would have been one matter. However, now that he is informed, he cannot remain indifferent, especially considering his deep ties to the Fenghai tribe. We beseech you, Immortal, to lend us your aid. The Earth Immortal practitioner gazed at Luo Xian with hopeful anticipation. Luo Xian, lifting him up, revealed a glint of resolve in his eyes. Rest assured, I shall intervene. He then seized the human practitioner, summoned 3,000 fire crows, and soared towards the Fenghai tribe. Shortly after Luo Xian's departure, on a distant island, the long-eared Dingshi Immortal stood, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes, a sly smile gracing his lips. Upon reaching the Fenghai tribe, Luo Xian descended slowly through the clouds. Who goes there? As soon as he landed, the gatekeeper soldiers advanced to obstruct him. It's us, Air Guzi. The Earth Immortal practitioner hastily interjected. The soldier, addressed as Air Guzi, glanced at them and immediately permitted their passage. Upon entering the tribe, Luo Xian sensed an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, clearly accumulated over an extended period. The spiritual essence in the air was laced with the essence of slaughter, subtly intertwined with karmic burdens. With a mere thought, Luo Xian gleaned the entire state of the tribe in an instant. He beheld a scene of devastation, tribe members with mutilated bodies and blind eyes, countless corpses piled high. Suppressing his fury, Luo Xian addressed the practitioner beside him. Take me to your chieftain. The practitioner led Luo Xian towards the cave dwelling of the Fenghai chieftain. Chapter 15. The son of the demon sage. Following Luo Xian's departure, the Fenghai tribe experienced an explosive growth over the course of millennia. The population surged to over 10 million, transforming it into a large tribe among the primordial human clans. The human tribes are distinctly categorized into small tribes, medium tribes, large tribes, and top-tier tribes. Small tribes consist of fewer than 100,000 individuals, while medium tribes require a population of 500,000 and must include cultivators of the refinement of essence and integration stage. Large tribes demand a minimum of 10 million inhabitants and necessitate the presence of Earth Immortal cultivators. The criteria for top-tier tribes are simply double that of large tribes. Currently, there exists only one top-tier tribe among the primordial human clans, the Shoyang Mountain tribe, the ancestral land of humanity. The cultivators of the Fenghai tribe have evolved from predominantly being in the refinement of essence stage to now boasting several formidable figures in the late Earth Immortal stage, with the number of cultivators within the tribe reaching as high as 7 to 8 million. Along this journey, 2 or 3 Earth Immortal cultivators have even emerged. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Luo Xian was immediately enveloped by a strong scent of blood, undoubtedly a remnant of previous violence that lingered in the air. He moved to the innermost part of the cave, where he found a young man lying upon a massive stone, his complexion pale as paper, breath faint, utterly devoid of strength, with hollow, lifeless eyes, clearly on the brink of death. This young man possessed late Earth Immortal cultivation, marking him as exceptionally gifted among the nascent human populace. He was the grandson of the tribe as chieftain during Luo Xian's teachings. Greetings. Immortal Luo Xian, the young man gasped, attempting to rise in greeting, but faltering, a wave of distress washing over him as he coughed up blood, his pallor deepening. Luo Xian furrowed his brow. The young man's foundation was severely damaged, a testament to the brutality of his assailants. Once one's foundation is compromised, they are essentially severed from the path of the great Tao, destined to wither and fade away with the passage of time. Luo Xian produced a drop of the 3 Radiance's divine water and offered it to the young man. This as the young man hesitated, his speech fragmented. On the brink of death, the vibrant life force contained within the drop rekindled a flicker of hope within him. It is known that the three radiances divine water can heal even the gravest of wounds suffered by quasi-saint beings, let alone an earth immortal cultivator. Drink it first, Luo Xian urged. The young man nodded, harboring no doubts about Luo Xian's intentions. As the three radiances divine water entered his mouth, a sweet sensation flooded his senses, a warm current coursing down his throat and enveloping his entire being. His complexion visibly brightened, and his breath began to strengthen. Refinement of essence. Initial stage refinement of essence. Mid-stage refinement of essence. Late stage earth immortal. Initial stage earth immortal. Mid-stage earth immortal. Late stage with his cultivation restored to the late earth immortal stage. The young man's aura became robust and powerful, his voice ringing clear. Thank you, immortal Luo Xian. He hurriedly rose to his feet and respectfully bowed to Luo Xian, inquiring about the situation at hand. Subsequently, the young man began to recount the tale. A millennium ago, after Luo Xian's departure, the Wind Sea tribe persevered and steadily flourished, with practitioners emerging like bamboo shoots after the rain. During this period, the tribe sailed smoothly. However, just as they believed everything would continue in this vein, an unforeseen calamity struck. A horde of monstrous beasts appeared from nowhere, claiming to serve the celestial court and demanding that the Wind Sea tribe offer tributes of young boys and girls. Naturally, the tribe refused, leading to several conflicts between the two parties. In the initial encounters, the tribe managed to cope, yet this time, a formidable celestial beast of the immortal realm emerged, leaving them utterly defenseless. In this battle, all the practitioners of the tribe either perished or were grievously injured, scattering in all directions, while 20 children were abducted. The monsters demanded that the tribe continue to supply young boys and girls the following year, and to prevent any escape, they stationed a beast of the earth immortal realm to guard them. Upon finishing his tale, the young man was in tears. The plight of humanity was indeed dire. Luo Xian grasped the general circumstances. This year, I shall remain in your Wind Sea tribe to uncover the audacity of such monstrous beasts. Within the celestial court, there resided the monster emperor Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, Shihuang Fushi, the monster master Kuanpeng, the 10 great monster saints, 365 monster gods, and countless monster kings. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai were both at the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation, and each of the 10 monster saints was a formidable being of quasi-saint caliber. The 365 monster gods all possessed the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals, while the monster kings varied in strength, some at the Tai golden immortal realm and others at the golden immortal realm. From the young man's words, it was evident that the instigating monsters behind this scheme likely did not possess high cultivation, for they had only dispatched a single celestial beast. A year later, as Luo Xian guided the human practitioners through their cultivation challenges, he awaited the arrival of the monsters. Immortal, today is the day. Luo Xian stood outside the tribe, with the young man closely following behind, his voice laced with concern. Luo Xian nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining his silence. At that moment, a powerful demonic wind howled, and a swarm of monstrous beasts descended from the heavens. The monster king of the Wind Sea tribe has arrived. Are the young boys and girls prepared? A voice boomed from the dark mass of beasts. Upon hearing this, the young man felt a tightening in his chest and glanced anxiously at Luo Xian. Yet, Luo Xian remained unfazed, his expression as calm as still water. Oomph! Luo Xian scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. A mere mystic immortal, three-headed serpent dares to call itself a monster king? Such a claim is laughably absurd. As the monstrous horde landed, there were more than a dozen beasts, with the three-headed serpent transforming into human form, grinning as it fixed its gaze upon them. How dare you, mere mystic immortal beasts, come here to wreak havoc? At these words, the three-headed serpent's demeanor soured as it scrutinized Luo Xian. Who are you to insult this king? Do you not fear the celestial court? It questioned, a mocking tone in its voice. Heh, the celestial court? In Luo Xian's eyes, a fierce intent to kill surged forth. Even Tai, Yi, and Dijun would not dare to speak in such a manner. Who do you think you are? Can you truly represent the heavenly court? Luo Xian stepped forward, and in an instant, The pinnacle of his golden immortal cultivation radiated outward. His body was enveloped in the true fire of the sun, the searing flames forcing the three-headed serpent and its companions to retreat hastily. True fire of the sun? Who on earth are you? The three-headed serpent was utterly astonished, instantly recognizing the flames surrounding Luo Xian. The true fire of the sun is the innate flame of the Jinwu clan. Aside from the Eastern Emperor Tai, Yi, and Dijun, who else could possess such power? Could he be one of the two demon emperors? No, that thought was swiftly dismissed. Although it had never encountered the two demon emperors in person, it had seen their portraits, and this individual bore no resemblance to them whatsoever. Could he be a son of the two demon emperors? That seemed unlikely as well, according to rumors among the demon clan. The sons of the demon emperors were all training in the Fusang Divine Valley, strictly forbidden from venturing outside. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you shall undoubtedly perish today. Luo Xian's gaze was as frigid as frost, his crimson robe billowing in the wind as he strode towards the three-headed serpent, the oppressive aura of a golden immortal cascading down like a waterfall. The overwhelming pressure compelled the three-headed serpent and its companions to kneel upon the ground, utterly incapable of resistance. Those with slightly lesser cultivation had already collapsed to the earth, rendered immobile. I am the son of the demon Saint Jiaoying. You cannot kill me, or you will bear the wrath of the heavenly court and the demon saint. The three-headed serpent, now gripped by terror, found itself unable to move under Luo Xian's imposing presence. Fearing for its life, it understood that it must reveal its identity. The son of the demon Saint Jiaoying, that seemed plausible. After all, who would dare to act with such impunity in this vast primordial land without some substantial backing? A son of the demon saint? That would not deter me. Chapter 16. Journey through the primordial wilderness, taking in a disciple of the demon sage, Jiaoying, whose true form is that of a nine-headed serpent, possesses formidable cultivation at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Within the celestial court, he is esteemed as one of the 10 great demon sages. The dragon clan is inherently lustful, and serpents share this trait. Such claims may suffice to deceive the unwary. Yet they hold no weight before Luo Xian. Jiaoying boasts numerous offspring within the celestial court, numbering in the tens of thousands. Not to mention the countless illegitimate progeny scattered throughout the primordial wilderness. Jiaoying has a penchant for wandering through the wilderness, disguising it as a pursuit of nature's beauty. But in truth, he is an unabashed lecher. Wherever he goes, upon encountering a fair female demon, he brazenly takes her by force, later proclaiming his name before departing with a flourish. Countless demons, fearing the might of the celestial court and Jiaoying's prowess, can only helplessly accept their fates, secretly bearing children in hopes of one day aligning with the celestial court, thus altering their destinies. It is likely that the three-headed serpent was born under such circumstances. Seeking death, the three-headed serpent, feeling the pressure from Luo Xian's relentless approach, let out a furious roar and instantly transformed into its true form. Its colossal body stretched for dozens of feet, each of its 3 massive heads snapping open to reveal gory maws, a truly fearsome sight. Pure yang sword technique. When confronting these demon beasts, the true fire of the sun is undoubtedly the most effective method, given its terrifying power to incinerate all. With a mere thought, Luo Xian coalesced the true fire of the sun into a blazing red sword. With a subtle flick of his finger, the sword shot forth with a whoosh, slicing through the air like lightning. The surrounding space warped with a crackling sound, resonating ominously. Sizzle. The three-headed serpent barely had time to react before the sword pierced through its skull. Its massive form collapsed, and the small demons trailing behind met their demise under the onslaught of this fierce attack. Victorious, the young man looked on in disbelief, astonished by the immense prowess of the immortal Luo Xian. Luo Xian casually tossed a fireball to incinerate the corpses of the demons. "Thank you, immortal," the young man exclaimed excitedly as he approached Luo Xian. Subsequently, the Windsea tribe, to commemorate this hard-won victory, held a grand banquet. Luo Xian, unable to decline the warm hospitality of the tribe, indulged in the festivities for 3 days. During this time, the Wind Sea tribe meticulously crafted a statue of him, capturing his features with remarkable clarity and lifelike precision, which the tribe vowed to honor for generations to come. 3 days later, Luo Xian bid farewell to the Wind Sea tribe, preparing to embark on his journey through the primordial wilderness. The vast expanse of the wilderness is boundless, its extent known only to the heavens. With several million years remaining until the second battle between the Wu and the Lich, Luo Xian intended to seize this time to diligently enhance his cultivation. One day, as he traversed an unnamed mountain, he beheld its towering heights, reaching into the clouds and standing tens of thousands of feet tall, lush with a multitude of spiritual herbs. A casual glance revealed that these herbs were all at least 10,000 years old. In the current era of chaos, these spiritual herbs may not be deemed particularly precious, existing instead as inconspicuous entities. However, in future generations, they will undoubtedly be treasures of immeasurable worth. Given that he had arrived in this place, it would be illogical not to gather them. Regrettably, Luo Xian lacked the knowledge of alchemy, pondering that should an opportunity arise, he would certainly endeavor to learn. Consequently, he casually harvested several thousand stalks of spiritual herbs and stored them in his system space. Just then, an extremely discordant voice emanated from behind. "Release those spiritual herbs." Luo Xian turned to behold a hideous black bear spirit, its grotesque visage marred by protruding fangs and an aura of malevolence clinging to it. This malevolence, often referred to as karma, signifies the burden of having unjustly taken the lives of others. "Ah, a rather handsome young man you are. Why not join me? And should I be in a generous mood, I may reward you with a few spiritual herbs." The black bear spirit, upon noticing Luo Xian's refined appearance and well-defined features, could not help but lick its lips, its eyes gleaming with avarice as it let out a chilling chuckle. How repugnant! Luo Xian was genuinely disgusted. He had no inclination for such grotesque company. "Begone!" With a cold huff, he unleashed the formidable aura of a peak golden immortal, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply, which frightened the black bear's spirit into a hasty retreat. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Luo Xian might have indeed found himself feasting on roasted bear paw that very night. 2 years later, Luo Xian had traversed the mountains extensively. He summoned the Crimson Smoke Steed, stepping into the void, prepared to continue his journey. "Immortal, please halt." Suddenly, a voice called out from the forest. Luo Xian furrowed his brow, gently patting the Crimson Smoke Steed as he descended from the clouds. He pondered the utterance, inwardly relieved it was not the more formal friend. "Please stay. Immortal, I am here." At an unknown moment, a furry monkey emerged from the woods, hands carrying a platter of fruits, grinning as it approached Luo Xian. This monkey, resplendent with golden fur and possessing 6 ears, was none other than the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque, kneeling before Luo Xian, earnestly implored, "I beseech you, esteemed immortal, to accept me as your disciple." The six-eared macaque is one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, which include the spirit bright stone monkey, the long-armed gibbon, the red buttock horse monkey, and the six-eared macaque. Legend has it that these 4 monkeys share a common origin, and if they were to merge, they could transform into an incredibly powerful chaos demon ape. "Oh, why do you refer to me as esteemed immortal? I am merely a wandering practitioner of the mountains," Luo Xian inquired with genuine curiosity. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque promptly responded, "I perceive your profound magical prowess and formidable cultivation, which is why I dared to call upon you, yearning to become your disciple." After speaking, the six-eared macaque respectfully lowered its head. Luo Xian did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up a peach and leisurely began to eat. "And how did you discern my advanced cultivation?" he continued to inquire. "Esteemed immortal," the macaque replied, "I witnessed you merely using your aura to intimidate the black bear spirit. I have long harbored grievances with that creature and have never been its match." The six-eared macaque has now attained the pinnacle of true immortality. Achieving such remarkable accomplishments without the guidance of others and lacking proper cultivation methods speaks highly of its innate talent. Lowering its head once more, a glimmer of golden light flashed in its eyes. From a distance, it had sensed that the flames wielded by Luo Xian were extraordinary. May the esteemed immortal accept this little monkey. I shall diligently cultivate and never disappoint your teachings." The six-eared macaque implored earnestly, gently placing the fruit platter on the ground and bowing thrice before Luo Xian. The Tao ancestor had once lectured at the Purple Cloud's palace, and the six-eared macaque had eavesdropped on the discourse, giving rise to the saying that the teaching shall not be passed to the 6 ears. Since that time, no power in the primordial wilderness dared to take in the six-eared macaque, for no one wished to risk offending the Tao ancestor. Are you aware of the phrase, "the teachings shall not be passed to the 6 ears"? Luo Xian inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, the macaque's head drooped instantly, its eyes dimming as it murmured, "This little monkey knows it has erred." "Oh, what error do you speak of?" Luo Xian asked, a smile playing on his lips, his thoughts inscrutable. The little monkey should not have eavesdropped on the Tao ancestor's teachings, and thus incurred the Tao ancestor's punishment. The Tao ancestor, Hongjun, had lectured at the Purple Cloud's palace 3 times, and the six-eared macaque had been called out by name during its clandestine listening, leading to the admonition against passing on the teachings to it. "Oh, do you believe that this is indeed a mistake?" Luo Xian continued to guide the six-eared macaque's contemplation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy appeared in the macaque's eyes as it eagerly raised its head to look at Luo Xian, its gaze filled with supplication. "This little monkey possesses a dull aptitude. I implore the esteemed immortal for guidance." "A teachable child indeed," Luo Xian observed. Rather than providing an immediate answer, he gently inquired, "What teachings did the Tao ancestor convey?" "The teachings of the great Luo," the six-eared macaque replied without hesitation. "And what constitutes the great Luo's teachings?" Luo Xian pressed further. "The cultivation methods of the great Luo golden immortals." The macaque responded once more with unwavering certainty. "Correct. Since you comprehend that the Tao ancestor's teachings pertain to the great Luo, why do you persistently cling to a single phrase?" The six-eared macaque appeared perplexed, momentarily at a loss, its hands scratching its forehead in confusion. Suddenly, it seemed to recall something, and a look of delight illuminated its face as it hastily bowed to Luo Xian, exclaiming, "Thank you, immortal, for your guidance. I humbly request that you take me as your disciple." The Tao ancestor Hongjun spoke of the great Luo at the Purple Cloud's palace, according to established rules. Only cultivators of the great Luo or higher may attend such lectures. At that time, the six-eared macaque was merely at the celestial immortal realm. Eavesdropping on the great Luo's teachings was akin to forcing growth upon seedlings. "Still calling me an immortal?" Luo Xian chuckled, hinting that if he had no intention of accepting the six-eared macaque as a disciple, he would not have bothered to clarify its doubts. "Salutations, master!" The six-eared macaque bowed once more, its countenance brimming with joy and excitement. Chapter 17. Encounter with the White Fox of Qingqiu Rise. Luo Xian gestured with his hand, for as a modern individual who had traversed through time, he found it quite discomforting to have someone kneeling before him for an extended period. The six-eared macaque hastily stood up, gazing at Luo Xian with a look of utmost reverence. "Do you have a name?" After a considerable pause, Luo Xian pondered for a moment before slowly inquiring. "I do not. How about you call me Yuan Lu?" Luo Xian tentatively suggested, acknowledging his own lack of talent in the art of naming. "Yuan Lu. I was born with 6 ears, and I am a monkey who has attained enlightenment." "This name is splendid." Clearly, the six-eared macaque was exceedingly pleased with the chosen name. "Master, your naming skills are truly remarkable. This name is fantastic." The six-eared macaque beamed with delight as it stood beside Luo Xian. "Is the name to your liking?" Luo Xian thought to himself, content that the monkey found it satisfactory. "Do you know my identity as your master?" Luo Xian inquired again, as he had no intention of concealing his status now that he had accepted the six-eared macaque as his disciple. After all, he had grown up immersed in the tales of Journey to the West, once fantasizing about taking a photograph with the Monkey King. Now, having the six-eared macaque as his disciple was a small fulfillment of that dream. If only he could also take in the great sage Sun Wukong, that would be even better. In truth, Luo Xian harbored a desire to gather all 4 legendary monkeys under his wing, imagining how splendid that would be. "Master, I do not know. The six-eared macaque looked at Luo Xian in confusion, not comprehending why his master had suddenly broached this topic. However, it soon realized that since it had already become a disciple, it was only natural for the master to inform it about the sect's circumstances. I am a disciple of the heavenly sage of the Jia Jiao. What? Ye Yo, a disciple of the heavenly sage? This simple declaration struck the six-eared macaque like a thunderclap, leaving it utterly astonished. It gazed at Luo Xian in disbelief, never imagining that its master would possess such a formidable background. Though it had yet to embark on rigorous training or venture far into the primordial realm, possessing innate talents and abilities had afforded it some knowledge of the happenings in the vast expanse. Jiejiao was renowned as the foremost sect in the primordial world, celebrated for its assembly of myriad immortals. The heavenly sage of Jiejiao upheld the principle of inclusivity and equality among all beings, boasting a multitude of renowned disciples, including figures like the Taoist Duobao and the Seven Immortals. The six-eared macaque had once fantasized about joining Jiejiao, but the path was perilous and fraught with challenges. With its current level of cultivation, traversing millions of miles was no small feat yet now. All of this had come to fruition, and it owed its gratitude to the master before it. The six-eared macaque felt a surge of excitement, its eyes shimmering with eager anticipation, as it envisioned a bright future within Jiejiao. Now that you have joined my ranks, you are my first disciple, thus becoming the third-generation disciple of Jiejiao, Luo Xian declared. Whether from the inner or outer sect, a disciple of a second-generation disciple of Jiejiao naturally qualified as a third-generation disciple. Observing the exuberant expression on the six-eared macaque's face, Luo Xian couldn't help but secretly chuckle, reminiscing about a time when he too was filled with similar hopes and dreams. Thank you, Master. Luo vowed to diligently cultivate his skills, determined to never betray his master's kindness. As he spoke, he respectfully bowed 3 times. Do you possess any cultivation techniques? Luo Xian inquired again. Luo shook his head helplessly, a hint of guilt appearing on his face. I shall impart to you the supreme celestial method and the 9 heavens burning sky technique, Luo Xian declared, releasing a beam of spiritual light that directly entered Luo's mind. Thank you, Master. Luo responded gratefully. Take this token of mine and proceed to Fire Dragon Island for your training. Upon my return, I shall introduce you to my fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, Luo rose, now holding a fiery red token that would grant him immunity from the attacks of the Fire Spirit Great Array. After expressing his gratitude once more, Luo transformed into a beam of spiritual light and soared towards Golden Ao Island. Luo Xian summoned the red smoke steed again, continuing his journey of exploration. In the vastness of the void, the crimson radiance shimmered brilliantly, as if adding a touch of fantastical color to his expedition. Time swiftly passed, and 2 decades had elapsed. Luo Xian had already crossed the Eastern Sea. One day, while traversing a forest, he felt an unbearable thirst and descended from the clouds, seeking fruits to quench it. Unbeknownst to him, the sounds of a fierce battle reached his ears. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacles, and with nothing pressing to attend to, Luo Xian curiously approached to investigate. Before him stood a beautiful woman clad in white palace attire, her figure tall and graceful, her alluring eyes captivating, and her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her slender waist could be encircled with ease, yet it supported a generous bosom, her translucent garments subtly outlining her enticing curves. The slit of her gown revealed a glimpse of her snow-white leg, the skin radiant as fresh snow. With every movement, her ample chest swayed gently, exuding irresistible allure. On the opposite side stood an elderly man, his visage grotesque and demeanor exceedingly lecherous, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Baiyu, cease your struggles. Your Bai Fox clan has been annihilated. Surrender to me willingly, he uttered, advancing towards the beautiful woman, his spiritual power surging forth as 3 tails suddenly emerged behind him, striking fiercely towards her. Ah! The woman was caught off guard, letting out a delicate cry upon being struck. This sound only heightened the old man's excitement as he cackled. Baiyu, rest assured, I shall be gentle. Inha, you dare to extinguish my Bai Fox clan? Do you not fear the wrath of the ruler of Qingqiu? The woman retorted with a snarl, her eyes filled with hatred, yet she was powerless in this moment. Even if it meant risking her life, she would never allow Inhe to defile her body. It was clear that they hailed from Qingqiu. Luo Xian, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest, silently recognized their identities. In this primordial land, myriad tribes flourished, including phoenixes, true dragons, Qilins, white tigers, flood dragons, golden giant elephants, and golden giant lions. The two before him were indeed from Qingqiu. The kingdom of Qiu is a realm abundant with foxes, housing a myriad of species, including celestial foxes, white foxes, silver foxes, moon foxes, charm foxes, golden foxes, red foxes, and purple foxes, among others. The beautiful woman who had just appeared belongs to the White Fox clan, while the lecherous elder is of the Silver Fox lineage. It is likely that a conflict between the two clans has led to the annihilation of the White Fox clan. Senior, please save me. Just as Luo Xian was pondering, the exquisite lady in a white palace attire suddenly cried out, unleashing her full strength to reach Luo Xuan's side in an instant. As she approached, a captivating fragrance wafted into Luo Xuan's nostrils, and her snow-white skin stirred a fervor within his veins. Is there someone else? The elder, YNH, immediately became alert. Anyone who could conceal themselves from his detection must possess cultivation that surpassed his own. Should someone obstruct his plans, it would result in a disastrous failure. Upon glancing up, YNH saw that Bai Wei had already dashed to Luo Xuan's side. Observing Luo Xian, he noted the youth's appearance. Yet within him resided a formidable power that seemed capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. Senior, I implore you to save me, Bai Wei pleaded, dropping to her knees and clasping Luo Xuan's legs, her eyes brimming with innocence and allure, evoking compassion from anyone who beheld her. Luo Xian lowered his gaze to Bai Wei, her alabaster skin immediately captivating his attention. Greatness lies in tolerance. Within the mountains are valleys. Just one glance nearly caused Luo Xian to lose his composure. After all, in 2 lifetimes, he had remained a solitary soul. Such magnificence! How pristine! Luo Xian marveled inwardly, unable to suppress his astonishment. Bai Wei continued, I beseech you, senior, grant me my life, and I shall repay you with gratitude as boundless as a spring. As she spoke, she instinctively pressed closer against Luo Xuan's legs. Stand up first, Luo Xian replied, feigning composure, his expression icy. Upon hearing his command, Bai Wei hastily rose to stand beside him. At that moment, YNH approached Luo Xian, clasping his hands in salute. Senior, this matter pertains to the kingdom of Qiu. I hope you will refrain from intervening. Luo Xian cast a glance at YNH, noting that he was merely at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm. And what if I choose to involve myself? Luo Xian scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. He detested being threatened by others. How audacious of a mere true immortal to invoke the kingdom of Qiu as a means of intimidation. Did he truly believe Luo Xian would be cowed? If the kingdom of Qiu were to learn of Luo Xuan's identity, they would likely annihilate YNH's entire clan. Upon hearing this, YNH's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes narrowed, and an unmistakable killing intent surged forth. Then I must apologize. Chapter 18. Teach by you. Journey to Mount Wanshou, let death come. In an instant, the murderous intent surrounding the galaxy surged forth like a torrential river. 3 tails reemerged behind him, embodying the terrifying power of a peak true immortal strike, crashing towards him like an unstoppable force. Bai Yu was the chosen vessel he had meticulously selected. In pursuit of his nefarious scheme, he would not hesitate to annihilate the Baihu clan, nor would he allow the prize to slip from his grasp. Seeking death, Luo Xian scoffed. As one traverses this vast primordial land, even the avoidance of trouble does not guarantee that trouble will not seek you out. Without formidable strength and profound backing, one finds oneself perpetually teetering on the brink of demise. Before his words faded, Luo Xian immediately summoned the Wanyahu. In an instant, 3,000 fiery crows shot forth like arrows released from a bow, encircling the galaxy S-form. The blazing, true fire of the sun, like a voracious beast, swiftly consumed his garments.
Within moments, the galaxy was reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Such overwhelming power Baiyu could not help but part her red lips, her eyes widening slightly, her full bosom rising and falling with hurried breaths. Clearly astonished by Luo Xian's formidable prowess, she pondered inwardly, realizing that if Luo Xian could eliminate the galaxy with a single strike, his cultivation must be at least at the Xianxian level, possibly even reaching the Jinxian realm. With this thought in mind, Baiyu felt a stirring within her heart and resolved to cling tightly to Luo Xian's side. "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed senior." Baiyu hurried forward, bowing respectfully to Luo Xian once more. Luo Xian turned around, casting a casual glance. Indeed, Luo Xian silently vowed that his act of saving Baiyu stemmed purely from goodwill. He had always acted with righteousness and benevolence, harboring no ulterior motives. "Tell me your identity and the circumstances surrounding this event. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to slay you as well." Luo Xian spoke with a grave expression. Baiyu nodded slightly, her lips parting gently as she began to recount the events that had transpired. Baiyu was the matriarch of the Baihu clan from the kingdom of Qingxiu. Although her tribe was small, its members lived in peace and prosperity. The galaxy, on the other hand, was the leader of the Silver Fox clan and a minister close to the current ruler of Qingxiu. During one of his journeys, the galaxy unexpectedly stumbled upon the Baihu tribe and discovered that Baiyu possessed the exceedingly rare extreme Yin body. He believed that if he could cultivate with her, his own power would greatly increase. Since then, the galaxy had persistently harassed Baiyu. Already married and cherished by her husband, with adorable children, she resolutely refused his advances. However, the galaxy, undeterred, ultimately devised a cruel conspiracy, ruthlessly annihilating the Baihu clan and pursuing Baiyu relentlessly to this very place. "I implore you, esteemed senior, to allow me to stay by your side, so that I may repay your life-saving grace." Baiyu once again bowed deeply to Luo Xian. From the perspective of Luo Xian, he once again caught sight of the dazzling, snow-white ravine. How pristine! Luo Xian felt as if his body were a slumbering dragon suddenly awakened, instinctively standing tall. Just at that moment, he found himself in need of a maid to serve tea and water. Luo Xian hastily emphasized that he genuinely required a maid. After all, on the vast Fire Dragon Island, he was usually accompanied only by the six-eared macaque. How delightful! Upon hearing this, Baiyu's face instantly brightened, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Subsequently, Luo Xian summoned the red smoke steed and leaped onto its back. Baiyu perceptively stepped forward to take hold of the reins around the steed's neck. Thus, Luo Xian and Baiyu embarked together on their continued journey through the ancient wilderness. The expanse of the wilderness was boundless, its territories immeasurable. Traveling alone had indeed become somewhat tedious. However, with the company of a beautiful woman, the monotony of the journey was alleviated. When Luo Xian referred to his loneliness, he merely meant boredom. There was no need for further speculation. He even swore that he had no ulterior motives, claiming that certain parts of him were 3 centimeters shorter. As time flew by, several years passed in an instant. During this period, Luo Xian and Baiyu became increasingly familiar with one another, and Luo Xian's understanding of the Qingxiu kingdom deepened. Before his journey, his knowledge of the Qingxiu clan was limited to novels, lacking in depth. The Qingxiu kingdom, renowned as the land of myriad foxes, was composed of countless fox tribes. The current ruler was the immensely powerful nine-tailed celestial fox, whose cultivation had reached the quasi-saint realm. Baiyu was exceptionally well-behaved and considerate. By day, when Luo Xian felt fatigued, she would willingly seek out various fruits to quench his thirst. By night, if Luo Xian was weary and wished to sleep, she would vigilantly guard over him. Naturally, Baiyu occasionally flaunted her advantages, sometimes intentionally. Initially, Luo Xian, holding the belief that it was difficult for everyone to be away from home, bore it silently. However, as Baiyu's antics grew increasingly audacious, he found it intolerable. Whenever he prepared to sleep, she would cast him sultry glances, her voice soft and alluring, and even inadvertently reveal her long, snow-white legs. The patience of a gentleman has its limits. Luo Xian could no longer endure it and resolved to teach Baiyu a thorough lesson. The severity of this lesson was such that Baiyu cried throughout the night, her tears running dry. She even pleaded with Luo Xian, saying, "Master, please stop, or else." Following each lesson, Baiyu would become exceptionally obedient, filling Luo Xian's heart with a surge of pride. In just a few short years, Baiyu had been disciplined 500 or 600 times. Now, she was indeed very compliant. "Baiyu, how far ahead have we come?" Luo Xian inquired leisurely while seated upon the red smoke steed. Baiyu respectfully replied, "Master, just 1,000 miles ahead lies Wuzhuang Temple." At that moment, Baiyu's complexion was rosy, reminiscent of cheeks tenderly kissed by the gentle morning dew of spring, as vibrant as the first bloom of peach blossoms. Wuzhuang Temple? In a moment of introspection, Luo Xian felt a stir within. After all, it was the sacred abode of the Earth immortal ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi. As one of the 3,000 formidable beings of the Purple Cloud Palace, Zhen Yuanzi possessed cultivation at the late stage of quasi-saint. And when combined with the earth-imbued Book of Earth, his defenses were nearly impenetrable by anyone beneath the status of a saint. This Book of Earth was one of the renowned 3 books. It's might not to be underestimated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the new check-in location, Wuzhuangwen. Please check in within 3 days. What a splendid system. Luo Xian felt a surge of joy within. This system seemed to understand his desires perfectly. He proceeded towards Wuzhuangwen with a calm demeanor. After all, he needed to conserve his energy to continually discipline Baiyu. "Does the master know Zhen Yuanzi?" Baiyu inquired softly, having been thoroughly subdued by Luo Xian's teachings, fearful of inadvertently inciting his ire once again. Luo Xian offered no reply, leaving Baiyu to silently grasp the reins as they continued towards Wuzhuangwen. Speaking of Zhen Yuanzi, one must mention Hong Yun. Hong Yun, having taken form from a solitary red cloud since the dawn of creation, was known for his warm-heartedness and generosity. He shared a close friendship with Zhen Yuanzi, akin to what modern parlance would call a good buddy. Luo Xian pondered silently. Considering the current timeline, Hong Yun had yet to fall, though it seemed his days were numbered. What means did he possess to save Hong Yun? In the past, during the sermon delivered by Tao ancestor Hong Jun at the Purple Cloud Palace, 6 meditation cushions were arranged within the sacred hall. The 3 pure ones and Yuhua arrived first, occupying 4 of the cushions. Hong Yun and Kunping each seized one. Upon the arrival of the quasi-saints, Zhuanti and Jin, they lamented their lack of seating to Hong Yun. Out of kindness, Hong Yun relinquished his spot to Jin. Seeing this, Zhuanti turned his gaze towards Kunping, who was naturally reluctant to yield, resulting in a heated argument, with Zhuanti even rebuking Kunping as a mere scaly beast. Yuanshi Tianzuan, in support, added to the fray, forcing Kunping to concede his position. After the sermon concluded, Tao ancestor Hong Jun bestowed 7 strands of primordial purple energy. The 3 pure ones, Yuhua, Zhuanti, and Jane each received 1, with Hong Yun acquiring the final strand. This primordial purple energy was a rare opportunity for attaining sainthood. Subsequently, the 3 pure ones, Yuhua, Jin, and Zhuanti each utilized their strands to achieve sainthood, while the last strand in Hong Yun's possession became an object of envy among many. Moreover, as Kunping believed he was rightfully entitled to the primordial purple energy but missed out due to Hong Yun, he could not confront Zhuanti, who had already become a saint. Thus, he vented his pent-up fury upon Hong Yun. Initially, Hong Yun was able to calm himself and diligently cultivate, seeking the opportunity for sainthood and seclusion. However, after numerous failed attempts, he gradually ceased to force the issue and began to wander through the vast wilderness. It was likely that, by this time, the Heavenly Court had already dispatched individuals to search for Hong Yun's whereabouts. Luo Xian speculated, according to the narrative of the primordial era and known from past lives. After the 6 sages took their rightful places, the Heavenly Court began to stir with ambition, dispatching the Kunping to assassinate Hong Yun and seize the elusive primordial purple energy. Ultimately, the Kunping allied with the 10 great demon saints of the demon clan, resulting in the fall of Hong Yun, while the primordial purple energy vanished without a trace. Mount Wanshou, as the sacred ground of the progenitor of earthly immortals, naturally possesses extraordinary qualities. One can observe the celestial cranes in the mountains, their melodies resonating gracefully. Herds of white deer wander leisurely through the landscape.
On this day, two figures descended slowly from the clouds and arrived before the Wuzhuang Temple. At the back of Wuzhuang Temple, beneath the ginseng fruit tree, the venerable Zenyuanzi, who was deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes wide and called upon his disciples. Qingfeng, Minghua, are you present? Two children, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, resembling youthful boys, instantly appeared before Zenyuanzi. Two guests have arrived at Wuzhuang Temple. You are to receive them, instructed Zenyuanzi. Chapter 19. Tasting the ginseng fruit. A reminder to Jin Yuanzi, are you the guest mentioned by the master? As Qingfeng and Mingyue arrived at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple, they beheld a young man and woman standing before the temple. The young man, strikingly handsome and elegantly attired in a vibrant crimson robe, exuded an air of gallantry. The young woman, reminiscent of a celestial fox spirit descending to earth, possessed an enchanting grace that was utterly captivating. These two were none other than Luo Xian and Baiyu. Luo Xian bore a gentle smile, his warm gaze fixed upon Qingfeng and Mingyue. They, manifestations of a gentle breeze and a bright moon, were of mere, true, immortal cultivation, a fact easily discerned by Luo Xian. He remained amicable and showed no skepticism toward Zhen Yuanzi's uncanny foresight regarding his arrival. After all, as the progenitor of Earth Immortals and a holder of the Earth Book, Zhen Yuanzi's formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level would render it quite peculiar for him to be unaware of Luo Xian's visit. With a respectful gesture, Luo Xian clasped his fists and said, I am Luo Xian, disciple of the Supreme Clear Saint, here to pay my respects to Master Uncle Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi, one of the 3,000 great beings of Zhixiao Palace and a disciple of the Mystical Gate, was of the same generation as the three purities. Thus, it was only fitting for Luo Xian to address him as Master Uncle. Ah, a disciple of the Supreme Clear Saint. Brother Luo, please come in. In the vast wilderness, the 6 saints held renown far and wide. Qingfeng and Mingyue, being astute, quickly and respectfully invited the two inside. Meanwhile, Baiyu's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, akin to a stampede of 100,000 divine beasts. She had not anticipated that Luo Xian was a disciple of the Supreme Clear Saint. It is worth noting that only 6 saints existed in the entirety of the wilderness, beings who towered above all, gazing down upon a myriad of sentient beings. Baiyu silently resolved to seize Luo Xian's heart, for without it, her hopes of vengeance would be utterly extinguished. Upon entering the temple, they were greeted by a thick aura of spiritual energy, almost tangible in its richness. The vegetation within flourished abundantly. As they gazed towards the main hall, they spotted a middle-aged man standing there in serene stillness, adorned in a blue Taoist robe, with his hair elegantly coiled. He held a whisk in one hand and wore silver boots, his gaze gentle yet profound, as if stars sparkled within his eyes. This man was none other than Zhen Yuanzi. Greetings, Master Uncle Zhen Yuanzi. Luo Xian entered the hall, his demeanor courteous, his eyes gleaming with joy. As he performed a respectful bow, there is no need for such formality, my dear nephew. Please take a seat. Zhen Yuanzi warmly beckoned. Luo Xian complied and settled into his seat, while Baiyu obediently stood behind him. I wonder what brings my esteemed nephew to Wuzhuang Temple this time, Zhen Yuanzi inquired. Though the distance between Wuzhuang Temple and Jinao Island was considerable, it was not insurmountable in the vast expanses of the wilderness. Yet for Luo Xian, possessing the cultivation of a peak golden immortal, such a journey would likely take several centuries to accomplish. Master Uncle, Luo Xian began, I have been wandering through the wilderness for many years. Following guidance, I have come to your sacred domain. I have long heard of the renowned ginseng fruit within your grounds, and I confess my desire for it has led me here to pay my visit. Luo Xian explained with a smile. Ha! Zenyuanzi chuckled heartily, turning to Qingfeng Mingyue and instructed, Qingfeng Mingyue, please fetch the golden gourd and bring back 4 ginseng fruits for your senior brother. The ginseng fruit is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots in the primordial world. If a mortal is fortunate enough to catch a whiff of its fragrance, they may extend their lifespan by 360 years. Consuming one will grant them an astonishing life of 47,000 years. For cultivators, The ginseng fruit serves as an exceptional aid in enhancing their cultivation level, a significant boon on the path to immortality. Thank you, Master Uncle. Zenyuansi shared a deep bond with the Sanqing, having traveled through the primordial realm alongside Tongtian Jiao Master in his youth. As the saying goes, one loves all that is associated with a beloved person. Zenyuansi had heard of Luo Xian and knew him to be well-versed in fire-based magical abilities, with considerable talent. As they spoke, Qingfeng Mingwei approached with two exquisitely crafted wooden trays of sandalwood, her steps light and joyful. She gently placed the trays on the table and said, "Nephew Luo Xian, come and taste." Luo Xian took the tray, dividing two fruits for Baiwei, before savoring one himself. The moment the fruit touched his tongue, a sweet flavor blossomed, and a warm current surged through him, akin to a lively stream, swiftly coursing throughout his body. Luo Xian distinctly felt his cultivation advance slightly, now merely a step away from breaking through to the Tai golden immortal stage. Truly, it is a supreme, innate spiritual root. Unable to contain his admiration, Luo Xian casually inquired, "Master Uncle Zenyuansi, is Master Uncle Hongyun present at the Taoist temple?" Hongyun shared a profound friendship with Zenyuansi, akin to that of close companions. He often resided at Zenyuansi's temple, engaging in philosophical discussions, during which many ginseng fruits found their way in a Hongyun's stomach. Upon hearing Hongyun's name, Zenyuansi's expression softened, and he replied, "My dear brother Hongyun is warm-hearted and always willing to help. He departed from Wuzhuang Temple 1,000 years ago to explore the primordial world." After a pause, Zenyuansi curiously asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss with him? If you prefer, I can convey your message." In an instant, Luo Xian's demeanor turned grave as he said, "Master Uncle, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose." Zenyuansi waved his hand kindly and replied, "Dear nephew, feel free to speak without reservation. There is no need for formality. If possible, I would hope Master Uncle Zenyuansi could summon Master Uncle Hongyun back swiftly. At present, Hongyun finds himself in a precarious situation, with countless eyes secretly watching the primordial purple energy in his possession, waiting for the opportune moment to act." "Why do you say that?" Zenyuansi asked, confusion evident on his face, as though he were enveloped in mist. Luo Xian's expression grew increasingly serious as he pressed. "May I ask, Master Uncle Zenyuansi, how did the 6 saints attain their sainthood?" "By establishing teachings and attaining sainthood," Zenyuansi replied without hesitation. "First, Niwa created humanity, thereby becoming the first saint of the primordial realm. Following her, the Taiji saint established the human teachings as a foundation, subsequently achieving sainthood. Then, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiao Master also established their teachings and attained sainthood. Finally, the 2 saints from the west also succeeded in their pursuit of sainthood." Luo Xian then inquired, "And what happened next?" Zenyuansi furrowed his brow, lost in thought, and remarked, "Dear nephew, do not keep me in suspense." Zhen Yuanzi has always been known for his gentle temperament. Yet at this moment, as he faced relentless inquiries from a junior, a flicker of impatience surfaced within him. After all, as a venerable ancestor of the earth immortals and a mighty figure on the verge of sanctification, he had never endured such treatment. Luo Xian did not respond directly. Instead, he continued to probe. "Master Uncle, do you know why, despite establishing a doctrine, the old ancestor of the underworld river could not attain sanctification?" Zhen Yinzi shot Luo Xian a sharp glance and replied, "Firstly, the Azura clan possesses inherent flaws. Secondly, they lack the crucial element for sanctification, Hongmeng Purple Qi." "Hongmeng Purple Qi?" A glimmer of fear flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes as he looked at Luo Xian in disbelief. "Are you implying that Brother Hongyun may face mortal peril due to the Hongmeng Purple Qi in his possession?" Luo Xian nodded slowly, choosing not to elaborate further. With Zhen Yuanzi's intellect, he would undoubtedly grasp the implications of this revelation. Upon affirming Luo Xian's assertion, a wave of dread washed over Zhen Yuanzi. In that instant, it felt as though thunder had struck in his heart, akin to a legion of ants gnawing at his very core. If he were to adopt the perspective of the demon clan, he would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to pursue and eliminate Hong Yun, regardless of the cost. To seize the Hongming purple qi. With great effort, Zhen Yuanzi managed to regain his composure, suppressing the tumult within. He forced a smile and said, "I am deeply grateful for your enlightenment, dear nephew. Otherwise, a grave disaster might have ensued. I truly owe you a monumental debt of gratitude." Luo Xian smiled faintly, his demeanor calm as he replied, "Master Uncle, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon this information and thought it prudent to inform you." "Qingfeng Mingwei," Zhen Yuanzi called out. "Go to the storeroom and fetch 10 ginseng fruits for your senior brother to taste." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight crossed Luo Xian's eyes, realizing that Zhen Yuanzi was indeed an astute individual. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi earnestly requested Luo Xian to stay a few more days at Wuzhuang Temple, while he took his leave to seek out Hong Yun. As night fell silently, Qingfeng and Mingyue prepared a guest room for Luo Xian and Bai Yu. Luo Xian stretched languidly, reclining comfortably in a chair. Bai Yu approached with a basin of warm water, gently kneeling to test the temperature. Inadvertently, the slit of her skirt revealed her snow-like thigh. She carefully placed the basin at Luo Xian's feet as the flickering yellow flames cast their shadows, filling the room with a subtle, enchanting fragrance that was intoxicating. "Master, is the water temperature to your liking?" Bai Yu's lips parted gently, her eyes shimmering like silk, her voice soft and melodious, as she delicately caressed Luo Xian's ankle. A chill radiated from his ankle, yet an intense warmth surged within him, as if an illicit fire were igniting in his soul. Luo Xian nodded slightly, slowly closing his eyes to fully relish this rare moment of indulgence. However, the scene before him was overwhelmingly enticing, each glance igniting a fervor within him. Suddenly, Luo Xian furrowed his brow, sensing the presence of another on his legs. He opened his eyes slowly to find Bai Yu, her gaze dreamy, seated right before him. Leaning slightly forward, her right hand began to skillfully explore his form. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold coins. Chapter 20, The Enlightenment Tea Tree. The demonic court's schemes. The following morning, Luo Xian awoke leisurely, stretching contentedly as a sense of clarity enveloped him. Remnants of last night's exquisite sensations still lingering in his heart. System, check-in at Wuzhuang Temple. After all, the designated check-in period was merely 3 days long, and a day had already been squandered. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Wuzhuang Temple. You have received the extraordinary innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. The Enlightenment Tea Tree? An extraordinary innate spiritual root? A smile involuntarily graced Luo Xian's lips, for his fortune was truly exceptional. In the world of Hongwang, there existed only 10 such extraordinary innate spiritual roots, and the Enlightenment Tea Tree was one among them. Long ago, it had dissipated within the vastness of Hongwang, its whereabouts nearly impossible to trace. The extraordinary innate spiritual roots of Hongwang included the Enlightenment Tea Tree, the Fusong Tree, the Ginseng Fruit Tree, the Run Water Peach, the Huangzhong Li, the Gourd Vine, the Bitter Bamboo, the Celestial Apricot, the Five-Needle Pine, and the Laurel Tree. Among these, the innate Gourd Vine had been claimed by Niuhua, the 3 pure ones, Luya, Hongyun, and Hongjun. The 7 gourds of varying colors that grew from the innate Gourd Vine were refined into remarkably powerful treasures. The purple gold gourd was acquired by Taishang Laojun, who forged it into the purple gold-red gourd, an extraordinary artifact capable of absorbing all things. He often used it to contain the precious 9 transformations golden elixir and other esteemed elixirs. The purple-red gourd belonged to Han Yun, who transformed it into the 9 soul-dispersing red gourd, a treasure that could emit a crimson mist. Anyone ensnared by this mist would have their soul instantly dissipate. Regrettably, due to a conflict over the holy position, Han Yun was tragically slain by the Kuanpeng, and the whereabouts of this gourd have since become unknown. The purple-white gourd was obtained by Emperor Jun, later molded into the demon-slaying gourd, which was passed down to Liu Xiao Jinwu. This gourd concealed a flying blade capable of vanquishing demons and gods alike. The purple-blue gourd was acquired by the goddess Niwa, fashioned into the demon summoning banner, which, when waved, could summon all demonic beings across the realm. The purple-yellow gourd was claimed by Tong Tian, who refined it into the water and fire gourd, nurturing 2 water-fire chelants within, imbued with formidable elemental power. The purple-green gourd was attained by Hong Jun, capable of nurturing treasures from all over the world, enhancing their quality. Later, he bestowed it upon Hao Yin. The purple-black gourd belonged to the primordial heavenly sovereign, containing the essence of chaos, capable of creating a chaotic world and evolving all things. Additionally, the gourd vine was utilized by Niwa to create humanity, transforming into the creation whip. The bitter bamboo was taken by Jing, refined into the 6 pure bamboo, capable of sealing a person's 6 senses. The celestial apricot became the fruit consumed by Li Zenzi in later generations. The Fusong tree, as the divine would accompanying the 10 golden crows, was taken by Xuandi. The ginseng fruit now rests in the hands of Zenyuanzi. The peach tree, known for its magical peaches, thrives in the Yaoqi. The laurel tree stands upon the Tine Star, before the grand tree at Chang'e's Guanghan Palace. Meanwhile, the whereabouts of Huangzhong Li and the 5-needle pine remain a mystery. Upon examining the fundamental information of the Enlightenment tea tree, Luo Xian discovered that it originally produced only 3,000 pounds of tea leaves every million years. However, following the system's enhancement, it now yielded a single leaf of Enlightenment tea each day, each leaf roughly the size of an infant's palm. Moreover, an initial gift of 3,000 pounds of tea leaves was bestowed upon him, a truly rare treasure. The objective has been achieved. It is time to depart. Outside Wuzhuangguan, Qingfeng Mingyue clasped his hands and said, "Brother, why not linger a few more days and wait for the teacher's return?" "No, I'm grateful for the attentive care over these past few days," Luo Xian replied sincerely, then casually produced 100 leaves of the Wudao tree tea and presented them to the two, saying, "Before I leave, please accept this small token of appreciation." "You are too courteous, brother," Qingfeng responded with feigned respect, though a hint of disdain flickered in his expression. In his heart, nothing could possibly surpass the value of the ginseng fruit. Luo Xian, keenly aware of Qingfeng's demeanor, chose not to comment. He summoned the Qiyan steed, with Baiwei deftly holding the reins, and the two ascended into the clouds. Qingfeng returned to the observatory, still holding the tea leaves. He conjured a teacup and brewed a pot of tea. Zenyuanzi, known for his extensive friendships, welcomed countless admirers from all corners of the primordial world, and being benevolent, he naturally received numerous gifts. Some gifts would pass through Qingfeng Mingyue's hands. Anything they deemed unworthy would be discreetly confiscated for their own enjoyment. Could this tea possibly surpass the flavor of ginseng fruit? The answer was evidently. Taking a sip of the brewed tea, Qingfeng Mingyue was instantly captivated by its sweetness, and their consciousnesses expanded into a realm of ethereal clarity. They exchanged incredulous glances, fully convinced that such tea did not exist in this world, its rarity rivaling that of ginseng fruit. The two finally shed their disdainful expressions, their gazes growing serious as they meticulously packaged the tea, awaiting their teacher's return. Meanwhile, within the demon court, celestial melodies floated through the air and white clouds drifted lazily, as countless great demons flitted through the layers of clouds, causing the void to tremble. The palaces, resplendent in gold and jade, were partially concealed among the trees, their grandeur overwhelming. In the 33 heavens, within the hall of the heavenly emperor, the assembly plotted over the Hongmeng purple qi in Hongyun's grasp, hoping to bring forth a true saint from the demon race. Although Niwa holds the esteemed title of Saintess of the demon race, she remained aloof regarding their affairs. Had she offered her assistance, the witch clan would have likely been long eradicated. Tai, Emperor Jun, the demon master Kunpeng, the 10 great demon saints, and Fushi were all gathered there. Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun, both towering figures, exuded an air of authority that seemed to overlook the world. Seated upon the throne of the heavenly emperor, their presence radiated an undeniable pressure. Emperor Jun surveyed the assembly of celestial elites below, then turned his gaze to the demon master Kunpeng, inquiring, "What news do you have of Hongyun's whereabouts?" The demon master Kunpeng, one of the first innate beings born after the creation of the heavens and earth, belonged to the same era as the three pure ones in Yuhua, and was one of the 3,000 guests of the Zhixiao Palace. After joining the heavenly court, he earned the title of Demon Master for creating the demon race's script. With a mere flap of his wings, he could traverse 90,000 miles. Sanqing, Enhua, Jijin, and Junti sequentially attained enlightenment and became saints, instilling a profound sense of crisis within Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun. They were acutely aware that in order to safeguard the heavenly court against future perils, it was imperative to swiftly acquire the primordial purple energy and achieve sanctification. Consequently, they dispatched Kunping early on to seek out the whereabouts of Hanyan. Meanwhile, Fushi furrowed his brow slightly, inwardly murmuring, "Is this truly the most appropriate course of action?" His connection with Hanyan was tenuous at best. He had only heard tales of Hong Yun's warm hospitality and benevolent nature, renowned as the amiable figure of the primordial world. Draped in a dark robe, Kunpeng's eyes were shrouded in shadows. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's inquiry, he slowly rose and declared, "I have uncovered the location of Hong Yun." "Where?" Both Tai and Emperor Jun inquired in unison, their eyes igniting with fervor as they fixated on Kunpeng. The other 10 demon saints, too, were instantly captivated, directing their attention towards him. Mount Wanshou, Wuzhuang Temple, and the Taoist sanctuary of Zenyuanzi. With that, Kunpeng resumed his seat. Mount Wanshou, Wuzhuang Temple, and Zenyuanzi's Taoist sanctuary? Tai mused with a slight frown, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. Among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, few could inspire such caution in him, and Zenyuanzi was indeed one of them. Holding the Earth Book, which was the very essence of the Earth, Zenyuanzi could, when combined with the Earth Book, activate the formidable Earth Book formation, rendering it nearly impenetrable. Emperor Jun sighed inwardly, recognizing the dire straits of the demon race, loathed by several saints, while their own matron refused to lend assistance. In that moment, Tai, seated nearby, suddenly spoke up, "Brother, what if I wield the Chaos Bell and lead the 10 demon saints to forcibly level Wuzhuang Temple?" Chapter 21. The schemes of Kunpeng and the crisis of Hong Yun, the Chaos Bell, an innate treasure of unparalleled might, coupled with Tai's formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level, created an invincible force beneath the realm of saints. Tai brimmed with confidence, believing that if he wielded the Chaos Bell with all his strength, he could shatter the earthbound formation of Zenyuanzi. However, the repercussions of such an act would be dire. Zenyuanzi's profound foundation meant that offending him could lead to the entire terrestrial demon race facing annihilation. Yet, should he succeed in seizing the primordial purple energy from Hong Yun, thereby bestowing a saint upon the demon race, all actions taken would seem justified. Emperor Jun was plunged into deep contemplation. As the heavenly emperor, each command he issued affected the lives and deaths of countless demon subjects. Every decision demanded careful consideration, for behind him stood not only the heavenly court, but the entire demon race, along with his own family. He shared a deep bond with his wife, Shiha, and their 10 beloved sons, relishing the warmth of his current life. In the midst of Emperor Jun's indecision, Kunpeng stepped forward once more, a faint smile playing upon his lips, and respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, Hong Yun indeed visited the Wuzhuang Temple, but that was a millennium ago. Recently, he departed and set forth on a solitary journey through the vast wilderness." Emperor Jun shot a glare at Kunpeng, initially poised to unleash his ire, but suppressing his anger. He replied in a low voice, "Speak all at once next time." Kunpeng fell silent, having lived for several 100 million years. He was a shrewd strategist, aware that discretion was the better part of valor at this moment. "Do you have a precise location of Hong Yun?" Dongwang Tai's eyes gleamed with intensity as he inquired of Kunpeng. "I have dispatched individuals to keep constant surveillance and track his movements," Kunpeng responded. Immediately, Emperor Jun's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the room, commanding, "Kunpeng, Juing, Ingzhao Lu Wu, your servant is here." The 4 answered in unison, their voices resonating throughout the palace. "You 4 must exhaust all means to retrieve the primordial purple energy back to the heavenly court. Emperor Jun's demeanor was grave, his tone resolute. Yes. The four took their leave, transforming into four brilliant beams of light that swiftly vanished into the wilderness. Once they departed, Fushi, with a troubled expression, turned to Emperor Jun and said, "Your Majesty, this course of action may not be wise." Fushi, the elder brother of Nuwa and the Emperor of the Demons, possessed formidable cultivation at the late quasi-saint level. Emperor Jun cast a complex glance at Fushi, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Tai interjected, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Fushi, how can you doubt the Emperor's decision?" Sighing helplessly, Fushi transformed into a beam of light and left the heavenly court. He was inherently averse to conflict and bloodshed, wishing only for the peaceful prosperity of the demon race. However, the unfolding events increasingly diverged from his hopes, leaving him feeling powerless. In the imperial palace of the heavenly emperor, Jun returned, his face weary and burdened. The moment he stepped into the palace, he beheld the graceful figure of a beautiful young woman standing serenely. An involuntary smile of affection graced his face. This enchanting lady was Shiha, the wife of Dijuan, and together they had 10 sons. Dijuan also had another beloved wife, Changshi, with whom he shared a deep affection. He and Shiha had known each other for tens of millions of years. Time had left no trace upon her visage, instead bestowing upon her an added air of maturity and allure. Her eyes and brows radiated endless charm, while a flowing white gown accentuated her curvaceous form, the hem revealing glimpses of her snow-white thighs. Upon seeing Dijuan return, Shiha gracefully advanced, and he instinctively gathered her into his embrace. With a worried expression, she softly inquired, "Your Majesty, would it be too reckless to send someone to assassinate Han Yin?" She had learned of this news immediately after the council concluded, and an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. A woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. For the future of the entire demon clan, I must act thus, Dijuan replied, his gaze resolute and unwavering as he gently kissed Shiha, his eyes filled with tenderness. She has savored this moment of gentle affection. Suddenly, she felt warm hands caressing her, and she gazed at Dijuan with a dreamy expression, playfully chiding, "My lord, please don't." Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and, as she lay in his arms, a soft sigh escaped her lips, her legs instinctively tightening around him. "My lord, please don't." She attempted to halt Dijuan, but her voice seemed to serve only as a catalyst for his growing desire. Dijuan lifted Shiha effortlessly, moving towards a nearby table. She leaned upon it, her face aglow with embarrassment as she glanced back at him, her eyes brimming with affection. Meanwhile, for beams of ethereal light fell from the heavens like shooting stars, heralding the arrival of a group sent by the celestial court. Kuanpung wore a grim expression, his eyes scanning the desolate surroundings with a sinister glint. Jiao Ying frowned with impatience, remarking, "Kuanpung, how many circles must you lead us in? Should the grand plan of His Majesty be delayed, the consequences will be yours to bear. According to my informants, Hung Yun was indeed here not long ago." Kuanping's expression darkened with displeasure. Had his schemes not yet come to fruition, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate these 3 nuisances on the spot. As one of the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace, a formidable quasi-saint of the primordial era, he had been thwarted at every turn by these 3 individuals. They claimed to be allies, yet they were merely his watchers. Kuanping, who had diligently served the celestial court, felt wearied by this treatment, even without accolades. He had toiled hard. Once he seized the primordial purple energy, he would retreat to the northern underworld demon palace, activating a grand formation that none below the saintly rank could breach. At that point, the demon clan and the witch clan would be of no concern to him. All he desired was to delve into his studies in peace, basking in the freedom that awaited him. Arguing among themselves would resolve nothing. Their immediate priority was to swiftly track down Han Yun's whereabouts. At last, Lu Wu spoke, his form resembling that of a tiger, yet adorned with 9 tails, a human face and tiger claws. Once a mountain deity of Kunlun, he had transformed and become one of the 10 great demon saints in the heavenly court, possessing cultivation at the peak of quasi-saint. Upon hearing this, Jiao Ying ceased his banter, his gaze fixated on Kunpeng with a predatory intensity. Just then, an unusual fluctuation rippled through the heavens. The very fabric of space seemed to be torn asunder by an unseen hand, and from a rift emerged a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, leisurely seated upon a gourd. This was none other than Han Yun. Kunpeng immediately recognized the figure in the void, excitement igniting in his eyes as he could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Jiuying, Lu Wu, and Ning Zhao, upon hearing the commotion, quickly rallied to encircle Han Yun. It is said that fortune favors the bold, and what was sought with great effort was so easily obtained. Han Yun, who had been leisurely reclining with his legs crossed and a blade of grass in his mouth, suddenly felt a tightening in his spirit and instinctively glanced around. To his dismay, for figures had appeared without his notice. Alarmed, he tightened his grip on the gourd and coldly demanded, Kunpeng, what are your intentions? Well aware of Kunpeng's notorious reputation in the primordial world, Han Yun understood that his presence here was anything but fortuitous. Moreover, since their last encounter after the teachings at Zhixiao Palace, they had not met again. Old friend, it has been a long time, Kunpeng said, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he advanced slowly, his black robe billowing ominously in the wind. His eyes shadowed with a palpable intent to kill. Meanwhile, Jiu Ying, Lu Wu, and Ning Zhao swiftly closed in. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Han Yun sensed the encroaching danger and wished to depart. With a chilling laugh, Kunpeng swept his sleeve, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through the air towards Han Yun, the space erupting with a cacophony of sounds. Han Yun reacted swiftly, managing to evade. Yet he was a moment too late. Though he too was at the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation, he found himself slightly outmatched against Kunpeng, a practitioner renowned for his merciless ways. A strand of red hair was severed by the wind blades, igniting Han Yun's fury as he retorted, Kunpeng, I bear no grudge against you. Nor have I wronged you recently. Why do you suddenly attack? Bear no grudge? You dare to voice such words. Kunpeng's eyes flared crimson, his murderous intent surging like a tempest in the void. In an instant, violent winds whipped through the heavens. The terrifying aura of his peak quasi-saint cultivation was unleashed without restraint, dominating the space above with an oppressive force. Had it not been for your yielding of a seat during the Zhixiao Palace teachings, impacting me, I might have already attained sainthood by now. Kunpeng seethed through clenched teeth. This matter, Han Yun's mind raced back to that fateful day. Indeed, it seemed there was some truth to Kunpeng's claim. However, he had not taken the matter to heart at that time. Upon reflection, he realized that his earlier actions had indeed had a significant impact on Kunpeng, and a hint of regret crossed his face. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Dear friend Kunpeng, I sincerely apologize for my lack of foresight in this matter. Apology? What I seek is your life. Chapter 22, A Sudden Turn of Events. Zhun Yuanzi's heroic intervention as the words fell, Kunpeng sprang into action like a ravenous wolf. His hands transformed instantaneously into sharp claws, radiating a chilling light, and surged towards Han Yun with lethal intent. 9-9 dispersing soul red gourd. Han Yun, fully aware of the imminent danger, hastily summoned the red gourd in his possession. In a heartbeat, countless grains of red sand erupted like a torrential flood, fiercely colliding with the oncoming claws. Boom! The red sand clashed violently with the claws, acting as a sharp corrosive agent, striving to dismantle the ferocity of the assault. As the smoke gradually cleared, Han Yun's aura noticeably dimmed. He was not adept at magical combat, and that previous maneuver had been a strenuous defense. If this entanglement continued, his life would undoubtedly be at stake. Strike together. With a thunderous roar, Jiuying summoned forth a radiant light from his palm, revealing the illustrious Sun Golden Wheel. This Sun Golden Wheel, a superior innate spiritual treasure, could be elevated to a supreme innate treasure when paired with the Moon Golden Wheel. In that moment, the Sun Golden Wheel spun rapidly. The surrounding void seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, emitting deep, resonant sounds, while golden rays shot forth like arrows aimed directly at Han Yun. Jiuying, do not overstep your bounds. Han Yun's heart hardened his fury reaching its zenith. Throughout his life, traversing the primordial wilderness, he had always been warm-hearted and benevolent, never imagining he would attract such peril today. With swift movements, Han Yun formed seals with his hands, chanting fervently. In an instant, a fiery red palm imprint descended from the heavens like a meteor, colliding heavily with the rapidly spinning sun golden wheel. Splash! At the moment of impact, the palm imprint dissipated like a mere bubble, and the immense force surged forth like a tidal wave, causing Hong Yun to stagger backward several paces. Before he could catch his breath, a figure loomed before him, striking with ghostly speed. The spear arrived. Ying Zhao unleashed the full might of his advanced quasi-saint cultivation without reservation. With a swift motion of his right hand, a long spear, gleaming with silvery light, materialized before him. This spear, meticulously crafted from Tai true gold, was a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure, which he had named the Spirit Soul Spear. Ying Zhao gripped the Spirit Soul Spear tightly, and in an instant, countless spear energies coalesced, aimed like a multitude of arrows at Hong Yun. 9 dispersing soul red gourd. Hong Yun's heart raced violently, fully aware that he was at a critical juncture between life and death. Gritting his teeth, he bit his tongue, letting forth a mouthful of essence blood onto the gourd. In that moment, the gourd erupted with blinding red light, trembling violently as more red sand gushed forth like a volcanic eruption, rapidly forming a solid red curtain before his chest. This 9 dispersing soul red gourd, derived from the innate gourd vine, was an authentic supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Zila, the spear energies intertwined and surged forth like a chorus of roaring dragons, violently piercing through the void towards Hong Yun. However, the red curtain formed by the red sand stood firm like an impenetrable wall, staunchly blocking the spear energies from advancing even a fraction. Kunlun Fist. Just as Hong Yun finally exhaled in relief, Lu Wu's figure appeared like a specter, materializing out of thin air. He raised his right fist, and 9 ethereal tails simultaneously emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura. This Kunlun Fist was a creation of Lu Wu, forged through countless years of cultivation atop Kunlun Mountain. With a thunderous blow, infused with the might of billions of pounds, his fist struck the crimson veil with tremendous force. Accompanied by a crisp crack, a fissure suddenly appeared in the red fabric. Empowered by the spirit of heroes, Ying Zhao seized this opportune moment to laugh heartily. Swinging the spirit spear in his hand with fervor, the spear's energy coalesced instantly, akin to an army of thousands galloping forth with ferocity. Crack! Ultimately, the red veil could not withstand the pressure and shattered completely, scattering in all directions once more. Following this, Lu Wu unleashed another punch, aimed directly at Hong Yun. With a whoosh, this was a full-force strike from a late-stage quasi-saint, its power utterly terrifying. Hong Yun felt the world spin around him, as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, leaving him breathless, and he uncontrollably spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His figure retreated like a kite with its string cut, nearly plummeting through the clouds. At this moment, Hong Yun's hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, utterly disheveled. Why must it be like this? A pang of bitterness welled up in Hong Yun's heart. Ever since he had transformed, he had devoted himself to helping others, earning a reputation as a benevolent soul amidst the chaos of the primordial world. Yet now, why did he face such a tragic fate? He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Why were those who committed heinous acts able to roam freely in the primordial realm while he faced impending doom? He could never understand why the opportunity to attain sainthood could drive individuals to such madness. Today, it seemed, Hong Yun was indeed doomed. Hong Yun, surrender the primordial purple energy. The 4 of them formed a tight encirclement around Hong Yun, fearing he might seize an opportunity to escape. The tide of battle had turned. Hong Yun was trapped with no way to flee. "You bastards!" Hong Yun's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, his figure hurtling like a meteor towards Kunpeng. Even in death, he would stand resolute. Hong Yun was no coward who feared for his life. His form, radiant like a shining star, charged towards Kunpeng with resolute determination. Hong Yun, you are far too naive. Kunpeng's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. To compare speed with him was, in his eyes, utterly laughable. Who did not know that, with a flap of his wings, Kunpeng could traverse 90,000 miles in an instant? The audacity of the diminutive Hong Yun to challenge him in swiftness. Buzz! Kunpeng soared into the sky, his black robe billowing, instantly transforming into his true form. In that fleeting moment, Kunpeng's colossal body, capable of blotting out the sun, appeared before all. The once clear sky was immediately shrouded by his massive form, turning dark as ink. Countless beings of the primordial realm sensed the anomaly and turned their gazes toward Kunpeng, many letting out cries of terror. In the primordial land, in a secluded mountain range, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of fear flashing across his eyes as he exclaimed, "This is bad. My dear brother Hong Yun is in danger." This man was Zhen Yuanzi, who had been alerted by Luo Xian and had ventured out in search of Hong Yun. Zhen Yuanzi's expression grew grave as he flicked his sleeve, effortlessly tearing the void before him as if it were mere parchment. With a single step, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Kunpeng unleashed a powerful flap of his wings, unleashing countless blades of wind that descended like a torrential storm. The wind blades were razor-sharp, instantly tearing through Hong Yun's robe, leaving him bloodied and mangled. "Allow me to add to the excitement." Jiao Ying laughed heartily, transforming into his true form, the nine-headed serpent. One of its heads opened wide, spewing forth a torrent of flames, a scorching wave surging towards Hong Yun like a relentless tide. Nine scattering soul red gourd. Hong Yun summoned the last remnants of his strength, activating the red gourd in a desperate attempt to mount a final defense. However, at that moment his spiritual energy was utterly depleted, and against the ferocious onslaught of two late-stage quasi-saints, he found himself powerless. Farewell, Zhen Yuanzi. Once again, a tremendous force struck Hong Yun, sending him flying, his body drenched in blood and barely recognizable. Memories of his past flickered before his eyes like a fleeting panorama. Hong Yun's figure descended from the heavens like a fallen star. Even an ordinary Earth immortal could easily claim his life now. "Let me escort you on your final journey." A cold smirk spread across Kunpeng's face. Centuries of pent-up resentment finally on the verge of release. He flapped his wings once more, and a black spear materialized in the void, swiftly taking shape before shooting out like a bolt of lightning. As Hong Yun beheld the approaching spear, despair filled his heart, and he surrendered any notion of resistance. He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death in silence. "Kunpeng, how dare you?" Just at that critical moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the other end of the void, akin to a clap of thunder that sent shivers down Kunpeng's spine. Instinctively, he turned to the source of the sound. The once tranquil void trembled violently, as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake, and the ground shook in response. Boom! 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 The void seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, a massive rift splitting open and gradually widening. A towering figure, 100 feet tall, surged forth like lightning, revealing Zhen Yuanzi's furious visage. This figure was Zhen Yuanzi's Dharmakaya. With each step he took, the ground quaked and the void rumbled, as countless fissures tore open like a spider's web. "Zhen Yuanzi!" Kunpeng cried out in terror, his expression instantly betraying his fear. Jiao Ying, Ying Zhao, and Lu Wu instinctively took a step back. Zhen Yuanzi was a supreme powerhouse at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, wielding the Earth Book, a treasure of immeasurable worth. Even if the two heavenly emperors were to unite, they would find it impossible to contend with him. How could they, mere mortals, hope to stand against Zhen Yuanzi? With a flick of his sleeve, Zhen Yuanzi unleashed a tremendous force of attraction, drawing the descending Hong Yun into his sleeve as if he were a mere leaf caught in a gust of wind. This divine ability was none other than the sleeve universe. It is my elder brother. Amidst the vast expanse of the universe, the crimson cloud shed tears of profound emotion. In this primordial realm, only Zhen Yuanzi offered genuine sincerity. Kunpeng, Jiao Ying, Lu Wu, Ying Zhao. Zhen Yuanzi's voice resonated with a chilling coldness, his demeanor as frosty as the winter's breath.
causing the temperature of the surrounding space to plummet as if the world had been abruptly cast into the depths of winter. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. An intense, murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entirety of the nine heavens. Jin Yuanzi, do not act so arrogantly. After all, the Crimson Cloud is unscathed. One of the heads of Jiuying, gathering courage, spoke first. Does that mean if I leave you half dead, sparing your life is of no consequence? Even the usually mild-mannered Jin Yuanzi could not suppress his ire towards Jiuying at this moment. The primordial world had remained too tranquil for far too long. Many had forgotten the illustrious reputation of Jin Yuanzi. Did they truly believe that his renown was merely the result of flattery from his peers? Today, he would ensure that the entire primordial realm once again bore witness to his brilliance. Chapter 23. Jin Yuanzi battles the celestial beasts. Tai strikes boom. Jin Yuanzi's countenance turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury as he brandished his whisk. In an instant, the void appeared to be violently stirred by an invisible hand, reverberating with tremors. Following this, a deafening thunderclap erupted, for bolts of lightning, as robust as mighty arms, descended from the heavens with a cataclysmic force, akin to four colossal dragons, cleaving through the air directly towards Kunpeng and the other three. Let me witness your true capabilities. Jiuying's eyes brimmed with disdain, as all nine of his heads simultaneously let out a thunderous roar. 9 formidable columns of fire erupted from his mouths like a volcanic eruption, intertwining with the descending thunderbolts. In that moment, lightning and flames coiled together, illuminating the scene in a dazzling spectacle. Crackle. At the moment of collision, the thunder, wielding its overwhelming might, pierced through the fire columns like a sharp spear, striking one of Jiuying's heads with blinding speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, leaving no time for evasion. Jin Yuanzi. Jiuying howled in agony, the eyes of his remaining 8 heads shooting forth furious glimmers, glaring menacingly at Jin Yuanzi. He could scarcely believe the strength of Jin Yuanzi, who could so easily pierce through one of his heads with but a single strike. The other 3 thunderbolts descended upon Kunpeng, Lu Wu, and Ying Zhao, who similarly found themselves in dire straits. Observing the scene, Kunpeng was struck with terror, his wings flaring as he shot off like a streak of black lightning, fleeing into the distance. Damn it, Kunpeng! Jiuying cursed vehemently. With an uneven 4-to-1 advantage, victory over Jin Yuanzi had already seemed uncertain. Now, with Kunpeng's cowardly retreat, Jiuying was consumed by rage and resentment. He silently vowed to report Kunpeng to the Celestial Emperor upon his return. Alas, his own head was now in jeopardy. Jiuying, possessing 9 heads, bore the trait of immortality. No matter how grievous the injuries sustained, as long as one head remained, he could restore himself to his former state. As Lu Wu beheld the thunderbolts hurtling towards him, he hastily attempted to fend them off with his fists. However, the lightning, swift as a serpent, coiled around his arms, coursing through his meridians and enveloping his entire body. In a heartbeat, Lu Wu felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, his reflexes slowing dramatically. Boom! In that fleeting moment, Jin Yuanzi had already materialized before him like a wraith. Jin Yuanzi's right fist coalesced with a radiant brilliance, bursting forth like a magnificent star, driving directly towards Lu Wu's chest. Lu Wu sensed an overwhelming force crashing upon him, propelling him backward like a cannonball, akin to a kite severed from its string, tumbling through the air. Blood surged from his throat as he involuntarily spewed forth a crimson spray. Immediately after, a cacophony of cracking sounds echoed throughout his body, as if countless bones had simultaneously shattered. Snap! Lu Wu's bones had indeed shattered, and terror filled his eyes. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi appeared to him as a god of death from hell, instilling fear in his heart. Ying Zhao sensed the perilous situation and thought to flee, but it was too late. Before Ying Zhao, the void suddenly split as if torn by a razor, revealing a massive rift. With the force of thunder, Jin Yuanzi materialized before him. With a flick of his dust-waving fan, an ethereal image of a green dragon emerged, emitting a resounding roar that shook the heavens.
The phantom of the green dragon swiftly ensnared Ing Zhao, and as the dragon's head lifted, it soared into the void with him in tow. Crack! Ing Zhao felt as though all his bones were on the verge of being crushed by this overwhelming force. In the instant the dragon cast him down from the heights, his body could not withstand the tremendous impact, and his bones shattered one by one. You must pay a grievous price for your ignorant actions. Zhen Yuanzi stood proudly amidst the void, his robe billowing in the wind. He raised his hands in an yin-yang gesture, revealing a mysterious pattern of light in his palms. A terrifying pressure surged towards Jiao Ying and the others like an overwhelming tide. Zhen Yuanzi, we come bearing the decree of the Heavenly Emperor. Do you wish to offend the entire Heavenly Court? Jiao Ying's gaze darkened. In this life-and-death moment, he hurriedly invoked the names of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, attempting to intimidate Zhen Yuanzi. The yin-yang pattern surrounding Zhen Yuanzi pulsated endlessly, the dreadful pressure intensifying, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon Jiao Ying and his companions, rendering them breathless. Their hearts sank to the depths of despair, and they closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, at this critical juncture, the previously tranquil void began to tremble violently, as if the very fabric of heaven and earth were about to collapse. A dazzling beam of golden light descended like a sword, piercing the heavens with a resounding crash. Boom! With a tremendous sound, Tai stepped onto golden clouds, enveloped in an aura of mysterious and powerful chaos, gradually appearing before the crowd. The chaos bell in his hand floated forth, its ancient patterns swirling as if alive, emanating a formidable presence capable of creating worlds. Suddenly, Dongwang Tai swung his hand vigorously, and the chaos bell expanded, resembling a towering mountain that stood in the void. Following this, the bell's chime erupted, unleashing a wave of destructive sound that shattered the space around it like glass. Zhen Yuanzi's forceful attack, in the face of this powerful chaos bell, dissipated like a drop in the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Zhen Yuanzi, you possess remarkable audacity. Dongwang Tai's voice was deep and authoritative, echoing like rolling thunder across the heavens. His eyes revealed unmasked fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Dare you lay such a venomous hand upon one of the heavenly court? Do you truly disregard my demon clan? Zhen Yuanzi maintained an air of calm, gradually retracting his spell, his gaze as piercing as ice, intensely fixed upon Dongwang Tai. He spoke deliberately. Tai, they have provoked me without cause, seeking to assassinate my dear friend Han Yun. Am I not entitled to retaliate? Do not attempt to intimidate me with the heavenly court. Even if the heavenly emperor were to descend, I would harbor no regrets regarding today's events. Upon witnessing Dongwang Tai's arrival, Jiao Ying and the others clung to a glimmer of hope, struggling to rise from the ground and awkwardly retreating behind him. Jiao Ying glared fiercely at Zhen Yuanzi, audaciously taunting. Zhen Yuanzi, if you possess the courage, try striking again. Now that His Majesty Donghuang is present, let's see how long you can remain so arrogant. In Jiao Ying's mind, Tai possessed a terrifying cultivation at the peak of quasi-saint level, bolstered by the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. And with the three of them assisting him, they could surely subdue Zhen Yuanzi. Donghuang Tai raised a hand slightly, signaling Jiao Ying and the others to silence. His gaze was fierce as he directly addressed Zhen Yuanzi, speaking slowly. Zhen Yuanzi, why must you forge such deep enmity with my demon clan over trivial matters? Why not let today, as confrontation, end here? I shall overlook the past. Zhen Yuanzi snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Overlook the past? Donghuang Tai, you are overly naive. Perhaps I should first eliminate you, and then allow Emperor Jun to discuss matters with me. No sooner had he spoken than Zhen Yuanzi's aura surged dramatically, akin to a volcano erupting, with boundless power surging within him. The laws concealed within his sleeves subtly oscillated, hinting at his readiness to strike once more at the slightest provocation. Donghuang Tai's expression grew grave, his hands tightly gripping the Chaos Bell, every muscle in his body tense, prepared to counter Zhen Yuanzi's impending attack. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze was frigid as he stood alone against Dong Huang Tai, Jiao Ying, and the other three, emanating an overwhelming pressure that did not wane. Hong Yun had successfully been rescued, preserving his life. If these four remained obstinate, he would ensure they paid a painful price. Tai's eyes reflected a glimmer of determination, despite his lofty ambitions and desire to achieve greatness. He felt somewhat constrained in the face of Zhen Yuanzi. After all, the Earth Book in Zhen Yuanzi's possession was renowned as the foremost defensive treasure of the wilderness, and even he could not confidently handle the four with ease. In that moment of contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly made his move again. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, his sleeves rustled, unleashing an inexhaustible force of suction that erupted from within, like an unseen behemoth, forcibly drawing Dong Huang Tai and the others into its depths. This was one of Zhen Yuanzi's divine abilities, the universe in the sleeve. This ability, involving the laws of space, wielded immense power. Dong Huang Tai furrowed his brow deeply, positioning the chaos bell before him. The bell instantaneously radiated myriad golden lights, resembling a blazing sun, exploding in the void, its brilliance blinding. The surrounding space was torn apart by this powerful force, trembling in response. The chaos bell began to spin rapidly, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds from the friction of the air. Withdraw! Tai's body trembled violently as the chaos bell erupted with a myriad of golden rays, akin to a blazing sun exploding in the void. Amidst the thunderous chime, he enveloped Jiao Ying, Lu Wu, and Ying Zhao, forcibly tearing open a rift in space. The gravitational pull of Zhen Yuanzi's sleeve intensified abruptly. However, he could only grasp a few fragments of broken clouds. Zhen Yuanzi, for today, I shall spare you. The distorted head of Jiao Ying let out a roar from within the fissure, but was instantly silenced by Tai's magical power. The chaos bell transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing into the rift. As the rift gradually healed, the entire realm finally regained its tranquility. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the mending void, the yin-yang patterns surrounding him slowly dissipating. Yet the corners of his robe continued to surge violently, revealing the unrest within his heart. He raised his hand to catch a few drifting fragments of broken clouds, his fingertips lightly brushing against the remnants of demon blood intermingled with the cloud wisps. A cold smirk crept upon his lips as he murmured to himself, if the demon clan truly seeks an explanation for the calamity of the red clouds, let Dijun personally come to Wu Zhuangguan to hide away with this broken bell and still claim the title of Heavenly Court's Master. No sooner had he spoken than the cloud wisps in his hand suddenly ignited with a ghostly blue flame, instantaneously turning to fine powder. He turned to face the direction of Wu Zhuangguan, where a feeble ripple of red cloud's consciousness resonated from his sleeve, causing his murderous intent to somewhat wane. Yet, as he gazed towards the heavenly court, the lingering golden light of the chaos bell continued to shimmer. Chapter 24 Red Cloud felt a surge of gratitude as he broke through the boundary of Tai. Beneath the ginseng fruit tree on the back mountain of Wuzhuang Temple, he sat cross-legged. At this moment, his complexion was as pale as paper, and his breath was faint, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind. The bloodstains on his body had yet to dry, presenting a distressing sight. Zhen Yuanzi, with a look of deep concern, hurriedly took out dozens of ginseng fruits and gently placed them before Red Cloud. These ginseng fruits were extraordinary treasures of the primordial world, taking a millennium to yield merely 30. An ordinary person might spend their entire life seeking even one. Yet, without hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi offered dozens in a bid to save Red Cloud. Big brother. Red Cloud slowly opened his eyes, although his gaze was dim and devoid of luster. A glimmer of light within reflected his profound gratitude towards Zhen Yuanzi. Having lived a life of righteousness and chivalry, he had never anticipated such a near-fatal end, prompting him to lament the capriciousness of fate. Dear brother, do not speak. Healing is of utmost importance. Zhen Yuanzi's expression softened, the previous fury dissipating. He gently lifted a ginseng fruit and brought it to Red Cloud's lips. Red Cloud slowly placed the fruit in his mouth, while Zhen Yuanzi waved his whisk, softly channeling spiritual energy to aid his digestion. As an incense stick burned down, time passed quietly, and Red Cloud finally emerged from danger. His complexion gradually regained some color, and his speech became less fragmented. With a sigh of relief, Zhen Yuanzi felt a wave of gratitude towards Luo Xian. Had it not been for Luo Xian's timely warning, Red Cloud might have perished. He silently vowed that when he next encountered Luo Xian, he would express his profound gratitude in person. Who would have thought that the heavenly court harbored such individuals? Red Cloud, filled with anguish and rage, felt his blood surge, leading to a violent coughing fit. Dear brother, I have long advised you to remain at Wuzhuang Temple, where we could explore the Great Way together. Wouldn't that be splendid? Zhen Yuanzi gently urged. Listening to his words, Red Cloud picked up another ginseng fruit and slowly chewed it. His gaze deep and contemplative as he looked towards the primordial expanse, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired, Big brother, what prompted you to venture into the primordial realm to find me? This was not his first journey. Previously, Zhen Yuanzi had always awaited his return at Wuzhuang Temple. After being ambushed by Kuanpeng, he had prepared himself for death, burdened by feelings of guilt towards Zhen Yuanzi. Yet in that moment of impending doom, Zhen Yuanzi had descended like a divine savior, forcefully rescuing him. Zhen Yuanzi then recounted the details surrounding Luo Xian, explaining the circumstances in depth. After a long pause, Red Cloud murmured, So, he is a beloved disciple of Master Tong Tian. In the past, during the lectures at Zixiao Palace, the 3,000 guests could all be regarded as brothers. At that moment, Red Cloud silently vowed that once he recovered from his injuries, he would pay a visit to Luo Xian to express his heartfelt gratitude for saving his life. However, for now, he needed to focus on healing, for without finding a supreme healing elixir, he would require at least 10 millennia to fully recuperate. In the vast wilderness, the supreme healing elixirs are few and far between, including the 9 transformation golden pill, the 3 light divine water, the chaos primordial liquid, the ginseng fruit, and the peach of immortality. The 9 transformation golden pill is notoriously intricate and arduous to concoct. In this expansive wilderness, only the great Qing sage possesses the ability to refine it. Hong Yun harbored no illusions that the great Qing sage would easily grant such a favor to Zhen Yuanzi. The 3 light divine water is exclusively held by 6 sages. Although Zhen Yuanzi had a few drops previously, they had been exhausted during his travels when he sustained injuries. As for the chaos primordial liquid, it is beyond contemplation, originating from the depths of the earth in the wilderness, and is possessed solely by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, given his current state of severe injury. Relying solely on the ginseng fruit for recovery would likely yield insufficient results. Dear brother Hongyun, you may rest and recuperate here with peace of mind, Zhen Yuanzi said. At that moment, the voices of Qing Feng and Mingwei resonated from outside. Zhen Yuanzi rose, offering a few words of advice to Hongyun before proceeding towards the grand hall. Inside the hall, Zhen Yuanzi settled into a chair, while Qing Feng and Mingwei respectfully prepared a pot of tea for him. Although Zhen Yuanzi felt perplexed, he refrained from questioning further and lifted the teacup to drink deeply. Suddenly, Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted. His eyes widened in astonishment as a sweet flavor coursed down his throat, enveloping his entire being. He turned to Qing Feng and Mingwei, inquiring, Who sent this tea? He was acutely aware of the treasures within Wuzhuang Temple, and this tea was certainly not from there. It is from senior brother Luo Xian. The two, unable to conceal the truth, answered honestly and placed the remaining tea leaves from the enlightenment tree on the table. Once again, Luo Xian. Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback once more, but soon considered Luo Xuan's perspective and status. It was entirely reasonable for him to possess such a spiritual root. You may leave now, Zhen Yuanzi instructed. After they departed, Zhen Yuanzi examined the enlightenment tree tea leaves closely and could not help but exclaim, Exceptional innate spiritual root tea from the enlightenment tree. He hurriedly fetched a set of tea utensils, brewed another pot, and then took it to the back mountain for Han Yun to consume. Meanwhile, in an unknown mountain range, Luo Xian reclined comfortably on a crimson steed, leisurely crossing his legs, a blade of dogtail grass held in his mouth, occasionally humming an unfamiliar tune. Baiwa dutifully held the reins, her face radiating a smile akin to the spring breeze. Since following Luo Xian, her horizons had significantly broadened. Even the formidable Zhen Yuanzi treated Luo Xian with utmost respect, and the miraculous ginseng fruit continually reshaped her worldview. As nightfall descended, the two sought a cave to rest. Baiwa sensibly went to gather firewood, while Luo Xian erected a barrier around the cave, stating, "I am on the verge of breakthrough. Stay here and guard for me." Baiwa nodded obediently, and Luo Xian entered the depths of the cave, settling into a meditative posture. There remained 4 ginseng fruits gifted by Zhen Yuanzi. After years of wandering, Luoxuan's mastery of his arts had solidified immensely, making this an opportune moment for his breakthrough. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and activated his Shangqing spiritual power. In the world of the wilderness, the passage of time is immeasurable. In the blink of an eye, a century has passed. Baiyu has been vigilantly waiting outside, her days draped in monotony, merely counting the leaves upon the trees to pass the time. For 100 years, this has been her daily existence, occasionally interrupted by audacious little demons who dared to disturb her, only to be repelled one by one. When will my master emerge from seclusion? Baiyu huffed softly, sitting cross-legged on the ground, her gauzy garment slipping carelessly from her shoulder, revealing skin as delicate as congealed blood. She twirled a strand of azure silk around her fingertips, gently brushing it against her lips, the sound lingering sweetly, imbued with a honeyed hint of reproach. Her jade-like feet unconsciously swayed towards the direction of the closed door. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept through, scattering a few sparks. Baiyu straightened abruptly, yet her garment had completely fallen to her waist, unbeknownst to her. The passage of a century has left faint, snow-like lines at the corners of her eyes, yet has also rendered her figure increasingly voluptuous and alluring. Approaching the wall, she bit her lower lip, feeling a tingling sensation at her ears, as if countless tiny creatures were gnawing at the very core of her being. A corner of her flowing fairy dress was lifted by the wind, revealing her snow-white thigh, yet she remained blissfully unaware. She pressed her burning forehead against the stone door, listening to the faint, resonant rhythms emanating from within, involuntarily tightening her legs together, a suppressed moan escaping her throat. If you do not emerge soon, Baiyu may very well burn through this barrier. Buzz. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Luo Xian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, his aura suddenly surging. The true fire of the sun enveloped him like a living entity, dancing and flickering with vitality. The illusory image of the golden crow solidified amidst the flames. He had finally ascended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Luo Xian rose with exhilaration, laughing heartily. Having broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, he had gained an additional measure of self-preservation. Next, he must refine the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, and its restrictions. Previously, with his Golden Immortal cultivation, he could only refine 18 restrictions. Now, having transcended his level, he could surely refine a few more. Without hesitation, Luo Xian immediately commenced his task. Another 100 years passed, time slipping by like a fleeting white steed. Boom! The god-slaying spear hovered before Luo Xian's chest, vibrating violently, its ebony body shimmering with light, the rolling black mist thickening. This time, he managed to refine only 6 additional restrictions. Yet the god-slaying spear had reached the pinnacle of mid-grade, innate spiritual treasures. It was exceedingly difficult. The further he progressed, the greater the strength required. Nevertheless, Luo Xian felt a profound satisfaction. With the current power of the god-slaying spear, he could sweep through opponents of the same rank. Rising, Luo Xian stowed away the god-slaying spear, dispelled the restrictions, and stepped out of his cave. Baiyu had long awaited his return. Upon seeing him emerge, she immediately rushed forward, embracing him tightly, and playfully rebuked, "Master, it has been 20 years. Baiyu was so worried about you." Chapter 25.
the Fiery Dragon Island. Six-eared wounded at the moment the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. Bayu's eyes instantly became hazy. Master! She eagerly dashed forward, her arms wrapping around Luo Xian's neck like entwined vines, her fervent breath brushing against his cheek. Without warning, her fiery red lips descended upon his, as if seeking to transform 2 centuries of yearning into this fervent moment of demand. Before Luo Xian could steady himself, Bayu's entire form ensnared him tightly. Her delicate legs, akin to agile serpents, coiled around his robust waist, the silk of her skirt cascading down to her thighs. Her heated body pressed closely against Luo Xian. Trembling fingertips gently traced the contours of his chiseled face. Then, with fervor, she grasped the back of his neck, as if she wished to meld entirely into his very being. 2 centuries you owe me. Bayu's whispers were laced with fragmented breaths, a mix of reproach and lament, yet imbued with an intoxicating allure. Within the cave, the flickering candlelight danced, and, as Luo Xian embraced Bayu, the barrier isolated them from the chaos of the outside world. Her disheveled hair cascaded over his shoulder as she clung to him, her breath filled with an ardent and urgent longing. Luo Xian gently pressed her against the cave wall, his defined fingers lifting her chin slowly. Bayu let out a soft hum, instinctively tightening her long legs around his waist, her supple form restlessly writhing in his embrace. A subtle smile graced Luo Xian's lips as he chuckled softly, then lifted her towards the massive stone within the cave, their garments shedding along the way. When they collapsed onto the couch, Bayu was already breathless, her eyes misty like a pool of spring water. Luo Xian leaned down, whispering tenderly, "Tonight, I shall ensure you reclaim every moment of longing from these 2 centuries." With that, he sealed his lips upon hers. The candlelight within the room flickered erratically, the atmosphere rich with springtime allure, as the sounds of their passion reverberated within the barrier, eloquently expressing the fervent love they had long suppressed. 10 days later, the 2 emerged from the cave. At this moment, Bayu appeared invigorated, her complexion as rosy as a ripe apple, her bosom seemingly fuller, and her eyes shimmering with myriad charms. Luo Xian summoned the crimson smoke steed and leaped onto its back. Bayu, obediently holding the reins, continued their journey through the wilderness. "Master, where are we headed?" Bayu inquired curiously. Luo Xian had been out for over a century. It was time to return to the Fiery Dragon Island and check on the progress of the 6-eared. Back to the Fiery Dragon Island. After a moment, Luo Xian spoke slowly. "Really?" Bayu's heart raced, her eyes widening in astonishment. She was well aware that the Fiery Dragon Island was Luo Xian's sacred ground, which implied that she could also be considered a disciple of the that had grown increasingly powerful, establishing itself as the foremost sect in the wilderness. Yet, there were also many nefarious individuals who, after committing heinous acts, invoked the name of the, instilling fear in others to refrain from pursuing justice. If I could become a member of the, my chances for vengeance would undoubtedly increase. Luo Xian paid no heed to Bayu's words, instead reclining on the to rest. "By the heavens, 10 days. I cannot fathom how many times I've endured this. I feel utterly exhausted." Luo Xian silently lamented in his heart. Truly, there are no fields that remain unplowed, only oxen that perish from toil. Along the journey, Luo Xian remained taciturn, while Bayu held the reins, proceeding slowly towards the direction of Fire Dragon Island. Fire Dragon Island is one of the many islands surrounding Golden Ao Island, as the sacred grounds of the sage. Golden Ao Island is exceptional in every regard, be it the richness of its spiritual energy, the abundance of spiritual herbs, or the sheer number of formidable beasts, all of which far surpass what the outside world can offer. 50 years later, at Fire Dragon Island, a beautiful young woman led a fiery red steed, upon which a young man reclined lazily. These 2 were none other than Luo Xian and Bayu. "Is this truly Fire Dragon Island?" Bayu murmured to herself, her heart profoundly shaken by the scene before her. Fire Dragon Island's vastness exceeded imagination. As far as the eye could see, it seemed boundless. Even from the exterior, one could tangibly sense its extraordinary essence.
The island's fire-attributed spiritual herbs flourished abundantly, and the dense spiritual energy felt almost palpable, enveloping them. Not even a dozen clans of white foxes could rival the profound heritage of Fire Dragon Island. What could Luo be doing? As Baiyu slowly led the reins deeper into the island, Luo Xian pondered internally. Within the caves of Fire Dragon Island, Luo Xian stowed away with Baiyu closely trailing behind as they entered the cave. Upon stepping into the cave, Luo Xian's brows furrowed instantly, a surge of inexplicable fury rising within him. His gaze fell upon Lu Er the macaque, lying upon a stone platform, and he hurriedly stepped forward, inquiring anxiously, "Yuan Lu, what has happened to you?" Lu Er the macaque lay weakly upon the stone platform, his body marred with blood, clearly having suffered severe injuries. Beneath his golden fur, flesh was laid bare. Soaked in blood, he had evidently endured a grave blow. "Teacher, you have returned," Lu Er the macaque spoke weakly, his words fragmented, lacking even the strength to rise. "Do not move." Luo Xian quickly knelt beside the stone platform, producing a drop of Sanguang divine water, carefully administering it to Lu Er. "Thank you, teacher." Tears welled in Lu Er's eyes, unable to be contained. Having been orphaned since birth, it was only his teacher who treated him with such kindness. He silently vowed to repay his teacher's kindness. Upon consuming the Sanguang divine water, a warm current surged throughout Lu Er's meridians. The grievous wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. His vitality gradually surged, restoring him from the fallen celestial realm back to the peak of the true immortal stage. "I have recovered," Lu Er the macaque exclaimed in delight, his eyes sparkling with joy as he excitedly waved his hands, hardly able to believe the miraculous turn of events. He deeply bowed to Luo Xian, expressing, "Thank you for saving my life, teacher. Tell me, who did it?" Luo Xian scoffed, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Master. It was the long-eared master." The six-eared macaque replied dejectedly, lowering his head. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian's fury surged like a volcano erupting. "You long-eared, still have the audacity to persist at this moment. If I do not impart a profound lesson, will you not realize the extent of my reputation?" However, a flicker of doubt crossed Luo Xian's mind. How could Six-Eared possibly know the long-eared Jingguang immortal? "Master, it is all due to Six-Eared's insatiable greed that he fell into a trap." The six-eared macaque lamented, sitting atop a stone platform, his head nearly touching the ground. His eyes filled with remorse. "Explain the circumstances to me," commanded Luo Xian. Thus, the six-eared macaque recounted the entire tale in detail. After parting ways with Luo Xian, he hurried towards Fire Dragon Island. Just as he was nearing his destination, he encountered the long-eared Jingguang immortal. Thinking himself clever, Six-Eared assumed that any cultivator near his master's domain must be a senior disciple of his teacher, and he thus revealed his identity. Upon hearing this, the long-eared Jingguang immortal recognized him as a recent disciple of Luo Xian. Otherwise, he would not have been unaware of their enmity. Observing Six-Eared's naive demeanor, the long-eared Jingguang immortal devised a scheme, pretending to be on extremely cordial terms with Luo Xian, and engaged Six-Eared in pleasantries. The unsuspecting Six-Eared believed he had encountered a kind senior, completely lowering his guard. Subsequently, the long-eared Jingguang immortal lured him to his own domain, feasting him with fine wines and delicacies. Once intoxicated, he deliberately provoked him. Young and impetuous, Six-Eared could not withstand such taunts. In the ensuing quarrel, he impulsively retaliated, falling right into the trap set by the long-eared Jingguang immortal. As a mere true immortal, how could he contend with the long-eared Jingguang immortal? The outcome was disastrous. Six-Eared was grievously wounded, yet the long-eared Jingguang immortal spared his life, casting him aside near Fire Dragon Island. Fortunately, Luo Xian had bestowed upon Six-Eared a token, granting him access to the island. Sheltered by the island's fiery spirit formation, he barely managed to survive until now. For days, he lay upon a massive stone, each day feeling like an eternity, with his sole wish being to see Luo Xian once more before his demise. "Master, I am truly sorry for bringing shame upon you." Six-eared macaque cried, kneeling on the ground, gripping his own fur tightly, his head bowed in profound guilt. Rise, I do not blame you, Luo Xian replied. The six-eared macaque stood, vowing silently that once his powers were restored, he would avenge this deep-seated blood feud. Six-eared by you, each of you shall establish your own cave abode. For now, reside on Fire Dragon Island, Luo Xian instructed. The two introduced themselves and departed. Once they were gone, a tempest of fury surged within Luo Xian, who struck the massive stone with a punch. In an instant, flames roared from the earth, and the temperature of Fire Dragon Island escalated dramatically, as if in response to the blazing wrath of Luo Xian. Long-eared one, await my return. Chapter 26. The Emergence of a Conspiracy Marred. Luo Xian, unable to contain his fury, sat heavily upon a massive stone, his right fist striking down upon its surface with great force. The flames beneath the earth seemed ignited by his wrath, surging violently upwards. The long-eared Dingguang immortal had truly gone too far. If he did not show him a taste of retribution, the latter would undoubtedly grow even more audacious. Did he truly believe Luo Xian to be an easy target? Once Lu Er's injuries were healed, he would certainly seek justice for him. Master, Wang Mo from Jiulong Island seeks an audience. Lost in thought, Baiyu sashayed gracefully into the room. Wang Montak, what could he possibly want? Luo Xian pondered silently. Wang Mo was one of the Qi practitioners from Jiulong Island, his cultivation merely at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Allow him to enter. Soon, a young man stepped into the chamber. He wore a headband and fitted robes, his face round and radiant like a full moon, his figure agile as a shooting star. This was indeed Wang Mo. Luo Xian retrieved a leaf from the enlightenment tree and meticulously brewed a pot of tea, saying, Wang Mo, what brings you here today? Greetings, senior brother. Wang Montak bot respectfully. Luo Xian gestured for Wang Mo to take a seat and handed him the freshly brewed tea. Wang Mo accepted it, drinking it in one gulp, exclaiming, Senior brother, what is this tea? Its flavor is truly exquisite. Despite enjoying the tea, a shadow of worry lingered on Wang Mo's face. Observing this, Luo Xian spoke, Junior brother, feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for hesitation. Luo Xian was aware that the four saints of Jiulong Island had achieved notable feats in the battle for divinity. I implore you, senior brother, please save Lu Huan. At Wang Mo's words, Luo Xian abruptly rose, his gaze piercing as he intently fixed it upon Wang Mo, urgently inquiring, what has happened to Lu Huan? Alas, Wang Mo sighed heavily before slowly responding, I ask that you accompany me to see for yourself. Where's Lu Huan now? In the Fenghai tribe of the human clan. Wang Mo replied, and in an instant, the two transformed into a streak of spiritual light, racing toward the Fenghai tribe. During their swift journey, Wang Mo recounted the events that had transpired. 50 years ago, the Fenghai tribe faced a dire crisis and sent out a call for help. Precisely when Luo Xian was away on his travels, Lu Huan happened to be passing through, inquiring about the situation, and after confirming its authenticity, he accompanied the tribe's people. Upon arrival, they discovered the Fenghai tribe was under siege by demonic beasts. Lu Huan acted without hesitation, immediately stepping forward to assist and successfully repelling the monsters. Initially, the attackers were merely low-level earth, immortal, and celestial immortal beasts. However, as time passed, the strength of the beasts escalated, eventually culminating in the appearance of golden, immortal-level monsters. Though Lu Huan managed to cope at first, he gradually found himself overwhelmed after several waves of assault and hastily sent a message to the four saints of Jiulong Island. Upon learning of the situation, they eagerly rushed to provide support, only to find that the beast had already reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. During the last attack, Lu Huan was unfortunately gravely injured. The demonic beast even arrogantly proclaimed that if they could fetch reinforcements, it would spare his life. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian keenly sensed the oddity, harboring a subtle suspicion that the recent beast attack was not a mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate act orchestrated by someone. However, he chose not to express his thoughts openly. Junior brother, hold on tight. I shall hasten our journey. The Wind Sea tribe lay over 30,000 miles from Fire Dragon Island, and such a pace was far too sluggish. Although Wang Mo was perplexed, he complied without hesitation. Subsequently, Luo Xian silently intoned his incantation. Golden Crow transforms into a rainbow. In an instant, the two of them became a dazzling arc of light, swiftly slicing through the void. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the Wind Sea tribe. Wang Mo gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Elder brother, what kind of divine ability is this?" "Merely a minor technique," replied Luo Xian with an air of nonchalance. Recognizing the futility of further inquiry, Wang Mo prudently fell silent. As they entered the Wind Sea tribe, the patrolling soldiers, upon seeing Luo Xian, erupted with excitement, collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the immortal master." Many tribesmen, upon hearing of Luo Xian's arrival, gathered around him, beseeching, "Immortal master, please save us. My husband has been slain by the beasts. Woe is me. Immortal master, my daughter has also fallen victim to the vile creatures." Luo Xian's statue still stood majestically in the town square, a testament to his enduring legacy, destined to be revered by generations to come. "Rest assured, I shall eradicate these beasts for you." He reassured the crowd while making his way, enveloped by the throng, to the chieftain's chamber. The youth he had encountered previously bowed deeply upon Luo Xian's entry, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the immortal master." "Rise, Chieftain," Luo Xian urged, assisting the leader of the Wind Sea tribe to his feet and leading him to the stone platform. There, Lu Huan lay incapacitated. Upon seeing Luo Xian, he revealed a broken grin, his missing teeth exposed as he chuckled foolishly. "Elder brother, you have come. Take this." Without hesitation, Luo Xian approached the stone platform, retrieved a drop of the three light divine water, and administered it to Lu Huan. In an instant, Lu Huan's breath became deep and steady, his complexion gradually brightening, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. "Am I truly healed?" he asked incredulously, slowly rising to bow deeply to Luo Xian. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Elder brother, this debt of gratitude shall never fade from my memory." "Get up, junior brother," Luo Xian replied gently. Beside them, Wang Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, once again awed by Luo Xian's prowess. He had witnessed Lu Huan sustain grave injuries from the Beast King of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and despite their efforts with numerous healing elixirs, none had proven effective. Yet, Luo Xian had managed to restore Lu Huan's health with but a single droplet of liquid. At that moment, three individuals entered from outside, bowing to Luo Xian with cupped hands. "We pay our respects to elder brother Luo Xian." These three were Yang's son, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba. Indeed, Luo Xian acknowledged with a slight nod before turning to Lu Huan and inquiring, "When will the beast return?" "Tomorrow," Lu Huan replied. The following day, outside the Wind and Sea tribe, Luo Xian stood there with the unwavering steadiness of Mount Tai, instilling a profound sense of calm among the gathered crowd. Lu Huan and the four saints of Nine Dragon Island stood silently behind him. At that moment, a fierce wind arose, carrying sand and stones. As the howling tempest surged forth, the once clear sky darkened in an instant, enveloped by a sinister aura that obscured the sun. A colossal sphere of light descended, and tens of thousands of demonic beasts surged forth in an orderly fashion. At the forefront was a wolf demon, its azure fur covering its cheeks, with sharp fangs protruding, exuding a particularly menacing aura. The wolf demon fixed its gaze on Luo Xian and inquired, "Are you Luo Xian?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xian furrowed his brow tightly. At this moment, he could ascertain that this was a meticulously planned ambush. Two candidates flashed through his mind, the long-eared Jingguang Immortal and the mastermind behind the three-headed serpent he had slain. Indeed, it was a conspiracy. These individuals showed no signs of respite. "Oh, since you know it's me, how dare you harm a human race and my fellow disciples?" Luo Xian bellowed, unleashing the overwhelming might of his Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. A blazing sun gradually materialized behind him, its radiant light piercing through the ranks of the demon tribe like a sword. "I am the Azure Wolf Demon King of the Celestial Court. How could I fear you?" The Azure Wolf Demon King laughed arrogantly, dismissing Luo Xian entirely. As his aura surged dramatically, countless trees around him were snapped in half by the sheer force. The demon tribe had a rigid hierarchy, comprising 10 demon saints, 365 demon gods, and innumerable demon kings. At this moment, behind the Azure Wolf Demon King stood 2 demon gods, and he thought to himself that if Luo Xian failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Then let me see what you are capable of. Luo Xian scoffed, a smile of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. He regarded the Azure Wolf Demon King's initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation with utter contempt, suspecting that this Demon King was merely a pawn sent to meet his demise. Allow me to teach you a lesson. The Azure Wolf Demon King roared, wielding his robust wolf fawn club and leaping high into the air to deliver a crushing blow to Luo Xian. Yet, Luo Xian remained utterly unmoved, a ghostly smile playing upon his lips. He suddenly stomped his right foot, and the true sun fire erupted from beneath him, enveloping his entire form in a surging sea of flames. An ethereal image of a golden crow materialized, its massive wings flapping, releasing a cry that reverberated through the heavens. True sun fire and the 3-legged golden crow, who are you truly? The Azure Wolf Demon King, witnessing this spectacle, hastily retracted his wolf fawn club and retreated several dozen steps, his face a mask of terror. The surrounding demon soldiers, though of lower cultivation, were equally frightened, for they understood that true sunfire was a divine ability exclusive to the Celestial Emperor. They dared not take risks. Should this individual truly be the Celestial Emperor, their families would pay dearly for their transgressions. Tell me, who sent you? Luo Xian's piercing gaze locked onto the Azure Wolf Demon King, his voice resonating with authority. Chapter 27. The Emergence of the Long-Eared Being, the demon god Chong Huan Tian. Pray tell, who exactly has orchestrated your arrival? Luo Xian's gaze burned with intensity, akin to 2 piercing arrows, as he advanced steadily towards the Blue Wolf Demon King. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura of the solar true fire emanating from him felt palpable, enveloping the surroundings and instilling an intangible pressure that left the onlookers shaken and nearly incapable of resistance. The Blue Wolf Demon King's mind raced as he deliberated a countermeasure. After a considerable pause, he seemed to have conceived a clever stratagem. With a disdainful snort and a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, he proclaimed loudly, "Ah, Luo Xian, the solar true fire is a treasure of the Celestial Emperor. How dare you pilfer such a divine artifact? You must understand that both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi possess the cultivation of peak quasi-saints. With your mere Tai golden immortal strength, it is utterly inconceivable that you could have legitimately acquired the solar true fire. The only possibility is that you have stolen it." As this notion settled in his mind, a smirk of triumph involuntarily crept across the Blue Wolf Demon King's lips. He mused that if he reported this transgression to the demon god, who would then relay it to the demon saint, ultimately reaching the ears of the Celestial Emperor, he would undoubtedly achieve great merit. Luo Xian, surrender, and perhaps you may yet be spared. With newfound confidence, the Blue Wolf Demon King straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming with provocation. It was as if victory was already within his grasp, and his gaze seemed to threaten to devour Luo Xian whole. "If you wish for me to yield, let us see if you possess the capability to compel such a fate," Luo Xian retorted defiantly. With a commanding gesture, the Blue Wolf Demon King summoned his legion of thousands of demon soldiers, who surged forward like a tidal wave. "God-slaying spear," Luo Xian bellowed, brandishing the spear horizontally across his chest before sweeping it with ferocity. Instantly, thousands of spear auras erupted forth, resembling a flurry of lethal arrows that pierced through the advancing demon soldiers. The air was filled with the sounds of tearing flesh and blood splattering as countless soldiers disintegrated upon contact with the spear's energy. What a remarkable treasure! A glint of greed flickered in the Blue Wolf Demon King's eyes as he leaped forward like a bolt of lightning, wielding his wolf-tooth club with great force, unleashing a barrage of serrated blades that rained down upon Luo Xian. "Congeal!" Luo Xian swiftly summoned the god-slaying spear, aligning his fingers as the spear tip shimmered with a cold light. In the next moment, a black dragon roared forth from the spear's tip. The dragon's roar resonated across the heavens and the earth as it opened its fearsome maw, devouring the incoming blades whole. Following this, the black dragon lunged toward the blue wolf demon king with a ferocious snarl. The blue wolf demon king, sensing the imminent danger, tightened his grip and rapidly spun his hands. Instantly, the ethereal image of a blue wolf manifested behind him, engaging in a fierce clash with the black dragon. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the blue wolf's illusion dissipated, and the blue wolf demon king staggered backward, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. With disbelief etched across his features, he exclaimed, "How can your power be so formidable? Are you not merely a golden immortal?" Luo Xian understood in his heart that the blue wolf demon king was undoubtedly incited by another, for it was inconceivable for him to possess such intimate knowledge of Luo Xian's capabilities. Suddenly, at that moment, Luo Xian acutely sensed a formidable aura descending from above. Akin to a tempestuous storm, its speed astonishing and its attack ferociously fierce. In an instant, this presence loomed just above Luo Xian's head, a mere fraction away from claiming his life. The fox had finally revealed its true nature. Luo Xian murmured softly, yet his countenance betrayed not a hint of alarm. The figure in the black robe, believing the ambush to be nearly successful, felt a surge of illicit glee, unwittingly exerting more force with his claws, intent on delivering a lethal blow to Luo Xian. However, at the very moment of contact, Luo Xian's figure vanished as if conjured by a specter. Where had he gone? The black-robed assailant found himself grasping at shadows, his gaze darting nervously in all directions. At that moment, the Azure Wolf Demon King spoke up. "That is the Golden Crow's transformation, a divine ability capable of traversing 240,000 miles in an instant." Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful aura surged from behind the black-robed figure. Panic seized him, and he instinctively turned, but it was already too late. With a swift thrust of the god-slaying spear, Luo Xian struck fiercely. The spear's tip glinted coldly, piercing through the black-robed figure's body. The assailant was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth. He hastily channeled his spiritual energy in a futile attempt to staunch the wound. Yet, Luo Xian would not grant him such reprieve. He raised his right fist, enveloped in searing flames, and brought it crashing down like Mount Tai. Boom! The immense force collided with the black-robed figure, incinerating the remnants of the robe and revealing the face concealed beneath. It was none other than the long-eared, enlightened immortal. "So it is you." A cold smirk graced Luo Xian's lips, and his onslaught continued unabated. The god-slaying spear erupted with dark energy, akin to a tempestuous thunderstorm. Each strike forced the long-eared, enlightened immortal to falter. With a gasp, the long-eared immortal was sent flying backward, akin to a kite cut loose. The four saints of Nine Dragon Island and Lu Huan, witnessing the true identity of the assailant, were left in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could it be Senior Brother Long-Ear?" It was common knowledge that the long-eared enlightened immortal was one of the 7 attendants, greatly favored by their master. Such a person could not possibly commit such treachery. Seeing the long-eared immortal faltering, the Azure Wolf Demon King felt a surge of trepidation. Yet, he dare not flee, fearing the wrath of the divine beings from the heavenly court, which would surely spell his doom. Resolutely, he formed a hand seal, sending a message racing like lightning towards the heavenly court. Then, channeling all his spiritual power, his aura surged violently as he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a radiant wave of energy. He then leapt into the air, swiftly reaching the side of the long-eared immortal, and forcefully pushed with both palms, attempting to block the onslaught of encroaching dark energy. However, the might of a primordial treasure was far beyond what his mortal flesh could withstand. Zzz. The spear's energy pierced through his body, and the Azure Wolf Demon King was impaled by the dark essence, collapsing heavily to the ground. "Long-eared, you have schemed against me time and again. Today marks your demise." In this moment, Luo Xian cast aside all reservations. raising the god-slaying spear high and sweeping it fiercely through the air. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an invisible force suddenly tore through the void, causing a violent tremor. Countless dark chains surged forth from the abyss like venomous serpents. "Bold one, how dare you harm my brother?" A deep, hoarse male voice resonated like thunder from the rift. Where the chains passed, crackling sounds echoed. The enveloping black mist was swiftly devoured by the chains, as if it had become their sustenance, enhancing their luster. This chain, known as the Devouring Divine Chain, is a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Legend has it that after the ancient great demon, the Devourer Rabbit, perished, its soul fell into a divine stone that had endured millions of years. And through miraculous evolution over thousands of years, this divine chain was formed, later discovered by this individual. From the rift, a middle-aged man emerged slowly. He possessed a robust and formidable stature, with powerful arms and an overwhelmingly potent aura that exuded a tremendous pressure. This man was none other than Chang'e, one of the 365 demon gods of the Heavenly Court and the current patriarch of the Chang'e Rabbit clan, Changhuan Tian, the elder brother of the Chang'e Dim Light Immortal. Changhuan Tian had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, enjoying considerable prestige within the Heavenly Court. "You insolent wretch, how dare you?" Changhuan Tian's demeanor radiated an air of disdain for the world as he bellowed. Having just received word, he had hurriedly traversed the void, fearing that any hesitation might lead to the demise of his younger brother, the Chang'e Dim Light Immortal. His roar reverberated like a great bell, echoing throughout the Wind Sea tribe, while the pressure of the great Luo Golden Immortal surged like a tidal wave. With a single step, Changhuan Tian advanced, golden lotuses sprouting beneath his feet, each stride seemingly imbued with the profound laws of the universe. Aside from Luo Xian, all present were instantly overwhelmed by this aura, prostrating themselves upon the ground, rendered immobile. Luo Xian furrowed his brow, feeling the mountain-like pressure hammering down upon him like a cascading waterfall, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. "Elder brother, kill him." Upon seeing Changhuan Tian arrive in a timely manner, the Chang'e Dim Light Immortal rejoiced immensely and urgently called out, "Oomph." Changhuan Tian scoffed coldly as he descended gracefully, and the Chang'e Dim Light Immortal hastily took shelter behind him. "Luo Xian, do you acknowledge your crime?" Changhuan Tian's penetrating gaze bore down on Luo Xian. It was revealed that the Blue Wolf Demon King had sent word in advance, alerting Changhuan Tian that Luo Xian could wield the true Sunfire, suspecting it to be ill-gotten. "What crime have I committed?" Luo Xian replied with a cold laugh, his face betraying no fear, yet his mind raced with calculations on how to overcome this formidable opponent. "One crime." Changhuan Tian stepped forward, and his unparalleled pressure descended upon Luo Xian like a mountain crashing down. With unfathomable cultivation and a heavy, oppressive aura, his eyes glowed with an eerie green light as he glared fiercely at Luo Xian, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. "You have harmed my brother." The long-eared Immortal of Light is not merely his brother. He is also a crucial pillar for him in the heavenly realm. After all, the long-eared Immortal, as one of the 7 attendants, is a beloved disciple of the sage. The esteemed position that Long Huantian enjoys in the court of heaven is largely due to the favor of the long-eared Immortal. As the words fell, Long Huantian's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, dashing towards Luo Xian with fierce intent, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! Luo Xian, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly brandished his god-slaying spear, from the tip of which surged a thick black aura, forming a barrier before him. Crash! The fist and spear collided violently, instantaneously conjuring billowing black clouds that roiled like turbulent waves. Luo Xian felt himself besieged by an overwhelming force, involuntarily stumbling back several steps, while the god-slaying spear in his hand emitted a resonant hum, as if lamenting in defiance. 2 sins. Long Huantian, having successfully landed his blow, appeared utterly unscathed, his eyes glinting with mockery as he advanced steadily. To steal the divine fire of His Majesty is a crime deserving of the severest punishment. It became evident that during his approach, he had keenly sensed the rich aura of solar true fire emanating from Luo Xian. How audacious! Chapter 28. Luo Xian captured. Seeking aid from Zhao Gongming, Luo Xian was not one to fear death. Even if his fate was sealed today, he would not furrow a single brow. The Wanya pot. Luo Xian's mind suddenly sharpened as he swiftly retrieved the Wanya pot. What a treasure! Chang Huan Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Luo Xian possessed numerous valuable artifacts, he was soon engulfed by suspicion, given that the Chang heir Dingguang Xian was deeply favored by the Saint of Upper Qing. Why did he possess so few remarkable treasures? The devouring chains. With a commanding shout from Luo Xian, 3,000 fire crows surged forth like a mighty tide. Upon witnessing this, Chang Huan Tian swung his sleeves with force, causing the surrounding void to shatter like a broken mirror. Countless chains, resembling ferocious dragons, emerged from the void, rushing directly towards the 3,000 fire crows to ensnare them. Crack! In an instant, the chains struck the fire crows with the ferocity of a whip, eliciting anguished cries from the creatures. Luo Xian had only recently ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and had yet to fully refine the Wanya pot. Thus, he could only command the 3,000 fire crows at this moment. Caw! 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 The fire crows flapped their wings desperately, emitting cries of pain. The devouring chains were intricately entwined with the esoteric laws of space. At the Daluo Golden Immortal level, one could condense the 3 flowers atop the head, achieving their true self and transcending the constraints of time, gaining profound insights into the great paths of the universe. The Tao encompasses 3,000 paths, with the 3,000 representing the abstract. The so-called 50 Great Taos, with one escaping, leaves 49, which is the foundational understanding of the Daluo Golden Immortal practitioners in the Primordial Realm. The 3,000 paths further delineate specific laws, intricate and diverse, encompassing all aspects of existence, such as time, space, fate, and destruction. Each path within the 3,000 represents a unique force or domain of law. Should a practitioner comprehend and master one or several of these paths, they would wield cataclysmic power and divine skills in their respective realms. For instance, mastering the path of time could grant one the extraordinary ability to manipulate the flow of time, rewind the past, and foresee the future. This indicates that the path cultivated by Chang Huan Tian is likely rooted in the laws of space. In an instant, the 3,000 fire crows were forced back into the Wanya pot. Unwilling to concede defeat, Luo Xian made another attempt. However, the devouring chains, akin to ravenous wolves, locked onto him with relentless precision, swiftly ensnaring his body. Luo Xian found himself immobilized as the chains, infused with potent spatial law, sealed off all of his abilities. Seeing Luo Xian trapped, Chang heir Dingguang Xian swiftly approached, raising his hand to deliver a vicious slap to Luo Xian, growling, "You think you're quite formidable, don't you? How dare you defy me?" After speaking, he kicked out with great force, sending Luo Xian tumbling through the air like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Now, I shall take him to the heavenly court to meet His Majesty. In the celestial realm, Chang Huan Tian manipulated the devouring chains to lift Luo Xian. The long-eared radiant sage, puzzled, inquired, why not simply slay him? This matter held significant consequences. It was best to await the Emperor of Heaven's verdict. Seeing Chang Huan Tian's unwavering resolve, the long-eared radiant sage relented. For his elder brother was the hope of the long-eared rabbit clan, bearing the weight of their prosperity. Transforming into a streak of light, Chang Huan Tian hurriedly transported Luo Xian toward the heavenly court. "What should we do now?" Lu Huan questioned. The 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island were utterly bewildered by the situation before them, which had long surpassed their control. "Should we storm the heavenly court and rescue brother Luo Xian?" Li Xingba tentatively suggested, only to be met with a chorus of eye rolls. If even Luo Xian was no match for them, how could 4 mere golden immortals hope to succeed? The only viable option left was to seek assistance. But from whom? The five exchanged glances. Among their acquaintances, Luo Xian was already the mightiest. Should they approach their master? Given their status, it seemed improbable they would even gain an audience. Even though their master held Luo Xian in high regard, the latter's current plight needed to be communicated first. But with the master unaware of the situation, how could they hope to rescue brother Luo Xian? Perhaps we should seek out Master Zhao Gongming? Wang Yimou proposed. 3 millennia prior, he had witnessed Luo Xian exchanging a few words with Zhao Gongming. Although he was uncertain of their bond, they had little choice now. Agreed. The five promptly decided to inform the Wind Sea clan leader of their departure before setting off for the Amei Mountains Luo Fu Cave. Upon arriving at Amei Mountain, Luo Fu Cave, Zhao Gongming's sacred ground, revealed a landscape of pristine beauty where ethereal energy permeated the air like a tangible essence. Celestial cranes soared in the skies, seemingly narrating the spiritual resonance of this realm. Every being radiated a vibrant vitality, rich hues swirling like a celestial paradise. The 4 saints of Nine Dragons Island and Lu Huan, after enduring numerous trials, arrived here 6 months later, their journey slowed by their golden immortal status. Upon their arrival, uncertainty loomed in their hearts, for they were unaware whether Master Zhao Gongming was present at the sanctuary. Who dares intrude upon the Luo Fu Cave of Amei Mountain? A thunderous roar, akin to a tiger's growl, reverberated through the mountains as they descended through the clouds. Following the sound, they beheld a young man in white robes, gracefully seated upon a black tiger, approaching with poise. As they recognized the figure, their faces lit with joy, and they hurriedly bowed in respect. Greetings, Master Brother. This individual was none other than Zhao Gongming. Upon seeing the 4 saints and Lu Huan, Zhao Gongming erupted in laughter. Why have you 5 left the Nine Dragons Island to visit my humble abode? Without hesitation, Lu Huan prostrated himself before Zhao Gongming. What are you doing, Lu Huan? Please rise. Zhao Gongming, perplexed, dismounted from the black tiger and extended his hand to assist Lu Huan. We implore you, Master Zhao, lend your strength to rescue brother Luo Xian. The 5 voices echoed in unison, their tones imbued with urgency and earnestness. What has happened to brother Luo Xian? Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Subsequently, the 5 recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming's brow knitted tightly, his right hand instinctively calculating the situation. After a considerable time, his brows gradually relaxed. However, the calmness on his face exuded a chilling aura. What audacity Long Air has, daring to collude with outsiders and bully fellow disciples. As a formidable being at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, Zhao Gongming, free from the restrictions of calamities and the obstructions of saints, should have nearly accurate insights into the matter. At this moment, he already comprehended the intricacies of the situation. Should this affair escalate to their master, even if Long Air were favored, he could not escape severe repercussions. Let us proceed to Jinao Island. I must report this matter truthfully to our master. Although Zhao Gongming was enamored with martial arts, he was far from foolish. Otherwise, how could he bear the title of the senior brother of the outer sect? He was acutely aware that within the heavenly court, Dijun, Tai, and the 10 great demon saints were all at the quasi-saint level, particularly Tai Yi, who wielded the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. To venture alone to the heavenly court would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. It would yield nothing but disaster. Having spoken, the 6 transformed into a brilliant streak of light, racing towards Jinao Island. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Bo Palace on Jinao Island. The 6 stood quietly outside, and upon spotting Zhao Gongming, the water and fire youth hurriedly approached, respectfully saluting, "Greetings, Brother Zhao. We are unaware of the purpose of your visit today. May I request you to inform our master that I have urgent matters to discuss?" The water and fire youth scanned Lu Huan and the others, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. The master is currently meeting with Uncle Jinyuan. Please wait a moment while I report this. No need, just let us in. At that moment, the steady and authoritative voice of Tongtian Jiaozhu resonated from within the hall. The water and fire youth promptly opened the grand doors for Zhao Gongming, who stepped inside alone. There, upon the meditation cushion, Tong Tian Jiaozhu and Jin Yuanzi were leisurely savoring tea, their conversation lively and the atmosphere harmonious. "Greetings, Master, and greetings, Uncle Jin Yuan," Zhao Gongming recognized Jin Yuanzi, knowing well the profound bond between him and his master. "Gongming, come, taste this tea. How does it fare?" The voice of Tong Tian Jiaozhu was gentle, akin to a spring breeze, as he lightly nudged the teacup. Zhao Gongming obliged, stepping forward to lift the cup, and with a tilt of his head, he drank in one go. At the moment the tea touched his lips, he felt a clarity in his mind, as if a surge of spiritual light had flickered by. The doubts that had lingered in his mind for so long melted away, like snow under the warm sun, causing a sudden enlightenment. "Master, this tea is—" For a moment, Zhao Gongming completely forgot the purpose of his visit. Tong Tian Jiaozhu remained silent, while Jin Yuanzi chuckled knowingly, explaining, "This tea was gifted by Luo Xian, the teacher. I have matters to attend to." Just as Zhao Gongming was about to articulate his intentions, Tong Tian Jiaozhu interrupted him. "I'm already aware of this matter. Let your Shirshu Xinyuzi accompany you to address it." Upon hearing this, Xinyuzi immediately rose and followed Zhao Gongming out of the grand hall. Lu Huan and the other 5, upon seeing Zhao Gongming emerge, hurriedly surrounded him. "Senior brother, what did the teacher say?" "You all returned first. The teacher is already informed." The 6 wished to say more, but with a wave of Xinyuzi's sleeve, they vanished from sight. Chapter 29. Luo Xian's scheme in the celestial prison of the heavenly court. The room was enveloped in darkness, and the mournful wails echoed like specters. At the end of the long corridor lay the final cell. Luo Xian was ensnared by the eerie, devouring chains, akin to prey caught in a spider's web, utterly immobilized. Yet his countenance bore no trace of anxiety. Instead, it radiated a calm assurance, as if he were fully prepared for what lay ahead. With the astuteness of Lu Huan and the others, they would undoubtedly devise a plan to summon reinforcements, and the most likely candidate would be Zhao Gongming. Upon learning of this predicament, Zhao Gongming would surely report the matter to the Heavenly Lord. At that moment, the Heavenly Court might find itself in a situation where it would suffer losses instead of gains. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refreshing a new check-in location. Please proceed to the Heavenly Court's prison for check-in. Amidst the silent atmosphere, the system's cold voice unexpectedly resonated. To Luo Xian, it was as melodious as a divine melody. "Check in immediately." He was already within the prison. There was no room for hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at the Heavenly Court's prison, earning the Sword of Divine Consciousness. The Sword of Divine Consciousness? What could this possibly be? Luo Xian was filled with curiosity. Immediately, a torrent of profound information surged into his mind. In an instant, he comprehended the Sword of Divine Consciousness, achieving a state of perfection. What remained was merely the enhancement of proficiency in application. As the name implies, the Sword of Divine Consciousness transforms one's awareness into a lethal blade. It is well known that divine consciousness is the most vulnerable aspect of a person. In this vast primordial world, many cultivators are ignorant of the art of divine consciousness attacks. Should he master this technique, he would gain an advantage in critical moments. Moreover, the devouring chains only sealed his spiritual power but did not restrict his divine consciousness. As Luo Xian activated his divine awareness, countless translucent swords materialized, densely converging together. As if with a mere thought, he could extinguish an adversary's life in an instant. These swords of divine consciousness were transparent, invisible to anyone but Luo Xian himself. Excellent. Truly a remarkable artifact. Luo Xian was exceedingly pleased with the Sword of Divine Consciousness, and now awaited the ensuing developments with a sense of calm. A devilishly charming smile crept upon his lips as he mused. Even if he were to face a Deluo Golden Immortal, with the power of the Golden Crow's transformation, escaping from this place would not be an arduous task. He intended to seize this opportunity to teach the long-eared enlightened light immortal a lesson. After all, given Luo Xian's own status and position, if he were to directly accuse the long-eared enlightened light immortal, he would likely be disregarded. However, if Zhao Gongming intervened, the chances of success would increase significantly. Indeed, there are disparities among individuals. Differing statuses yield varying efficiencies in matters. In the Heavenly Court, within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Emperor Jun, Tai, the 10 great demonic saints, Kuanpeng, Fuxi, and others had gathered. Kuanpeng's expression was grim. Following the failure to capture Hongyun, he had narrowly escaped and returned to face the wrath of Dong Huang Tai. Emperor Dijun's face was etched with confusion as he inquired, Ghost Car, is this matter truly authentic? The Ghost Car, one of the 10 great demon saints, possessed cultivation at the late quasi-saint level and served as a formidable ally behind Chang Huantian. Your Majesty, this matter is undoubtedly true, discovered by my subordinate demon god. Ghost Car hastily rose, respectfully presenting a jade slip, within which the vivid imagery of Luo Xian wielding the true sun fire was clearly visible. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. The true sun fire was the innate flame of the Jinwu clan, birthed within the sun star. In this vast primordial world, the Jinwu clan was exceedingly rare. Aside from Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, and the 10 little Jinwu, none other possessed it. What do you think, my esteemed ministers? Dijun spoke after a prolonged silence. Your Majesty, I believe we should execute Luo Xian on the spot to uphold the dignity of the Heavenly Court. Ghost Car was the first to voice his opinion, eager to seize the credit for the discovery. After all, in the demon clan, the true sun fire symbolized status and power. Its emergence was akin to the revered Heavenly Emperor's presence. We concur. The 10 great demon saints echoed in unison, save for Bai Zhe. Dijun remained silent, his gaze drifting toward Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, also one of the 10 great demon saints, though only at the early quasi-saint level, was the intellect of the demon race, embodying both wisdom and beauty as a strategist. Her long, flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, her eyes as clear as water, with delicate features and a crescent-shaped smile adorning her cheeks. Clad in a flowing white gown that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, her ample bosom contrasted sharply with her youthful visage. Bai Zhe spoke, her voice like a nightingale's song, sweet yet tinged with innocence. Your Majesty, I believe this course of action is ill-advised. Luo Xian is a disciple of a saint. Bai Zhe, do not embolden others at the expense of our own prestige. Tai Yi interjected, his gaze fierce, golden flames flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the room. We have the backing of Lady Niuhua. What do we have to fear from the Master of Heaven? Dong Huang Tai Yi's voice resonated powerfully, akin to a mighty bell echoing through the hall as he rose, exuding an imposing presence that suggested he could conquer mountains. Brother, is it not a bit? Dijun began, only to be interrupted by Tai Yi. A moment's misstep can lead to eternal regret. Brother, do not hesitate any longer. Dong Huang Tai Yi's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Since the marriage of Dijun and Shi He, which resulted in the birth of 10 little Jin Wu, his actions had grown increasingly hesitant, lacking the boldness they once exhibited during the establishment of the Heavenly Court. To Tai Yi, if Dijun continued in such indecisiveness, the annihilation of the Wu clan would be indefinitely postponed, let alone the unification of the primordial world. Dijun furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he turned his gaze toward Fu Shi and Bai Zhe. At that moment, Fu Shi stood up, sharply questioning, Your Excellency, what shall we do if the supreme pure saint pursues the matter? In this primordial world, saints are exalted beings, with only 6 existing throughout the vast expanse. Although the 3 pure ones have each taken their separate paths, the Master Tong Tian remains an undisputed saint. Could one truly believe that he would not be infuriated by the death of his disciple? Or perhaps they think the sword of extermination in his grasp is merely a decorative trinket. Gui Kiastidi stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands in a gesture of deference. My lord, you are overly concerned. Luo Xian is merely an insignificant outer disciple, hardly deserving of the favor of the celestial sage. How do you come to know of such matters? Bai Zhe, her cherry lips parting delicately like petals unfurling, inquired. My subordinate, Chang Huantian,
has a brother named Chang Er Ding Guangxian, who is one of the 7 attendants of the Master Tongtian. I trust the implications need not be further elaborated. Gui Che retorted, his voice laced with sarcasm. It is said that wherever there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. Is the heavenly court not a vast and intricate workplace? The 10 great demon saints each have distinct roles and varying powers, with every individual yearning to make their mark and secure more resources. Your Majesty, please decide swiftly. He cast a knowing glance at Gui Che, who immediately understood and knelt on one knee. Very well, it shall be as you say. With that, the matter was settled, and the crowd dispersed. Fushi was left with a heavy heart, transforming into a beam of spiritual light as he soared towards the palace of Niwa. Bai Zhe, her enchanting eyes shimmering, calmly exited the Lingxiao treasure hall. Upon finding a secluded spot, she too transformed into a stream of spiritual light, heading straight for the celestial prison. Oh, intriguing. Ha. This scene was observed from afar by Kunpeng, whose lips curled into a mysterious smile before he stealthily followed. Inside the celestial prison, darkness enveloped the space. Luo Xian awaited in silence, the stillness only broken by the sound of his steady breathing. At that moment, a graceful figure glided into the chamber. The dim light cast shadows, obscuring the visitor's features, yet the proud curve of her silhouette emerged softly in the twilight. Quite impressive. Luo Xian marveled inwardly, reflecting once again on the truth that greatness often requires ample capacity. Had he not been bound by the cold, consuming chains, he might have ventured closer to measure her presence. Are you Luo Xian? The figure finally spoke, her voice as sweet as a celestial melody, yet imbued with youthful innocence. As she approached, the dim light illuminated her visage, revealing a delicately crafted face reminiscent of a youthful maiden, paired with a voluptuous figure that was utterly captivating, particularly her pronounced bosom, which was almost impossible to ignore. The visitor was none other than Bai Zhe. Who are you? Luo Xian questioned, a swirl of confusion enveloping him. He did not recognize this enchanting girl before him, though he considered himself handsome and possessed certain commendable traits. He could hardly fathom why someone would traverse great distances to seek him out. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Chapter 30. The Celestial Intervention, the Descent of Niwa I and the Demon Saint, Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe gracefully approached Luo Xian, her enchanting eyes wide with curiosity as she scrutinized him. Her slightly pouted cherry lips added an adorable charm to her delicate appearance. It is indeed Bai Zhe. Luo Xian felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, utterly astonished. Bai Zhe, one of the 10 great demon saints of the heavenly court, possessed quasi-saintly powers, capable of traversing the past and future, and was a symbol of auspiciousness. What further astonished Luo Xian was the fact that this esteemed demon saint appeared in the guise of a youthful girl. Is there something you need? Luo Xian pondered, suspicion filling his heart. By the command of His Majesty, I am here to release you. Bai Zhe spoke softly, her voice as melodious as a nightingale, captivating to the ears. She took a graceful step forward, intending to free him from the chains that bound him. Simultaneously, a gentle scent wafted from Bai Zhe, akin to a tender breeze, subtly penetrating Luo Xian's senses, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. Just as he was about to voice his inquiries, a chilling laugh echoed through the silence of the prison, akin to the call of an owl in the night. Who is there? Bai Zhe's delicate brows furrowed, a cold snort escaping her lips as she abruptly halted her movements, swiftly turning to gaze into the depths of the darkness. In the shadows, Kunpeng stealthily entered like a wraith. Bai Zhe, what are you doing? Kunpeng inquired ominously, his serpent-like eyes scanning Bai Zhe with ill intent, while also casting a sidelong glance at Luo Xian. Bai Zhe, why must I report my actions to you? Upon recognizing Kunpeng, Bai Zhe's demeanor instantly turned frosty, her eyes betraying her displeasure and disdain. The Demon Emperor has decreed that Luo Xian must be executed immediately. I hope you do not misinterpret this. Kunpeng approached Bai Zhe slowly, his beady eyes darting around with malicious intent. There is no need for your inquiries. Bai Zhe dismissed Kunpeng,
Noticing his reluctance to depart, she decided to take the lead, hastily turning to leave. As Baize exited, a peculiar smile crept onto Kunping's lips, and he followed closely behind her. Meanwhile, at the southern heavenly gate, the cloud seemed to be cleaved by a sharp blade, as two figures descended from the heavens, Jin Yuanzi and Zhao Gongming. Who dares to intrude upon the southern heavenly gate? The guards, on high alert, brandished their spears, forming an impenetrable barrier against the two. State that Zhen Yuanzi has come to pay a visit. Zhen Yuanzi remained calm and composed, stroking his beard with an air of nonchalance, as if the obstruction before him was merely a trivial interlude. Zhen Yuanzi, long renowned in the primordial realm, commanded great respect, prompting the guards to hasten to report his presence without delay. After a prolonged wait, Tai Yi, the 9 great demon saints, and numerous demon deities gathered at the southern heavenly gate, encircling Zhen Yuanzi like stars around the moon. Zhen Yuanzi, what brings you to our heavenly court? Jiuing, known for his volatile temper, confronted Zhen Yuanzi with a barrage of questions. The enmity forged on that fateful day remained etched in his heart like a deep scar. Zhen Yuanzi's expression was one of disdain, his lips curling into a subtle, contemptuous smile. He mused internally, utterly perplexed by the audacity of such insignificant beings attempting to engage in dialogue with him. Above the 9 heavens, the clouds surged like a tumultuous tide, while the fierce winds howled past, reminiscent of countless ferocious beasts roaring, creating a deafening cacophony. What brings you here, Jin Yuanzi? Tai Yi's demeanor was grave, as if he were facing a formidable adversary. His right fist was clenched tightly, and within his palm, the chaos bell quietly emerged, exuding an aura of mysterious and formidable power. Surrender, Luo Xian. Zhen Yuanzi's terse words loomed like heavy, oppressive clouds over the hearts of the heavenly court's denizens. Despite being on their own territory, they felt no confidence in extracting even a modicum of advantage from Zhen Yuanzi. The moment those words were uttered, the demon Saint Gui Che felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, as if countless ants were crawling upon him. The demon god Chang Huan Tian also sensed a wave of foreboding wash over him, a sinister intuition rising within. What was the origin of this Luo Xian that warranted Zhen Yuanzi's personal intervention? In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to solidify, heavy enough to stifle breath. The gale roared like a ferocious tiger, fiercely striking the faces of the gathered assembly. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming was already aflame with fervor, his eyes brimming with reverence and aspiration. This was the formidable reputation of Zhen Yuanzi. With merely his own strength, he could subdue countless powerful beings of the demon race. Zhao Gongming clenched his fists resolutely, vowing silently to one day achieve a reputation in the wilderness akin to that of Zhen Yuanzi. Yet, he had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm for countless years, perpetually searching for the method to sever the 3 corpses. But what if he could not? Tai irradiated brilliant golden light as he stepped forward, the chaos bell suddenly manifesting above him. It began to whirl rapidly, emitting a resonant hum as if it intended to shatter the heavens. The assembly of demon saints behind him immediately grasped their respective spiritual treasures, standing at the ready. At Tai Yi's command, they would charge forth like tigers descending from the mountains. Zhen Yuanzi, however, displayed no fear, merely smiling calmly as he spoke. I am but a messenger. Should you remain obstinate, my senior brother Tong Tian will come seeking an explanation. Upon the conclusion of his words, the entire southern heavenly gate was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if time and space had come to a halt. The prospect of a saint personally intervening was a sight of unimaginable terror. After a lengthy pause, Tai Yi snorted coldly. Do you think a saint can intimidate me? Even if Tong Tian were to arrive in person, what could he accomplish? Boom! His declaration reverberated like a thunderclap, startling countless individuals into involuntary retreat, chills running down their spines, their gazes toward Tai Yi now imbued with a touch more admiration. Within the heavenly court, only Dong Huang Tai Yi possessed such audacity. Nearby, Kuan Peng smirked derisively, inwardly whispering, Let them fight, let them fight. May they both suffer grievously. Tai Yi stood tall and proud, arms crossed before his chest, adopting a posture of disdainful superiority. "Oh, is that so?" Just then, from the vast expanse above the nine heavens, a deep and resonant voice seemed to traverse the endless void, rolling forth. The sound crackled and popped. The void trembled violently, as if burdened beyond its capacity, and then it suddenly erupted, as if overwhelmed by a terrifying pressure that surpassed its limits. With a resounding crack, the void was violently torn apart before the eyes of all. Within the profound abyss, stars danced frantically, their countless bodies seemingly agitated by a formidable force. In an instant, the first, second, third, and fourth fissures appeared, spreading like a spider's web. Within each crack, a palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, as if ready to erupt at any moment. "What the saints?" Tai's expression grew grave beyond measure. He bellowed, summoning the Chaos Bell with all his might to protect the crowd, its body radiating golden light like a blazing sun. He could not comprehend why, in this moment, the mere mention of the saints struck fear into the hearts of many, as if encountering a saint was synonymous with inevitable failure. Boom! From within the fissures, countless sharp swords surged forth like meteors racing towards the moon, their sword energy unparalleled, traversing vast distances. It was as if the Milky Way had converged, descending from the heavens with an overwhelming force, threatening to shatter all existence. With a crackle and a pop, when the swords collided with the Chaos Bell, the bell trembled violently, emitting a deafening hum as it spun uncontrollably. The shrill sound of metal grinding against metal pierced the air incessantly. At last, the Chaos Bell could not withstand such a rapid rotation. Its protective shield shattered abruptly, and the swords surged through the crowd like wild stallions, staining the sky with blood in an instant. With a whoosh, a terrifying storm formed around the blades, ensnaring the onlookers, the chilling aura sweeping across the landscape like a tidal wave. "Tongtian, do you dare?" Tai's eyes turned crimson as blood, and just as his words fell, a cerulean sword materialized in front of him, radiating an icy chill that caused Dongwang Tai to halt in his tracks. The 9 great demon saints and the myriad demon gods watched in trepidation, their breaths held as they beheld the suspended sword before them. Is this the power of a saint? With merely a single strike, it could dictate the life and death of many. Even a heavenly court, before the absolute might of a saint, what could they possibly do? These mere golden crows, having stirred up some notoriety in the primordial chaos over the years, are so ignorant of decorum. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my sister Nuwa. From the void, the voice of Tongtian echoed, once more like a resounding bell, the oppressive force of the saint cascading down like the Milky Way, compelling the denizens of the heavenly court to prostrate themselves, rendered motionless. Tai spat forth a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. His eyes filled with reluctance as he gazed into the depths of the void, yet he lacked the courage to voice the thoughts that lingered in his heart. Truly, saints are fearsome. Brother Tongtian, do not be angered. I am already aware of their actions. Once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure they come to apologize. Suddenly, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, gradually revealing a stunning figure clad in a flowing white robe. She adorned herself in a diaphanous garment, gracefully veiling her form, her bare feet lightly suspended in the air, each toe resembling polished jade, translucent and radiant. The silver bells that hung from her delicate ankles swayed gently with her slightest movement, yet curiously emitted not a sound, as if stifled by an enigmatic force. A gossamer veil, as ethereal as the wings of a cicada, enveloped her visage, bestowing upon her an aura of mystique. It was as though the goddess Nuwa herself had descended. A sudden joy surged within the hearts of the myriad creatures, akin to glimpsing a savior amidst despair, their previously despondent gazes igniting with the light of hope. How audacious you are to stand before a sage without offering your reverence. Who has granted you such temerity? Nuwa's delicate fingers gracefully lifted, causing her snow-white sleeves to cascade down, revealing her exquisitely fair and smooth forearms. In an instant, an invisible force surged forth like a tempest, sweeping toward the celestial assembly. It was as though an unseen giant hand had delivered a resounding slap,
leaving clear imprints upon the faces of those present. The might of the sage was indeed unparalleled, boldly striking the celestial monarch and the assembly of demon sages before all. Today, for the sake of my sister Nuwa, I shall spare you. Should you dare to transgress again, mercy will be forsaken. Chapter 31. A visit to apologize. She has arrival in the heavenly court. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Nuwa paced barefoot, her ethereal gown slipping from her shoulder, revealing glimpses of her snow-white thigh through the elegantly parted hem. Beneath her veil, her exquisite beauty was somewhat concealed, yet the fierce flames of wrath in her eyes could not be hidden. Her gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed upon the Emperor Jun, Tai, and the 10 great demon saints, her voice frigid as she demanded, "You have become increasingly reckless and lawless." An intense silence enveloped the assembly. Their hearts tightened, and no one dared to respond or even raise their heads. After all, the fury of a saint was as terrifying as the collapse of heaven and earth. "Please, Your Highness, show us a clear path forward." Emperor Jun spoke, his voice hoarse and weighed down. Fully aware of his culpability in failing to restrain Tai in a timely manner, the elder brother Tong Tian, known for his fiery temper and fierce protectiveness, asserted, "You have captured his disciple. Thus, an apology is warranted." Nuwa's voice was melodious and clear, akin to a flowing mountain spring or a celestial melody wafting through the air. "Indeed, I have already released Luo Xian and shall promptly offer my apologies once I am prepared." With a slight nod, Nuwa stood, and in that fleeting moment, a glimpse of beauty vanished like a shooting star. In an instant, she transformed into a brilliant ray of spiritual light, disappearing from the scene. At Fire Dragon Island, Luo Xian sat cross-legged, a smirk of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Gongming had meticulously relayed the events to him. With the objective achieved, he now awaited the fruits of his labor. Cheng, even if you survive this time, you shall shed a layer of skin. Soon, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Xian made his way to the Wind Sea tribe, delivering the news of his safety to the 4 saints of 9 Dragon Island, Lu Huan, and the tribe's members. Upon hearing of Luoshuan's well-being, their previously anxious hearts finally eased, and expressions of relief illuminated their faces. Back at the Fire Dragon Island's dojo, Luo Xian lay comfortably upon a boulder, while Baiwei dutifully massaged his calves beside him. Such tranquil days were truly delightful. Suddenly, brilliant rays of spiritual light streaked across the sky above Fire Dragon Island, dazzling like meteors, ultimately landing just beyond the island. The arrivals were none other than the Heavenly Court delegation, led by Emperor Jun and Tai, accompanied by Shiha Bays, and followed closely by Guiche and Changhuan Tian. As they descended upon Fire Dragon Island, a powerful aura emanated from their presence, instantly palpable to Luo Xian and the disciples of the. Countless gazes, sharp as arrows, converged upon them. There stood the Heavenly Emperor, Jun. Beside him was the Demon Emperor, Tai. Look, there was the Demon Saint, Bays. The numerous demon immortals of the initially displayed admiration in their eyes, subsequently swelling with pride of being disciples of a saint, their chests puffed up even higher. At the Dabadeo dojo, in a moment of deep meditation, Duo Bao suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile as he murmured, "This time, the Heavenly Court has truly taken a significant tumble." "Master, what do you mean by that?" A graceful young maiden clad in yellow, standing beside him, inquired with curiosity. Her skin was as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. Duo Bao chose not to respond immediately, instead rising slowly and making his way toward the door. "Hualing, come accompany your master to greet our guests." The young maiden, known as the Saintess of Hualing, immediately sprang to her feet, bouncing happily behind Duo Bao, her face alight with excitement and anticipation. On Fire Dragon Island, Luo Xian reclined comfortably atop a massive stone, relishing the soothing sensation of Baiyu gently kneading his calves. Baiyu's expression turned to one of concern as she softly asked, "Master, what brings the Heavenly Emperor here?" In the hearts of the ancient demon race, who does not revere the Heavenly Emperor,
He is the supreme spiritual leader of the demon clan. To offer me an apology, Luo Xian replied nonchalantly, casually patting Bai Yu's rear as he spoke. Bai Yu shot him a flirtatious glance, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful reproach. Suddenly, Bai Yu gasped, and before she could react further, a booming voice echoed from outside Fire Dragon Island. The Heavenly Emperor Di Jun has come to apologize to Dao friend Luo Xian. Bai Yu's fingers instinctively tightened, nearly leaving marks on Luo Xian's calves. She turned to him in disbelief, her eyes wide, lips parted slightly, her breath hitching in astonishment. The Heavenly Emperor himself is here to apologize? How? How is that possible? Her previously delicate form tensed as if strung like a bow, her palm damp with sweat as she clutched Luo Xian's leg. Her legs trembled slightly beneath her skirt, causing the massive stone beneath her to vibrate gently. A chorus of gasps erupted around Fire Dragon Island. The three Heavens ladies widened their beautiful eyes in shock, while the usually composed Yuncio fairy revealed a look of astonishment. The treasures held by the four saints of Jiulong Island emitted a resonating hum. Wang Imo stared at the distant figure of Di Jun, his throat bobbing. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Even a recently transformed little demon was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his tail uncontrollably wrapping around his companion as he cried out, "He is the supreme of the demon clan. How can he come to apologize to our senior brother?" Duo Bao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the arc of his smile becoming more pronounced, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. The Saintess of Huoling clutched her master's robe tightly, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment, the fiery tassels in her hair swaying vigorously with her excitement. "Master, is this what you meant by taking a tumble?" Even the Heavenly Emperor must bow his head. Her melodious voice startled the fire crows resting upon the island. The sky was momentarily obscured by a flurry of wings, yet could not conceal the fervent light igniting in the eyes of the disciples of the Luo Xian languidly propped himself up, his fingertips gently tracing the heated cheek of Bai Yu. Continue the massage. Since Bai Yu had begun following Luo Xian, the astonishing events she had witnessed had only grown more breathtaking with each passing moment. Upon hearing his command, all eyes around Fire Dragon Island turned in unison toward the celestial entourage. Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, San Xiao, Zhao Gongming, the four saints of Nine Dragon Island, Lu Huan, and the Winged Immortal. All gazes were a tapestry of shock, curiosity, and excitement, emotions swirling together in a vivid display. Di Jun lowered his head, remaining silent, his expression marked by profound embarrassment. Tai Yi furrowed his brow, feeling this was undoubtedly the most humiliating experience of his life, his heart brimming with indignation. The 10 great monster saints felt a burning shame. Their once exalted images now threatened to shatter. Only Shi-He, standing nearby, had a glimmer of thoughtfulness in her beautiful eyes, as if pondering something profound. Yet, for a long while, no response emerged from within Fire Dragon Island. The crowd of onlookers erupted into a frenzy. Is it true? Brother Luo Xian is so formidable that he dares to disregard the Heavenly Emperor? Brother Luo Xian is truly impressive. He can even set aside the presence of the quasi-saint. Brother Luo Xian is indeed a paragon for our generation. Countless murmurs reached the ears of the celestial group, and Tai Yi's eyes filled with rage as he instinctively lifted his arm, only to be restrained by Di Jun's firm grip. "Second brother, we are at fault here," he admonished. "Humph." Tai Yi forcefully shrugged off Di Jun's hand, his gaze dark as ink. The 10 great monster saints, save for Bai Zhe, regarded the situation with cold indifference, their hearts heavy with resentment and fury. Once more, throngs of people gathered, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Nine Dragon Island had transformed into a unique and striking sight above the East Sea. The Heavenly Emperor, the Monster King, and the Monster Saints had personally come to offer their apologies, yet were turned away at the door. This was undoubtedly a monumental scandal, one capable of stirring tumult throughout the vast wilderness. 3 days passed. The Celestial Company had remained outside Fire Dragon Island for an entire 3 days. Inside Fire Dragon Island, Bai Yu wore a puzzled expression and could not help but ask again, "Master,
Since they have come to apologize, why do we not allow them in? Luo Xian remained silent, offering no answer to Bai Yu's inquiry. Seeing his reticence, Bai Yu felt a twinge of boredom and closed her mouth. However, her admiration for Luo Xian blazed within her heart, growing ever more fervent. Husband, I am friends with the disciple of the Tontian sect master, Gue Ling. Should I go and plead on their behalf? She stood beside Di Jun, her eyes brimming with tender affection, as gentle as a spring brook. Yes, do not feel wronged. Di Jun nodded slightly, concern etched in his gaze. Upon hearing this, she transformed into a beam of spiritual light and sped toward Golden Ao Island. On Golden Ao Island, the Holy Mother of Gue Ling observed the commotion toward Fire Dragon Island with keen interest. Upon seeing Shihi approach, she immediately rose to greet her. Sister Shihi, it has been a long time. The Holy Mother of Gue Ling advanced gracefully, her steps light and airy, as Shihi descended through the clouds. A hint of bashfulness graced her visage. Sister Gue Ling, I must trouble you this time. Chapter 32. The long-eared one faces the wall and receives the golden elixir. Shihi, revered as the Queen of Heaven, is the rightful consort of Emperor Jun. She has nurtured 10 little golden crows and attained the realm of quasi-saint. The turtle spirit Holy Mother, one of the 4 direct disciples of the, has transformed from a 1,000-year-old spiritual turtle, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. During the time of the Fengshan, she wielded the spiritual treasure, the Sun and Moon Pearl, to triumph over the likes of Zhu Lu Sun and other 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. However, within the myriad of celestial formations, she encountered the Taoist of guidance, who used a prayer bead to strip her of her true form. Subsequently, she was taken back to the Western 8 Treasures Pool by Kong Xian, reduced to an ornamental spectacle, and ultimately met her demise as the mosquito Taoist drained her essence. Long ago, several 100,000 years in the past, Shihi and the turtle spirit Holy Mother journeyed across the vast expanse of the primordial world, sharing a close bond. Yet, after Shihi wed Emperor Jun, their connection was severed. Look, here comes Sister Turtle Spirit. How beautiful she is! The turtle spirit Holy Mother descended gracefully from the clouds, standing above Fire Dragon Island. She called out, Brother Luo Xian, I hope you can open the formation. I have matters to discuss. With that exclamation, the fire spirit great formation seemed to be cleaved open by a sharp blade, tearing a passageway. The turtle spirit Holy Mother glanced back at Shihi, who nodded slightly, and together they stepped into the formation. Within the cave abode, the turtle spirit Holy Mother remarked with a smile, Brother Luo Xian, your skills are truly remarkable. Upon entering, she playfully teased Luo Xian. It was hard to believe that when he first entered the sect, he was merely a celestial being, and in the blink of an eye, he had grown into a figure capable of stirring the winds and clouds of the primordial realm. Sister, you flatter me. Luo Xian replied with a bright smile as he approached eagerly. The turtle spirit Holy Mother was adorned in a flowing gown of azure green, the hem gently swaying in the breeze, embellished with silver threads depicting turtle patterns, exquisite and unique. Her twin ponytails cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, the tips tied with emerald ribbons that danced playfully with her every step. 2 decorative pieces fashioned from turtle shells nestled in her hair, shimmering with a soft luster as she moved. Her brows and eyes curved delicately, reminiscent of morning dew on the tips of leaves, radiating a lively brilliance. With finely sculpted features and a slight smile playing on her lips, she exuded a charm that was both diminutive and vibrant, akin to the friendly demeanor of a neighborly younger sister. Sister, you are too kind, Luo Xian responded with a smile, though internally he wrestled with tumultuous thoughts, pondering how the seemingly delightful turtle spirit Holy Mother could fall victim to the mosquito Taoist. Now that he had arrived in this world, he vowed not to allow his sister to repeat the same tragic fate, nor could he let the teachings of the come to a dismal end. His gaze then fell upon the individual beside the turtle spirit Holy Mother, who wore a flowing white robe. The garment artfully emphasized her graceful form, perfectly enveloping her exquisite figure in an elegant display. Yet, it also hinted at an alluring charm. Her dark hair was elegantly styled high,
with a few strands cascading down, adding a touch of gentle grace. Her eyes, brimming with the essence of spring, held a captivating allure that could ensnare any heart with a mere glance. She exuded a unique aura, distinct from that of the turtle spirit Holy Mother. Junior brother, this is the Queen of Heaven, Shiha, introduced the turtle spirit Holy Mother. Taoist Luo Xian, Shiha said, slightly bowing and clasping her hands in a gesture of respect, offering Luo Xian a gentle smile. A smile imbued with an enchanting charm that left him utterly captivated, his heart blossoming with joy. Indeed, it is the heavenly court that has aired this time. I hope you will not take offense, Taoist friend Luo Xian. Shiha again clasped her fists, revealing a gracious smile toward Luo Xian. For some inexplicable reason, a surge of impulse welled up within him, as if drawn deeply to her, though this feeling was fleeting. He speculated it might be due to the essence of the sun's true fire. So it is Taoist friend Shiha. Luo Xian hurriedly returned the gesture. Subsequently, Shiha spoke earnestly. I hope Taoist friend Luo Xian can grant us a chance to make amends. The turtle spirit Holy Mother winked at Luo Xian, who understood her meaning and replied, since Taoist friend Shiha is acquainted with senior sister turtle spirit, let this matter be settled. Luo Xian was keenly aware that he was merely a minor Tai golden immortal. The heavenly court's visit was purely out of respect for the Tontian teacher. He was not one to be stubborn and unyielding. With a flicker of thought, he dispelled the fire spirit great array. After a moment, Shiha transformed into a beam of spiritual light, swiftly reuniting with Dijuan, and then a grand procession entered Fire Dragon Island. As Luo Xian observed the incoming group, aside from the leading Dijuan and Bai Zhe, the others regarded him with watchful, unfriendly eyes. Taoist friend Luo Xian, I am Dijuan, the Emperor of Heaven. We indeed acted improperly, and I once again offer my apologies. After entering, Dijuan whispered a few words to Shiha, and he then clasped his fists in a sincere manner. Your Majesty is being too courteous. It was merely a misunderstanding, easily resolved. Luo Xian replied, though inwardly he scoffed. What misunderstanding? If I possessed the might of a saint, would I be in this predicament? Ultimately, it is due to my own lack of power. The heavenly court had brought an array of magnificent gifts, including precious elixirs, powerful spiritual treasures, and rare spiritual roots, everything one could desire. 3 days later, Taoist friend Luo Xian. It is indeed a fortunate event that we can turn swords into plowshares. I hope you will visit the heavenly court when you have the opportunity. Dijuan invited with a hearty laugh. Thank you for your kind invitation, Your Majesty. Should the chance arise, I shall surely come. Luo Xian responded, while secretly contemplating. Visiting that place? I'd rather not. I fear I might not make it back alive. Husband, it has been many years since I last saw senior sister turtle spirit. Perhaps I should stay a few more days on Golden Tortoise Island. What do you think? She had gazed at Dijuan with tender eyes. Certainly. Let us trouble Taoist friend, turtle spirit, a bit more. Dijuan nodded in agreement. Not at all. The turtle spirit Holy Mother affectionately grasped Shiha's arm, embodying the essence of a close friend. Farewell. The group transformed into streaks of light, swiftly departing Fire Dragon Island. Junior brother Luo Xian, we shall take our leave now, said the turtle spirit Holy Mother. I bid you farewell, senior sister, Luo Xian replied, clasping his hands in respect. After the crowd dispersed, Baiyu let out a sigh of relief, her face alight with admiration as she exclaimed, Master, you are truly remarkable. Able to command such respect from so many formidable individuals. Gather the items. You and Lu Er may select 3 from within, Luo Xian instructed. Understood. Baiyu swayed her hips, glancing back 3 times as if intentionally flaunting her charm, and slowly exited. The cave instantly fell into a profound silence, the once vibrant atmosphere dissipating entirely. Luo Xian sat alone upon the massive stone, his gaze deep and contemplative, directed towards the horizon of Jinao Island, murmuring to himself, the main event is about to commence. No sooner had he spoken than the water and fire youth materialized like a specter in the void, announcing senior brother Luo Xian. Hasten to Biyo Palace. The master has matters to discuss. Luo Xian, not daring to delay, swiftly employed the Golden Crow transformation technique, arriving at Bo Palace in an instant, and stepped inside. Within the hall, the Tongtian teacher reclined languidly in a chair crafted from ancient black iron, clad in a flowing azure robe. Chang'e, Ding Gvang Xian, Duo Bao, and Zhao Gongming had long been awaiting in quiet anticipation. I pay my respects to the master, Luo Xian greeted with a respectful bow, then seated himself cross-legged beside Zhao Gongming. The Tongtian teacher's gaze was fathomless, seemingly capable of penetrating the very hearts of men. Upon Luo Xian's entrance, Chang'e's heart tightened with apprehension, silently lamenting, "I am but one of the 7 immortals in attendance. The master shall not be too harsh on me." Luo Xian, I'm already aware of the matters between you and Chang'e. Do you have anything to add? The Tongtian teacher inquired. At this pronouncement, Duo Bao was taken aback, scarcely believing his ears. The master, who had always favored Luo Xian, was now seeking his perspective. Traditionally, when disciples erred, the punishment was typically shared equally. Master, Luo Xian harbors no further thoughts. I shall abide by your arrangements. Luo Xian replied respectfully. The Tongtian teacher nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, before shifting his gaze to Chang'e, disappointment flickering across his countenance. Chang'e, as a disciple of the GS sect, you have repeatedly acted against your fellow disciples. Are you aware of your transgressions? Though his expression was gentle, the teacher's tone concealed an underlying authority. Upon hearing this, Chang'e felt a surge of relief, believing the master would not be overly punitive. Master, Chang'e acknowledges his mistakes. He boldly confessed. Then, I sentence you to contemplate your errors at the cliff of reflection for a millennium. The Tongtian teacher decisively commanded. Chang'e could not suppress a gasp, attempting to plead his case, but with a flick of the teacher's sleeve, he vanished from sight. The Cliff of Reflection was a place of punishment for GS sect disciples, where one endured daily strikes of heavenly thunder, searing flames, and the excruciating pain of 1,000 swords piercing the heart. Duo Bao, as the inner sect senior disciple, you failed to inform me of this matter. I hereby impose a deduction of 10 years from your salary. The Tongtian teacher addressed Duo Bao, his tone grave. I accept the decree. Duo Bao responded, for a 10-year penalty was, in his view, a trivial matter. Zhao Gongming, as the esteemed senior disciple of the outer sect, you bear the responsibility of guiding the students, yet you have fallen short in your duties. How do you account for this? The Tongtian patriarch then turned his gaze towards Zhao Gongming. Acknowledging his mistake, Gongming resolved to diligently instruct the outer sect disciples upon his return. With his head bowed, a flicker of remorse passed through his eyes. I decree that you shall serve at my side for a century. Do you have any objections? Inquired the Tongtian patriarch. Serve for a century? Zhao Gongming felt a surge of joy within. This was no punishment, but rather a tremendous reward. He promptly responded, Yes, master. Luo Xian, you have endured considerable hardship this time. I bestow upon you a 9-turn golden elixir. Chapter 33. A Journey Together with Beauty, Revisiting Wanshou Mountain. The 9-turn golden elixir, meticulously crafted by the sage of Ta Ching, is no ordinary concoction. It possesses the remarkable ability to elevate a practitioner's cultivation level while also serving as a potent remedy for injuries, earning its status as one of the supreme elixirs in the primordial world. The creation of each 9-turn golden elixir demands an astonishing 49,000 years, underscoring its rarity and preciousness. Thank you, master. The elixir floated before Luo Xian, and he swiftly reached out to accept it. Please withdraw. Luo Xian and Duo Bao bowed and exited, leaving only Zhao Gongming and the master of Tongtian within the hall. Gongming, do you harbor any grievances in your heart? The master of Tongtian regarded Zhao Gongming with a gentle gaze. Not at all. It is a tremendous honor for Gongming to serve by the side of my esteemed master. Zhao Gongming replied with utmost reverence. Such a response pleased the master of Tongtian greatly. The notion of serving for a century was merely a pretext. In truth, the master intended to provide him with personal guidance. After all, the sage had transcended the cycles of life and death, existing in harmony with the heavens. How could he genuinely require anyone's service? This was merely a legitimate reason crafted by the master to offer him instruction. On Fire Dragon Island, as Luo Xian stepped into the cave, the fire spirit array surged to life once more. He briefly communicated with Bai Yu, then closed the cave door behind him. Next, he settled into a meditative posture, retrieving the 9-turn golden elixir and placing it in his mouth. The instant the elixir touched his tongue, a warm current coursed through his body, intertwining with the true fire of the sun within him. Time in the primordial realm defies conventional measurement. In the blink of an eye, a century had quietly elapsed. On this day, Luo Xian suddenly opened his eyes, an astonishing aura erupting from his being. A searing wave of heat sweeping through the entire cave like a tumultuous tide. He had successfully reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Luo Xian was filled with joy and exhilaration. Next, he would begin the ritual refinement of the Wanyan pot. With his mind made up, Luo Xian closed his eyes, focusing his spirit, and summoned the true fire of the sun within him. 20.5 years later, caw, caw, caw. A sudden cacophony of crows echoed through the cave, rousing Luo Xian from his meditation. Each fire crow sported gleaming, vibrant feathers, and as they flapped their wings, it was as if razor-sharp blades sliced through the air, radiating brilliance. Luo Xian lifted the lid of the Wanyan pot, carefully storing all 6,000 fire crows within. According to customary practice, during the Golden Immortal stage, the Wanyan pot could nurture 3,000 fire crows. Upon ascending to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, it could nurture 6,000. If one were to achieve the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, then 1,000 fire crows could be commanded. The greater the number of fire crows, the more formidable the Wanyan pot's power became. Additionally, the higher the grade of the Wanyan pot, the greater the chance of birthing powerful fire crows. However, Luo Xian had yet to cultivate a fire crow king. Rising to his feet, Luo Xian opened the cave door. Bai Yu had been waiting patiently outside. Upon seeing Luo Xian emerge, her eyes sparkled with affection, and without a word, she leaped into his embrace. Meanwhile, in an obscure cave on Fire Dragon Island, the six-eared macaque blushed slightly and muttered, "Master and Bai Yu are truly something else, completely oblivious." It turns out that one of the six-eared macaque's innate abilities was to keenly perceive sounds. 3 days later, the six-eared macaque stood before Luo Xian, scratching its resplendent golden fur, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Master, you summoned me. Is there a matter at hand?" Luo Xian responded, "Have you encountered any challenges in your recent cultivation?" The six-eared macaque, somewhat perplexed by the abrupt question, replied truthfully, "Not at all." Endowed with extraordinary intellect, it was one of the primordial entities of the chaos demon ape, its roots no less formidable than those of innate beings. You must diligently cultivate. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. I plan to embark on a journey soon, Luo Xian advised. The six-eared macaque nodded in acknowledgement. Having already imparted the upper clear immortal art and the blazing heaven technique to it, there was no rush for the cultivation of the Sword of Consciousness. Bai Yu, during this time, you shall remain on Fire Dragon Island to assist in managing affairs. Since Luo Xian had become Luo Xian, he regarded Fire Dragon Island as his home. After concluding his instructions, he summoned the red smoke steed, leaped onto its back, and soared away from Fire Dragon Island. High above in the heavens, Luo Xian gazed down from the clouds, observing the increasingly numerous figures of humanity below, most of whom were mere mortals lacking any strength. As he pondered, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. 3 graceful silhouettes gracefully approached, and Luo Xian's eyes brightened, instinctively moistening his dry lips. He silently vowed to himself that his thoughts were purely parched, devoid of any ulterior motives. "Junior brother Luo Xian, please wait." The 3 senior sisters had arrived. "What brings you here?" Luo Xian turned to face them, recognizing the trio as the San Shao. Yin Shao, clad in a purple Taoist robe, possessed skin as smooth and delicate as congealed fat, exuding a unique allure and authority characteristic of a mature woman. Luo Xian wholeheartedly resonated with the adage, "Purple is the most enchanting hue." Qiong Xiao donned a bright yellow gown,
reminiscent of the warm sunlight of spring, imparting a sense of radiance. Bi Xiao, in a pale yellow dress, revealed a patch of snow-white skin at her chest, with silver bells adorning her ears, ringing melodiously with her every movement. The personalities of the three were distinct. Yin Xiao was calm and composed, dignified and meticulous. Qiong Xiao was fierce, intelligent, and vivacious, while Bi Xiao, though somewhat hot-tempered, was generous and open-hearted. Junior brother Luo Xian, are you planning to leave Fire Dragon Island for a journey? Approached by the San Xiao, Yun Xiao gently inquired. Having recently engaged in closed-door cultivation with some progress, I intend to travel through the primordial realms and temper my mindset, Luo Xian replied. Although he had cultivated for over 100,000 years, in the face of the lengthy lifespan of a Tai golden immortal, it was but an insignificant moment. With a life force as vibrant as flames, he typically presented himself in the guise of youth, akin to a 20-year-old in the prime of life. Bi Xiao, with her straightforward nature, issued an invitation. Junior brother Luo Xian, the three of us sisters also plan to journey through the primordial realms, and we are currently in need of companion. Would you care to join us? Xiong Xiao wore a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, while Yun Xiao maintained a serious demeanor, occasionally exchanging glances with Luo Xian. It is indeed a privilege for a junior disciple to accompany the esteemed senior sisters. Such a rare opportunity is not to be hesitated upon. To journey with three enchanting beauties may lead to the unfolding of splendid tales beneath the darkened skies. Without a moment's doubt, Luo Xian readily agreed. Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she teased, pointing at the fiery steed beneath him. Can this magnificent mount of yours bear the weight of us four? Wei Wen-Ti wanted to exhale, smoke from exhaustion. As her words faded, Qiong Xiao burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, her bright yellow skirt fluttering like a butterfly, reminiscent of a jubilant oriole. Yun Xiao gently shook her head, gracefully raising her hand as a cluster of softly glowing purple petals danced from her fingertips. The petals unfurled in the wind, transforming into a radiant spirit vessel. Its hull was adorned with vividly carved auspicious clouds and mythical creatures, while the ethereal veil cascading around it swayed like the flowing skirts of a celestial being. Let's not trouble our junior disciple. Yun Xiao spoke softly yet with undeniable authority. This vessel can transform at will and can easily accommodate 10. Luo Xian gazed at the exquisite spirit boat, silently marveling at the extraordinary abilities of the disciples under the sage's tutelage, while smilingly bowing in gratitude. Truly, senior sister has considered everything. Otherwise, my steed might be too intimidated by the beauty of the three senior sisters to move. This remark elicited another round of delightful laughter from Qiong Xiao, and even by Xiao couldn't suppress a grin, while the usually composed Yun Xiao felt a faint blush grace her cheeks. The four boarded the spirit vessel, which darted through the skies like an arrow loosed from a bow. On board, the three sisters each displayed their unique charm, forming a picturesque tableau. Yun Xiao sat gracefully at the center, exuding an air of dignity. Qiong Xiao lounged against the intricately carved railing, her head tilted playfully, her yellow skirt casually piled beside her, radiating a sense of mischief. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao boldly perched at the edge of the vessel, her legs swinging freely, embodying a carefree spirit. As they traveled, Qiong Xiao animatedly shared tales of wonder and intrigue, with Bai Xiao interjecting with playful jests to heighten the merriment, while Yun Xiao listened quietly, occasionally adding her insights. Luo Xian felt as though time flew by, reveling in the delightful companionship. On this day, the spirit vessel arrived at Mount Wanshou. From afar, the mountain appeared shrouded in clouds, adorned with peculiar flowers and rare herbs, where exotic birds and beasts frolicked amidst the scenery, accompanied by the faint strains of celestial music wafting through the air, evoking an ethereal paradise. Qiong Xiao leaned over the edge of the vessel, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, I have long heard that the ginseng fruit trees of the great immortal Jinyuan are the roots of earthly immortals. With the abundant spirit energy of Mount Wanshou, why don't we ascend the mountain for a visit? Bai Xiao crossed her arms, laughing heartily. Qiong Xiao speaks wisely. After all,
Wandering is meant to be spontaneous. How could we possibly miss such a splendid destination? Junior disciple Luo Xian, would you dare to join us in visiting the great immortal Jin Yuan? She raised an eyebrow provocatively, her eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Yun Xiao nodded slightly, her gaze softening as she turned to Luo Xian. If our junior disciple finds it unsuitable, we shall bypass this place. It is indeed a rare sight to behold the magnificent Wanshou Mountain. Missing this opportunity would be quite regrettable. Luo Xian gazed at the uniquely charming faces of the three sisters, and with a gentle smile, he assured them, "Rest assured, my esteemed senior sisters, I am acquainted with Jin Yuanzi. It shall be no trouble at all to descend and pay a visit, requesting a few fruits in the process." Chapter 34. The Great Law of Tao. Encountering the crimson cloud, the three celestial maidens were taken aback, pondering how Luo Xian had come to know Jin Yuanzi. However, they did not dwell on it for long. Together, the four descended from the cloud layer, with Yun Xiao casually stowing away the spirit vessel. Upon arriving at the Wuzhuang Temple, they found Jin Yuanzi waiting patiently. As Luo Xian and her companions touched down, he hurried forward, clasping his hands in greeting, a smile illuminating his face. "My dear nephew Luo Xian, it has been far too long." "Indeed, Master Jin Yuanzi, you still possess the same grace as ever," Luo Xian replied warmly. Jin Yuanzi stroked his long beard and turned his gaze towards the three maidens, who, upon noticing this, promptly bowed and respectfully greeted him. "We pay our respects to Master Jin Yuanzi." Subsequently, they were warmly invited into the temple by Jin Yuanzi. Upon entering the grand hall, he cheerfully remarked, "My dear disciples, do come and sample this ginseng fruit. Let us see how it delights your palate." Without hesitation, Qiong Xiao seized a fruit and indulged herself, exclaiming, "This is truly delectable. No wonder it is the fruit born of an exceptional innate spiritual root." As Bai Xiao savored her share, she glanced at Jin Yuanzi and inquired, "Master, might you grant us a few to take along?" "Sister, do refrain from such impoliteness." Yin Xiao interjected from her seat, hastily attempting to curb her enthusiasm. "Haha, of course. It would be my pleasure," Jin Yuanzi replied with a hearty laugh. He then summoned Qing Feng and Mingyu, instructing Qing Feng, "Mingyu, fetch the golden hammer and pluck 8 more fruits to present to these esteemed seniors." "Yes, master," they responded, bowing respectfully. Since Luo Xian had once saved Hong Yun, and now the three maidens accompanied her, Jin Yuanzi felt that offering a few fruits would pose no difficulty. Although the ginseng fruit took a millennium to yield merely 30, the temple's treasury was overflowing with them. Before long, Qing Feng and Mingyu returned, placing 8 ginseng fruits before the four. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao stowed the fruits in their storage bags. Observing this, Yun Xiao chided them, "Do be mindful of your image." "Ha!" Luo Xian and Jin Yuanzi exchanged knowing smiles. "Master, we wish to explore Mount Wanshou. Would that be permissible?" Bai Xiao asked at that moment. "Of course." Jin Yuanzi readily consented. Upon hearing this, the three maidens rose and linked arms as they exited the grand hall. "My dear nephew Luo Xian, the three maidens are truly remarkable." Jin Yuanzi regarded Luo Xian with deep, gentle eyes. "Qing Feng, Mingyu, prepare some tea," Jin Yuanzi commanded. Luo Xian quickly replied, "There is no need for trouble. I happen to have some tea with me and would like to invite Master to enjoy it together." "Is it still the enlightening tea you gifted last time?" Jin Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with interest. This enlightening tea, sourced from the exceptional innate spiritual root of the enlightenment tree, possessed astonishing effects in every leaf. The 100 leaves Luo Xian had previously gifted had all been utilized by Hong Yun, who had seen considerable improvement in her injuries as a result. "Master, your discernment is indeed commendable," Luo Xian praised, then retrieved a small pouch of tea leaves and an exquisite set of tea utensils from the system space. With graceful precision, he ignited the flame, brewed the tea, and poured it, each motion seamlessly flowing into the next. In an instant, the grand hall was suffused with a rich aroma of tea. Jin Yuanzi inhaled the enticing fragrance, gently lifted the cup to his nose, and felt an immediate sense of refreshment. "Indeed, indeed, indeed," Jin Yuanzi exclaimed repeatedly, affirming that the tea, derived from the finest innate spiritual roots, was truly extraordinary. After finishing the cup in one gulp, he found the tea sweet and delightful, as if the path before him had become markedly clearer. Luo Xian smiled faintly, waved his hand, and a small pouch of enlightenment tree tea leaves appeared in his palm, which he extended toward Zhang Yuanzi, saying, "Disciple, having traveled such a distance, this is merely a token of my goodwill. I cannot always allow you, Uncle Zhang Yuanzi, to bear the expense. I hope you will not take offense." Zhang Yuanzi chuckled heartily, accepting the enlightenment tree tea leaves with pleasure, replying, "Dear disciple, I shall not stand on ceremony." The two exchanged smiles, poured another cup of tea, and drank deeply. This pouch of tea leaves further deepen their bond. "Brother, who is this?" Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a middle-aged man dressed in a red robe entered, with a strand of azure hair cascading over his forehead. This was Hong Yun. "Brother Hong Yun, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Allow me to introduce you to my oft-mentioned disciple, Luo Xian," Zhang Yuanzi declared. Hong Yun stepped forward, recognizing Luo Xian, his eyes sparkling with respect, and promptly bowed to Luo Xian, saying, "Thank you, Luo Xian, for your timely warning that day. Otherwise, I would have surely lost my life." "Uncle, there is no need for such formality," Luo Xian exclaimed, hurriedly rising to assist Hong Yun to his feet. In his previous life, Luo Xian had held great admiration for Hong Yun, a man known for his benevolence, who acted righteously without concern for his own future. "Dear brother, please take a seat and sample the enlightenment tree tea leaves gifted by Luo Xian," Zhang Yuanzi said with a hearty laugh. Once seated, Luo Xian prepared another pot of tea for the two and poured it into their cups. Hong Yun drank it all in one go, his face reflecting a lingering desire for more. Observing this, Luo Xian astutely retrieved another small pouch of enlightenment tree tea leaves and handed it to Hong Yun. "Luo Xian, I shall not stand on ceremony. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to speak. I will certainly offer my full support." Hong Yun, still recovering from his injuries, required a considerable amount of spiritual pills and elixirs. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. "Both of you, I do have a request." "Oh, what is it? Please, do not hesitate." Zhang Yuanzi and Hong Yun responded in unison, eager for Luo Xian to share without hesitation. In the cultivation of the primordial world, the principle of cause and effect is of utmost importance. The higher one's cultivation, the more susceptible one becomes to demonic deviation if one's karmic ties remain unresolved. It is not a matter of great significance. If either of you have any unused techniques lying idle, I would be grateful for a few to be bestowed upon your disciple. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun paused slightly. He was least in need of techniques, as during his travels across the primordial realm, he had helped numerous races and beings who, in gratitude, often gifted him various techniques. However, unable to refuse such earnest hospitality, Hong Yun had no choice but to graciously accept. Zhang Yuanzi spoke up. "I possess a wealth of techniques here, yet, dear nephew, having already pledged yourself to the tutelage of Tong Tian, do you truly lack for methods? It is well known that the techniques crafted by saints can stir considerable waves in the primordial world, even a single volume." Luo Xian sipped his tea and replied with a smile, "Naturally, it is not for my own use, but rather for another." Observing Luo Xian's reluctance to elaborate, Zhang Yuanzi ceased his inquiries, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a dozen volumes of techniques materialized in the air. Luo Xian glanced over and discovered they were all methods of the Great Luo. The so-called Great Luo techniques are those that enable practitioners to ascend from mere mortals to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortals. "Dear nephew, I also possess a considerable number," Hong Yun interjected, and with another sweep of his sleeve, a dazzling array of Great Luo techniques filled the void, an estimated few hundred in number. Luo Xian was taken aback, for these were indeed Great Luo techniques. Although it is often said in the primordial world that quasi-saints are as common as dust and Great Luo Golden Immortals are as plentiful as dogs, the Great Luo techniques are far from ordinary and not easily acquired. "Do not be modest, dear nephew. All these techniques are a gift to you," Hong Yun declared generously. And with another wave, The hundreds of great Luo techniques transformed into a beam of light, soaring into Luo Xian's hands. "Thank you, esteemed uncles," Luo Xian said joyfully, gratefully accepting the great Luo techniques. 3 days later, before Wuzhuang Temple, Luo Xian stood side by side with the three Xiaos. He remarked, "Esteemed uncles, I apologize for the disturbance these past few days." Jin Yuzi laughed heartily. "Dear nephew, there is no need for such formality. The next time you visit, I shall ensure we indulge in a hearty drink." Yanxio cast forth a spiritual vessel, which caught the wind and soared. The four leapt aboard, and the vessel took flight like a streak of light, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the onlookers at Wuzhuang Temple. "Junior brother, why are Jin Yuzi and Han Yun so courteous towards you?" Luo Xian stood at the bow of the vessel, the gentle breeze caressing his face, his crimson robe billowing, and his fiery red hair dancing in the wind. Yanxio approached him, a faint fragrance wafting towards him, stirring a subtle restlessness within Luo Xian. Yanxio's beautiful eyes widened, a trace of confusion crossing her gaze. Luo Xian turned to her and noted her in a purple robe, her alluring figure accentuated, and a mischievous smile crept upon his lips as he replied, "Is it not because Yanxio's sister is exceptionally beautiful?" "Oomph." Yanxio huffed, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson, her heart racing. She turned away, an involuntary smile gracing her lips as she walked briskly ahead. "Junior brother, I heard that. Do you mean to say I'm not beautiful?" Qiang Xiao suddenly bounded out from behind Luo Xian, her arms wrapping around his neck. "Beautiful, beautiful, of course. Qiang Xiao's sister is beautiful. And what of me?" Bi Xiao emerged, holding a fluffy sprig of grass, and as Qiang Xiao embraced Luo Xian, she waved the grass teasingly near his nose. "Beautiful, beautiful, all are beautiful. But who is the most beautiful? All three senior sisters are beautiful." Chapter 35. Scheming for Humanity. The three ancestors severely wounded high above the 9 heavens. The spirit vessel sliced through the clouds like a sharp blade. Wherever it traversed, it stirred turbulent waves of air, scattering the dense clouds in all directions. Gazing down from the spirit vessel upon the vast primordial land, the scene unfolded like an ancient scroll, gradually revealing its splendor. Within this scroll, colossal beasts galloped, snow-capped mountains towered, volcanoes erupted, lush forests flourished, and the human tribes were scattered like stars in the night sky. As they journeyed, the picturesque landscapes of the primordial world captivated their senses. Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao frolicked joyously like cheerful birds, while Yun Xiao, the elder sister, maintained a demeanor of greater composure. Along the way, they inevitably encountered some ill-fated monsters. These creatures, entranced by the exquisite beauty of the three sisters, attempted to disturb them, prompting heroic interventions from Luo Xian to rescue them from their plight. Time flowed gently, eluding the constraints of ordinary measurement. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Qiong Xiao clung to Luo Xian like a shadow, affectionately calling out to him from time to time. "Junior brother." Her playful voice rang out once more. Yet Luo Xian remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed intently upon the primordial land, seemingly lost in contemplation. "Junior brother." Came another call. Annoyed by his silence, Qiong Xiao hastily approached him. "What on earth are you thinking about?" she inquired, a hint of irritation evident as she gently tapped him with her delicate hand. Luo Xian raised his palm, gesturing for her to look down at the vast expanse below. "Is that the human race?" Qiong Xiao murmured in awe. Her whisper resonated like a clap of thunder, instantly drawing the attention of Bai Xiao and Yun Xiao. The four of them peered down at the human tribes beneath them. The humans appeared exceedingly diminutive within this expansive primordial world. Most of the tribe consisted of mortals without any cultivation, relying solely on hunting for sustenance. "Such a pity," Yun Xiao stated incisively. Though the human race possesses an innate Tao body, they lack the means for cultivation. Luo Xian wholeheartedly agreed with this observation. The human race had only recently been established. Despite their boundless potential, they were presently too fragile. They lacked cultivation methods, foundational support, guidance, and any form of inheritance. To secure a foothold in this realm teeming with myriad races and to compete with them, It would likely take an insurmountable amount of time and countless trials. If the human race were to rely solely on their own strength to establish themselves in the primordial world, they would face an arduous journey fraught with challenges that could span millennia. It was precisely for this reason that the several hundred volumes of the Luo methods sought from Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun would prove invaluable. With these teachings, a favorable situation could be cultivated for the human race, fostering a harmonious relationship. After all, the human race is destined to be the protagonists of the future cosmos. Nurturing goodwill with them would undoubtedly yield great merits. With their potential, once the human race embarked on the path of the Luo methods, they would surely ascend swiftly, altering their fate and enabling them to resist the brutal slaughter of the demon race during the climactic battle of the Wu and Yao. Sister, is that not Mount Shouyang? With a delicate lift of her jade-like finger, Qiong Shao directed Luo Xian's gaze toward Shouyang Mountain. Shouyang Mountain, the ancestral land of the human race, also served as the location of their sacred hall. Shall we descend and take a look? Suggested by Shao, her enchanting eyes sparkling with excitement. The others readily agreed, and the four of them transformed into a streak of ethereal light, descending through the cloud to stand before Shouyang Mountain. Who dares to trespass upon Shouyang Mountain? As soon as they landed, two guards swiftly approached to intercept them. Luo Xian scanned the area and noted that both guards possessed the cultivation of earth immortals. Indeed, the ancestral land of the humans was extraordinary, far surpassing other tribes in strength, for it was the foremost tribe of the primordial human race. Are you Master Luo Xian? Just as Luo Xian was about to introduce himself, one of the guards displayed a look of astonishment, his pupils suddenly widening. The other guard stepped closer to scrutinize Luo Xian, excitement lighting up his features as he exclaimed, "You truly are Master Luo Xian." Luo Xian was taken aback. "You know of me? Of course. Your deeds in the Fenghai tribe have already spread throughout the human race. Nowadays, every human tribe has your statue, and everyone eagerly anticipates your arrival." The guard hurriedly relayed all that he knew. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao's beautiful eyes glimmered with intrigue as she covertly glanced at Luo Xian. He consistently brought forth unexpected surprises, as if he harbored countless secrets. First, the heavenly emperor of the demon race personally came to apologize. Then he became acquainted with Zhen Yuanzi, and now he was revered as a master among the humans. As the commotion attracted numerous onlookers from the Shouyang tribe, they gathered around, curiously examining Luo Xian with palpable excitement in their eyes. Luo Xian surveyed the crowd and noticed many cultivators, including those of the earth immortal and celestial immortal realms. The abundant spiritual energy of Shouyang Mountain and the thriving cultivation atmosphere indicated that the number and prowess of its practitioners were indeed superior to those of other tribes, likely due to the presence of several invaluable cultivation techniques. Noticing the growing excitement, Luo Xian raised his hand to calm the crowd. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, the throng gradually dispersed. "By the way, I have come to discuss important matters with the three ancestral leaders of the human race. Or might they be?" After the crowd had parted, Luo Xian turned to the guards and inquired. "The three ancestral leaders of the human race are Suirun, Chao, and Zi. They are the first beings born after Nuwa created humanity, arriving into existence with the cultivation of golden immortals, having perpetually protected the human race. Suirun taught the humans the use of fire, allowing them to cook their food. Chao instructed them in the construction of houses, liberating them from the cold confines of caves. However, as the human race evolved, the original methods of building homes became less suitable for the now weakened human populace, as structures built with great effort were easily destroyed by a single strike from others. Consequently, after improvements were made, the humans began crafting everyday items, such as chairs and tables, to place within their abodes. Zi taught the humans to don animal skins and understand the virtues of propriety and honor. The three ancestral figures were the guards, who had recently basked in the joy of Luo Xian's arrival, suddenly faltered in their speech, their faces etched with sorrow. "What troubles the ancestors?" Luo Xian hastily inquired once more. "Some time ago, a demon clan attacked Shouyang Mountain, and the ancestors engaged in a fierce battle to protect us. Although they ultimately succeeded in slaying the great demon,
They sustained grievous injuries and are still recuperating. The soldier spoke in a somber tone, his eyes dim, clearly troubled by the ancestors' condition. The ancestors, as the first beings born of the human race, are undoubtedly the stabilizing force for the primordial humanity. Should anything happen to them, the resurgence of humanity would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you take me to see them? The three ancestors are crucial to the human race and are a key part of Luo Xian's plans for its development. The soldier hesitated, for the ancestors are gravely injured and seldom meet outsiders. Please wait here. I shall report this at once. With that, the soldier strode towards the innermost part of the tribe. After a considerable time, he returned, saying, "Master, the ancestors request your presence." He then led Luo Xian and the three sisters into the cave, before departing. As the four entered the cavern, Yun Xiao frowned slightly, and even the usually lively Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao wore serious expressions. There, the three ancestors sat upon a massive stone, their forms emaciated, eyes deeply sunken, devoid of luster, surrounded by an aura of death. Clearly, their foundations had suffered severe damage. Without timely treatment, their lives could be in jeopardy. Upon seeing Luo Xian and the three sisters, the ancestors managed to utter a strained greeting. "It is indeed a great honor to have the esteemed master of the visit us." Luo Xian furrowed his brow, his tone grave as he asked, "How could you sustain such serious injuries?" Sui Rin chuckled bitterly, responding, "Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. The human race has always been resilient. Even in dire straits, they seldom seek assistance from others." Beside him, Qiong Xiao could no longer contain her candidness. "Minor injury? Your foundations are gravely damaged. Without a supreme healing elixir, your lives may be at risk. Sister, do not speak out of turn." Yun Xiao hastily admonished Qiong Xiao, then turned her worried gaze towards the ancestors. Alas! The ancestors sighed in unison. Luo Xian inquired once more, "What exactly transpired? Perhaps I can be of assistance." Sui Rin smiled wryly, saying, "We are grateful for your kind intentions, Master. Our current state is a result of our efforts to protect humanity, having fought the demon clan to a standstill, which led to our present plight. Years ago, a tiger demon, claiming to be the son of the demon god, the king of 10,000 tigers, demanded worship from the Shouyang mountain tribe, threatening to annihilate the entire Yujing mountain tribe otherwise. Naturally, the ancestors refused to yield and resolutely engaged in battle. Ultimately, the three of them exerted all their strength to barely defeat the tiger demon, but they were severely injured in the process. Sui Run, Chao Run, and Ziyi struggled to rise, but found themselves powerless, stating, "On behalf of the primordial human race, we thank the Master for imparting your teachings." Chapter 36. Opening the Shouyang Mountain. The precious Kontong seal, the three ancestors were quite modest. The human race was created by our revered Nuwa. Thus, it is only natural for me to offer assistance. It is worth noting that among the 6 saints, the Taqing saint is the elder brother, the Yuan Shi Tianzun is the second brother, the Shangqing saint, also known as the Tong Tian Jiaozhu, ranks third, while the Nuwa mother stands fourth, and the 2 Western saints are merely nominal disciples. "Thank you, immortal master." Swearin respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. Were it not for Luo Xian imparting the grand Luo method to the Wenxi tribe, the plight of the human race would have become increasingly dire. Luo Xian produced 3 drops of the 3 light divine water and presented them to the 3 ancestors. The previously sunken and dim eyes of the ancestors suddenly radiated with brilliant light as they stared incredulously at the 3 light divine water. This is the 3 light divine water exuded an abundance of spiritual energy, swirling in a mist that seemed to contain boundless vitality. The 3 ancestors exchanged glances, their eyes betraying an insatiable desire. Simultaneously, the 3 Xiaos were also shaken. With their keen perception, they immediately recognized that the 3 drops of milky liquid were indeed the coveted 3 light divine water. Such a treasure was far beyond their reach, intensifying their curiosity towards Luo Xian. "Consuming this will heal your wounds," Luo Xian said gently. Upon hearing this,
The three ancestors nodded in unison, and each swallowed a drop of the three light, divine water. At the moment of ingestion, a warm current instantly coursed through their body's meridians, and the spiritual energy within the cave grew rich and dense. Boom! A ferocious aura erupted from the three, as the medicinal properties of the three light, divine water began to take effect. Their energies steadily rose, their complexions gradually becoming rosy, and their eyes sparkled with vitality, dispelling the pallor of their previous ailments. From the initial stage of golden immortal, to the mid-stage, to the late stage, and finally, to the peak of golden immortal, they not only restored their cultivation to its pinnacle, but even surpassed their previous strength. Swearin joyfully waved his arms, entirely shedding the earlier signs of suffering, and laughed heartily. "We have recovered." Wu Chao rose, channeling his spiritual power as his palm emanated a faint glow. Zi also stood up, stretching his limbs, and the three once again bowed deeply to Luo Xian, exclaiming, "Thank you, immortal master, for saving our lives." No need for such formality. Luo Xian quickly assisted the three ancestors to their feet, signaling them to be at ease. Although he had traversed into the primordial world, as an exceptional youth from the 21st century, his heart was always aligned with the human race. Moreover, the contributions of the three ancestors to the human race were monumental. It could be said that without their sacrifices, there would be no Luo Xian today. Immortal Master, what brings you to our Shouyang Mountain tribe? Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Swearin spoke earnestly. Indeed, Immortal Master, please feel free to ask us for anything. Wu Chao and Zi chimed in eagerly. Luo Xian smiled slightly. I have come to leave the grand Luo method in the ancestral lands of the human race to bolster the strength of our people. Previously, Luo Xian had left behind the great Luo method in the Fenghai tribe, a matter that had long since spread among the primitive human races. He pondered that if he could also disseminate the great Luo method in the ancestral land of humanity, it might greatly enhance the cultivation fervor of the primitive human tribes. Upon hearing this, the three ancestors could not help but swallow hard, eagerly inquiring, "Is it possible that the immortal master intends to leave the great Luo method on Shouyang Mountain?" Indeed, Luo Xian replied with resolute affirmation. He had procured several hundred volumes of the great Luo method from Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyan. Should he succeed in leaving all of these at Shouyang Mountain, the human race would undoubtedly flourish at an astonishing pace. Subsequently, Luo Xian laid out all the great Luo methods he held meticulously on the stone platform. Boom! A profound tremor surged within the hearts of the three ancestors, their faces alight with ecstatic astonishment. This is all the great Luo method? The Chao clan, taken aback, stepped forward to examine one of the techniques with great scrutiny. After a long while, he marveled. Remarkable! It is indeed the great Luo method. One single volume of the great Luo method is sufficient for the rapid advancement of humanity, let alone such an abundance. The Fenghai tribe stands as the finest testament to this truth. Xiong Zhao's lips curled upward slightly. How can my junior disciple deceive you? Thank you, immortal master. The three ancestors once again clasped their hands in reverence, exclaiming in unison, "The great kindness of the immortal master shall be eternally engraved in the hearts of our human race." Then, Sui Ren pondered for a moment. "Immortal master, please wait. I shall summon the human race to the square to listen to your teachings." During this time, the three ancestors arranged for each of Luo Xian and the three Shaos to have a cave residence for their temporary stay. Inside Luo Xian's cave abode, a chime resonated. "Congratulations, host, for refreshing a new check-in location. Please proceed to the ancestral land of humanity, Shouyang Mountain, to check in." At that moment, a smile involuntarily graced Luo Xian's lips. Truly, good fortune comes in pairs. System, check in at Shouyang Mountain. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Shouyang Mountain, earning the reward of the human race's treasured artifact, the Kongtong Seal. What? Luo Xian could not contain his exclamation. It was indeed the Kongtong Seal. The Kongtong Seal, a treasured artifact of the human race, could consolidate the fortune of humanity and even determine the status of the Emperor of humanity. When carried, all evil would retreat. Before him, the Kongtong seal manifested in Luo Xian's hand, resembling a squared jade seal, intricately adorned with 9 golden dragons, their forms vivid and lively. Beneath the seal, the characters Kongtong were inscribed. Luo Xian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, a boundless anticipation blossoming within. After the cataclysmic battle between the witch and demon races, humanity would supplant the two, stepping into a new era of prominence. However, prior to this flourishing epic, the reign of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would unfold. Well-versed in the lore of the primordial world, Luo Xian understood that such a reign required guidance from a teacher. Whosoever wields the Kongtong seal possesses absolute authority. With careful planning, the great merits of the Tao would surely flow abundantly. Luo Xian suppressed his inner exhilaration, gradually stowing away the Kongtong seal. 2 months later, from the moment the 3 ancestors signaled the call to gather, the tribes surrounding the ancestral land of humanity hastened to arrive, all eager to hear Luo Xian expound upon the great Luo method. On this day, Luo Xian and the 3 celestial beings arrived at the square, where the 3 ancestors of the human race had long been awaiting them in silence. The square was teeming with a multitude of people, with a rough estimate of around 100 million souls present. This number only accounted for the tribes surrounding Shuyang Mountain. Those from distant lands had yet to arrive. Thus the assembly would have been even more astounding had they been present. Sui Ren was the first to speak, his voice resonant and powerful. Master Luo Xian of the Today shall impart the teachings of the great Luo to us all. I urge everyone to focus intently and not squander the Master's earnest efforts. Indeed, the human multitude echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Subsequently, Luo Xian produced several hundred volumes of the great Luo teachings and retrieved a piece of 10,000-year-old mysterious iron, positioning it at the center of the square. With a mere flick of his finger, the entirety of the teachings was inscribed upon the iron. Concepts such as the Yin-Yang Great Method, the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, the Jun Tian Sword Technique, and the 5 Elements Palm manifested upon its surface. Luo Xian then selected the Jun Tian Sword Technique and commenced a detailed explanation for the assembled human race. 2 months swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. Upon the conclusion of his discourse, the audience was enraptured, immersed in the teachings, reluctant to depart. They understood well the wisdom of moderation, for the great Luo teachings were now etched into the ancestral lands of the human race, available for contemplation and study at any moment. The 3 ancestors remained steadfast in their positions, though unbeknownst to them, a statue had appeared beside them. This statue, handsomely crafted and standing tall, bore the likeness of Luo Xian himself. As the crowd emerged from their rapture, Sui Ren spoke. Master Luo Xian has bestowed upon our human race immeasurable grace, having lent his assistance on numerous occasions and imparted the great Luo teachings. This kindness is beyond our ability to repay. Following this, Yu Chao took up the discourse, his voice booming. We, the human race, shall erect this statue in honor of the Master. He glanced at the crowd, contemplating for a moment before resolutely declaring, We, the human race, shall venerate the Master for generations to come. As soon as the words left his lips, the square erupted in fervor. For generations to come, we shall venerate the Master. For generations to come, we shall venerate the Master. Chapter 37. The human clan establishes the Shushan sect. Unexpected joy, we are willing to honor our immortal masters for generations. Countless members of the human race shouted in unison, their eyes brimming with fervor, their excitement palpable. It was this immortal master who had set them upon the path of cultivation, transforming what once seemed an unattainable dream into a tangible ability for self-preservation in the primordial chaos. Even Yuhua, revered as the Holy Mother, had not accomplished such a feat, nor had the esteemed Taching Saint, who established teachings for humanity. The benevolence displayed by Master Luo Xian was indeed on par with that of the Holy Mother. First, you may study and assimilate the teachings on your own. I shall remain at the abode of the 3 ancestors for 20 years. Should you encounter any confusion during this time, feel free to seek my counsel, and I shall provide you with answers he declared. Only then did the crowd disperse. Luo Xian and the three Shaos returned to their cave abode. 3 days later, Luo Xian welcomed his first visitor, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Observing this, Luo Xian patiently elucidated the intricacies of cultivation. 5 days later, the individual departed, his heart brimming with joy and his spirit radiant. Meanwhile, a female cultivator of the human race approached the three Shaos, who likewise imparted their teachings with unwavering dedication. This cycle of learning persisted day after day, year after year, seamlessly continuing for 2 decades. On a particular day, outside Mount Shouyang, Luo Xian and the three Shaos performed a respectful bow to the three ancestors, saying, "We take our leave. May we meet again by fate in the future. Take care, immortal master." Yu Xiao waved her sleeve gently, her delicate fingers gracefully raised, causing the spiritual vessel to expand magnificently. Standing firm in the void, the 4 of them lightly touched the tips of their toes, gracefully leaping aboard the vessel. In an instant, the vessel darted through the clouds like a shooting star, vanishing from the sight of the three ancestors. A month later, in the ancestral land of the human race, the three ancestors sat cross-legged, flanked by a group of solemn individuals. Sui Ren spoke first. "Do you know why I have summoned you here?" The group, comprising a dozen or so men and women, all of whom were true immortals, represented the pinnacle of the human race's strength, embodying its future hope. They exchanged glances, each face reflecting confusion, utterly unable to fathom the intentions of the three ancestors. Noticing their bewilderment, Yu Chao added, "The current predicament of the human race is dire. We are exceedingly weak. The primary reason lies in the lack of widespread dissemination of cultivation methods and the absence of dedicated instructors. Therefore, we intend to emulate the Jie Jiao and establish a sect." Upon hearing this, the gazes of those within the cave ignited with fervor. Having attained the true immortal realm in a short span, they were no ordinary beings and comprehended the significant implications of the ancestors' proposal. Should this endeavor succeed, it would undoubtedly herald a revolutionary transformation for humanity. For years, the three ancestors had been troubled by the plight of their kin and had contemplated numerous solutions. It was only with Luoxuan's appearance that this idea took root in their hearts. Zi surveyed the assembly and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Amidst the crowd, a voice arose, inquiring, "What shall we name the sect? Where shall it be established? Who shall assume the role of the sect leader? Who is deemed worthy to join?" The esteemed Sui Ren appeared to possess a well-considered plan and slowly responded, "The location has been chosen. There exists a celestial mountain in the eastern sea, known as Mount Shu, adjacent to a Mei mountain. Its rich spiritual energy and picturesque scenery have led us to name our sect the Shu Mountain Sect." Having spoken, he surveyed the assembly and, finding no dissent, continued, "All members of our clan who have reached the age of 10 may take their vows at the Shu Mountain Sect. You shall serve as elders, while the 3 of us shall jointly hold the title of sect leader, with the specific mechanisms of the sect to be refined gradually." The crowd nodded in agreement. A month later, the Shu Mountain Sect was successfully established, from site selection to the construction of various palatial structures. On this day, the 3 ancestors of the human race stood upon the square of the Shu Mountain Sect, gazing at the throngs of young individuals gathered in the center. And a surge of pride welled within them, filled with splendid hopes for the future of humanity. Henceforth, the Shu Mountain Sect is officially established. All members of our clan who are 10 years of age or older are welcome to embark on their path of cultivation. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, Luo Xian and the 3 celestial maidens, enraptured by the grandeur of the primordial landscapes, suddenly felt a jolt of energy. Is this merit? They observed a torrent of golden energy, as thick as an arm, surging above their heads. The 3 maidens rejoiced, immediately sitting cross-legged and invoking the upper clear immortal method to begin refining this precious merit. It is well known that merit is a rarity, often sought but seldom found. Luo Xian, too, settled into a meditative position, eager to harness this fortuitous opportunity. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the 4 slowly opened their eyes.
smiles unconsciously gracing their lips. Yin Xiao, with a melodious voice, remarked, "Brother Luo Xian, we owe you our gratitude." They were acutely aware of the rarity of merit. In recent years, apart from diligently guiding humanity, they had not engaged in any other grand endeavors worthy of such merit. Reflecting on Luo Xian's prior strategic maneuvers, Yin Xiao could not help but marvel at his inscrutable nature. "Brother, I did not anticipate you could foresee even this." Bi Xiao, now standing, playfully patted Luo Xian's shoulder. Xiong Xiao also rose, boldly linking her arms around Luo Xian and mockingly threatening, "Brother, should you conspire without your elder sisters again, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, she clenched her delicate fist and playfully gestured before him. "Xiong Xiao, do not be disrespectful." Yin Xiao feigned admonition, though her eyes were filled with affection. "Eldest sister, you are once again favoring brother Luo Xian." "Oomph." Xiong Xiao pouted and turned her face away in playful defiance. Yin Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, stealing a glance at Luo Xian. At the same time, within the Golden Ao island of the Jiejiao, the Tongtian patriarch, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. His azure robes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. Surprise illuminated his gaze, revealing a hint of disbelief. Just moments prior, the once slowly diminishing fortune of the Jiejiao had suddenly surged. Though it was but a modest increase, the Tongtian patriarch had keenly sensed it. It is important to note that although he is graced by the presence of myriad celestial beings and enjoys a flourishing fortune, it suffers from the absence of a formidable treasure to stabilize its fortune, relying instead on the Qingping sword for the time being. However, the Qingping sword, inherently inclined towards violence, coupled with the varying qualities and temperaments of the disciples within the sect, has led to a gradual depletion of this fortune. While the daily loss may be insignificant, if this continues, there will inevitably come a day of exhaustion. The fortune of a great sect is of paramount importance. Thus, when his fortune suddenly burgeoned, the master of the celestial teachings could hardly contain his elation. He hastily employed his divinatory skills and, after a series of calculations, finally discerned the source of this newfound fortune. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, "My dear disciple, Luo Xian, has truly excelled." It became apparent to him that he had deduced the numerous benevolent deeds Luo Xian had performed for humanity over the years, which included guiding them in their cultivation, imparting techniques, and elucidating profound truths. With the human race thriving and the establishment of the Shushan sect, a portion of their fortune naturally flowed back to the precisely replenishing what had previously been lost. The fortune of these is intricately tied to each disciple within the sect. Should a disciple engage in acts worthy of celestial admiration, they shall be rewarded accordingly. Conversely, actions that provoke the ire of both deities and mortals will incur punishment. Most disciples of thee are transformed from demonic beasts, exhibiting a spectrum of character and virtue. Some have failed to restrain their gluttony and engage in indiscriminate slaughter, which undoubtedly affects this fortune. Although this fortune is profound and can currently endure, such a situation cannot persist indefinitely. The master of the celestial teachings urgently seeks a powerful artifact to stabilize their fortune. In contrast, he employs the Panga banner for this purpose, while the human teachings utilize the Taiji diagram and the exquisite Huangling pagoda to fortify their fortune. Overall, although these two sects may not attract as many celestial beings as their fortunes are, in fact, more abundant. Chapter 38. A reunion with Chang Huan Tian. Slaughter at the 8th Scenery Palace. The Ta Ching sage, originally in a state of serene meditation, suddenly opened his eyes with a fierce intensity. His countenance remained as tranquil as a desolate well, undisturbed by any external turmoil. Yet, a flicker of perplexity lingered beneath the surface. How could the fortunes of the human race have inexplicably increased? The sage's proclamation was indeed astonishing. An unaccounted increase in fortunes? Xiandu, Citet Boulot, felt a jolt of realization and began to contemplate. At present, there had been no significant upheaval among the human race. Why would their fortunes rise out of the blue?
It is essential to recognize that the teachings of humanity are fundamentally anchored in the human race, closely intertwined with its rise and fall. Over the years, the Ta-Ching sage had devoted himself to the path of the unfeeling, rarely concerning himself with human affairs aside from imparting the golden elixir teachings. It appeared that Luo Xian had taken on a promising disciple. The sage, upon calculating the circumstances, swiftly grasped the unfolding events before closing his eyes once more. Luo Xian? Xian Du recalled the name, soon remembering the individual in question. During the competition of the three teachings, Luo Xian had exhibited remarkable proficiency in fire-based divine abilities. Triumphing over Tai Yi-Zhen with his golden immortal cultivation, truly emerging as an unexpected dark horse. Noticing his teacher's silence, Xian Du prudently refrained from speaking, wary of inciting further admonishment. In the heavens above, a spiritual vessel glided gracefully through the air. Since departing from the ancestral grounds of the human race, Luo Xian had traveled the vast wilderness with the San Shao, and a century had passed unawares. In this primordial world, time seemed to lose its value. A single day stretched on like a year, while a year rushed by as swiftly as a day, each day marked by an unremarkable yet blissful existence. Luo Xian reveled in this time spent with the San Shao, reflecting on the ancient saying that a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces, and how emperors would neglect their morning court. Were he in the position of an emperor, he too might succumb to such indulgence, ignoring state affairs. Suddenly, amidst their joyous reverie, a sharp blade of wind sliced through the void, rushing towards them like a bolt of lightning. This wind blade was swift, precise, and lethal, aimed directly at Luo Xian. "Be careful." Luo Xian's pupils constricted sharply. He swiftly stepped forward, thrusting his palms outward with all his might, activating the fiery heaven technique. In an instant, a roaring fire dragon surged forth. Boom! The fire dragon collided fiercely with the wind blade, the tremendous impact dispersing the surrounding clouds in an instant. The San Shao, witnessing this, felt a surge of unnameable rage. How dare someone attack them in broad daylight? As Luo Xian gazed up, recognizing the assailant, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured to himself, "Truly relentless." It was none other than Chang Huan Tian, the brother of the Chang heir Ding Wangxian. Chang Huan Tian's figure darted like a wraith, vanishing from sight in an instant. Moments later, he appeared aboard the spiritual vessel, his eyes bloodshot, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. The oppressive presence of an early-stage great Luo Golden, immortal, surged forth like a tidal wave. "Luo Xian, today you shall pay a grievous price." Long Huan Tian let out a cold snort, his aura growing increasingly somber, with an unmistakable murderous intent woven into his words. It was precisely because of Luo Xian that he had faced the Heavenly Emperor's punitive measures, resulting in the loss of his salary for several centuries. Even his brother, Chang heir Ding Wangxian, was still confined to the wall of reflection on the cliff of remorse. In Long Huan Tian's heart, Luo Xian's actions were akin to a personal vendetta. All of this was self-inflicted. How could he blame others? Luo Xian, undeterred, stepped forward, his entire being enveloped by the true fire of the sun. In that moment, the void crackled with sounds of energy bursting forth. The last time he had been captured by Long Huan Tian was, in fact, a deliberate act on Luo Xian's part. Had he truly fought with all his might? The outcome remained uncertain. At this moment, the true fire of the sun seemed to sense the fierce battle spirit within Luo Xian, rising dramatically to envelop him completely. Seeing this, Long Huan Tian sneered disdainfully, turning his gaze toward the San Shao, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Luo Xian, you truly are fortunate to have 3 enchanting companions. Today, I shall first take your life, and then claim these 3 beauties for myself." He had been lurking in wait for Luo Xian to leave Fire Dragon Island for quite some time. Today was his moment of revenge. Luo Xian chuckled coldly to himself, thinking, "Long Huan Tian, why must you provoke the San Shao? This is akin to the old immortal eating arsenic, seeking death." Hearing this, Qiong Shao rolled her eyes, her expression rife with displeasure. Witnessing Long Huan Tian's lascivious demeanor, She felt deeply offended and pouted. "Did I permit you to speak?" With that, she puffed out her chest, looking quite indignant. In Long Huan Tian's eyes, Qiong Zhao's demeanor possessed a unique charm. This little beauty truly has. What the hell? Before he could finish a sentence, Qiong Xiao interrupted him in a fit of rage, summoning the golden Jiao scissors. This artifact, a top-tier spiritual treasure of the postnatal realm, was forged from the captured primordial Yin-Yang Jiao dragon by the master of Tongtian. The primordial Yin-Yang Jiao dragon was born from the convergence of the spiritual essence of the primordial world and the quintessence of the sun and moon. Although the materials were derived from the innate realm, the subsequent refinement classified it as a postnatal spiritual treasure, yet it was nonetheless a pinnacle among postnatal treasures. In Qiong Zhao's hands, its power was no less than that of an innate treasure. As she unleashed the golden Jiao scissors, they shimmered with dazzling light, transforming in myriad ways, radiating a resplendent purple glow. Two Yin-Yang Jiao dragons emerged, their bodies stretching hundreds of feet in length and as thick as barrels. In an instant, the skies above were enveloped in arcs of electricity, with tumultuous sounds of energy crackling, creating a staggering spectacle. Long Huan Tian, witnessing this, felt his mind sharpen in an instant, unable to afford any carelessness. He truly did not anticipate that this seemingly insignificant woman could effortlessly summon a spiritual treasure of such formidable might. Devouring chains, with a mighty roar, Long Huan Tian tore through the void as countless purple chains surged from all directions, ensnaring the primordial Yin-Yang Jiao dragons. The Sanshao sisters, each possessing the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, stood resolutely. As the eldest, Yun Xiao was the most powerful, having reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao were both in the mid-stage of the same realm. The primordial Yin-Yang dragon, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, surged forth with unrestrained ferocity. As soon as the devouring chains ensnared it, they were effortlessly shattered by the overwhelming force emanating from the dragon. How could it possess such might? Chong Huan Tian, his face a mask of disbelief, swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and a colossal sword materialized behind him. This sword bore a striking resemblance to the seven-colored celestial sword of the long-eared Jingguang Immortal. In fact, it was also named the seven-colored celestial sword. It shared a common origin with the long-eared Jingguang Immortal sword, and among the entire long-eared rabbit clan, only two existed, one wielded by each of the brothers. The celestial sword soared into the air, growing in size at an astonishing rate, expanding to several dozen zhang in an instant. The interwoven hues of the seven colors pierced through the void, stirring ripples in the fabric of space, before hurtling towards the primordial Yin-Yang dragon. A mere parlor trick, Qiong Xiao scoffed, her delicate fingers raised slightly, and with a subtle gesture, the primordial Yin-Yang dragon seemed to respond to an enigmatic summons, its aura surging dramatically, akin to an unstoppable force, as if it aimed to obliterate everything in its path. Boom! The celestial sword collided violently with the dragon, the dazzling array of colors enveloping it completely. Yet, as the brilliance dissipated, the primordial Yin-Yang dragon remained formidable, while the seven-colored celestial sword fell back into Chong Huan Tian's grasp. The primordial Yin-Yang dragon, an unstoppable force, coiled and twisted, opening its gaping maw as thick as a barrel, unleashing bolts of thunder like a hailstorm of arrows. Seeing this, Chong Huan Tian hurriedly formed another series of seals, and a violet barrier sprang up before him, swirling with a relentless lightning. Crash! The thunderbolts, like sharpened arrows, pierced through the barrier, directly penetrating Chong Huan Tian's skull. Chong Huan Tian met his demise. His body fell uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, the primordial Yin-Yang dragon reverted to its golden form and returned to Qiong Zhao's side. Luo Xian, standing nearby, was left in stunned silence. Could Qiong Zhao truly be this formidable? Despite being at the same mid-stage, the Luo Jin Xian level, and Chong Huan Tian possessing a low-grade spirit treasure, he was still no match for Qiong Zhao. Truly, she was extraordinary. Go! Luo Xian raised his hand,
and a blazing orb of solar, true, fire shot forth, instantly incinerating Chong Huan Tian's corpse, after which he collected the fallen treasures. Sister, you are simply incredible. Luo Xian approached Xiong Xiao, holding the storage pouch. In this battle, Xiong Xiao had contributed the most, and thus the spoils rightfully belonged to her for distribution. He opened the pouch to reveal two low-grade spirit treasures, the Devouring Chains and the seven-colored Celestial Sword, along with a selection of medicinal pills, techniques, and divine arts. Most of the pills were healing elixirs, such as the Soul Revival Pill and the Heavenly Sun Pill. Sister, I shall take the pills. The rest you may choose for yourself. Xiong Zhao's lips curled into a charming smile. As the three sisters often traversed the vast wilderness, it was only prudent to have some medicinal supplies at hand. Thank you, sister. Luo Xian stored the items away, contemplating that he would soon find a suitable moment to refine the Devouring Chains and the seven-colored Celestial Sword. In contrast to the vibrant seven-colored Celestial Sword, Luo Xian harbored a deeper fascination for the Devouring Chains. With a commanding voice, he urged the spirit vessel to embark once more. Suddenly, a fierce gale erupted, roaring like a ferocious beast as the air crackled and snapped around them. A colossal shadow, shrouding the sun, soared above the spirit vessel. Is that how one intends to depart? Chapter 39. The demon saint and the great sorcerer coiffed with a fierce wind howled like a furious beast, sweeping up sand and stones into the air, soaring to the heavens and obscuring the sky. The overwhelming aura of malice spread around like thick ink. The demon saint Jiuing? Yin Xiao could not help but exclaim, her beautiful eyes darting swiftly, revealing a hint of concern. How could Jiuing suddenly appear at this moment? Luo Xian's expression hardened in an instant, his gaze fixed firmly on the void as he coldly inquired, Jiuing, what is your intention? As one of the 10 great demon saints, Jiuing possessed formidable powers. Although not as formidable as the old quasi-saints like Kunpeng, Jin Yuanzi, Di Jun, and Dong Huang Tai Yi, he was certainly not someone they could easily confront. Those venerable quasi-saints were once among the 3,000 guests who listened to teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace. What do you think I wish to do? Jiuing transformed into human form, clad in a flowing black robe, standing proudly in the void. The biting winds whipped around, causing the garments of those present to flutter. As Jiuing stood there, the pressure of a quasi-saint surged like a tidal wave across the realm, his eyes burning with fury, filled with resentment as he stared at Luo Xian. Ever since returning from Fire Dragon Island, Jiuing had faced the Emperor's wrath. How could he swallow this grievance? Thus, he dispatched Chong Huan Tian to secretly track Luo Xian while he secluded himself for cultivation. After being shot through the head by Zhan Yuanzi, his injuries had yet to heal completely. Upon receiving news, he tore through the void to arrive. Luo Xian, today I shall ensure your demise. Let us see who can save you this time. Jiuing's eyes radiated a terrifying murderous intent, his black robe billowing in the wind. And a tempest centered around him surged forth. Luo Xian dared not be careless, swiftly retrieving the god-slaying spear. This time, Jiuing was determined to take Luo Xian's life. With a retreat already planned, even if the saints sensed it, what of it? Dong Huang Tai Yi had promised him that once Luo Xian was slain, he could hide within the Chaos Bell, while Dong Huang Tai Yi himself would remain in Nuo Palace. Thus, he was resolute in his intent to bring about Luo Xian's end. Everyone, be cautious. Jiuing comes with malevolent intent. Yun Zhao's expression grew grave as she uttered a warning, tinged with concern. Despite her cultivation at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, she could not help but tremble under Jiuing's immense pressure. Why waste words? Luo Xian suddenly thrust the god-slaying spear, its tip gleaming with a sharp radiance, aimed directly at Jiuing. 9 serpents ascend. Jiuing ceased his words. The aura of malice around him thickened to a tangible form, his true body slowly materializing behind him. With 9 heads raised high, he opened his massive maw lined with sharp fangs. Within the cavernous mouth, light flickered, and 9 orbs of energy swiftly coalesced. Poisonous mist, fireballs, ice pillars, water dragons, thunderbolts.
A multitude of powerful attacks surged toward the four with ferocity. God-slaying spear. 10,000 crows cauldron. Luo Xian reacted with remarkable speed, first summoning the God-slaying spear, its aura incredibly fierce. In an instant, countless spear energies converged like a tidal wave, forming a dense rain of spears aimed ruthlessly at Jiuying. Immediately, he swiftly retrieved the Wanya pod, abruptly lifting the lid, and 6,000 fire crows soared into the air in an instant. The fire crows flapped their wings with great urgency, their feathers vividly alive, resembling newly forged blades. With a powerful sweep of their wings, countless feathers shot forth like hidden weapons. Boom! The ice pillars collided with the feathers, and a thick mist of water vapor rose into the air, followed by a torrential downpour of rain. Crackle! The thunder met the dense barrage of energy, and in an instant, the thunder broke through the obstruction, hurtling directly towards Luo Xian with a deafening roar. Luo Xian, not daring to be complacent, gripped the god-slaying spear tightly, positioning it across his chest to sweep with great force, shattering the thunder. Yet despite this, he felt a slight numbness in his hands and involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Such was the power of a quasi-saint. It was beyond his current capacity to confront with ease. The Primordial Golden Dipper. Faced with the remaining 7 oncoming attacks, Yunxiao delicately raised her slender fingers, swiftly forming seals with her hands. Before long, the Primordial Golden Dipper radiated golden light, humming as it spun rapidly, transforming in size to that of a towering mountain against the wind. The Primordial Golden Dipper, a treasure of innate origin, had existed since the dawn of creation. It contained a rich essence of the natural world, its internal space as vast as the universe itself, capable not only of encompassing all things, but also of diminishing the cultivation of practitioners. During the War of the Gods, the Primordial Golden Dipper shone brilliantly, capturing figures such as Luya and Yang Jian, even reducing the 3 flowers atop the 12 golden immortals and the 5 chi within. The whirlpool within the Dipper spun rapidly, and the 7 attacks fell silent the moment they entered, akin to stones sinking into the ocean. A marvelous treasure. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiuying's eyes. Innate spiritual treasures were already scarce in the primordial realm, let alone those of the highest quality. Each was typically claimed by someone. Today has truly bestowed upon me a grand surprise. Jiuying licked his lips, calculating his fortunes in his mind. This day could be marked by 3 joyous events. The opportunity to slay Luo Xian, to indulge in the company of these 3 beauties, and finally to seize a supreme innate treasure. With a rustle, Jiuying transformed once more into his true form, a colossal figure towering hundreds of feet, his neck as thick as a water barrel stretching over 10 feet long. Whoosh! All 9 of Jiuying's heads moved in unison, launching another wave of attacks that cascaded like a mountain avalanche, a spectacular display of radiant colors intertwining. Go! Yunxiao swiftly formed seals with her hands, chanting incantations as she fully urged the Primordial Golden Dipper, positioning it in front of her companions while gradually advancing towards Jiuying. Zing! Crackle! The sounds of collision echoed continuously. However, these attacks could not even slightly budge the Primordial Golden Dipper. Yet similarly, the Dipper struggled to inflict harm upon Jiuying. Hee! Jiuying cackled ominously, seemingly having discovered a flaw in the Dipper's defense, moving with a ghostly swiftness. The enormous size of the Primordial Golden Dipper, combined with Yunxiao's cultivation being merely at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, made it inevitable that she would find herself strained in control. Seizing this moment of weakness, Jiuying lifted his head, unleashing 9 more attacks from his 9 heads. Sister, be careful. Luo Xian, quick-witted and agile, swiftly retrieved the Fire Spirit Pearl, channeling the true sun fire with all his might, and then hurled it directly towards the source of the attack. With a resounding boom, an immense force erupted, propelling Luo Xian backward several paces. Observing this, Yunxiao hurriedly stowed away the Primordial Golden Dipper, casting a cold gaze at Jiuying, and questioned, "Are you not afraid of retribution from the saints? Since I have intervened, I fear nothing." Zhuing launched another assault, unleashing 9 pillars of fire that erupted like a volcanic explosion. Yin Xiao quickly summoned the primordial golden dipper, while Bi Xiao and Qiong Xiao rushed to channel their spiritual energy into it as well. With a thud, the dipper trembled violently, the trio being repelled by the overwhelming recoil, their bodies tinged with numbness, a trickle of blood escaping the corners of their mouths. "Cease your futile struggles." Zhuing cackled coldly, transforming once more into human form. He regarded the four with disdain and took a deliberate step forward. The oppressive aura descended like a mountain, causing beads of sweat to erupt upon their brows. At this critical juncture, a voice, deep and resonant as thunder, pierced through the air. Is the esteemed demon, Saint Zhuing, reduced to bullying the weak? What a disgrace to Dijuan and Tai. This voice tore through the void, golden light cascading down as a colossal hand materialized from the heavens. With a crash, Zhuing quickly crossed his arms defensively, channeling all his spiritual energy to withstand the assault. The two forces collided, and Zhuing was involuntarily pushed back several steps. Who dares? The 3 Xiaos and Luo Xian exchanged puzzled glances. The most formidable among the Jie sect, Brother Duo Bao, was merely at the initial stage of a quasi-saint. It seemed this newcomer, appearing so effortlessly, possessed power at least at the quasi-saint level. Kuo-fu, the Great Witch. As the immense hand gradually dissipated, a middle-aged man emerged from a rift. Clad in beast hide, draped across his chest, his muscular frame was distinctly defined, his powerful arms exuding strength, and his eyes sparkled with a golden radiance. The visitor was none other than Kuo-fu, the Great Witch. A surge of excitement welled up within Luo Xian. The tale of Kuo-fu chasing the sun was vividly etched in his memory. The Great Witches were birthed from the 12 ancestral witches. After Pangu's creation of the world, his essence transformed into the 12 ancestral witches. In their struggle against the demon race, the witch clan, outnumbered, sought to emulate Nuwa in creating humanity. Each of the 12 ancestral witches extracted a tenth of Pangu's essence from within themselves, utilizing unparalleled divine powers to forge the Great Witches. These Great Witches inherited a portion of Pangu's and the witch clan's strength, totaling 81. Each an extraordinary figure, capable of standing firm against the celestial court. Kuo-fu, what are your intentions? Chapter 40. The enigmatic 9 infants. Zhao Gongming's breakthrough, following the inaugural clash between the witch and demon tribes. The former seized dominion over the earthly realm, while the latter governed the heavenly domain. Consequently, encounters between the quasi-saint practitioners of these two factions became increasingly rare. Kuo-fu, with his arms crossed and a steady gaze fixed upon 9 infants, spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. 9 infants. The Tao ancestor has made it abundantly clear that the witch tribe governs the land while the demon tribe reigns over the heavens. Now, you intrude upon my territory without so much as a greeting. What is your true intention? Kuo-fu had grown weary of the incessant strife between the witch and demon tribes, choosing instead to protect his own Kuo-fu clan and seek a peaceful existence. Even when demons inadvertently wandered into his domain, he would always offer kind counsel. Valuing harmony above all, 9 infants surveyed his surroundings, confirming his entry into the witch territory, yet he refrained from responding immediately, pondering the implications of his situation. At that moment, he was still recovering from his injuries and recognized that he was no match for Kuo-fu. Just as he prepared to excuse himself and depart, a slender purple wisp, no larger than a pinky finger, surged forth from the depths of chaos, unnoticed by anyone. In an instant, 9 infants' demeanor shifted dramatically, his fury igniting as he bellowed. The vast expanse of the world belongs to my heavenly court. Your witch tribe merely clings to a futile resistance. No sooner had he spoken than 9 infants ascended into the air, his colossal form towering against the backdrop of the void. His 9 eyes glimmered with a sinister, deep green flame, exuding an aura of terror. The serpentine tail behind him writhed like a massive black whip, emanating an imposing presence. Kuo-fu, however, remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as a placid lake. Depart at once, he commanded, His bronze-hued skin radiated a golden light akin to the sun, and his voice resonated like thunder, causing 9 infants' eardrums to throb painfully. Slowly, Kwafu raised his right hand, bending it slightly. In that instant, flames from all directions seemed to respond to an invisible summons, converging rapidly in midair. Simultaneously, Kwafu's form began to swell with the sound of rushing winds, soon matching 9 infants' towering height. Is this the prowess of the great? Which Kwafu? Luo Xian felt a surge of excitement within, his eyes ignited with fervent light. Was this not the formidable power he had longed for? The 3 heavens likewise observed with keen eyes, resolutely deciding to diligently cultivate and strive towards a breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm. 9 infants offered no reply. His pupils turned a blood-red hue, and suddenly, countless shards of ice erupted from his mouth, transforming into lethal blades that streaked through the clouds like meteors, hurtling directly towards Kwafu. With a subtle motion of his hand, Kwafu directed the flames that had gathered in midair to coalesce into a massive fire lotus, slowly advancing to meet the icy onslaught. The clash between the biting ice and searing flames generated a cacophony of explosive sounds across a 1,000,000-mile radius, as if the very fabric of space trembled under the weight of their conflict. Kwafu could not help but sigh, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Why must circumstances always unfold contrary to one's desires? Could it be that the witch and demon tribes were destined to remain in a perpetual state of hostility, unable to coexist in peace? He reflected on the once glorious Dragon, Qilin, and Phoenix clans, which had dazzled the world in their prime. What had become of them now? They have not yet retreated, clinging to the remnants of their foundation, living from day to day in a precarious existence. If the 2 clans of Lich continue their strife, the ultimate outcome will likely mirror their own. With a swift motion, Kwafu raised his left hand, and a peachwood staff materialized in his grasp. This staff, a supreme treasure of the postnatal realm, was crafted from the very first peach tree that emerged after Pangu opened the heavens, meticulously forged by Zhu Rong, bearing the same essence as the golden scissor of Qiong Shao, both possessing extraordinary might. With a gentle flick of the peachwood staff, countless peachwood swords cascaded forth like a torrential downpour. Observing this, Jiu Ying unleashed a torrent of ice crystals from his mouth, causing the temperature in the surrounding void to plummet, resulting in a flurry of snowflakes descending from the sky. Such is the power of a quasi-saint, capable of altering their environment at will. The collision of peachwood swords and ice crystals produced a series of explosive, crisp sounds, and numerous ice shards fell from the clouds, plummeting to the earth and instantaneously transforming into a colossal iceberg, claiming the lives of countless innocent beings. As the saying goes, when quasi-saints clash, it is the innocent who suffer. Jiu Ying staggered backward from the force of the impact, a trickle of blood slowly appearing at the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this, Kwafu couldn't help but feel perplexed. He sensed something unusual about Jiu Ying. Both his cultivation display and demeanor starkly contrasted with Kwafu's previous impressions of him. Jiu Ying had always been one to value his life immensely. He would never act so recklessly without absolute confidence. Furthermore, he had a penchant for verbal taunts during battle. Yet the current Jiu Ying had not uttered a single word since the confrontation began, were it not for the undeniable presence of Jiu Ying's true form before him. Kwafu might have doubted whether this was indeed the genuine Jiu Ying. Why cling so stubbornly? It would be better to withdraw. Kwafu urged. However, just as Jiu Ying regained a semblance of awareness, the peculiar purple aura within him surged once more, exerting its control over him. Uncertain of the thoughts of Jiu Ying, now manipulated by the purple energy, he suddenly pivoted and soared away into the distance. Simultaneously, fireballs erupted from his 9 heads, unleashing a frenzied assault upon the primordial land. Jiu Ying, how dare you? In this region of primordial land, the only inhabitants aside from humanity were the Wu clan. Jiu Ying's actions had thoroughly enraged Kwafu. With his eyes wide and fierce, Kwafu spread his arms, becoming engulfed in a blazing inferno, which then erupted violently, enveloping the entire void in an endless blaze. Jiao Ying let out a pained roar as his serpentine tail was scorched, emitting thick plumes of smoke. At that moment, the purple energy within him burst forth, intercepting the fatal blow before dissipating into the air. When the scene settled, Jiao Ying had vanished from sight. Quafu gradually extinguished the flames, his form returning to a height of over 2 meters, gently descending through the clouds. With a raised hand, he dispersed the myriad ice crystals, thereby saving countless lives. Senior Sister quickly consumed the Sanguang divine water. As the battle concluded, the four slowly rose to their feet, and Luo Xian hurriedly produced 3 droplets of Sanguang divine water, offering them to the trio of Qiongxiao. Sanxia took the elixir, and in an instant, her complexion became rosy, her breath gradually improving, and she was completely healed. Junior brother, shall we return to Jinao Island? Considering the time, it is nearly time for the Master's next sermon, Yunxiao suggested, her gaze profound and steady. Luo Xian nodded in response. Sanxia then channeled her spiritual energy, and the spirit vessel surged into motion, racing towards Jinao Island. Upon reaching Jinao Island, the four descended from the spirit vessel, and Yunxiao raised her hand to stow it away. Sanxia exchanged a glance with Luo Xian before speaking slowly. Junior brother Luo Xian, we part ways here, and I look forward to our next meeting. Of course, senior sister, Luo Xian replied, a bright smile gracing his lips. Junior brother, you must never forget me. Qiongxia pouted playfully, sticking out her tongue and casting a shy glance at Luo Xian. Big Xiao and Yunxiao could not help but roll their eyes at her antics. Rest assured, senior sisters, with your beauty and charm, how could I ever forget you? Luo Xian said with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Sanxia's cheeks tinted slightly, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, she transformed into a beam of spiritual light, soaring into Jinao Island. Luo Xian then turned and returned to his own Fire Dragon Island. Meanwhile, at a mountain in the roaming cave, Zhao Gongming donned a black robe, surrounded by 24C stabilizing pearls. He had been in deep meditation, but suddenly opened his eyes, his aura surging dramatically, as a beam of azure spiritual light shot forth like an arrow, piercing the heavens. At that moment, the 24C stabilizing pearls erupted with azure light, beginning to rotate rapidly. Within each pearl, a wondrous world was evolving, waves crashing as if to break the confines of space. As the sea-stabilizing pearls spun with great speed, pairs of them aligned, constructing an even grander world. In this realm, flora and fauna grew and withered in a harmonious cycle of yin and yang, life and death, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. Zhao Gongming's aura grew increasingly profound and steady. The presence of the great Luo Golden Immortal gradually receded, replaced by an enigmatic and unfathomable essence. The void shimmered slightly, and tendrils of black gas quietly emerged, swirling around Zhao Gongming. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "Is this the law of reincarnation?" During his century of servitude beside the master, immersed daily in the sage's profound teachings, Zhao Gongming had made remarkable progress, sparing him tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. This was precisely why many sought to stand out before the sage, yearning for recognition, as even a casual word of guidance could lead to boundless prospects. Yet Zhao Gongming was not content with this alone. He continued to close his eyes and focus, determined to seize this rare opportunity to fully step into the quasi-saint realm. The primordial ages stretched endlessly, with time slipping away unnoticed. On this day, at a mountain, in the roaming cave, Zhao Gongming suddenly opened his eyes, a myriad of experiences reflected in his gaze, as if he had endured countless epochs. The 24C stabilizing pearls radiated brilliantly, dazzling and resplendent. The aura of Zhao Gongming began to rise gradually, the formidable pressure of the early stage of quasi-saint radiating outward like a surging tide. Although he had not yet severed the corpse, he had undeniably succeeded in stepping into the realm of the early stage of quasi-saint. Chapter 41. The Dragon-Headed Immortal Strikes. Tong Tian expresses admiration. Boom. 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 The ancient times seemed to stretch endlessly. On this day, 3 resonant chimes echoed through the void from Golden Ao Island, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples that drew countless gazes towards its direction. In an instant, myriad beams of spiritual light converged here like dazzling stars. The day for the Saints' discourse had gracefully arrived once again. At Fire Dragon Island, Luo Xian stepped out of his abode with an air of tranquility. His gaze was profound, and a flicker of anticipation shimmered in his eyes regarding the impending discourse, the reason for which he could scarcely articulate, even to himself. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged absence of the 3 Xiao sisters, particularly Sister Yun Xiao, who, adorned in her delicate lavender robe, possessed an enchanting charm that was hard to resist. Each of the 3 Xiao's sisters exuded their own unique allure, surely more captivating than the commonplace twin tails. Behind Luo Xian, Baiyu gazed dreamily, her eyes reflecting a softness akin to spring waters, her figure increasingly graceful. With strands of hair cascading naturally over her forehead, her complexion aglow with a rosy hue. I shall tend to Fire Dragon Island diligently, and upon a millennium's passage, I shall return, Luo Xian declared, summoning the crimson smoke steed and leaping gracefully onto its back, vanishing into the horizon above Fire Dragon Island. At a mountain, in the Luo Fu Cave, Zhao Gongming emerged from his dwelling, clad in a black robe, exuding a sense of pride. Ever since his breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, he felt exceptionally buoyant. With a flourish of his sleeve, he tore through the fabric of space before him, revealing the elusive laws of reincarnation within the rift, which emanated an aura of mystery as he stepped confidently into it. At Sanxian Island, the 3 Xiao's sisters stood gracefully, resembling celestial maidens descended from the heavens. Yin Xiao stepped forth first, draped in a flowing lavender dress, her form enchanting, closely followed by Bi Xiao and Xiong Xiao. It is once again the day for our teacher's discourse. It has been quite a while since I last saw junior brother Luo Xian, Xiong Xiao exclaimed, unabashed and straightforward, her thoughts spilling forth without restraint. Bi Xiao stifled a giggle beside her. Yin Xiao shot a playful glare at Xiong Xiao, admonishing her, sister, as a young lady, one must be mindful of one's demeanor. Unfazed, Xiong Xiao merely scoffed, lightly moving to Yin Xiao's side, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she teasingly inquired, "Do you not miss junior brother Luo Xian, sister?" At her words, Yin Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to the evening glow on the horizon, as she shyly turned away. Sister 3, your tongue is as sharp as ever. The teacher's discourse is about to commence. We must hasten our departure. Bi Xiao interjected promptly, and the 3 transformed into a vibrant streak of spiritual light, racing towards Golden Ao Island. At Golden Ao Island, countless disciples of the Jie sect had gathered, a magnificent spectacle of myriad immortals arriving, leaving one in awe. Luo Xian reined in his crimson, smoke steed and descended gently from the clouds, his heart swelling with admiration for the resplendent glory of the Jie sect. Yet, an undercurrent of concern began to stir within him. It seemed that the Jie sect had long since drawn attention. The entity that has set its sights on thee is not merely an individual, but rather the enigmatic and profound force of the heavenly Tao. In its pursuit of completeness, the heavenly Tao must address the intricate web of cause and effect that governs the mortal realm. Presently, the discord between the witch and demon clans is intensifying, and the accumulating karma within the primordial universe has led to widespread suffering among sentient beings. Such turmoil is hardly conducive to the serene cultivation of practitioners, nor does it favor the smooth operation of the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao is unable to intervene directly, as it is constrained by the balance of earthly and human paths. Although the earthly and human paths have yet to take their rightful place, the heavenly Tao remains subject to numerous limitations. Consequently, it has chosen Hongjun as its spokesperson. It is likely that, in the near future, the concealed hand of the heavenly Tao will subtly influence the conflict between the witch and demon factions. Luo Xian is acutely aware that he must rapidly grow stronger to stand against the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, the faces inevitable obliteration. Just as Luo Xian fell into deep contemplation,
An abrupt and discordant voice pierced the air. He looked up to see one of the 7 celestial attendants, the Qiu Shou Xian. Luo Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Luo Xian, you selfish individual, how dare you betray your fellow disciples? What face do you have left to attend the Master's lecture? This sudden accusation struck him like a heavy weight, pressing down upon him. Luo Xian fixed his gaze on the Qiu Shou Xian, perplexed as to why he would choose to confront him publicly in such a manner. As one of the 7 celestial attendants, Qiu Shou Xian possesses mid-level Tai golden immortal cultivation. Within the myriad of celestial formations, his Tai Chi formation was forcefully dismantled by the venerable Manjushri, ultimately leading to his capture and subsequent transformation into a steed for the venerable Manjushri after being reverted to his original form by the Elder of the South Pole. During the journey to the west, Qiu Shou Xian descended to the mortal realm on 2 occasions, once impersonating a king in the kingdom of Wuji, and another time posing as a great king in the Lion Turtle Ridge, where he allied with the White Elephant and the Rock to capture Tang Song, only to be reclaimed by the Bodhisattva Manjushri. Reflecting on the past deeds of the 7 celestial attendants, Luo Xian grasped the underlying reasons for the current situation. He approached the Qiu Shou Xian with poise, declaring firmly, Qiu Shou Xian, do not speak baseless slander against your junior. The moment he spoke, a throng of disciples gathered around them, including the 4 saints of 9 Dragon Island, Lu Huan, the 4 generals of the Demon Clan, Shiji, the Winged Immortal, and the San Shao. With a lion-like visage and windswept brown fur, Qiu Shou Xian exuded a menacing aura as he bellowed. You dare to argue? If you had not provoked the long-eared Jingguang Xian, how would he have made a move against you? He and the long-eared Jingguang Xian share a friendship of several millennia, far beyond what you can compare to. Luo Xian scoffed disdainfully. No wonder the Qiu Shou Xian later became a mount for Manjushri. He was remarkably similar to the long-eared Jingguang Xian, sowing discord within their ranks, undermining relationships among fellow disciples, and neglecting proper cultivation in favor of dubious pursuits. Lost in thought, Luo Xian stood with his hands clasped behind him, his fiery red hair billowing in the wind. His handsome visage instantly etched into the memories of the surrounding female immortals. Qiong Xiao blushed slightly as she gazed at Luo Xian, murmuring to herself, Luo Xian, my junior brother, is truly handsome. Luo Xian slowly spoke, his eyes radiating an air of superiority, and with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, he said, the Master's lecture is about to commence, and countless immortals have gathered here. As one of the 7 attendants and a senior among us, is this how you choose to conduct yourself? If you truly wish to spar, let us discuss it after the lecture, lest we squander the precious time of our Master. Countless disciples, upon hearing his words, turned their gazes towards the Qiu Shou immortal. They felt that Luo Xian's remarks were exceedingly reasonable and voiced their agreement, their eyes ablaze with indignation, as if any further words from the Qiu Shou immortal would provoke them to rise in unison against him. Luo Xian, you may be eloquent, but once the lecture concludes, I shall ensure that you receive a proper lesson on behalf of my junior brother, Chang'er. The 7 attendants comprised Wu Yun Immortal, Ling Yu Immortal, Jing Guang Immortal, Qiu Shou Immortal, Pai Lu Immortal, Jinggu Immortal Ma Sui, and Chang'er Ding Guang Immortal. Among them, Wu Yun Immortal stood as the leader of the 7 attendants, possessing the highest cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Conversely, Chang'er Ding Guang Immortal ranked last, being the least skilled, merely at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed, making their way towards the Bio Palace. All of this was observed by the Tongtian master, who wore a slight smile, revealing a hint of admiration for Luo Xian in his gaze. With countless disciples under his wing, amounting to tens of thousands, aside from the 4 principal disciples and the outer sect members, Zhao, Gongming, and the San Shao, only Luo Xian truly caught his discerning eye. As for the conflict between Luo Xian and the Qiu Shou immortal stemming from the Chang'er Ding Guang immortal, he paid it little mind. To him, disputes among the younger generation were entirely normal. In his own youth, he had experienced conflicts with the Eastern Prince, and had it not been for his surpassing cultivation, that fellow would never have acquiesced.
In this ruthless world of the primordial chaos, strength is the ultimate assurance. Moreover, the fault did not lie with Luo Xian, but rather with Chong heir Ding Guang Immortal, who instigated the trouble. It was likely that the Qiu Shou Immortal, recalling their brotherly bond, chose to confront Luo Xian. As he pondered, the disciples gradually entered the Bo Palace, except for the fixed positions of the cushions in the first and second rows. The remaining rows were fiercely contested among the disciples. When they saw Luo Xian arrive, they willingly vacated the front seat of the third row, allowing him to take the prime position. Lu Huan and the four saints of Jiulong Island, following behind Luo Xian, also benefited from this generosity. Once all were seated, the Tongtian master surveyed the assembly before beginning his lecture. Chapter 42. Confrontation with the Dragon-Headed Immortal. The Battle of the Witch and the Lich in the magnificent halls of the Bo Palace. The Primordial Master began to impart his teachings. His voice, ethereal and delicate, possessed an almost infinite penetrating power. It resonated softly. In the beginning, when chaos was first divided, Pangu emerged. The Tai Chi gave rise to dualities and the four symbols. In an instant, the sacred sounds enveloped the Bo Palace, the profound essence of the Tao flowing like a gentle stream, saturating every inch of space. Golden lotuses blossomed upon the ground, and auspicious energies rose in endless waves. Countless disciples were entranced, lost in the exquisite brilliance of the sage's discourse. With Luo Xian also deeply captivated, silently marveling at the profundity of all. Strictly speaking, the Primordial Master's teachings did not delve into the highest principles of the Tao. Rather, he meticulously recounted the history of the primordial development. Yet, to the ears of the disciples, it was as enchanting as celestial melodies. The tale began with the cataclysm of ferocious beasts, the conflict between Tao and demon, followed by the era of the dragon and Han, and now they found themselves amidst the calamity of the witch and the lich. The Primordial Master continued to narrate with grace. Luo Xian closed his eyes in concentration. The essence of the 9 revolutions golden elixir bestowed by the Primordial Master still lingering within him, its potency not yet fully expended. This occasion of teaching presented an opportune moment to digest its benefits thoroughly. Following the conclusion of the Tao and demon conflict, Hongjun Laozu attained sanctity, summarizing the realms of cultivation and revealing them to the world. The path of cultivation, ascending from the lowest to the highest, includes Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, and Saint. The Golden Immortal realm embodies the essence of the 5 energies. The Tai Golden Immortal requires the convergence of these energies, while the Great Luo Golden Immortal must gather the 3 flowers atop the head. From the Great Luo Golden Immortal onwards, one gains insight into the power of the laws, with the 50 foundational principles of the Tao serving as the overarching framework. While the 3,000 Taos represent specific divisions, the teachings continued for an astonishing 10 millennia, detailed and all-encompassing, covering everything from the most fundamental Earth, Immortal realm to the Quasi-Saint. As for the higher levels, the Primordial Master refrained from further exploration, for after all, excessive discourse would prove counterproductive for the disciples. Upon concluding the teachings, Luo Xian gradually opened his eyes, his aura deepening significantly as he finally broke through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. The Primordial Master cast a gaze over the assembly, feeling a sense of satisfaction, convinced that his thorough explanations had not been in vain. This lecture has come to an end. You must return and contemplate deeply. Yes. Thank you, Master. The disciples responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the Bo Palace. Recently, the celestial mechanisms appeared obscure and karmic forces surged. If you have no pressing matters, refrain from carelessly stepping into the primordial realm to avoid entangling with karma. At this moment, the shores of the eastern sea seemed tranquil, yet concealed beneath the surface were tumultuous currents. Indeed, the crowd replied in unison, bowing respectfully. With the teachings concluded, the disciples began to disperse. However, Upon reaching the exterior of the Bo Palace, they hesitated, seemingly awaiting something. The disciples instinctively parted to the sides, and soon, Luo Xian gradually entered their line of sight. He walked to a more open area and came to a halt. Suddenly, the dragon-headed immortal strode towards them with great strides, his brown hair billowing in the wind. Fangs bared, exuding an imposing aura, his eyes radiating an unmistakable intent to kill. Luo Xian, swords and blades show no mercy. I shall not hold back. If you acknowledge your mistake now and kneel to apologize to the long-eared radiant immortal, I may yet spare you. Originally, the long-eared Jingguang immortal, due to his penance at the Wall of Reflection, missed a golden opportunity to attend the sermon. The Wall of Reflection, enduring for millennia, subjects its occupants to the ruthless punishments of heavenly thunder and fire. Even the most exalted of immortals would suffer grievous wounds, if not perish outright. It is likely that long-eared Jingguang will lose half of his vitality in this endeavor. The master has already reached a definitive conclusion regarding this matter, and I implore my senior brother not to cause unnecessary disturbances. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Luo Xian replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Let us see the truth of the matter then. The Qiushou immortal bared his fangs and roared, his voice crashing like a tidal wave, causing many less experienced disciples to recoil in pain. At that moment, various disciples of the Jie sect, including San Shao, Zhao, Gongming, Duo Bao, Jin Ling, Gui Ling, and Wu Dang, were present. Witnessing the scene, the Holy Mother of Jin Ling subtly raised her delicate fingers, enveloping the two in a cerulean light to ensure their conflict did not extend to the other disciples. Luo Xian, upon noticing, could not suppress a disdainful smile. Such audacity from one of mere early-stage, Tai golden, immortal cultivation. Luo Xian raised his right palm, gently bringing his fingers together as the true fire of the sun coiled around his hand. In an instant, a fire dragon soared forth from his palm. Boom! The fire dragon ascended, twisting and spiraling with overwhelming force, hurling itself toward the Qiushou immortal. Startled, the Qiushou immortal realized the formidable strength of Luo Xian. The terrifying heat of the fire dragon seemed capable of incinerating him entirely. He dared not be remiss, swiftly forming hand seals and chanting incantations, summoning the illusory figure of a blue lion behind him. This blue lion towered 100 feet high, its mane billowing in the wind, exuding a fierce aura as it charged at the fire dragon. Upon their collision, the Qiushou immortal let out a pained wail as the illusion of the blue lion dissipated in an instant. He staggered backward and fell to the ground. Roar! Luo Xian directed the fire dragon, advancing toward the Qiushou immortal's face, yet he refrained from pressing further, merely regarding him with cold eyes. Luo Xian understood that the Qiushou immortal, akin to the blue lion, was not inherently malevolent. Senior brother, in the spirit of our brotherhood, let us conclude this matter here. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Luo Xian retracted the fire dragon, summoned his steed, the scarlet smoke horse, and departed with an air of nonchalance. The scene shifted to the heavenly court, within the Lingshao treasure hall of the 33 heavens. The atmosphere was thick with spiritual energy, radiant light illuminating the opulent marble and jade architecture. Celestial cranes sang amidst the clouds, and auspicious clouds drifted gracefully, heralding myriad omens. Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, the 10 great demon saints, Fuxi, and the demon master Kunpeng gathered together. Tai Yi's expression darkened, his fury palpable as he turned to the 9 infants, demanding, "You claim that Quafu attacked you and inflicted severe injuries?" His tone was sharp, and his demeanor grave. The 9 infants, hesitant to reveal that he had inadvertently entered the Wu clan's territory while pursuing Luo Xian and had subsequently been manipulated by an unknown purple aura into a fierce confrontation, remained silent. After much contemplation, he concluded that only a sage could exert such control over him without his awareness, unless he dared not pursue the thought further. This matter must remain confidential, perhaps only to be disclosed to the demon emperor Tai Yi. If the Emperor Jun were to learn of this, it would only incite unnecessary panic. The Witch clan has gone too far, audaciously disregarding the decree of the Tao ancestor. What do we have left to fear? Ing Zhao, unable to contain his fury, struck the armrest of his chair fiercely, the veins on his forehead bulging. Emperor Jun, however, fell into contemplation, murmuring, I sense that this matter is rather peculiar. We cannot jump to conclusions hastily. His voice was deep, and his gaze held a resolute determination that brooked no dissent. At that moment, the sorcerer Kunpeng rose slowly and addressed Emperor Jun. Your Majesty, I believe this is the perfect opportunity to launch a full-scale assault on the Witch clan. The prolonged truce between the Witch and Demon clans has hindered many of my plans. Only through the intensification of their conflict can I navigate the murky waters and reap the benefits. Brother, it is time to signal an offensive against the Witch clan. Tai stood up, his eyes gleaming with golden light, the phantom of a three-legged golden crow flickering beneath the surface. Emperor Jun's expression clouded. Every time war was declared, it meant countless brave souls would perish and innumerable families would be torn apart. Noticing Emperor Jun's hesitation, Tai's displeasure was evident, fully aware that his brother was falling into his old habits once more. To prevent further complications, he decisively declared, Convey the order. Let all the demons drill and prepare for battle. Yes, except for Bays, the 9 great demon saints responded in unison. As the others departed, Emperor Jun sat alone upon the heavenly emperor's throne, a frown etched on his face. Bays and Fushi observed him quietly, their words lingering on the tip of their tongues. Sensing their unspoken concerns, Emperor Jun urged, Speak freely. There is no need for concealment. Bays was his most trusted confidant, while Fushi, the emperor of the Demon clan, was also the elder brother of Niwa. Your Majesty, the impending clash between the Witch and Demon clans is of grave significance. Should we not inform Sister Niwa of this matter? Chapter 43. A Visit to Niwa. The Great War unleashed. Fushi slowly rose to his feet, stroking his long beard with a visage etched in concern, unable to contain his thoughts any longer. As the emperor of the Yao clan and Niwa's elder brother, he bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the rise and fall of their kind. Meanwhile, Bai Zai's beautiful eyes darted restlessly, reflecting a flicker of uncertainty as she appeared to be devising a plan. However, in the end, she could come to no conclusion and could only shake her head helplessly at Dijuan. Bai Zai, as the embodiment of auspiciousness, was well-versed in the arts of yin and yang, possessing the foresight to anticipate future dangers. Yet even she could not discern the impending circumstances. It seemed that fate alone would dictate their fortunes. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the Holy Mother, Dijuan declared, rising to his feet. Transforming into a golden crow, he soared towards the palace of Niwa. Within the Niwa palace, Niwa reclined languidly on a long bench, adorned in a form-fitting black robe that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her full bosom rose and fell gently with each breath, and her eyes sparkled like a tranquil spring, captivating all who beheld them. A black sash cinched around her waist accentuated her breathtaking silhouette. At that moment, she lay with her legs slightly bent, occasionally tightening them with a delicate grace. Suddenly, as if sensing an approach, she scolded softly, "What brings him here?" With an elegant poise, Nuar rose, her stature tall and regal. The essence of time flowed in the corners of her eyes, her every movement exuding a myriad of charms. "Your Highness, Dijuan seeks an audience," came a respectful voice from outside the door. "Enter," Nuwa commanded, her tone dignified and authoritative. The door opened slowly, and Dijuan stepped cautiously inside, head lowered, fearful of offending the saint, with even a glance askew. "I bow before you, Saint Nuwa," he declared respectfully, performing a deep obeisance. Nuwa did not respond immediately, her gaze fixed coldly upon him. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly as she discerned a trace of dark calamity hovering above Dijuan's head. Maintaining her composure, she discreetly calculated the circumstances and soon grasped the situation at hand, before finally speaking. "I am aware of your intentions. Should the conflict between the Wu and the Yao erupt, it shall bring untold suffering to the wilderness, rivers flowing with blood, and countless lives shall be extinguished."
Dijuan remained silent, grappling with inner turmoil. He understood well that should war break out, the devastation would be beyond quantification, a horrific toll, potentially leading to the annihilation of entire races. Nuwa's voice grew colder. Depart, when the time is necessary. I shall intervene to preserve a fragment of the Golden Crow bloodline for you. Having received the answer he sought, Dijuan once more bowed deeply to Nuwa before slowly retreating from the palace. In the training grounds of the Heavenly Court, Dong Huang Tai Yi stood proudly at the center, flanked by the 9 great Yao saints and Kuinpeng, gathered in solidarity. Before them assembled a vast legion of hundreds of billions of Yao soldiers, a formidable display of might and grandeur. My sons, we have remained silent for far too long. It is time to engage the Wu clan once more. Are you prepared? Tai Yi's voice resonated powerfully, filled with fervor and passion. We are ready. The myriad of demon soldiers roared in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, as if they could shatter the very heavens. Onward! With a grand sweep of his hand, Tai Yi commanded the vast army of demon soldiers to surge forth like a tidal wave, heralding the renewed clash of the witch and the lich. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, drawing the attention of countless primordial beings, for such a grand spectacle had not been witnessed in hundreds of thousands of years. The last time a gathering of this magnitude occurred was during the initial confrontation between the witch and the lich. A collective gasp escaped the lips of many as they pondered the implications of their thoughts. If their fears were realized, tranquility would be forever lost in the primordial realm. In that fleeting moment when the demon soldiers set forth, the atmosphere crackled with ominous energy, dark clouds swiftly gathered, and thunder roared in a cacophony that shattered the calm sky. The various demon clans had long received their edicts from the heavenly court, and now, with fervent hearts, they awaited this very moment, ready to respond. Countless formidable beings of the primordial realm focused their gaze upon this unfolding spectacle. On the summit of the undying volcano, a towering crimson tree, stretching tens of thousands of feet, flourished with lush foliage, its branches as robust as a man's arm, extending for dozens of yards. A figure resembling a celestial bird streaked across the treetops like a meteor, descending softly to the ground, transforming into the form of a stunningly beautiful woman. She was Shi Huang, the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, a being of unparalleled prowess who had existed since the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe, and the sister of the legendary Yuanfeng, once celebrated as the goddess of war among the Phoenix. With the Phoenix clan now reclusive since Yuanfeng's fall, Shi Huang's interest in the impending conflict was markedly absent. She gracefully descended from the branches, her movements exuding a captivating charm, her voice soft yet tinged with disdain. She had long seen through the futility of this struggle. The once mighty Dragon, Qilin, and Phoenix clans, each boasting hundreds of transcendent beings, ultimately succumbed to demise. The current turmoil between the witch and the lich, though seemingly tumultuous and even involving the intervention of the Tao ancestor, would merely be transient ripples in the grand tide of time. As Shi Huang pondered, she strolled forward, shedding her robes with each step until she was left with a body as pure and white as jade, her skin smooth and delicate like that of a youthful maiden. Subsequently, she leapt into the heart of the volcano. Atop the Qilin cliff in Kunlun Mountain, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe stood, his eyes shimmering with violet light, electric arcs flickering across his form, ephemeral yet striking. A faint smile played upon his lips, accompanied by a sigh. Merely a pawn of the heavenly path. With that, he fell silent, transforming into a beam of purple light that dove into the depths of the cliff. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, within a secret chamber, the ailing candle dragon smiled faintly. What a cunning strategy, unable to bring ruin to the dragon clan. It's seeking to ensnare others. With those words, silence enveloped the chamber once more. Inside the Panga Hall on Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestors of sorcery exchanged glances, a shared understanding passing between them. The ancestral shaman of fire, Zhu Rong, abruptly rose, flames surging fiercely around him, enveloping his form. Let them come. What is there to fear? I shall command the shamanic kin to prepare for battle at any moment. Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temper,
had always been a staunch advocate for warfare against the celestial court. The ancestral shaman of thunder, Chong Liang, raised his hand in agreement, proclaiming, "I concur with Zhu Rong. Why should we bolster our adversary's confidence at the expense of our own prestige?" All 12 ancestral shamans, save for Hutu, endorsed the call to arms. Consequently, the shamans swiftly relayed orders, mobilizing their forces to meet the impending challenge. In an instant, the primordial earth became a cauldron of turmoil, chaos reigning supreme. The battlefield was drenched in blood, with corpses heaped high. The clangor of metal clashing and the cries of warriors intertwined, creating an incessant cacophony. Above, in the celestial realm, combat raged with unprecedented ferocity. The shamanic warriors, each imbued with extraordinary valor, eschewed the cultivation of their spiritual essence, focusing solely on the enhancement of their physical prowess, capable of seizing and tearing apart their adversaries with bare hands. The avian clan, boasting the advantage of flight, brazenly exploited their superiority to harass the ground-bound shamans. At that moment, from the tribe of Yi, the great shaman, Yi stepped forth. His eyes blazed with fury, for he harbored a profound disdain for the misdeeds of the demon kin. Witnessing the avian clan's reckless arrogance fueled his ire, which erupted like a volcano. He extended his left arm, and a bow crafted from crystalline ice materialized in his grasp, while his right hand held an arrow, equally fashioned from the same frozen substance. This bow, known as the Great Yi Bow, was forged from the millennia-old ice of the frigid abyss, and the arrows, personally crafted by the ice ancestral shaman Xianming, were bestowed upon Ho Yi, representing a treasure of unparalleled quality. With fluidity, Ho Yi notched the arrow and drew back the bowstring. With a swift release, a bolt of icy brilliance shot forth, shattering into a myriad of crystalline shards that cascaded like a rain of blades upon the avian clan hovering in the skies. The piercing sound of ice slicing through air echoed as the projectiles, moving with lightning speed, pierced the bodies of numerous demons, causing many to plummet from the void. As a quasi-saint, Ho Yi's arrow wielded tremendous power, reverberating throughout the battlefield. Similar fierce confrontations unfolded across the other tribes of the shamans, each echoing the intensity of the clash. Chapter 44. The Emergence of the Salvation of Humanity within the Hall of Eight Scenes. The Taoist sage of Ta Ching felt a slight tremor in his eyelids, as if he sensed the impending tumult of the world. He swiftly gestured with his hands, performing intricate incantations to divine the future. The hall was enveloped in swirling violet mist, vast and boundless, resembling a cascade of purple galaxies descending from the heavens. The flickering lights within the palace seemed to resonate with the sage's calculations. Suddenly, the sage halted his divination. His expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. Yet beads of sweat, resembling pearls, emerged upon his forehead. With a resounding plop, a droplet fell to the ground, akin to a clap of thunder. Below, Xiandu gazed up at his master, his heart brimming with astonishment. What could possibly occupy the sage's thoughts to such an extent? It is known that among the 6 saints, the sage possesses the most profound cultivation. With a pure heart, Xiandu dared not delve deeper into his thoughts. He merely cast a furtive glance at his master before bowing his head again. Seemingly oblivious to Xiandu's unease, the sage spoke slowly. "Xiandu, descend the mountain and visit the ancestral land of humanity. There is peril in the ancestral grounds. At a critical moment, you may lend your assistance." Peril in the ancestral land of humanity? A cloud of confusion enveloped Xiandu's mind, yet he refrained from further inquiries, rising to respond with a respectful bow. "Yes, master." After Xiandu departed, the vast hall of 8 scenes was suddenly engulfed in darkness. It is noteworthy that the lights in the hall were the earthly lights among the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and humanity, their flames being the celestial purple fire, a primordial sacred flame. Now, with the lights extinguished, the implications were unmistakable. The sage of Ta Ching closed his eyes slightly, seemingly indifferent to the darkness. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heaven master sat cross-legged upon a mat, fully aware of the actions of the heavenly court. He scoffed disdainfully. A group of scaly beings engaging in such deeds is hardly surprising. to the primordial heaven master. The heavenly court's actions appeared to have been anticipated long ago. The 11 golden immortals nodded in agreement, yet only Huang Long felt a pang of pain in his heart. In the sect of interception, within the Bayou Palace, the master of Tong Tian showed no surprise regarding the impending clash between the witch and demon clans. After all, the rise and fall of powers is an immutable law of the universe. However, the master of Tong Tian furrowed his brow, for the conflict between the witches and demons would unwittingly ensnare humanity. The previous benevolent act of Luo Xian had significantly bolstered the fortunes of the sect of interception. If humanity were to suffer as a result, would not the sect's fortunes wane alongside? Alternatively, if the sect could rescue humanity from this calamity, would not their fortunes swell once more? After pondering for a moment, the master of Tong Tian resolved to take action. He summoned the water and fire youth. Child, disciple is here. What commands does the master have? Replied the water and fire youth, appearing before him with a respectful gesture. Go to Fire Dragon Island and summon Luo Xian, commanded the master of Tong Tian. Upon giving the order, the water and fire youth transformed into a beam of spiritual light and vanished from sight. After a considerable time, Luo Xian appeared within the Bayou Palace. Upon seeing the master of Tong Tian seated in the prominent position, he could not suppress his curiosity. May I inquire as to why the master has summoned me? The master of heavenly teachings did not hasten to inquire about Luo Xian's thoughts, but instead commanded, please prepare a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian promptly understood the implication and retrieved a complete set of tea utensils. He deftly took out a small pouch of tea leaves, ignited the fire, boiled the water, and brewed the tea in a seamless flow. The rich aroma of tea instantly enveloped the entire Bayou Palace. Luo Xian presented a cup of tea to the master of heavenly teachings, who, after taking a gentle whiff from the cup, slowly remarked, this tea is exquisite. I heard from my esteemed master Jin Yuanzi that this tea is derived from the supreme, innate spiritual root of the enlightenment tree. The master's seemingly casual remark carried profound significance, hinting at a subtle reproach towards Luo Xian for not offering such a fine gift to his own master first, but rather to another, which left the master feeling somewhat slighted. Luo Xian, understanding the underlying message, chuckled softly, scratched his head, and then produced several packets of enlightenment tree tea leaves, placing them before the master. Master, I know you have been burdened with numerous affairs lately. This is but a small token of my appreciation. The master of heavenly teachings shot Luo Xian a stern glance before accepting the tea leaves. The previous incident had nearly caused him to lose face before Jin Yuanzi, a matter of great importance to one as proud as he. Taking a sip of the tea, the master gestured for Luo Xian to sit beside him. Luo Xian's heart surged with excitement. This was indeed a tremendous honor. It has been several 100,000 years since the last great battle between the witch and demon clans. What are your thoughts on the impending conflict? The master inquired. The battle between the witches and demons is a fated clash, a means employed by the heavenly Tao to ensure its completeness. Luo Xian candidly expressed his views in the presence of the master. As my master is well aware, the confrontation is predestined by the heavenly Tao. The master shifted his focus. And what of the human race? Luo Xian's mind sharpened. The slaughter of the human race during the witch-demon conflict is also determined by the heavenly Tao. For humanity to flourish, it must endure trials and tribulations. Those who survive the calamity will surely be blessed in the aftermath. Though the human race may seem feeble now, it shall become the protagonist of the primordial world in the future, Luo Xian asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed the master's eyes. Though the human race possesses an innate Tao body, they are ultimately postnatal beings. How can they bear the weighty mantle of the heavenly Tao's protagonists? Nevertheless, he was willing to take a gamble, placing his trust in Luo Xian's judgment. What do you propose we do? The master asked. Immediately dispatch our disciples to rescue the human race from the clutches of the demon clan. Luo Xian replied without hesitation. The demon race has yet to realize that the souls of the human race can penetrate the corporeal forms of the witch clan. Otherwise, the human race would suffer even more brutal massacres. After their discussion, The Master of Heavenly Teachings dismissed the light barrier and summoned Duo Bao. As Duo Bao entered the Grand Hall and beheld Luo Xian seated beside the Master, his gaze shifted slightly, though he maintained a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Greetings, Master and Brother Luo Xian." Duo Bao suppressed the turmoil within and bowed respectfully. "The human race is in peril due to the witch-demon conflict. I command you to lead our disciples to rescue them." The Master of Heavenly Teachings instructed. "Yes." How Duo Bao habo daobut. He accepted the command without delay and set forth. He emerged from the palace, unleashing beams of ethereal light, soaring into the heavens, pursued by a multitude of luminous trails that streaked across the sky like meteors. With the sacred decree of the holy sage, we must rescue humanity and secure a glimmer of hope. The voice of Duo Bao reverberated through the cosmos. At the eastern shores, tumultuous waves surged as countless formidable demons swept across the waters, their greedy gazes fixated upon the panicked humanity fleeing upon the sands. Suddenly, a wolf demon lunged ferociously at a human, devouring him in one swift motion, blood splattering forth, sending the surrounding humans into a frenzy of terrified screams. The wolf demon, however, bore a look of satisfaction, licking its lips as if relishing the thrill of the hunt. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the heavens unleashed a gentle, persistent rain. Countless humans knelt upon the ground, weeping and wailing. Who will come to our aid? Who will save us? The despair of humanity was palpable, tears streaming down their faces. Their voices rendered hoarse. Their hearts brimmed with hopelessness and indignation. Why must the heavens treat them so? Oh, the injustice of the divine. Chapter 45. The celestial being's intervention for the survival of humanity upon the vast expanse of the primordial earth. The human race predominantly congregated near the tribes of the witch clan. After millennia of flourishing and procreation, the two races, due to their similar forms and intermarriage, saw many humans exhibit a hybrid state of both witch and human lineage. However, the demon clan remained indifferent to these nuances. Upon sensing any trace of witch blood, they deemed it a target for extermination. In their eyes, humanity was merely a product of postnatal evolution, and their slaughter was inconsequential. In an instant, the primordial earth was awash with blood, as if vast stretches of land were stained crimson. The entire realm was enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere of despair. Who shall come to the rescue of humanity? Who can save us, the human race? What wrong have we committed? Holy Mother, we are your subjects. Where are you? Sage Taiji, where do you find yourself? Similar cries echoed throughout the primordial expanse as humanity called out to the heavens and the earth in vain. Countless souls perished in this calamity, departing with resentment, bitterness, and lamentation. The chaos of calamity surged unchecked, and the weight of karma escalated, swirling like a great dragon throughout the cosmos. Within the 8th Scenic Palace, Sage Taiji sat serenely upon his mat. At that moment, the tragic sight of demon beasts slaughtering humans had manifested upon Shoyang Mountain. Today, I shall witness your capabilities. Sage Taiji's countenance remained tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. With a gentle flick of his finger, countless rays of spiritual light surged forth, enveloping the beings of Shoyang Mountain with unwavering precision. Begone! The command resonated like thunder, reverberating across Shoyang Mountain. The demons engaged in their massacre suddenly felt a formidable force assail them. A tempestuous gale roared, and despite their frantic attempts to summon their spiritual powers to resist, they found themselves utterly powerless, helplessly witnessing the distortion of the void before them. Their bodies were cast back like kites severed from their strings, hurtling thousands of miles away. Sage Taiji had intervened. Thank you, Sage Taiji. Sage Taiji is merciful. Countless humans on Shoyang Mountain were filled with gratitude, prostrating themselves devoutly in the direction of the 8th Scenic Palace. At that moment, Sage Taiji slightly opened his eyes and perceived a flicker of fortune augmenting the human teachings. Evidently, his actions were justified. All humans surrounding Shoyang Mountain may seek refuge here. This proclamation echoed throughout Shoyang Mountain, reaching tens of thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, Luo Xian, upon emerging from the Bo Palace, did not accompany the disciples of the Jie sect, but headed straight to the Fenghai tribe. He arranged for the humans of the Fenghai tribe to relocate to Fire Dragon Island to escape the impending bloodbath. Subsequently, he hurried to Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, where he informed Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun of the crisis facing humanity. Hong Yun, ever compassionate, readily pledged his assistance, and Xinyuanzi echoed this agreement. At Wuzhuang Temple, the temple gates slowly opened, and Xinyuanzi stepped forth, his resonant voice echoing across Mount Wanshou. All humans may come here for refuge. As his words fell, he brandished the Earth Book, which activated the Earth formation, causing a violet barrier to rise instantaneously around the entirety of Mount Wanshou. Countless members of the human race, upon hearing the news, began to converge towards the Wuzhuang Temple. Hong Yun stood outside the temple, observing the throngs of humans approaching. They were tattered and weary, their faces covered in dust, their voices hoarse from fatigue. Upon reaching Wuzhuang Temple, tears welled in their eyes. At that moment, a dense aura of demonic energy descended from the heavens, revealing a towering figure, a middle-aged man with a human body and a dragon's head. He cast a cold gaze upon Xinyuanzi. This man was none other than the demon sage, Ji Meng. "What is your intention, Xinyuanzi?" Ji Meng inquired, his tone sharp. Xinyuanzi's expression shifted dramatically. The resentment from Hong Yun's previous betrayal remained unavenged, and yet the demon clan dared to tread upon his Longevity Mountain. "I shall protect the humans of Longevity Mountain," Xinyuanzi declared, his voice resolute and unyielding as he brandished his whisk. Hong Yun stepped forward, directing his gaze at Ji Meng, a surge of uncontainable rage swelling within him. Ever since he had nearly perished from a grievous injury during their last encounter, he had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the demon race. Now that Ji Meng had come to him, he would not allow him to escape easily. Ji Meng, observing the two formidable figures, Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun, felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating retreat. However, it was too late. Hong Yun soared into the air first, swinging his right fist, unleashing his spiritual power towards Ji Meng. Ji Meng, not daring to underestimate the attack, pushed his palms forward, summoning a yellow barrier that materialized before him. Boom! At the moment of collision, the yellow barrier revealed several cracks. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi wielded the dragon skin 7-star whip, an exceptional spiritual treasure crafted from the skin of an ancient true dragon. With a single lash, the whip crackled through the air, as if tearing the very fabric of space, vanishing into the void. In an instant, the whip struck through the barrier, landing directly on Ji Meng, who cried out in pain and, unable to continue the fight, turned to flee. Simultaneously, the message conveyed by Luo Xian had reached the ancestral ground of the human race. Within the ancestral hall, the three ancestors sat upon a massive stone, exchanging glances. Swearin displayed a faint smile of despair. The plight of the human race was indeed dire. The demon race was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what the humans could withstand. Even though the recent massacre was not explicitly aimed at the humans, given their current strength, the arrival of a single demon king could lead to countless human casualties, with bodies piling high and rivers of blood flowing. Should the demon race truly unleash their full fury upon the humans, it remained uncertain whether any vestige of their bloodline could be preserved. The human race had become painfully weak. Brother, do not hesitate any longer. Let us follow the immortal master's command and retreat to Wuzhuang Temple and the shores of the East Sea. At the shores of the East Sea, a group from the Intercept School was traversing the void. The Daobao Daoist, clad in a red robe, was accompanied by the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, the Wudong Saint Mother, Zhao Gongming, and the three Celestial Maidens. Suddenly, Daobao halted, gazing at the demon beast soaring low over the East Sea. As the primary target of the demon race was not the humans, the approaching forces consisted solely of a horde of Tai Golden Immortal-level demon kings. Zhao Gongming's expression hardened with determination as he surveyed the dense mass of hundreds of Tai Golden Immortal demon beasts ahead. He stepped forward boldly, proclaiming, "Demon race, retreat at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Amidst the throngs of monstrous beasts, emerged the formidable Dragon King, a peak Tai golden immortal, who disdainfully scoffed, "Mind your own business." With a flash of insight, Duobao clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, stating, "I have come at the behest of the sage of the Upper Clear to protect the human race along the eastern shores. Master brother, do not waste words with them." Zhao Gongming huffed, his temper already volatile. How dare a mere peak Tai golden immortal beast exhibit such arrogance before them, the quasi-saints? Zhao Gongming summoned 24 sea calming pearls, which levitated around him, emanating a cerulean radiance as torrents of water surged forth from within the pearls. His formidable early quasi-saint cultivation spread like a tidal wave, sweeping towards the assembly of demon kings in the heavenly court. In an instant, the demon kings were ensnared by the deluge, utterly powerless to resist. Zhao Gongming hurled the 24 sea calming pearls, sending the demon kings reeling back for hundreds of thousands of miles. "Thank you, immortal master of for saving our lives." Countless humans along the eastern shores prostrated themselves in gratitude. "Fear not, for ours shall surely protect the human race." Duobao, as the elder brother, commanded an outer sect disciple to lead the humans to the nearby islands of Golden Turtle Island, advising them to remain until the calamity passed. The figures of this myriad immortals flitted back and forth along the eastern shores, resulting in the salvation of countless humans. Witnessing this, many beings of the primordial world were deeply moved. Within the palace of Enhua, the goddess Enhua appeared visibly displeased, her delicate fingers clenched tightly, the veins on her fists bulging. With a voice filled with ire, she admonished, "Tai, I shall remember this karmic debt." The orchestrator of this turmoil was indeed Tai, who had commanded the demon race to initiate this offensive. Upon witnessing the disciples have come to the aid of the human race, Enhua's anxious heart finally found solace. Yet, her curiosity burgeoned. Why would Master Tongtian extend his hand to assist the humans? In the primordial realm, where myriad races coexisted, although most were not as powerful as the heavenly court, secretly aiding the human race was not an insurmountable task. Enhua formed seals with her fingers, and the map of mountains and rivers behind her shimmered with vibrant light. After a considerable time, she murmured softly, "This Luo Xian is indeed remarkable. He shares a significant destiny with the human race." Chapter 46, The Unstoppable Teachings of the Intercepting Sect, Invitation from Nuwa by the Eastern Sea. After delivering the news, Luo Xian immediately expanded his divine consciousness, enveloping a vast radius of millions of miles within his grasp. He keenly perceived, from a distance of 100,000 miles, a blood-red glow rising to the heavens, the air thick with the anguished cries and desperate howls of humanity. Thousands of human beings were desperately fleeing, while a golden immortal tiger demon, with a mocking expression, fixated on the escaping crowd from beneath the clouds, occasionally licking its lips in anticipation. At the rear of the human throng, a dozen celestial beings, some with severed limbs and others grievously wounded, faced the golden immortal tiger demon. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, akin to an insurmountable chasm. The tiger demon bore the remnants of human corpses upon its 5 claws, a sight too gruesome to behold. Leisurely, the tiger demon trailed behind the human tribe, occasionally opening its massive jaws to devour a hapless human in an instant, its fangs piercing through flesh. It would sometimes unleash a thunderous roar, resulting in the demise of hundreds under its ferocious howl. Suddenly, the tiger demon raised its colossal paw, poised to strike the encircled humans, yet it refrained from immediate attack. It seemed to revel in the sight of the feeble humans struggling in terror, savoring the prolonged torment they endured. Soon after, with a forceful press of its claws, hundreds of humans were mercilessly crushed into a bloody pulp, a scene too horrific to witness. Indeed, the tiger demon, still unsated, licked its lips, its gaze wandering until it caught sight of Luo Xian, donned in a flowing red robe amidst the void. Standing proudly in the air, his crimson robe billowed fiercely, fiery hair dancing in the wind, surrounded by flames, with a faint image of a golden crow emerging within the fiery shadows. "Friend, do you also take an interest in these humans?" If you desire, I shall present them to you. The tiger demon, mistaking Luo Xian for a member of the demon clan due to the golden crow behind him, spoke with a hint of goodwill. In the eyes of the tiger demon, humans were merely fodder for the myriad clans, and it could not fathom that Luo Xian's presence was not for the consumption of humanity. After all, as the foremost clan of the primordial wilderness, the demon race held a status far superior to that of humans, devoid of any compassion for them. However, Luo Xian's fury ignited within him, and he immediately summoned the myriad crow's pot. 6,000 fiery crows erupted like a tidal wave, enveloping the tiger demon. A scorching wave surged forth, causing the tiger demon to wail in agony. I am the king of 10,000 tigers. The tiger demon, stricken with terror, hastily proclaimed its identity. Yet before it could finish speaking, it was consumed entirely by the true flames of the sun. The surviving humans, witnessing the demise of the tiger demon, trembled as they turned to face Luo Xian. Upon glimpsing his figure, they could hardly believe their eyes, erupting in joyous exclamations. It is Master Luo Xian. Truly, Master Luo Xian has come to save us. The remaining humans halted, turning towards him with tears of gratitude glistening in their eyes, kneeling in reverence to express their thanks. Head towards Golden Ao Island. Disciples of the intercepting sect shall protect you. With this assurance, Luo Xian continued his flight towards the eastern sea, swiftly traversing the path, seeking any straggling humans in need of aid. At this moment, high above in the celestial realm, the fiery ancestral shaman Zhu Rong, with a temperament as fierce as flames, glared furiously at the demon sage Lu Wu, bellowing in anger. Let this motley crew of yours understand the might of my shaman clan. If we are to fight, let's not waste words. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, Lu Wu summoned a tempestuous surge of air, drawing forth countless currents that rapidly converged. It is essential to note that both he and Zhu Rong were formidable powers at the peak of quasi-sainthood. Without hesitation, Zhu Rong spun his hands rapidly, unleashing a roaring fire dragon, engulfed in flames, that soared upward with great speed. Lu Wu conjured an ink-black seal from thin air, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. This seal, known as the Kunlun seal, was an exquisite innate spiritual treasure birth from the sacred Kunlun mountain itself. With a mighty swing, Lu Wu brought the Kunlun seal crashing down upon the fire dragon, which instantly dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, Lu Wu brandished the Kunlun seal once more, this time aiming it at Zhu Rong. Meanwhile, the ancestral shaman Di Jiang was locked in fierce combat with Di Jun. Their figures moved like lightning, each strike causing the earth to tremble and the winds to howl, tearing apart the very fabric of space. Yet, neither side could gain the upper hand in this impasse. Di Jiang remained poised and composed, while Di Jun maintained a stoic expression. Each of their casual blows unleashed shockwaves capable of shattering countless mountains. On another front, the 9 great ancestral shamans were embroiled in a fierce struggle against the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. The Eastern Emperor struck with relentless ferocity, employing broad and powerful maneuvers, displaying unparalleled dominance. He shielded himself with the Chaos Bell, which radiated a golden brilliance, deflecting every attack from the 9 ancestral shamans. Despite being besieged by 9 foes, the Eastern Emperor maneuvered with ease, summoning the 3-legged golden crow. However, regardless of the ferocity of his assaults, he could only repel the ancestral shamans, never managing to breach their formidable physical forms. Ultimately, Di Jun and the Eastern Emperor joined forces, while the 11 ancestral shamans stood with arms crossed, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. We must withdraw. Though reluctant, the Eastern Emperor recognized that the shaman clan's physical resilience rivaled that of innate treasures, making a breach exceedingly troublesome, and thus reluctantly commanded a retreat. Upon witnessing the demon's departure, the ancestral shamans also withdrew to the Pangahal. Along the shores of the Eastern Sea, Luo Xian employed the Golden Crow transformation technique, soaring a staggering 24,000 miles in the blink of an eye. As the figures of the demon race began to dwindle and the fleeing human populace ceased to appear, Luo Xian's previously tense heart finally relaxed. At that moment, a thick stream of merit
as robust as a barrel, descended from above, merging into Luo Xian's being. Is this merit? Luo Xian whispered in surprise. He was acutely aware that merit could not only be refined but also elevate one's cultivation, its value far surpassing that of earthly treasures. Luo Xian hurriedly accepted the merit. Simultaneously, in the gathering of the disciples of the Jiejiao, including figures such as Duo Bao, Jin Ling, Gui Ling, and Wu Dong, merit similarly rained down from the heavens. The Jiejiao disciples rejoiced, with countless students immediately sitting cross-legged, seizing the opportunity to refine this rare merit. Duo Bao waved his hand to dismiss some trivial matters approaching him, attentively feeling the merit within his body and, subsequently, secured it. He sensed that he was subtly inching closer to the realm of corpse severing. The sensation is not unique to Duo Bao. Jin Ling, Wu Dong, and Gui Ling share similar sentiments, quietly accepting the merits bestowed upon them. Within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun leisurely sip tea and engage in casual conversation. Suddenly, their eyes widened slightly, disbelief etched on their faces, mouths parting in astonishment. Yet, this expression is fleeting, quickly replaced by smiles. Your nephew, Luo Xian, is truly remarkable, Zhen Yuanzi praises, contemplating the idea of taking Luo Xian as his disciple. However, he is acutely aware that such a decision would provoke the ire of Tong Tian Jiao Master, likely resulting in the deployment of the Excalibur array before Mount Wanshou. Hong Yun concurs, recognizing that with this newfound merit, his injuries will soon heal, and then he shall seek retribution against the demon race. On Shouyang Mountain, since the Great Purity Saint has sheltered humanity, countless individuals have sought refuge there daily, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his aid. Within the 8 scenic palaces, the Great Purity Saint sits cross-legged, eyes closed in deep contemplation, as flickering lights dance in the hall, casting shadows. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appears that the fortunes of humanity have indeed increased once more. His assistance to them has proven fruitful. It is essential to note that the fortunes of humanity are intricately linked to him. The stronger their fortune, the greater the returns for him. Currently, the vast fortunes of humanity primarily benefit him in Xuandu. The Great Purity Saint murmurs softly, Luo Xian, how intriguing. Within the Bo Palace on Golden Ao Island of the Jie sect, Tong Tian Jiao Master observes everything unfolding along the Eastern Sea. Upon witnessing the disciples of the Jie sect receiving great merits, he cannot help but slap his thigh and laugh heartily. His laughter intensifies, resonating throughout the Bo Palace, for he realizes that the fortunes of the Jie sect have once again grown. In Tong Tian Jiao Master's eyes, Luo Xian is indeed a treasure for the Jie sect. Meanwhile, in Nuwa Palace, Nuwa lounges with her legs crossed, the slit of her skirt revealing her alabaster thigh. With a casual flick, she sends forth a beam of spiritual light, which races like a meteor through the layers of clouds, landing before Tong Tian Jiao Master and transforming into a missive that boldly reads, Tong Tian Jiao Master, please summon your nephew Luo Xian to Nuwa Palace for a discussion. Chapter 47. A visit to Nuwa, checking in at the Nuwa Palace on Fire Dragon Island. Upon returning to the island, Luo Xian found Bai Yu gazing at him with a look reminiscent of a mournful wolf, which sent a shiver down his spine and filled him with an ominous premonition. Master. Bai Yu's voice was sweet and sultry as she swayed her hips and approached him with a dreamy gaze. With Luo Xian's fiery temperament, he could not withstand such allure. He promptly embraced Bai Yu, casting a spell to create a barrier, and they engaged in a spirited tussle. 3 days later, Luo Xian emerged from his cave, instinctively placing his hands on his waist, filled with a sense of reflection. He could not help but mutter to himself, indeed, there are no fields left untended, only exhausted oxen. Bai Yu trailed closely behind, her eyes still reflecting a lingering resentment, as if her desires were yet to be fulfilled. Unconsciously, her hand reached out toward Luo Xian, startling him into exclaiming, "Are you coming again? Bring it on." Without hesitation, Bai Yu seized his arm and led him back to the cave. Luo Xian wore a grimace, clearly unwilling. 10 days later, Luo Xian's face was as pale as a sheet, his steps unsteady, and his eyes dimmed in luster. Bai Yu cast a disdainful glance at him, her expression seemingly questioning. Is this all you've got? At that moment, a beam of spiritual light suddenly descended before Luo Xian. He reached out to catch it and discovered it was an invitation spirit talisman from Yuhua, with the words of heavenly permission inscribed in the corner. He waved the talisman before Bai Yu, as if to convey that it was not fear that compelled him, but rather an urgent matter to attend to. Bai Yu shot him another scornful look and turned back into the cave. Luo Xian summoned the red smoke steed, leaping onto its back and collapsing in exhaustion. Gently patting it as he instructed, "Take it slow. After all, such matters should not be displayed before another woman, especially not in front of the goddess Nuwa." Ding! Congratulations to the host for refreshing a new check-in location. Please proceed to the Nuwa Palace to check in. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian's spirits lifted instantly. It was indeed a case of timely fortune. Had he not refreshed the check-in location this time, he would have been at a loss for excuses on his next visit. Outside the Nuwa Palace, Luo Xian stowed away the red smoke steed and approached the palace. There stood an enchanting woman clad in a flowing azure robe, her demeanor serene and her features exquisitely delicate, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Her skin rivaled snow, and her long, flowing hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, her bare feet resting upon the clouds. Just her tranquil presence evoked a sense of reverence, as if she were a celestial being to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. Upon seeing Luo Xian, she slowly approached him. "Greetings, fellow practitioner. I kindly request you to inform the goddess of my arrival," he said courteously. The beautiful woman nodded gently, resembling an ethereal fairy untouched by mortal affairs, and turned to enter the palace. After a considerable time, she re-emerged, announcing, "The goddess requests your presence." "Thank you," Luo Xian replied as he stepped into the Nuwa Palace. The moment he entered, a peculiar fragrance enveloped him, mingled with a hint of creamy sweetness, invigorating his spirit and uplifting his heart. Luo Xian approached Nuwa with utmost reverence. Bowing respectfully as he greeted, "I pay my respects to you, Master Nuwa." He clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence. "There is no need for such formalities," Nuwa replied with a voice as clear and ethereal as a distant melody from the heavens. Subsequently, she commanded, "Jin Feng, prepare the tea." Luo Xian hurriedly produced a small pouch of enlightenment tree tea leaves, presenting it to Nuwa, saying, "Master, I possess an even finer tea for you to sample." Nuwa nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At that moment, Jin Feng entered, the enchanting maiden who had been waiting outside for Luo Xian. She took the enlightenment tree tea leaves and gracefully exited the hall. "Jin Feng, Jin Feng." Luo Xian repeated the name in his mind, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Suddenly, realization struck him. He understood why the name resonated so deeply. Jin Feng was the revered goddess of war from the Phoenix clan. During the cataclysm of the Dragon and Han era, she had led her kin in fierce battles across the lands, earning a legendary reputation. It was thought she had perished after the calamity, yet here she was serving as a maiden in the Nuwa Palace. A sense of caution enveloped Luo Xian. Indeed, the vast wilderness was home to many formidable beings. Had he allowed himself to be swayed by her beauty outside, he could have faced dire consequences. He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing his esteemed Master Nuwa. As one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Sky Palace and one of the 6 saints of the wilderness, she had created humanity from the essence of the earth and attained sainthood, revered by mortals as the Holy Mother, being the first among the 6 saints to achieve this status. Nuwa reclined languidly upon a phoenix chair, intricately designed with patterns reminiscent of phoenix feathers. Delicate, gossamer veils surrounded her, flowing like mist, subtly accentuating her graceful form and revealing her exquisite silhouette in an ethereal manner. As she half reclined, the fabric of her attire slipped slightly, unveiling her delicate collarbone. With a slight shift, the slit of her skirt revealed a glimpse of her porcelain thigh. Her lips, vibrant yet dignified, contrasted with her serene and breathtaking visage, enhanced by the passage of time that added a unique charm. Luo Xian could not help but marvel internally.
Niwa truly was the most astonishing celestial maiden he had ever encountered. "My lady, the tea is ready," Jin Feng announced as she approached Niwa, pouring 2 cups of tea. After being granted a seat, Luo Xian observed Niwa as she lifted her cup, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a captivating radiance. The hint of crimson at the corners glowing brilliantly. She took a gentle sip, savoring it before exclaiming, "Esteemed nephew, this tea is indeed remarkable. It must originate from the exquisite enlightenment tree." It was no surprise that a sage of her caliber could discern the origins of such tea. "If you favor it." "Dear uncle, I have more to offer," Luo Xian swiftly responded, retrieving 3 pouches of enlightenment tree tea leaves from his system space and presenting them to Niwa. "Why 3 pouches, you may wonder." Luo Xian solemnly declared that he possessed precisely 3 pouches, harboring no ulterior motives towards the revered Niwa. As she accepted the tea leaves, a flicker of admiration arose within Niwa's heart. "My esteemed brother Tontian has indeed taken on a commendable disciple." Uncertain of the reason for being summoned by the venerable Niwa, Luo Xian respectfully inquired. Niwa responded with a gentle hum, her legs elegantly crossed. Luo Xian instinctively lowered his gaze, his cheeks flushing slightly, for he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a captivating scene at the slit of her skirt. "You have shown great kindness to the human race. As a sage, I am often constrained in my actions. This time, during the tribulations faced by humanity, it is thanks to your intervention that we find hope," Niwa declared, casually gesturing as a verdant jade slip materialized before Luo Xian's eyes. "This is a divine talisman, known as the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, which I bestow upon you as a reward." A surge of joy welled up within Luo Xian. What he currently lacked most were divine abilities, and this was indeed a timely boon. Suppressing his elation, he replied, "Thank you, esteemed Niwa. It is only natural for me, as a disciple, to assist the lineage you have created." Accepting the divine talisman, he bowed once more to Niwa. "Should there be no pressing matters in the future, I shall often visit you, esteemed aunt." Niwa smiled in response. "As for future matters, we shall address them in due time." "Thank you, esteemed aunt." Luo Xian once again clasped his hands in reverence before departing the Huahuang Palace. As he passed by Jin Feng, he discreetly slipped her a pouch of tea leaves, then silently instructed his system, check in at the Huahuang Palace." Jin Feng, not one to refuse, had already sensed the extraordinary nature of the tea leaves during her earlier brewing. However, without the queen's permission, she dared not indulge. Now that Luo Xian had presented them willingly, a sense of fondness for him blossomed within her. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Luo Xian. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me at the Huahuang Palace," Jin Feng softly offered. Luo Xian nodded, summoning his fiery steed, the Qi Yin Ju, as he departed the palace. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the Huahuang Palace. You have received 100 million drops of the 3-light divine water." "Wow!" Luo Xian, already traversing the clouds, could not contain his exclamation. 100 million drops of the 3-light divine water. If this were to be known, it would surely cause a stir throughout the entire primordial realm. The last time he had signed in, he had received a mere 100 drops, which were nearly depleted. Now, with this newfound bounty, Luo Xian could traverse the primordial world with renewed vigor. His spirit soared. For this visit to the Huahuang Palace had not only granted him an immense fortune, but also allowed him to witness the enchanting grace of the goddess Niwa, making the journey truly worthwhile. Chapter 48. The Arid West and the Machinations of the Two Saints following the conflict between the Tao and demons. The spiritual veins of the West were tragically shattered, leading to a gradual desiccation of the region. The West, the very land of the Western sect, has seen its spiritual energy dwindle to alarming levels, with resources drastically diminished. In former years, the sect was able to provide stipends to each disciple in a timely manner. Yet now, not only have the resources been halved, but some disciples have gone centuries without receiving their due compensation. In an instant, discontent brewed among the disciples, their grievances echoing loudly. What has happened to the West? How has it become so impoverished? It has been ages since we received our stipends, Can we even remain here? The West has become a pitfall, incomparable to the East. We traveled from afar. What are we hoping to gain? A group of dozens of named disciples gathered, exchanging complaints in a fervent chorus. They had once believed that being taken under the wing of a saint was the pinnacle of honor. Even as named disciples, traversing the primordial realm was supposed to bring them prestige. In the face of formidable foes, merely invoking the name of a saint could grant them reprieve. Even when engaging in reckless behavior, claiming the identity of a saint's disciple sometimes allowed them to escape unscathed. Yet now, with stipends failing to materialize, the already sparse spiritual energy of the West rendered cultivation a formidable challenge. At that moment, the medicine master happened to pass by, and a throng of disciples immediately encircled him. The medicine master, a direct disciple of the two saints of the West, held the esteemed position of the foremost among the four principal disciples, regarded as the eldest brother of the sect. Eldest brother, how long has it been since we last received our stipends? Eldest brother, if this continues, our cultivation will regress, and we may have no choice but to leave the Western sect. Indeed, brother, in light of the current situation, we can no longer endure. The disciples' fervor swelled, their indignation nearing the brink of eruption. If not handled with care, this could potentially trigger a mass exodus from a sect. However, how could the medicine master address such a crisis? A bitter smile graced his lips. His heart mirrored the helplessness of his fellow disciples. He had once believed that arriving in the West, under the guidance of a saint, would grant him access to heavenly treasures, rare elixirs, and ample provisions. Surely, even if all else failed, the celestial peaches and fruits would suffice. What was the reality? The West lay barren, the spiritual veins shattered, desolate to the point where not even birds would linger. Not to mention heavenly treasures and rare elixirs, even the basic resources for the disciples' cultivation were no longer available. Dear brothers, please remain calm. Allow me to consult with our teacher. I am confident that our teacher will have a solution. The medicine master forced a smile. As the eldest brother, he could not afford to succumb to mere complaints like the others. With that, he transformed into a beam of spiritual light and flew directly to Mount Shumi, conveying the situation in its entirety to Juan-Ti and Jane. Upon hearing the account, Jane fell into contemplation, rendered silent for a moment. However, Juan-Ti, upon learning the news, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? They wish to leave the sect?" Jane's face contorted in anguish, clutching his heart as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Lamenting, our Western sect faces insurmountable challenges. The conflict between the Tao and demons has left the spiritual veins of the West in ruins, while among the 6 saints, the 3 pure ones and Nuwa have ascended to sainthood in succession. Jane and Juani, unable to contain their urgency, made a solemn vow consisting of 48 grand aspirations. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jane resolved, "Very well, let us dispense the remaining resources from our treasury to them." Thus, the medicine master received the command and withdrew. By the 8 treasures pool, Juan-Ti and Jane exchanged glances. Juan-Ti, known for his fiery temper and carefree disposition, was unable to conceal his anxiety. At that moment, he resembled an ant on a hot pan, frantically slapping his thigh. Even if we give them these resources, it won't last long. What shall we do once they are depleted? Upon voicing his concerns, a frown of worry crossed Juan-Ti's face as he added, "Are we truly to watch them abandon their teachings?" The Western lands were already barren, making it increasingly difficult to cultivate heavenly treasures and spiritual flora. Their only means of acquiring resources lay in their clandestine ventures to the eastern paradises, where they could unearth a few spiritual plants to bring back. Yet, fortune was fickle. They might encounter the celestial teacher and the primordial heavenly sovereign, who would undoubtedly mock them. Revitalizing the West had always been Juan-Ti's fervent aspiration. Jin, shaking his head in resignation, replied, "The West is inherently desolate, and with the impending battle between the witch and the demon, the calamity's turbulence only exacerbates the unsuitability for spiritual vegetation to thrive. Were it not for this conflict, the abundant spiritual energy of the primordial world might still allow for a meager yield of spiritual herbs." Sighing, Juan-Ti nodded in agreement. Suddenly, A fierce determination ignited in his eyes. If you refuse to engage in battle, then I shall assist you. The conflict between the witch and the demon would stir the primordial waters, creating chaos from which they could profit. As the saying goes, a friend's demise is of no concern to the monk. The battle would have little effect on the Western teachings, primarily impacting the East. If they could leverage this conflict to severely weaken the major Eastern sects, it would bring them great joy. "Brother, what do you mean?" Jean inquired, puzzled. Junti, with a facade of strength concealing his inner turmoil, continued, "I have heard that Emperor Jun has 10 sons residing in Tang Valley. If we could lure them out." "Brother, is that feasible? To forcibly intervene in a great calamity would surely entangle us in karmic consequences, which would be arduous to resolve. Not only would it affect our personal fortunes, but in severe cases, it could jeopardize the fortunes of the Western teachings." Jean expressed his concerns, fearing that Juni's scheme might be exposed, leading to repercussions from the heavenly court and ultimately reaching Nuwa. Despite being a woman, Nuwa's cultivation was no less formidable than theirs. Moreover, the 3 pure ones had always regarded the East as a sacred domain and deeply resented their intrusion. "Then, brother, what is your plan?" Jane inquired earnestly. Although the sages are immortal, if Jundi's intentions were revealed, the Western teachings might never recover. "We shall entice the 10 golden crows out of the valley and incite them to scorch the witch clan. With the might of the 10 golden crows, the witch clan will surely suffer immense casualties, thereby exacerbating the conflict between the witch and the demon." Upon hearing this, Jean secretly marveled at Junti's ingenuity. Such a notion had eluded him. Yet, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, as if something were amiss. "Rest assured, my esteemed brother, I have meticulously devised a plan for this matter, and there will be no mistakes." With these words, Junti transformed into a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an aura of jade-clear, mystical power. Bowing respectfully, he declared, "I am the Taoist master Huanglian of the Chan School, here to pay my respects to the Holy One of Guidance." Upon witnessing this, the Holy One erupted in hearty laughter, finding Junti's guise extraordinarily convincing. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly assume he was a member of the 3 pure ones, utterly unaware of his true affiliation with the Western Church. In a swift motion, Junti morphed once more, this time into a serpentine dragon beast, its body adorned with scales, crowned with 2 horns, and its hands transformed into fearsome dragon claws. With a jovial demeanor, he proclaimed, "I am the dragon immortal under the auspices of the upper clear sage of the intercepting teachings, here to pay my respects to the Holy One of Guidance." The Holy One rose to his feet, applauding repeatedly, extolling the brilliance of Junti's transformation. Encouraged by this acknowledgement, Junti gradually spoke. "This technique is a form of transformation, which I discovered while seeking medicinal herbs in the realm of a golden immortal. I never anticipated it would prove so invaluable." With a hearty laugh, Junti cast aside the previous clouds of gloom and addressed the Holy One. "My brother, please remain here and await good news." With that, he transformed back into the dragon beast and ascended into the sky, soaring forth from the Western Church. Racing towards the east. Chapter 49. Unexpected Discovery. The marvelous use of human souls in the primordial land. Calamities surged, and karmic burdens deepened incessantly. The discord between the witch and demon clans had escalated sharply, with conflicts erupting at the slightest provocation, rendering this realm inhospitable for cultivation. Many solitary cultivators had hastily shut their mountain gates, turning a deaf ear to the happenings of the primordial world. On one particular day, an unnamed celestial mountain came into view, its majestic stature striking and its abundant spiritual herbs flourishing in vibrant profusion, each glance revealing plants that had matured over millennia. Above, in the heavens, a beam of spiritual light suddenly descended, transforming into a dragon-like figure, none other than Junti in disguise. As he passed through this location, he was captivated by the rich spiritual energy and the vast array of precious herbs, stirring within him a desire to descend from the clouds and gather some to bring back to the west. "Pluck! I shall pluck! More to pluck!" Without hesitation, Junti waved his hand,
and the once dense throng of spiritual herbs was swiftly stripped bare. Satisfied, Junti murmured to himself, "With these herbs, my Western teaching shall endure a while longer." Just as he prepared to depart, his brow furrowed upon hearing two voices nearby, accompanied by the palpable aura of demonic energy. Demons? Junti swiftly concealed himself. Given the eruption of conflict between the witch and demon races, he sought to avoid entanglement in their affairs. Two demon immortals gradually entered his line of sight, one a tiger demon and the other a wolf demon, both possessing golden immortal cultivation. Brother Wolf. The experience with that exquisite human woman was simply indescribable. "I still savor the memory," exclaimed the tiger demon, his robust frame covered in a coat of yellow fur, his tusks protruding as he spoke, licking his lips in lingering delight. Accompanying him was the wolf demon, adorned in blue fur. "Ha! The beauty of that human lady is beyond dispute, but most importantly," at this juncture, the wolf demon abruptly halted, casting a vigilant glance around to confirm their solitude before continuing. "Most importantly, human souls can breach the flesh of the witch race. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to breach so many witch tribes in succession, not to mention attaining our current level of cultivation." The tiger demon leaned in closer, exchanging a significant glance with the wolf demon, signaling the gravity of their conversation, urging silence on the matter. "What you say is profoundly true, Brother Tiger. Our brotherhood owes its current achievements to this secret, which must remain concealed from others." The two demons shared a knowing look, understanding the implications. Should this knowledge fall into the hands of a powerful demon, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to reap further benefits, given their current levels of prowess. Human souls can breach the flesh of the witch race. Concealed in the shadows, Junti's expression shifted subtly, genuinely taken aback. The witch race was renowned throughout the primordial realm for their formidable physical strength, their bodies as resilient as the finest innate spiritual treasures. Ordinary spiritual treasures found it challenging to penetrate their defenses, allowing them to gain the upper hand in numerous conflicts between the witches and demons. If human souls truly possessed the capability to penetrate the flesh of the witch race, it would herald a monumental shift in the tide of the witch-demon conflict, leading to a genuine war. Contemplating this, Junti devised a plan, his figure vanishing and reappearing directly before the two demons. The sudden turn of events startled the two demons, causing them to tremble and retreat a step. Upon discerning that before them stood a dragon beast, a sense of trepidation gripped their hearts. "I am Easter Dragon Taoist, and I extend my salutations to you both, fellow Taoists." The two demons, sensing no aura emanating from Zuni, displayed an expression of wariness, with their hands clasped behind them, their spiritual energy circulating discreetly. "I am the Blue Wolf Taoist, and this is the Yellow Tiger Taoist. We have the honor of meeting you, Dragon Taoist." After exchanging polite gestures, the two demons lost interest in conversing further with Zuni and turned to leave towards the mountain's edge. Zuni, choosing silence, allowed them to pass. At that moment, the tiger demon and the wolf demon, with their backs to Zuni, exchanged a fleeting yet fierce glance. Having known each other for a millennium, they understood each other's intentions in an instant. Suddenly, the two demons pivoted, thrusting their palms forward, unleashing a brilliant surge of spiritual energy that erupted with the formidable power of late golden immortal stage, launching a sudden assault upon Zuni's back. Boom! Buzz! Their attack struck true against Zuni's back, and the demons' faces lit up with delight. "We've succeeded." The secret that the souls of humanity could breach the flesh of the witch race was of utmost importance, and it must remain concealed from others. Even if their adversary might not have heard, they would rather risk an erroneous kill than allow any chance of escape. In this tumultuous primordial chaos, one must tread carefully lest they lose their life at any moment. However, the smiles of the two demons instantly froze as they beheld only a talisman left in the spot where Zuni had stood, leaving them in utter astonishment. A talisman? Just then, Zuni slowly emerged from behind them, brushing off the dust from his attire, his eyes shadowed with a sinister hue. How dare they strike at a sage? Zuni felt an overwhelming urge to crush them on the spot.
were it not for the ongoing fierce battle between the witches and the demons, where the force of calamity surged. Striking at random would surely entangle him in karma. He longed to slap these two foolhardy beings into oblivion, feigning confusion and fury. Zuni questioned, "Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? I approached you with goodwill, and yet you act in such a manner. Do you not fear the wrath of the demon emperor?" He turned to the dragon Taoist. "Are you unharmed?" The two demons dared not take this lightly. Zuni's ability to evade their lethal strike without a sound indicated that his cultivation was at least on par with theirs. If they were to realize that the being before them was indeed the sage Zuni, they could only wonder what their thoughts might be. "I wish to inquire about the veracity of the claim that human souls can penetrate the bodies of the witch race." Zunti clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. The demon's expressions darkened, and with a sneer, one exclaimed, "Seeking death." Zuni responded with a cold smirk, incredulous that such minor demons would dare to strike at him. To avoid attracting the attention of the heavenly mechanisms, Zuni released the aura of a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, which terrified the two demons into an immediate plea for mercy. "Great Immortal, spare our lives. What you mentioned earlier, that human souls can breach the flesh of the witch race. Is that true?" Zuni's countenance grew serious as he pressed for an answer. "Great Immortal, the matter is as follows." The demons, now devoid of any resistance, began to recount the sequence of events. It turned out that the tiger demon and the wolf demon were originally nameless beasts of the mountains, and after attaining enlightenment through cultivation, they sought strength by joining the heavenly court, becoming demon soldiers. During a confrontation, they unexpectedly discovered the peculiar and extraordinary utility of human souls. After some deliberation, they promptly severed their ties with the heavenly court. Subsequently, they embarked on a rampant slaughter of the surrounding human tribes, subsequently utilizing the human souls to breach the corporeal forms of the witch clans, leading to the tragic demise of numerous witch tribes. The tiger and wolf demons also reaped a significant bounty of resources from this, their cultivation soaring to the late stage of Golden Immortal. So it was, "Esteemed Immortal, we have disclosed all we know. May we be granted our freedom?" The tiger and wolf demons trembled with trepidation, filled with regret for their indiscretion in revealing such secrets. "Certainly, you may leave," Zhuan Ti replied, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. "Thank you, esteemed Immortal." The tiger and wolf demons exclaimed joyfully, hastily rising. Suddenly, a colossal hand, formed from the essence of Brahma, descended from the heavens, instantly slaying the two demons. Following this, Zhuan Ti altered his course and proceeded directly towards the heavenly court. In the present turmoil of the witch-demon war, the surge of calamity swept across the realms like a raging tide, rendering the once fertile lands inhospitable for the beings of the primordial wilderness, especially the already barren West. If there were one who yearned for the outbreak of the witch-demon conflict, Zhuan Ti undoubtedly stood among them. Beyond the heavenly court, Zhuan Ti, transformed into a dragon-like figure, strode in boldly, eliciting no suspicion. In merely a few days, he had ingratiated himself with the denizens of the heavenly court, engaging in brotherly camaraderie and frequently partaking in festive revelries. One day, Zhuan Ti felt the moment was ripe. He discreetly manipulated several enchanting flower demons and then summoned a host of demon soldiers for another round of revelry. After several rounds of drink, the soldiers were thoroughly intoxicated. Zhuan Ti feigned drunkenness and, in a seemingly casual manner, let slip the information regarding human souls being capable of breaching witch corporeal forms. The demon soldiers, known for their loose lips, spread the news rapidly, and within a day, the tidings reached the ears of the 10 great demon saints. Upon hearing this, the 10 great demon saints, not daring to show any negligence, immediately reported it to the heavenly Emperor Dijun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Dijun, Tai Yi, Fuxi, the demon master Kuanpeng, and the 10 great demon saints convened. Dijun, clad in a resplendent golden robe, exuded an air of authority and solemnity as he inquired, "You claim that human souls can breach witch corporeal forms?" Chapter 50.
the desire to forge the sword of slaughtering witches and save humanity, your majesty. This matter is undoubtedly true. We have dispatched individuals to verify that the souls of humanity, when attached to spiritual treasures, can indeed break through the physical forms of the witch clan. The expressions of the 10 great demon saints were suffused with an irrepressible excitement. In their eyes, the witch clan appeared to be merely a group of hulking brutes, possessing sheer physical strength but seemingly lacking any other remarkable attributes. The 12 ancestral witches, having been transformed from the blood of Pangu, naturally inherited his formidable physical prowess. In each battle between the witches and the demons, the latter always fell slightly short in this regard, were it not for the numerical superiority of the demon race. The scales of conflict would have long since tipped in favor of the witches. While the assembly reveled in this joyous revelation, suddenly, the demon, Saint Baze, stepped forward. His chest puffed out as he proclaimed, "Humanity was created by the Holy Mother Nuwa. Should we engage in widespread slaughter, it would surely provoke the wrath of the goddess. Though humanity may possess feeble strength, they are nonetheless the creation of Nuwa herself. If the demon race were to indiscriminately massacre humanity, they might very well incite the anger of the saint." Baze's intentions were clear. This was indeed a thorny issue that the demon race must confront. Emperor Jun remained silent, not due to a lack of concern for his kin, but rather because he found it exceedingly difficult to plead with Nuwa. He had already sought her assistance on a previous occasion, and this time, "Brother, perhaps I should go in your stead." Tai stepped forward. Emperor Jun nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, Tai transformed into a beam of spiritual light and soared directly toward the Nuwa Palace. Within the Nuwa Palace, the Eastern Emperor Tai entered the Nuwa Hall, respectfully cupping his hands in salute. Tai pays his respects to the Holy Mother Nuwa. Nuwa gently nodded, her red embroidered ball slowly rotating in her hand, and inquired, "Why have you come to my sanctuary instead of remaining in your heavenly court?" Although Tai and Emperor Jun were brothers, their temperaments and approaches to life were markedly different. Nuwa held a higher regard for Emperor Jun, whereas her feelings toward Tai were less certain. "I have come today to discuss a matter of great importance with the Holy Mother." Nuwa nodded, signaling Tai to continue. Without hesitation, Tai laid bare the situation. The 10 great demon saints have descended to the mortal realm and discovered the souls of humanity. Upon hearing this, a flicker of shock passed through Nuwa's eyes as she immediately began to calculate. After a lengthy pause, she was astonished to find that it was indeed true. The souls of humanity could break through the physical forms of the witch clan, as Tai had asserted. Soon, however, an ominous premonition surged within her. The war between the witches and the demons had persisted for 1,000,000 years, and it was time for it to come to an end. The witch clan, relying on their formidable physicality, had consistently maintained the upper hand against the demons. Now that the demon race had unearthed the remarkable utility of the souls of humanity, it seemed that humanity was on the brink of an unprecedented calamity. As the Holy Mother of humanity, Nuwa was intricately linked to her creation. Frowning deeply, she solemnly questioned, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Tai lifted his head, standing tall, his eyes gleaming with golden light, and his gaze resolute and unwavering, as if defying contradiction. "Our demon race intends to forge the sword of slaughtering witches, and at that time, we shall undoubtedly engage in widespread slaughter of humanity. I implore the Holy Mother Nuwa not to intervene." As the voice fell, the palace of Nuwa was instantly engulfed in a profound silence. The pressure emanating from the saints surged like a tidal wave, causing cold sweat to bead upon Dong Huang Taiyi's forehead. Yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Impossible. The human race was her creation, and as the goddess Nuwa, the mother of humanity, how could she bear to witness the demon race wantonly slaughtering her own people? A subtle smile graced Dong Huang Taiyi's lips, as though all of this had been anticipated. His expression remained unchanged, but a hint of mockery danced in his eyes. The Holy Mother may have forgotten that the Shi Huang is now a denizen of the heavenly court. "Surely, you would not wish to see him harmed in the battle against the witch and demon? You dare to threaten me?" Nuwa's fury erupted as she struck with a resounding palm, landing squarely on Taiyi's face.
Despite the blow, Taiyi's gaze remained steadfast, unwavering. "I shall remember this," he declared, turning to exit the palace of Niwa. He held back the pain, soaring away on clouds, only to violently expel a mouthful of blood mid-flight. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. He must return to the heavenly court at once to relay this fortunate news to all. The slaughter of humanity and the forging of the witch-slaying sword were assured. The day of reckoning for the so-called foolish giants of the witch tribe was not far off. In the heavenly court within the Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, the 10 great demon saints, and the demon master Kunpeng gathered. Tai Yi recounted the outcome of his negotiations with Niwa, promptly commanding everyone to commence the slaughter of humanity and the creation of the witch-slaying sword. Fushi, wishing to interject and hinder this course of action, found himself silenced as the words clung to his throat. Subsequently, Emperor Jun issued the order, and the entire heavenly court sprang into motion. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi stood as the vanguard, while each of the 10 great demon saints led an army of 100,000 demon soldiers to descend upon the realm below and annihilate the human race. At the southern heavenly gate, countless demon soldiers assembled, their golden spears glimmering brilliantly, radiating a light that seemed capable of piercing the very heavens. Descend upon the realm, slaughter the human race, forge the witch-slaying sword. Under the leadership of the 10 great demon saints, billions of demon soldiers surged forth like a tide, rushing toward the humans. Across the vast wilderness, calamity once again surged violently, karma deepening with each passing moment, as thunder roared and countless explosions echoed in the air. The human race found itself ensnared in disaster once more. Just when peace had been restored for a few fleeting days, they were met with this overwhelming adversity. In this brutal world of the primal chaos, weakness appeared to be the original sin. Across various regions, the recently stabilized human settlements were again subjected to slaughter. Countless families fled in panic, desperately seeking refuge. At Shouyang Mountain, within the 8th Scenery Palace, flickering lamps cast wavering shadows as the Ta Ching saint slightly opened his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The plight of humanity was indeed dire, though the battle between the witches and demons followed the natural order. The tribulations faced by humanity seemed fated, yet he was determined to defy destiny. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the Ta Ching saint invoked a transformation. The Yin-Yang Taiji emblem emerged, enveloping the entirety of Shouyang Mountain in a gentle and benevolent light. The calamity befalling humanity had arrived. All humans were welcome to seek refuge upon Shouyang Mountain. At Jineo Island, within the Bio Palace, a radiant beam descended swiftly from the heavens, transforming into an elegant robe, embodying a mature and dignified presence, standing silently before the Lord of the Heavenly Teacher. This luminous figure was none other than the Saint Niwa. Master Tong Tian, the human race is in peril. I implore you to lend your assistance. Niwa hastily recounted the circumstances, after which her form dissipated. The expression of the Lord of the Heavenly Teacher grew serious as he began to calculate with a flick of his fingers. Although the battle between the witches and the demons had commenced, shrouding the heavenly secrets in obscurity, it was not beyond his capability to discern some truths from the situation given his profound cultivation. Moments later, the narrative became clear, and the Lord of the Heavenly Teacher could not help but furrow his brow. The matter was of great significance. He then commanded in a loud voice, "Shuihua, summon Luo Xian to me." "Yes." The water and fire boy, sensing the urgency in his master's tone, did not dare to delay and swiftly flew to Fire Dragon Island. The island was bustling with activity. During the last calamity faced by the human race, the Wind and Sea tribe had relocated there, infusing the island with vitality. The six-eared macaque had spent his days among the humans, gradually adopting their traits. On this particular day, within Luoshuan's cave abode, he had been in seclusion since returning from the Niwa Palace, and now a century had passed. The divine abilities bestowed by Niwa had been cultivated to a minor completion. Luo Xian rose, dispelled the formation surrounding his cave, and breathed in the fresh air outside. Suddenly, the water and fire boy landed before him. "Junior brother Luo Xian." The master summons you to the Bo Palace for a discussion. The water and fire boy, who bore the appearance of youth, had entered the sect prior to Luo Xian. "Thank you, junior brother," Luo Xian replied, producing a small pouch of Dao Enlightenment tea leaves and placing it into the water and fire boy's hands with a beaming smile. "A modest token of appreciation. You have worked hard. Junior brother, do hurry along. The master undoubtedly has urgent matters at hand," the water and fire boy gently reminded. It was no wonder the master held Luo Xian in such esteem. Even this simple gesture had forged a closer bond between them. Luo Xian nodded, summoned the crimson smoke steed, and followed the water and fire boy towards the Bo Palace. Chapter 51. The Return of the GS Sect. Yuan Shi descends from the mountain on the majestic Golden Horn Island, within the ethereal confines of the Bo Palace, the supreme master of the GS Sect. Upon receiving the alarming news of the demon race's massacre of humanity and their endeavor to forge the slaughtering witch sword, promptly summoned Luo Xian. "Just moments ago, your esteemed master, Nuwa, specifically visited to inform me that the demon race has dispatched their soldiers to the mortal realm to annihilate humanity and forge the slaughtering witch sword. What do you propose we do in response?" The Supreme Master was acutely aware of Luo Xian's favorable relations with humanity, and thus surmised that he must have devised a strategy. Moreover, the salvation of humanity would yield immense merits. However, with the battle between the witches and demons already underway, any interference in worldly disputes would inevitably entangle one in karmic repercussions. Nonetheless, at this juncture, such karmic entanglements seem to pale in comparison to the significance of merit. Are the demons truly undertaking the forging of the slaughtering witch sword? Luo Xian exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain his shock. While he was aware that the souls of humanity could merge with divine weapons to pierce the tough flesh of the witch race, the speed of these developments surpassed his expectations. He had numerous plans yet to unfold, should the slaughtering witch sword be successfully crafted. The conflict between witches and demons would surely escalate to its zenith, rendering the situation increasingly unmanageable. With a solemn expression, Luo Xian earnestly declared, "Master, humanity must be saved. However, are you concerned that intervening in the mortal realm amidst this calamity will ensnare us in karmic consequences?" The Supreme Master smiled faintly, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing upon his lips, as if his cunning had borne fruit. Indeed, Luo Xian nodded in agreement. During the time of the investiture of the gods, disciples of the GS sect face calamity due to their unwarranted descent into the world, becoming ensnared in karma, ultimately leading to the demise of our sect's lineage. Yet, compared to karma, I firmly believe that saving humanity would be of great benefit to the GS sect, with no detriment whatsoever. Very well, let us prioritize the salvation of humanity. The Supreme Master placed immense trust in Luo Xian. With his discerning vision, he was acutely aware of the latent flaws within the GS sect and understood that a trial awaited them in the future. Perhaps the opportunity to alter their fate lay within Luo Xian. Immediately thereafter, the Supreme Master commanded the water and fire boys to sound the golden bell. Boom! A resounding chime reverberated across the vast expanse of the primordial earth. Countless disciples of the GS sect, upon hearing the sound, gasped in disbelief. This golden bell had not been struck for countless eons. The tolling of the bell, albeit a singular time, signified a matter of great importance for the GS sect, compelling us to hasten our arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, the disciples transformed into streams of spiritual light, racing towards Golden Horn Island. A fragrant incense later, before the Bo Palace, countless celestial beings gathered, whispering among themselves, their curiosity piqued by the singular ringing of the golden bell and the mysteries it heralded for the GS sect. The four esteemed disciples, Duo Bao, Gui Ling, Wu Dang, and Jin Ling, stood at the forefront, with Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters closely following. "Senior brother, do you know why Master has summoned us?" A nameless disciple could not help but inquire amidst the crowd. With an impassive expression, Duo Bao murmured softly, "I too am unaware." Yet within, he pondered that since Luo Xian had entered the Master-S gaze, the Master-S indulgence towards him seemed to have waned significantly. Buzz. The grand doors of the Bo Palace slowly creaked open. The master of the celestial sect, adorned in a flowing azure robe, emerged with an air of solemnity, followed closely by Luo Xian. Upon witnessing this, Duo Bao narrowed his eyes slightly, for it was as he had anticipated. Luo Xian stood beside the master. "Greetings, master." As the master of the celestial sect made his appearance, all the immortals bowed in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens, shaking the very clouds above. The master, evidently pleased, inquired of the assembly, "What is the doctrine of our sect?" Though puzzled by the sudden query, the disciples responded in harmonious accord. The Great Way encompasses 50, the heavenly transformations 4/9. All things possess a thread of vitality. Our celestial sect exists to seize a strand of life for all beings. The teachings of the sect were indelibly etched in their hearts. Indeed, the master nodded, satisfied with their response. He continued now. The war between the Wu and the Yao has erupted, with the demon kin discovering that the souls of the human race can penetrate the flesh of the witch tribe. Consequently, they have unleashed a brutal massacre upon humanity. The human race, crafted by our revered Aunt Nuwa, though a product of the postnatal realm, is nonetheless a part of the primal beings. I cannot bear witness to humanity becoming mere fodder in this cataclysm. Are you willing to seize a thread of life for the human race? As his words resonated, monstrous waves surged along the eastern sea, crashing violently against the shores, the sound traveling for 3,000 miles. "Master, we are willing." All disciples expressed their resolve, their gazes unwaveringly steadfast. Some even exhibited a glimmer of yearning in their eyes. During their last rescue of humanity, they had accrued considerable merit. This time, it would surely be no different. It is known that every bit of merit could spare them countless years of arduous cultivation. Furthermore, the demon kin were replete with treasures. Their pelts and inner elixirs could be utilized to forge magical artifacts. Such opportunities were too advantageous to ignore. As for the potential wrath of the heavenly court, they held no fear, for they were backed by the sage of the celestial sect. To intervene in the salvation of humanity was to act upon the sage's decree, and every utterance of the sage carried the weight of divine command in the primal realm. Duobao led the multitude of celestial sect disciples, transforming into a radiant stream of spiritual light, racing toward the shores of the eastern sea. In an instant, myriad beams of light pierced the void, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. At that moment, the demon kin unleashed a tempest of bloodshed across the primal realm, with countless humans falling victim to their ruthless hands. The land was awash in blood. The earth quaked, and the bodies of the human race piled high, a scene too harrowing to behold. Echoes of despair and anguish reverberated. What sins have we, the human race, committed to endure such calamities time and again? Is it merely our weakness that warrants this slaughter? We, the human race, shall never coexist with the demon kin. Should there be a next life, we will annihilate them entirely. The surge of calamity reached its zenith, causing profound shock among the great powers of the primal realm. The peak of calamity signified that the war between the Wu and the Yao was on the verge of full-scale eruption. Along the eastern sea, countless members of the human race fled in panic, hastening towards the vicinity of Golden Turtle Island. However, the journey was long, spanning tens of millions of miles. With their cultivation, how could they possibly outrun the formidable demon clans? Behind the human race, countless great demons surged forth like a relentless tide, their numbers resembling a dense swarm of dark clouds sweeping across the eastern sea. The demons wore cruel grins, and the demon saint, Ghost Chariot, cackled ominously. The human race is but our sustenance. To be of use to us is their honor. The assembly of demon gods behind Ghost Chariot echoed his laughter. At that moment, a powerful attack imbued with pure spiritual energy struck like thunder. The demons were taken aback, and Ghost Chariot, filled with both fury and astonishment, bellowed, "Who dares to obstruct the affairs of the heavenly court? Step forth. Do you wish to court death?" As soon as he spoke, countless strands of spiritual light converged before the demons. The newcomers were none other than the disciples of the, led by Zhao Gongming, accompanied by the three heavens and a host of outer disciples. "I am Zhao Gongming, a disciple of the Upper Clear Saint of
here under the decree of the upper clear saint to rescue the human race and secure a glimmer of hope for them. What if I refuse? Ghost Chariot scoffed, his demonic energy surging forth like a roaring tide, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Then let us see, Zhao Gongming retorted with a cold smile. Ever since he had ascended to the quasi-saint realm, he had yet to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Ghost Chariot was merely at the initial stage of the quasi-saint level. What was there to fear? Without hesitation, Zhao Gongming struck. He summoned the 24 sea-settling pearls, and in an instant, torrents of water surged forth, sweeping across the land like an overwhelming wave. The demons hastily channeled their spiritual energy to resist. Yet they were still pushed back thousands of miles by this formidable wave. Ghost Chariot's expression changed drastically. He dared not underestimate his opponent. In a flurry, he formed hand seals and chanted incantations, quickly raising a protective barrier around himself. The 24 sea-settling pearls radiated brilliant azure light, each illuminating the emergence of a water dragon. A total of 24. Each dragon possessed the power of the initial stage of a quasi-saint. Seeing this, Ghost Chariot was alarmed. Fully aware that he could not withstand the onslaught, he hastily transformed into his true form and retreated. The so-called demon saint is nothing more than this. Next time, be sure to bring the 10 great demon saints along, Zhao Gongming declared, putting away the sea-settling pearls, his fighting spirit soaring. Countless humans, witnessing this, knelt before Zhao Gongming. We are eternally grateful to the immortal teacher for saving our lives. This kindness shall be etched in our memories forever. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable sat quietly upon his mat. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if sensing something. After a moment of calculation, a look of confusion crossed his face. Why have my elder brother and Tong Tian intervened to assist the human race? After a long contemplation, the primordial heavenly venerable sighed. Alas, when the three of us traversed the primordial wilderness, we made a vow to do all we could to aid the creatures of the wilderness. Now that the human race is in peril, although my ideals differ from Tong Tian's, I have not forgotten our past oath. My elder brother and Tong Tian have steadfastly upheld this original intention. With that, the primordial heavenly venerable slowly rose, golden light emanating from beneath his feet, surging upward like a blazing flame. The 12 golden immortals, Yin Zhongzi, Guang Chengzi, and the southern polar immortal were all taken aback by the sight before them. Master, what is this? They beheld a golden light that first enveloped the primordial supreme being entirely, and then gradually dissipated. At that moment, the primordial supreme being donned a magnificent suit of golden armor, radiating brilliance that pierced the eyes of the disciples of the Chan sect. In his hand, there materialized a 3-treasure jade scepter out of thin air. I shall descend the mountain with my disciples to rescue humanity,